And we are live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NRG Championship Series, where we are bringing you two showdowns this weekend. But before we start off, I need to introduce these two beautiful faces that you see on the screen. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and carrying me one more time is going to be the coach himself, Mason Clark. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. I'm excited to be here. This is the last paper weekend of the NRG series for the year 2025, and I am so excited to see these players battle out in a team event today, modern tomorrow. A lot of points on the line, a lot of invites, like you said. These showdowns, the winners go directly there, and it's a team event, Will. So you win this with your homies, you're all going to our end of the year championship event. It's going to be so exciting.
It's the best format of all. Let's be honest. You know, I mean, I love playing modern, but then I also love playing with my friends. What's the best of both worlds? I get to play a team event. So that is what we're going to be doing today. It is a 10K showdown. So let's see what the prizes are going to look like for the teams that are able to, at the end of these 6 rounds, plus the cut to top 8, and what they're going to be taking away, what prizes they're going to be taking away. Talk you through it, Mason.
Yeah, so our first place team is going to get $3,000 and 30 points per player. The winner of today's team event also all get invited, but for the MVP and all of those sort of things, getting those player points is good. Second place team, as you can see on your screen, 1,525 player points. That's going to be huge. Those player points, we're going to pull up really quickly here. It's for our yearly and seasonal leaderboard. The players who do the best at those events will then qualify for an end of the year NRG Champs event with $25,000 in prizes, a pro tour invite, and free entry into all of next year events. It is going to be an awesome time happening here at the end of this year.
That's exactly what you want as a competitive player. You want to, sometimes results don't go your way, but if you stick to it, you grind out the events. This is what it really rewards those players for. Not only, yes, you can spike an event, take it down, great, but you want to, throughout the year, if you consistently do well, we will reward you. You'll get that end of year invite, and then you get to battle out with, again, all that money, and of course, that pro tour slot that you said, which is what we all want at the end of the day, right? We want to play on that big level. We want to play against the Reed Dukes of the world, go face to face, see if you can head up with them. But it looks like we've got some players that sat down on our feature match. So let's move down and see. I think they're just drawing their opening hands. We're going to start off in the modern seat because, let's be honest, Mason, it's my favorite format and we get to choose. So we've got Jeskai Blink versus Affinity. How does this match play out? What do you think? What sort of cards are they looking for in their opening hands?
Yeah, so Affinity is trying to really present these fast, overwhelming draws, right? Imagine sort of like Scam-esque from a couple of years ago. You're looking to do things like put 4 or 5 drones into play on the first turn or two. You're trying to put an early Kappa Cannoneer. Some builds of the deck are leading into Tamri Embry, to have a little bit extra long. Jeskai Blink is sort of your generic mid-rangey, grind them out kind of deck, as much as you can have one of those in Modern. It has fast take over the game draws, but it is sort of a deck that is just trying to accrue value, 1-for-1, take over the game. So from Cliffside, you're really hoping to kind of stabilize those early couple of turns, not fall too far behind, and then eventually you just will overrun your opponent with cards like Quantum Riddler being ephemerated, Flage, etc.
Right, players taking a mulligan down to 6. So you mentioned about we have to stop those early lines, those early plays. What sort of cards have we got that can do that to kind of short up so we can get to that mid to late game?
I mean, one of them is Solitude. Like if your opponent warps in one of the early creatures that generates a lot of drones, that is something that you can take down. They'll obviously get their first drone when they cast something, but that can sometimes be pretty huge, especially if you're on the play and you can then ephemerate to maybe take down the drone as well. Some of the builds do have cards like Force Negation in the main deck. A lot of them have in the sideboard. Those are the kind of things we're looking for. And we're seeing Andrew here mulligan to 5 with the Affinity deck. The Affinity deck, depending on the build, can go fairly low, but it is a deck that wants to have a lot of pieces. So you're going to kind of, change your expectations as you go lower. But, this deck can produce things like turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer, which are incredibly strong. Yeah. And as they're going lower here, Cliff can kind of keep a bit of a riskier hand. Some of these decks, and it looks like from what I can see in Cliff's hand as well, main deck Consigned Memory, which isn't the best thing in the world against his Affinity deck. It's very blue heavy. But sometimes, consigning something like a Mox Opal when they're on a Mox draw can be good enough to really slow your opponent down.
I was just about to say, I'm looking at the list and 4 consigns in the main, and I'm going to throw out there, but I found out the hard way that you can't use that on Cannoneer.
Yeah, you cannot use that on Cannoneer.
Like everything these days is void. I'm like, sweet, great, I can get rid of it. No, that one is still blue and does nothing towards it.
You can consign the ward trigger.
Yes, you can. So that helps your Solitudes, right?
Yeah, so you can make a 1 mana sort of like gotcha. And I mean, if you replicate 2, you could get rid of your evoke trigger as well, right? Like evoke your Solitude, put it on bottom, target Kappa, ward goes in the stack, boom, consign. There you go, 2 mana, save everything. So there are some tricky plays going on here with this deck. Consign a little strong.
What do you think of the format at the minute? If you look at a lot of the decks, pretty much it's very rare now to find a deck that's not playing consigned to memory. Is that because of the format? Is that because of the power of the cards? Like, or is that just the general decks at the minute? It's really good just stopping these triggered abilities.
A little A, a little B. I mean, part of this also comes into like, this helps your Quantum Riddler not get warped away, right? So like, not only is it a powerful sideboard option that does hit a randomly high amount of things, you now have one of your pivotal threat, or one of your marquee threats, excuse me, actually like have some synergies with this, along with Flage. We talked about this a lot when Image 3 first came out, because we saw that, you know, kind of Jeskai dress downy deck where they played a bunch of consigns, main and dress downs, and they would sometimes consign their own Flage's trigger for escape, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is something that that deck gets to do now along with Quantum Riddler. So you can have those turn 3 Riddlers. They get to stay in play. And then when you're pitch casting a bunch of cards, it's a really, really big thing. I think our players think they're waiting on us. We can let them know we can start whenever they're ready. We are down there. That's why they think they have these smiley faces. Thank you very much for waiting for coverage. But we are here. We're ready to see some gaming. But yeah,
some announcements. It might be making some announcements in the room. That's why we're kind of still, not stalling a little bit, but the players are kind of waiting for the green light. We haven't got audio into the room, so we don't know. But we're going to earn our money, Nathan. We're going to talk about it a little bit more, looking at these deck lists, seeing what kind of sticks out to us. Quantum Riddler. Now, this card, I believe, the last time we knew were casting, wasn't a card in Magic the Gathering. Mm-hmm. Now it is very much a card in Magic the Gathering, and a very good one at that. For the reasons you just did it with Consign as well. But just in general, 2 mana, draw a card, late game. I thought it was kind of like Evoke. When I first saw the card, I went, okay, so for 2 mana, I draw a card, it goes to the bin, great. And they're like, no, it kind of goes on its own little adventure. I was like, hold on a minute, this card is great.
Yeah, this card is really, really powerful. And I mean, just generally, this card does a thing I'm always really interested in whenever it's time to look at new cards, which is it doesn't ask a lot of you, right? This sort of just asks you to play Magic. And if you just play Magic and spend your cards like in a standard format, this card can really take over the game before you even look at synergies. And once you get into the synergies or the cheating of this card's mana cost, and using something like Ephemerate or Consign to keep it in play on turn 3, then this card just runs away with things. And in formats like Modern, I've even seen some people try this in Legacy, but Modern we've seen a lot of success of, hey, I'm pitch casting a lot of cards, right? Yeah, I'll pitch evoke this Solitude or this Force Negation. Maybe it's more of a tempo of play than a high impact one, but now my Riddler's drawing 2. I'm moving through my deck. Boom, boom, boom. Swamp your opponent in resources and take over the game. It is very, very strong. If you have not played a lot versus this card, I think you'll be very impressed by it.
Yeah, the added tax on there is the draw 2 bit, which we got a low hand size, but I'm sure we'll end up seeing that at some point over this morning. Because if you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting round number 1. We've got 6 rounds of Swiss of you today. Team action. That is going to be Modern. That is going to be standard and sealed. Spider-Man sealed at that. And then later on today, we're going to have a draft and that top 8 for all these players, and they'll walk away with their share of $10,000. I think that is something that the kids talk about now, Mason. I don't know what it means. Yeah, I don't know what it means, but I saw it on South Park, and I was like, okay, it's got to be a meme of some description.
My understanding is that 6-7 basically doesn't mean anything, that it was like a line in a song that people just kind of like the line went hard. And so people just started saying it, and then it became like a thing that people say and like joke around about because people didn't understand what it really meant, But I could be wrong. Who knows? Maybe that's just what they tell me. I'm in my 30s now. I'm closer to 6-7. So.
I'm getting a lot closer to it. Next year it's the big 4-0 for Will. So I'm definitely getting close to that one. Just finishing off all the announcements in the room, and then we will be kicking off this series. Let's get a look at this affinity deck quickly. Let me have a little look through this, because we were saying there's different ways to build this deck. Some of the teams that went to the RC had a slightly different build on this. This looks more traditional with Mem Knights and the weapons manufacturing. Talk to me about the other builds that we kind of saw at the RC the other weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we saw CFT Sock play a build of the deck that had Tameo Emery as the game is starting, sort of not leaning on Ornithopter Memnite for these super duper fast draws, but instead having a little bit of later game action to it, as it is starting up here now. So looks like just a Spire Bluff Canal. Not the end of the world for Andrew. Sometimes this deck does want to burst out on turn 2 with Pinnacle Emissary in order to kind of get the most number of drones. But you are going to see like turn 2 is like a big turn typically for this deck. Also, weapon manufacturing could be there to generate a lot of extra attacks.
Yeah, when I've played against this deck, I've seen them kind of almost sandbag the hand. Traditionally we're taught with the old affinity decks, we just have to put everything on the board. We split our hand out in one go, and then we kind of fight from there. This deck very different. Like it wants all those 0 mana cost ones later in the game, so when it does play in MSC or weapons manufacturing, so we can gain all that extra value from it. So just because we didn't have a turn 1 play doesn't mean that we're going to not have an explosive turn 2 or turn 3. But over on the other side, we're going to go fetching. The only one drop I can imagine coming out of this deck was going to be a Ragavan, unless we're going to go for some crazy Solitude and Ephemerate line with nothing on the board, but I doubt we're going to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we got our Sacred Foundry here, so it probably is going to be Ragavan. This is a deck that does play for that card typically. And if we are playing the Memnite, Ornithopter build, well, Ragavan's going to be a lot worse. We'll have to see exactly what happens here. This Capicaneer was the draw for turn.
They always have it. They always have it. The namesake card of this deck, and you said it's so hard to beat this deck if it does come down on turn 2, turn 3, but it looks like no second land drop, so we're going to pass the turn back. Ragavan's going to connect. That's going to generate a treasure token. Top card is flipped awkwardly as a land. Normally you want to see a spell off the top of your opponent's deck, but in this situation when they're missing land, hitting their lands feels pretty good.
Yeah, especially this affinity deck does play a really low number of lands. Now, it does have Moxen, so, like, even though the deck list typically says 16, 17, it's really 20, 21. But still very awkward, as we are going to see them start to deploy their hand here for Andrew.
Maybe this is going to be a way for us to kind of generate some mana. So this is anything with affinity would now cost 3 less because we've got an engineered explosives. That is a crypt. What was the one underneath? Oh, Bauble, the new Bauble art.
Crypt Bauble EE.
All foil as well by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Memnite. It's going to resolve. Forecast. 1 blue, draw 2. I'll take that.
And we talked about this deck playing a low land count. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure, I guess I should say, that Andrew probably had 3 of those 4 zeros. And when on 5, it was a situation like if I draw a 0 or a land, I can thought cast on turn 2, right? And that's somehow, like, this part of how this deck can get away with less lands is the mana cost you get reduced, or, these things act as lotus petals when it comes to, like, improvising. So deck is weird in a lot of unique ways, but if we draw the right card here, Will, we could definitely take over this game still. It's just a matter of getting the Capicaneer potentially down as the good boy hits the battlefield.
Yes, love this card. We're going to untap. Good turn. Access to 4 mana for the turn if needs be. I do see I think maybe double Solitude in hand, actually, and an Ephemerate and a Consign to Memory. So hand's looking pretty good. How are we going to utilize this for the W? Only one creature on the board being Memnite that we even care about. And do we even care about it? Nope, we're going to blink it straight out.
Yep. And this just allows us to get in. Felio is really great in this deck with that Quantum Riddler we spent a lot of time talking about at the beginning, as weapon manufacturing is hit off the Ragavan. It's a great way to sort of just, like, once again, have a cheap threat that then enables these other synergies that can also help take over the game. I mean, imagine we were activating Urza Saga here, right? We just start flickering away those construct tokens. This card has a lot of really hidden power that you just don't really get on the first read. And as you play with it more and more, you realize, oh, wow, this is a good dog.
We've also got the ability, and then we didn't speak about this actually, the consign. You can consign the trigger whenever you blink out, right? So it doesn't come back, which is a really nice way of getting some of these big threats off the board. But are we just having to pass the turn back again? I think we might see a hard cast Solitude here.
Maybe, yeah. I think we drew Metallic Rebuke in hand for Andrew, so at least there is a play. And we know there's that Capicaneer that we drew on our first draw step of the game. So you're a land or a 0 mana artifact away from playing it. And if, this is a hard cast, we might just see Metallic Rebuke here.
Yeah, we're going to see it. So we tap 2 artifacts plus 1 blue. Makes them, you have to pay 3. The old mana leak effect. Don't have the mana, so it is going to go to the bin. But if that's the best you got, if that's going to be your whole turn, great. Flick it out, connect with the Ragavan again. Another 4 points of damage is going to happen. What is
oh, you don't know Gix's Claw?
Is that the one where you gain 1 life when you sacrifice an artifact?
Yeah, it's a 0 mana sack something, gain life. Would have been, a Capicaneer here. Claws of Gix, excuse me. I guess, Gix's Claw is, it's all the same. It's his claw.
What's the original printing of this? Chat, help us out.
I want to say it's Antiquities. or something like I think, I don't know, like it's like an old set, I'm pretty sure.
I'd believe you. That's what I mean. I think it's from like an old set, but obviously got reprinted in Time Spiral Remastered. Going to pass the turn back after I land again. 5 mana up, so we can hard cast that Solitude if needs be. Consign still in hand, and of course that Ephemerate.
Yeah, and the consign is the part that I think we really like. We talked about before, but with the Kappa Cannoneer trigger and everything, that card normally comes down and it would be very hard to answer. You could evoke your Solitude here in order to answer it, you know, in this situation, pay the 4, but it would still just be a pretty big ask. Here, you know, we actually have it covered a couple different ways. So Andrew kind of needs to have running good cards, but this deck does have the ability to do that pretty easily. You rip a Thought Cast, you know, you rip another Kappa, you just keep the train going, eventually get a Shadow Spear maybe. So we'll have to see what Andrew wants to do here on this turn. It looks like he does have some decision. I guess it's really a matter.
But really, okay, so we do have the 0 mana, so it's another Engineer Explosives, and then here comes the Cannoneer, the namesake card deck. Not as powerful on turn 5 or 4, whatever we're on right now, but is still a really powerful threat itself. Maybe we can get that on the screen so everyone can have a little look at that if you haven't seen this one in a while.
I got to push back a little bit. I mean, like, I know I just said we can't answer it, but answering it does involve using a lot of cards. Like, I think this is the thing. Like, obviously, this on turn 2 is almost unbeatable. This here is like, it's frustrating still, right? And I think that's one of the appeals to this deck. Andrew mulled to 5 hasn't done much. And if we didn't have a Solitude here, this card would be pretty serious at like stabilizing. So I'm interested to see here what Cliff wants to do. I'm surprised a little to see the shock land. I kind of thought we might. Oh, we hard cast the Claw of Gix. So we can sack our treasure. That is funny.
So we're going to do this to what? Take out the Memnite. Are we planning to flicker it with our?
Yeah, we're going to flicker and then probably consign the Ward Trigger or something along those lines. We have a Ephemerate in hand. I do think if Cliff was going to do this, we probably should have done it in response to the Engineered on 0. It's just one of those things where the only thing that matters is Kappa Cannoneer, but not the end of the world.
Can we not attack with all, flicker the Cannoneer, pay the 4, get the treasure token, then consign the trigger to come when it comes back in?
Yeah, you could totally do that as well. We ended up drawing Quantum Riddler, so I imagine Cliff's going to be a little excited to just get a bunch of cards here, but we'll have to see exactly what happens.
So we're going to just... Oh, we're going to Ephemerate and then consign the Ward Trigger?
Yeah, I think that's what's going to... Because we drew Riddler, I think your line's actually better if we hadn't drawn Riddler, but now we just get a bunch of cards.
Consign that, pay the 4, consign that trigger. You can gain 5 life. Sure. We're going to see the Ephemerate's going to go to the Exile Zone. Remember, that's got a rebound. Then last one is going to be a Riddler. Draw 2, of course, because we draw 1 but less. Now we're just scooping it up. We're not even going to get to that point here. Have your card back. That was a nice, clean game 1 there if you're on the side of Cliff and this Jeskai Blink deck. But that mulligan really did hurt. Not seeing that second land drop for so long was just a bit too much. But while they go to sideboard and shuffle back up, we're going to move across and have a look at Standard. See how that's going along, where we are going to have, I think it's Kyle versus Grayson.
Oh, it looks like Standard is in the middle of sideboarding, so we're gonna check out Spider-Man real quick.
All right, what's your favorite Spider-Man suit?
What's my favorite Spider-Man suit? I mean, it's probably the symbiote suit, for being real. I mean, there's a reason, you know, it's a classic.
The right answer was Iron Spider-Man, but it's fine.
Sure.
I'll let you off this one time. Chat, let me know what's your favorite Spidey suit. I do like the 2099 as well. Let's be honest. That one just looked really cool, I think.
Yeah, that one's cool. All right, let's go look at the Standard players touch their cards as they might start playing.
We got like the stream round 1, you know, curse where everyone decides to sideboard at once, all taken down. But you see the split there. Oh, we're going into game 3 over in Standard already. Yeah,
so you see Grayson Nimitz here on the mono red lane line deck. I have to imagine one of these 2 games, Grayson just turned 2 or 3 Kyle, given how quickly these games are going. And then probably Kyle, you know, ran Grayson out of cards. Maybe Grayson like mulligan to 6 or whatever, had a ley line. It got answered somehow via Kyle. That's just my, you know, professional assumption of how quick these games have gone. These players know each other. They're both very, very prolific here on the NRG series. And Grayson this year is trying to make a big run at things. Well, it wants to beat the all-time points leaderboard record and has this weekend and next weekend's online event, which we could pull up really quickly here and talk about as we were waiting.
Let's look at the leaderboard. This is the leaderboard. Yeah. You know, up to talk me through it.
Yeah, so I mean, Grayson is in first place here. Names in orange are already qualified for end of the year event. Grayson has 153 points. I want to say, and don't quote me on this exactly, it's 170 is the all leaderboard point race. So if Grayson has a good finish this weekend, it could at least tie, if not maybe surpass that leaderboard. Will Kowalski is playing today and is our first at-large bid here. And the top 3 players whose names are not orange at the end of next weekend's online sealed event will be going to our end of the year champ event. We'll see if we can get that pulled up real quick as these players are finishing shuffling up here.
The end of the year championship, so it rewards everybody for sticking with it, right? Playing in all the series, getting all the points. Yes, you don't spike that one event, but you do consistently well across the board. If you can get enough points and get to that at the end of the year, that is a 24-player invite-only event with, is it 25,000 or 35,000 cash prize and a Pro Tour invite? $25,000. Take that all day long. But of course, everyone wants that Pro Tour invite. Rub shoulders with the pros because you will be one yourself as players look at the opening 7. Now, I don't know who's going to be on the play on going to game 3 here, but what sort of cards do I need to see? Because I imagine it's all going to be down to how good is the Demir opening hand, right? They've got to slow down this mono red deck. We can't let it do its thing. We are the ones that are going to have the interaction. What cards do I want to see in my opening hand?
You want to, I mean, for mono red leyline, you want to see a creature, a leyline, and a pump spell, right?
That's easy. Red side easy.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah. That's what we're looking for. From the Demir side, we just want to have a lot of interaction. I mean, even a card like Duress can go a long way. Even if there's a leyline, right? We're seeing Grayson mulligan here. This deck does want a mulligan, and it makes up for the mulligans. If you have a leyline draw, that doubles all your pump spells. So we could even see Kyle do something like, turn 1 Duress, turn 2, hold up a counter or a kill spell. And sometimes that can be enough. This deck does need the correct mixture of all the pieces. When it has all those pieces, it's unbelievably strong.
All right, well, let's having a little look. In the hands of a seasoned vet like Grayson, he's going to know what he needs to look for. How important is the ley line? Is it can we still have broken games without a ley line? Are we still going to be super explosive, or is in this case we don't need it?
That's kind of the issue, right? Like you're a pump spell plus creature deck. And those can have fast games, but the turn 2, turn 3 stuff, that is really only doable with the leyline or perfect draws.
Here comes a slick shot show off. That's going to go into plot. Now, this is a really good card that we've seen in these mono red decks, right? Because it's a lot of the time you play against control decks and they have some sort of cat magic or 1-for-1 you. This is a way of us to be able to set up for a big turn the next turn almost. And on the flip side, we're going to see a Deep Karen Bats is going to come down, show us the hand. We get to take one of those cards, put it into underneath the bats, and it's going to be there until we finish. Looking at that hand, I think we've got a Lynx and 2 pump spells, 2 different ones.
There was, and then Electro is also in hand, which Kyle's reading again. Basically, this card generates mana whenever you cast something, and mana doesn't leave pools. So, people have freaked out when they saw it with VV.
Oh, yeah.
But
that's spicy. All right, Slick Shot's going to come down. We're going to pump it. It's not a mouse, so I don't think it's a mouse, right?
Nope. No, you
just get the bird wizard. Bird wizard.
Yep.
Pump, pump, pump. And then I think that might be the headliner.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so this creature, you can sack itself to throw itself at something along with Mobilize 1. So it's a good way to kind of, have a little bit of removal in your deck and also kind of push some damage.
Especially with the pump spells, you can be able to pump it up quite a lot to get something off the board if needed. I think modern, we are just got back to drawing our own in hand. So I think this game's going to be over one way or another pretty quickly on this side, but we'll keep up there. Let's move across to the modern seat and have a look how that one's going to be kicking off. As of course, we're going to have Affinity on the play. 1 game down. Yet again, just land go, but it looks like we kept 7s on both sides this time.
Yeah, and looks like if Andrew's keeping 7 and is going land go, we either have a much slower hand, which sometimes you can have post board, or we're trying to present like a turn 2 Kappa. Flip that, sink into stupor, Andrew. Chop, chop.
No, I play it just like this as well. I'm like, no, it's effort. I'll damage my sleeves, inner sleeves, yada, yada.
Not in the NRG feature match area. You don't chop, chop. Before someone in Twitch chat says, why is there a spell on the battlefield? Cracking the whip.
Mason's got that like a button on his desk that he just presses every time he goes up, like security.
I'm adding the feature match judge right now on Discord. I will get this flipped.
All right, we're going to surveil. We like that card. We're going to leave it on top. Then we're going to play a fetch for the turn and just pass it back. So just a couple of lands for both our players starting off. Bit of posturing for position, maybe. When's going to be the opportune moment to go for it? Because we are in a sideboard match now, so they have access to a lot of different cards. I'm having a little look at what we could be bringing in over on the affinity side. That Blood Moon? Is Blood Moon going to be good in this matchup?
Blood Moon can be good. If Cliff can fetch around it, pardon me there, but it's not the end of the world.
We've got Vexing Bauble. That seems like a nice one when my opponent's got Solitudes in the deck. Ooh. Looks like I see 6 things being turned sideways. And then it's just going to be counted for 1 mana. Oh, a Mystical Dispute. Pay 3. Nope. Goes to the bin. Okay, we stop the first big threat. That's step 1. Then we're going to go fetch up, Veil. Have another look at the top of our deck. I think maybe the beginning of the year, end of last year, we were talking about Surveil lands and how much of an impact they're having in Modern, and everyone was like playing 1. What do you reckon everyone's playing now? What's the right number to play in different decks? Because I see a lot of them, more than 1 these days.
Yeah, it really depends on the type of deck you're playing, right? Like a certain type of deck, like let's say you're someone that doesn't have a lot of 1 or 2 drops. Well, having an extra Surveil land can be a great sort of thing that can supplement your turn 1 play, especially for graveyard synergy. You're trying to curve out, want a little less on the Surveil lands. It really depends on the type of deck you're playing and sort of your graveyard synergies and all the factors in between here. We see a lot of, I think, 3 Surveil lands from these Jeskai and Blink decks because they're trying to play a longer interactive game and they don't have a ton of 1 drops. They have Ragavan. That's kind of it for things they really want to proactively do on turn 1.
Look at the man. It's crazy to see how lands now are utilized in the game, opposed to it just being a resource to be able to cast my things. Now we've got things like Arena of Glory, these Surveil lands, Urza's Sagas. It's just a whole extra, game plan to a lot of different decks moving forward. And I actually personally really love that that's an element to it, unless you're playing Titan, and then I just don't know what you're doing with your craziness when you go off. I just ask you if I'm dead or not, and you tell me yes. All right, great. But here comes a Riddler. It's going to come down 2 mana. We're drawing our card, and then we're going to consign the warp trigger at the end to keep the 4/5 body on the battlefield.
Yeah, and right now this isn't going to do anything besides being a 4/6 flyer, which is great. Do not get me wrong. But as we deploy our hand here, eventually getting this Riddler on the board is going to really pay off. It looks like we kept a slower hand that's just going to chain Kappa Cannoneers, and I have to see if Cliff can actually answer these Kappas as we are down that consign.
I think I do see another consignment. I think I saw one. Maybe that's why we threw one down. But
I think Cliff's looking at discarding their whole hand to mark the Worldly Light to kill the Kappa Cannoneer, and then consign the trigger. And then the Riddler would draw 2 cards.
I don't hate it.
I don't know if I hate it or not, but I know that I probably would not have thought of this until this moment as like a line that comes up.
So if I discard, so we exile the Flage for the Solitude. Then what? Then we've got the Ephemerate in hand. Oh my word! All right, let's see how this lines up.
Yeah, I think I like better ephemerating the Solitude. It looked like there was a march that got kind of flicked to the front. I get where your head's at on that one, but you can just use that on one of these Mishra's Bauble or something because you want to get your hand low.
So this is going to come in, but can we not just use the consign to do both triggers here?
Yeah, you definitely can. If you do both triggers, though, then you don't have 1 card in hand to draw an extra from Quantum Riddler.
But you just use the Ephemerate on the Riddler to give yourself 1 card in hand.
Yeah, sure. That works too. Yeah, that's a great point.
There's so many cards going on.
Yeah.
We're only at turn 4, chaps. Come on, calm down here. This is crazy. This is cool, though. I love to see it. So Solitude is in play. The Flage has been exiled. I haven't even spoke about Flage in you yet, but here we are. Mm-hmm. That is going to target, is going to target the Cannoneer. Ward trigger is going to go on the stack. So that's 2 triggers. Oh, no. Because the Evoke trigger is also on the stack at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what... it looks like Cliff's a little anxious here to do this play. I think maybe Cliff's realizing I could get Force Negation.
So I'm going to consign both of these triggers. That's going to work. We can see the dice just flicked off. We're going to gain 5 life for our troubles, though. So that's going to put us up to 25. Of course, we're still in our draw step. We haven't drawn a card for the turn yet. 2 cards in hand. We'd ideally want to get one of these down. We could just get one of these 0 mana artifacts off the board as well if we want to.
Yeah, I think I would just march the Bauble. just get rid of the bauble and draw 2 cards. What
Yeah.
else are you going to use the march on? Like,
Ooh, oh, we didn't do it. Okay, we just drew the one.
yeah, maybe really valuing the ability to ephemerate here, but I really like the idea of just marching this bauble.
So do I, especially when I don't have another land drop in hand. Because if we hit another land here as well, it would have been great because then we can still potentially have ephemerate up afterwards. But nope, I think it was a consign we drew. So a lot, 3 different 1-drops in hand, which is nice.
Yeah, once again, remember, consign, it does have some targets that can counter, but at this point, there are not many you actually want to counter when it comes to Andrew's deck. Maybe a Shadow Spear if there's a big creature on the board, but I have Flage on top of the deck for Cliff.
Good eyes. I didn't even ping that.
Yeah.
Not what you want to see when your opponent's got 3 mana up. Pass the turn. Draw off my bauble. Was it? Of course, you. I don't know why I'm surprised. Of course, you'd know what a Flage looks like from the tiny corner in the and the weird angle with lighting on it. Yeah, of course you.
I'm a professional at what I do. Okay.
Galvanic Blast.
Sometimes you gotta start blasting, Will.
Is this ephemerate proof? Yeah, we're going to ephemerate this. At least we've got a target. It's going to take out the March. So the Memnite, sorry. Which means I'm going to gain life, but then I'm going to lose another 4. So that's going to drop down to 18 if my math is correct. Still 3 cards in hand. One's consign, one's that March, and a Flage. It's going to go on a little adventure. And this is the nice thing about having Riddlers on the board, right? Like, yeah, okay, there's no creatures right now, so this Ephemerate's not really going to do much when it comes back. But having that Riddler, we can just draw some more cards. Seems great.
Yeah.
We're going to, I think that's another fire, is it? So we're going to crack that straight away to draw a card. No, we're just going to get a handshake. That's going to be too much. So that means it looks like in our standard matchup, Dimir Control was able to take it down. In modern, Jesco Blink took it down. So it's all going to come down to some Spider-Man sealed as we move across, going into game number 2 for both these players. This is going to be an interesting one.
Game number 3. I was going to say they were sideboarding when we had started. Yeah, I was like, how are they not started their game yet? All right, so yeah, this is sealed action from the Spider-Man set. This set designed for draft pick 2, so it's going to be a little interesting when it comes to power level because your synergies, you're expecting to get more of it, and so even in sealed, right, when like you have some powerful combinations, they're going to be really, really big.
All right, well, I'm just going to say that I can't make that card out because of the glare, not because I'm not super up to date on the All right, so what are the big main like powerhouse bombs that came out of this set? Any come to mind? I know there's the nice Spider-Man one where you can exile someone from a graveyard and
the Spider-Man.
Yeah, that one's really cool. I like seeing that one, but of course a lot of legendaries in this set, which is kind of making it a little spicy when it comes to sealed.
Mm-hmm.
A mob lookout.
Yeah, and this is one of these cards that just kind of nice and limited, right? Entering and getting to connive is really great and potentially grows a creature, as we are seeing here. I believe this is the lifelink you actually see in Vintage Cube, or the Arena Cube, pardon me. That is on the board here, whose name I forget because it's got a different name in the different places, which is fun.
It's interesting for us to cover. It's like, oh, that's that card that I know from online that's not in paper. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
A common crook.
Okay, this was not the card I thought it was, but common crook, not bad either. And you were seeing so far here, it looks like Chris has got a bunch of pretty solid cards. Nothing that you're going to write home about, but they all can go a little bit towards the victory.
I'm trying to see what the different synergies are. I know there's a villains deck that I think has been quite good, and I think that's what I drafted a few times leading up to it. Because let's be honest, who doesn't want to play all these villain cards? But they synergize well if you control a villain or this, that, and the other. Maybe that's what we're going to see. But in a sealed pool, you don't get the same options you get as a draft pool, right?
Yeah, in draft, I mean, when even with there only being 4 people at the table, you just see so many more cards, right? Because there's more packs opened. Obviously, you keep all your cards in a sealed deck and you open 6 packs, right? Compared to the 3 there. But, even in this situation, doubling the total number of packs opens means your synergies are more likely to come together. And the synergies are strong. And I'm really interested to see how this set plays out sealed-wise, just because it is designed with the smaller draft environment in mind, which means your shield deck might be stronger since, they designed it, I would guess, in a way where you need less synergies, right? Because you just are opening less than 8 packs. So
I'm having a look at some of these. Obviously, me and you were talking before the broadcast about, you know, I think it's safe to say that we're a little nerdy at times, especially when it comes to, you know, Spider-Man and Marvel, and you know we like a lot of these characters and some of the characters that show up in them. But I don't think I have actually ever asked you what your favorite Marvel character is.
It's tough. I think the answer is Iron Man. Robert Downey Jr.'s performance is pretty iconic in that
Yeah.
way. I don't know a lot of the Iron Man comic or stuff, as we see Shriek Troublemaker here pop up on your screen. Once again, totally reasonable card here. I know Chris has to have a rare somewhere in this deck, and I'm waiting to see it come down, as it will probably swing this game dramatically.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Swing this game, Spider-Man. No, I love it. Here all weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm a professional. No, but
I say that.
Yeah, the Spider-Man show is pretty iconic. Like, so I should say Spider-Man is pretty iconic. I mean, like, I grew up with, like, you know, the Sam Raimi stuff. I'm in my 30s. Also, the Spider-Man cartoon. You know, I think as we see, can we just talk about the fact that we haven't seen a Spider-Man? All I hear online is that every card in this set is Spider-Man, and I'm 9 cards deep, and I don't see a Spider-Man yet.
We found the rare though, so you know.
Yeah, and this is a strong rare if you read it.
Equipment, when attached to target creature you control, gets +2/+2 and has, whenever this creature deals damage to a player, draw a card for each modified creature you control. Okay, so it's some sort of equipment deck would make, but also +1/+1 counters count as modified, right?
Yeah, exactly. +1 counters count as modified. You know, we can see a lot of random auras get made a lot of times in sets. So it's really +2/+2 draw a card anytime you hit somebody. But yeah, you know, anytime you sort of buff them up or add counters to them, we're going to see it. And there's the cheering crowd. That's you all in Twitch chat on a card. Make sure to follow along. That way you don't miss any of the action. And this card has a Spider-Man in the art with a little heart.
But how have we not got a Twitch secret layer yet? Of all the secret layers, that feels like that'd be one quite at the top of the spec. You know, we could get it up there. That would be quite easy to work out and benefit a lot of people.
Yeah, I think if I was going to make a secret layer right now, I would do the Red and 6/7 secret layer, really be on top of the culture.
Okay.
But, you know.
Oh, I said for a long time, for the last couple of years, that I'd love to see like a Turtles secret layer, and obviously now we're getting a whole set of Turtles.
Yeah, congratulations.
I did not have any inside information then. I doubt Wizards listened to me, but you know, I'm a big fan of that. So it's gonna be interesting to see when that comes out, if the cards are going to be. Hopefully, they'll have some you know, modern playables and staples in there. If not, we'll get to at least have a pizza box full of Magic cards. Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, it does seem like their strategy is to appeal to people like you, Will, in their late 40s when it comes to these.
Well, late 40s? Come on.
Sorry, mid 40s. 45 is not over the halfway point yet. I agree.
Brutal. I just got a little bit of gray in the old beard now. It's okay. I didn't realize I had a gray beard until I was actually grew a beard. But
yeah, hey, don't look at the side of my head when it comes to grays. You know,
it's fine. We're just experienced. That's all it is. And we get fire removal spell off here. I'm just seeing a couple of like soup packs. You know, you say like what's in your seal pool? I just played 4-color soup, 5-color soup. Just means that we've got a couple, you know, a lot of different filter lands. We're just trying to play the best colors that we possibly can that are going to work well together. Because in seal, sometimes just having that big mythic bomb can run away with that game for you if you're able to get it on the board. Looking at you, what's the 3-mana planeswalker? Green, blue one.
I'm sorry. You're just green, blue, 3-mana Oko, Thief of Crown?
Oko, that's the one. Oh my god. I played against that in sealed once, and oh my god, that was
you not just said I played against that card once.
That card was not good to play against in sealed. I was like, oh cool. Oh, okay, yeah, this game.
Yeah, as we do. I mean, this happens a lot in sealed decks too, right? Like you just sort of have the best removal and creatures that you do open, and they're a lot less, you know, synergistic and kind of flashy than you would see in a draft, which we'll have later today, right? Like the draft is going to often lead to a much more, you know, synergy-driven deck. You still see obviously some good stuff piles. It is limited, but as Mysterio Masters of Illusion comes down, this card's no joke.
No, that's a pretty good bomb. But the problem we're having over on Chris's side, is no land drops right now. You look here, we've missed our land drop for the last 3 turns or so. Looks like we got some crazy madness shenanigans going on here.
Yeah, it does look like we just killed Mysterio, which does kill the clone copy. That can be one of the harder parts about this is, you get a bunch of 3/3s here off Mysterio. But
that was enough for lethal. Take the blockers out of the way, turn everything sideways. That's 6 damage. Just going to seal that up, and that's going to take the win for Kyle, Andrew, and Chris here.
Yep. Well, congratulations to Chris. Well played. And, Andrew had some tough draws with Affinity there, but that's the beauty of team events, right? Is sometimes you can trip up, but your homies got your back, and they're going to move on to 1-0 in our 6th round event today.
I always say that that's the key to any team event. It's just find better players than you to team with so they can carry you the whole weekend. And that's always been my game plan up to now, and we're 10 years deep. So, but that is going to be it for this round. But before we go, we're going to talk about some more things that we've got coming up this week, because we're going to have an interview, but also there is a Magic Online event which NRG are partnering with Magic Online with. So that's another way that we're going to be able to get on that leaderboard to the end of year event and get to the championships, which looks like the players moved across way quicker than they normally do for us. So they're going to be coming and sit down, and we're going to go to an interview with our winning team. So how are we doing, team? Congratulations on taking down round number 1. You're here with Mason and Will. And I'm going to kick off with just asking you all, how did you all pick who's in what seat this weekend?
All the formats suck, and I wanted to play limited more than the other 2 formats.
And I didn't want to play mod.
And I got Affinity, so I just played Modern.
Starting on a positive note there, lads. All right, okay, next question's coming from Mason.
Okay, PR training coming that way. Anyways, when it comes to picking Affinity here, as this was the match we did start on, we saw a little bit of the other 2. You mentioned you had Affinity. Is this a deck you used to play before the Mox Opal banning? Did you pick it up after the Pro Tour? What kind of led you to Affinity?
I've played Affinity since Modern began.
Great. Awesome. Well, glad to see the Mox Opal ban coming through for the people who love Affinity.
I reckon we should still call it Robots, like we did back in the day. Like that literally was the first deck I ever picked up because it was called Robots. I was like, that sounds amazing. And then obviously I turns out I suck at playing, so I couldn't play it as bad. But well, let's go over to standard. We talked about modding. You picked that. That's the reason for it. Why are we picking this standard deck? Obviously, there is a favorite deck in standard at the minute. That is the Almighty. That is picking up all the great results. And the other deck seems to be tailored to beat that deck when it can. Was that your thinking going into this weekend? Or we're going to play this, or was it just you didn't want to play Vivi Mirrors left, right, and center?
I don't think I would be very good in the VV mirrors. I'm very underprepared compared to all these other players that play VV. And I didn't want to play red because that's also not type of my play style. I've been playing this whole RCQ season like the Sultai control deck. And before the red deck broke out, it was a pretty good deck in the format, I think. But ever since red, with their Sunspine Links and all their other shenanigans, the mana base just can't cooperate with that as much. And then I also found myself losing to a lot of the control decks at the time. So I decided to drop the green entirely and decided to play just a straight up blue-black control deck. Then I see a lot of these lists playing Stab is like their 1-mana removal spot. I just don't think that's good enough into this field. With the field of Screaming Nemesis, FOMO, and Mako being a little bit bigger, getting out of range pretty quickly, I thought Caustic Exhale was the best 1-mana removal spell in the format, so I lent more into a dragon package. And I think it's pretty good into the format. I've done a lot of my testing online, so. Well,
interesting. Yeah, it's nice to see. It's nice to see a fresh change to it, and also you've kind of adapted, with the meta and what you think is going to be good. So that's really, shows how good testing in general can be leading into these big events. And next question is from Mason.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it back to standard really quick because I think a lot of people who are interested in standard are really looking forward to the assumed banning of VV coming up here in a couple of days. Maybe they don't. Who really knows? How do you feel like your deck is, though, versus like the non-VV type stuff? Obviously, right, VV leaves, everything changes a little bit. But day one, I make you play your deck. Are you feeling pretty good about things? Do you think you can adapt? Or is it kind of like, maybe I need to have the right metagame?
I think this deck can adapt very easily. You have a lot of cards in the standard pool where you can just swap things very in and out very easily. Obviously, my list is catered towards this current meta. But as like the meta currently evolves, you can definitely tweak it where maybe you don't want the dragon package. You can be more just a regular control deck with very little threats and maybe rely on like your mana base as a win condition. But otherwise, I think it will be fine regardless of the ban at all. If once VV goes, the deck will be fine. VV's here, I think the deck is fine.
Okay, that's interesting. Right, well, we'll let you shoot off. I've got one last question for you all, though, because, we've had the modern question, we've had the standard question. This is technically, I guess, a limited question. What's your favorite Spider-Man suit? All of you. Tell me which was your favorite.
2099.
Nice.
I would have to go with the Porky Pig one.
Okay.
Oh, Spider Ham.
Spider Ham.
That's right.
I'll agree with Chris. Spider Ham is great.
Okay, well, it's a solid pick. Well, congratulations again, gentlemen. Starting off the day exactly how you want to, and hopefully we'll see you in the top 8 a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Thank you. As we're moving back to the booth, and they were saying about that, how about testing and how that's really helped them and improve it. Well, you can do that online these days, and NRG are partnering with the Magic Online to bring yourself another series, another way to get to the end of your event. Mason, talk me through it.
Yeah, so November 9th, that's next weekend for everybody. You can go on Magic Online and play a sealed Edge of Eternities event, $2,500 in prize pool, and the winner, and this is the crazy part, goes to our NRG champs. We talk about this all year, everybody, how there's this end of year $25,000 invite only PTQ going on that we're throwing, and we've partnered with Magic Online to bring this to you all from the comfort of your home. Now, small caveat, you need to be in the United States or Canada for this first event here in order to qualify for our event. So unfortunately, everyone else in the world, you cannot play. But if you are in one of those two places, you can play this and skip the line. You're really good at sealed. You're a soul mock out there. All you do is play limited. Well, this is your time to come battle it out, and we'll see at the end of the year event. And we're doing this with Magic Online. We're so excited to partner with Daybreak. This has been a year in the making. We have been working tirelessly to bring you, the players, more chances to play Magic and more chances to play on our series and get involved. And we're so excited. So you can scan that QR code on your screen. When you go to the website, you will sign up and you will give us an email. And then next week, so right before the event, you're going to get a token that you basically will plug in your Magic Online account. And then with that token, it will let you have access to the event. You do need to sign up on the NRG website. So use this QR code or go to the NRG website. You can also go to their Twitter. Their Twitter has it as well, along with other social media platforms. All those will get you there. This also has an account upgrade kit. So if you don't have a Magic Online account, you want to get into one, this is a great way to sort of get one on the cheap as well. And to top it all off, Will, everyone who enters also gets a draft token. So you just get one free draft. And this is cheaper than most actual sealed events are if you were to play in paper, and you're getting a draft. And if you didn't have a Magic Online account already, you get the upgrade kit. There's just so much value on the table, not even counting those cash prizes and that end of the year. I mean, the equity for playing in champs is insane, right? If there's $25,000 in prizes, I mean, in a 25 or 24 person field, you do the math on what the average person's going to get, right? It's pretty exciting. It's
going to be a good EV either way. And as I just want to emphasize on working with the Magic Online, this is almost like it's the first I can think of that someone partnering with the online platform. So now you can do it from watching at home. So I understand America and Canada are pretty big places. Is that fair to assume, being a Brit living on a very small island across the big sea?
Well, according to the world maps that I see, we're really big, which is, of course, a 1-to-1 ratio thing.
It is pretty big, but sometimes you can't get travel to to the NRG events. Maybe travel accommodations, but being able to do this and do it from your own home and play at these events, and if this goes well, maybe there'll be more throughout next year moving forward. I don't know. I don't actually have no idea of the plans on this, but I know how cool this is, and where the ceiling cap for it could be is really huge. So hopefully this goes really well. Hopefully we get to see the person qualify from this in the championship at the end of the year, and they get to walk away with some sweet prizes. So again, shout out to Daybreak Games, shout out to Nerd Rage Gaming for working alongside them, and say years worth of work went into this. So let's support it. If you've found a competitive formats and watching great streams, this is the sort of thing that we need to get behind and push it forward. Right, what else we got going on then? It's the end of the round, but I do want to talk one more thing. I did have something I wanted to talk about in here. The end of year invite. That's where we keep saying about it, but I'm not. Do we have a graphic for that production?
We do not have a graphic right now, and we actually need to take a break to set up our next feature match. So we're going to go to break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG series here, where we're in Elmshurst bringing you a 10K Modern Trios Showdown event. And what's the difference between a showdown and one of our normal events? Well, this is going to get you to the end of year leader championships. You're going to get you on the board. We're going to get you all the prizes, the money, the photo invites. But we need to see who's going to be on it. Where are we standings right now? Let's get that on and let's have a little look before we get down to our round 2 feature match. These are the teams that we are following this weekend. And it looks pretty even across the board. Some won, some lost, some draws. Talk me through it, Mason.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see here, the teams of William, Van Til, Konigan, and Walligor all won their first round. Then we have the Shame Klauskic's team in the draw. People on Twitter always talk about wanting to have a Shame board and how we have it now. And then, unfortunately, with the team of Ellenbogen, Hayes, and Knopp, all 0-1. And this team of Theo Jung, Daniel Weiss, and Andrew Ellenbogen, one of the teams I had my eye on to win the whole thing this weekend. They are dominant here, all of them on the NRG series. An 0-1 start doesn't mean they're out by any means, but uncharacteristic and something we might see a hero's journey. And speaking of a hero's journey, it looks like our players in the feature match area are ready to go on to their round 2.
Is there a card called Hero's Journey? I believe. I'm pretty sure there's a card called Hero's Journey or something along those lines.
There should be. If there's not, that's an easy one on the Universes Beyond. You make it a pump spell, maybe a flicker situation. That's a free roll.
How about free rolls? We've got Amulet Titan versus Simic Ritual. Titan on the play, starting off with Forest into the namesake card of the deck. Amulet into a Spelunking, everyone's Batman's favorite activity. How would you like this start on turn 2?
This is good. I also checked it. No Hero's Journey card. So there you go, which is a good one. But yeah, this is a powerful start. Now, Amulet of Vigors, they compound in multiples, right? So you get 4 mana from a bounce. Spelunking and Amulet do not work that way. So this is not a situation where Daniel has access to 4 mana off a bounce land. He has 2 different ways to get his lands untapped. And notably, sometimes you want to use Spelunking as a replacement effect. So there's no trigger on the stack. Sometimes you want to use Amulet to actually get the untap. Typically, when you have more Amulets, you want to do that one. So this is strong and, is good against a piece of interaction, having multiples here. But it's not, like the end of the world, like a double Amulet draw would be something that we'd be talking about how this game's almost over already.
So when you say about the interaction, so over on this Sonic Ritual deck, this is not, I know a lot about Modern. I know that this is a deck. I haven't played this deck though, so I'm not particularly familiar with it. I know Birthing Ritual because I am a Yawgmoth player, but what interaction do I have, especially into this matchup of Amulet Titan?
So the reason to play Birthing Ritual, in my opinion, is you are really good into combo decks. You're a main deck, 3 or 4 Subtlety depending on your build, 4 Flare of Denial, some number of Force Negations. We're rocking 2 here today for Charlie in the main deck. So this deck is really, really good into things like, Belcher, Storm, Titan, even if you can draw your Subtleties and your Flares and kind of get them down. And then you're kind of using Birthing Ritual to chain value together. And then, get cards like Abhorrent Oculus snuck into play. And that's kind of the whole joke with the deck. You're just interacting and then chip-shotting your opponent, and this is actually, you talk about Birthing Ritual. When working on Birthing Ritual, this is sort of where I thought it was going to have its best use, not in Yawgmoth, but in like some sort of blue-green or Bant interactive deck. And it was one of those moments where it's like, I guess I was wrong, but, time has shown it's actually pretty good. As here comes the the Titan from the deck in his name, and I think it's going to get flared.
Yeah, but I say Ice Fang Nakotl in response to get the blue creature into flare. Okay, sign me up. Sign me up. That was card neutral as well.
Yeah, exactly. Ice Fang Nakotl, a great role player in this deck. You even see Coiling Oracle. You'll notice if you take a look, Will, that Fibblethip the Lost is even in our deck. That's the one card I can't get behind, but maybe it'll be great this game. As you do see here, boom, Shardless Agent is so good at finding our namesake card or just cantrips in this deck.
Right, so we're going to have a little look at is it top 7? I can't remember what
it is top 7. Yep.
It's been a while since I think I played this last year at a Magic Con when I was last time I played this card. But we are going to see the Rip, which is literally one of my favorite cards. I really want to build this card in Legacy. I feel like it's got a home with Reanimate and what's the 1 mana black summon free CMC 3 or less, return it from the graveyard to play cycle 2. Unearth. I feel like there's a deck there somewhere, but it's just not as good as what the crazy things that you can do in that format. But anyway, back to Modern, where we're doing more crazy things, and this is going to give us another option of another out. Which again, not being a seasoned Titan player, I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I know someone do Aftermath Analyst, a couple of Lotus Fields, and a couple of untap effects, and we can go crazy.
Yeah, I'll help you out with that. Don't worry, Will, when the time comes. But the too long didn't read is with Shifting Woodlands and Aftermath Analyst, you can often create infinite situations with Lotus Field, like you said, because you'll sack certain lands, bring this all back, do it again, and go up mana on each iteration, and then simply do something like this, right? T-West Transmute for a Pact. Suddenly, boom, you have a kill. We'll get to that when sort of the time comes, but that's the TikTok version for those at home.
I have when it comes to it, I have a question about that and the different sort of interaction we can have at different at a point, and does it stop? And if it does stop, why would it stop, etc. But we'll come to that when we come to it. Over on the other side, back to the Ritual deck, we're going to start off with 5 points damage, and it's going to connect. We do have the option to block it with the Graze if we wanted to. It does have the keyword of reach on it if it needs be, but taking that 5 points damage, that's not going to worry down too much here. Going to drop down to 15. Now, how else are we going to rebuild for the turn? I guess we just want to get some of these cheap cards that replace themselves on the board, so then we can start getting our Ritual into some potentially more Oculuses moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. You want to kind of like chain. I mean, this deck's a lot like Delver now, right? We've set up our big flying threat, and now it's a matter of taking over. We're going to see Shardless Agent. Yep, Cascades just into an Ice Fang Nakotl here. Moves through the deck. But yeah, you just want to kind of hold up the counter spell for the rest of the game and work towards winning from this point. One thing to note too is, we talked about Charlie's deck as kind of the anti-combo deck. And when talking about it, I mentioned a bunch of cards that were really good versus Titan. Well, Endurance is in the deck. And when you look at those Analyst loops like you're talking about, that is something that we also have a 4 of in our main deck. So there's a lot of potential, problems here this Titan deck has to work through.
Endurance is going to be the card that I found, I believe. I think that's Endurance.
I think it's a subtlety, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Well, no graveyards being shuffled, so yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that is a subtlety.
Yeah. It also plays Harbinger of the Tides or Harbinger of the Seas. That turns all the lands into islands. That's something that we can be found here. So there's a lot of pressure on a lot of different angles here for Daniel. This is definitely a secret layer version of a card that's blue. Oh, that's Fibblethip.
Oh, is it?
It's Fibblethip the Lost. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, there's no other mono blue creature, right, besides the Harbinger and Subtlety, and we sacked
there's an oracle on the board on our screen, so I'm going to guess that productions. That's exactly what it is. It's a Coiling Oracle alternate art.
Blue? What the heck?
What? I don't know. Maybe that is too. It's really not helping us. The secret lair stuff. By the way,
maybe
really
that is Coiling Oracle. It looks very blue to us, but maybe it is blue green. Either way, that's what our little camera feed looks like. A little note for the people on the inside: we don't have perfect colors from our end when it comes to doing things.
We're packed in. We're going to get in Titan. Titan is going to.
So we flare denied again. It looks like.
Oh, okay, that's where we're missing. So
yeah, and so yeah, now with the pact resolving, right? That's going to create some issues here for Daniel. He's going to have to pay for that pact with all this like pressure coming down.
No,
as here comes Harbinger of the Seas, and you can't pay the pact's cost. And you see Charlie just hand motion combat, I guess. I'll hit you just in case you have Dismember in your hand. Because if you don't, you are in huge trouble.
Oh, snap. So all non-basics are now islands. Remember, Summoners Pact needs to pay double green, 2 colors in the upkeep to not lose the game. There is a downside to that card, believe it or not, even though you can't miss that trigger anymore. But we're going to go through the motions again. Top 7. Have a look. Can we turn anything into anything else? That is the Fibblethip.
Fibblethip. Draw 2.
Value. I always like it when people cosplay as this character. That's one of my favorite things.
Those are good cosplays.
Pass the turn.
Pay for your pact, Budiola.
Can't do it. That's really stupid up. Maybe Daniel didn't know. Maybe it was like Daniel, sure, I'll just pay the. Oh no, that's not how that works. So we're going to see the Cynic Ritual deck take down at game number 1. But because this is team trios, we can jump across to another table. So we're going to jump across to standard, where I believe we have got the namesake deck in the format right now, which is going to be the blue-red Vivian decks. And looking at, we've got cauldrons on the board here. We've got some memories, +1 counters are floating around. I think we're just doing our thing right now.
Yeah, we are just vibing right now, kind of going off. And this is what this deck does. It just goes and goes and goes.
Do you think that this deck's going to be viable in Pioneer?
I've played some of it on Arena. Your Phoenix matchup is surprisingly tough because they have a lot of interaction. I'm not saying I built my deck perfectly, but it was powerful. I felt like I was doing something that was good, and like if I had spent some time to innovate a little bit and like look through all the card pool instead of just playing the obvious ones, that maybe my deck could have had some serious legs instead of some just good legs. So I think this would be good, and I would love to see more Pioneer.
Chat's making the joke. What's a Pioneer?
Yeah.
What's that? Did you talk of?
It's kind of like a for fun format, like Pauper.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I do hope that we start seeing a lot more of that when we move into 2026. But pass the turn back, so we're going to have a 3/3. But on the other side, we've just got everything that we need. That cauldrons on the board. We're going to see a Riddler hard cast here. It's going to draw 2 cards because we've only got 1 in hand. So that's 2. That's why you see the dice on the Prophet's Memory there. So when we go to the combat, we can put 2 counters, +1/+1 counters on a creature. But first, we're going to draw a few more. Why not? Draw 3, discard 2, unless 1 is a creature card, I believe. But it looks like we're going to get rid of 2 land. More importantly, it's another 5 +1/+1 counters that can get added this turn now.
Stories really great to add to this deck, especially that harmonizability, not requiring summoning sickness or anything.
Now, this is what, like, really, this card, every time I see it and every time I play with it into the Floodmoor, this card's really good. Like, in the decks it's in, it's just that bit of tempo, that swing, stop that 1 key turn. And this isn't just standard I'm talking about. Like, we see it in Belcher in Modern as well. Oh, you brought in your hate piece, bounce it back to your hand, untap, Belcher, win. Like, it's really cool that this card's seeing, enough play. It was kind of a sleeper for a long time, and so we started seeing it in these Vivi decks, and now then exploring into a few of the other formats. As I think Modern is now they're drawing it in the hands of the. Let's move back across to Modern.
I think it speaks to what Into the Flood Maw is really good at, which is being an efficient way when your deck can end really quickly, right? So like Belcher plays it because they kill you suddenly. Vivi kind of just kills you, right? Also, when there's a lot of problematic things. So it makes a lot of sense to me when we were playing like lower powered or games that were going longer and you couldn't close out immediately, that Into the Flood Maw wasn't seeing a ton of play. But now that's not the case. In Modern, we're belching each other. We're sort of, killing each other with Vivi with 1 billion mana, as we have a slow start here for both decks.
Like I say, we're going to be on the play again on Daniel's side. Amulet Titan down a game, but we're going to start our ramping off. This is going to be an explore, so we get to draw a card, play an additional land for the turn, and that land is going to be a Lotus Field. Now, when we go off with Lotus Field, obviously there's a trigger that happens that I can consign. At what point should I be consigning to stop that crazy infinite combo thing? Or is that even a thing I can do? Because people said to me, oh, you can consign it. And I'm like, I don't know which point I'm going to consign at.
Yeah, it depends on the state, right? Like, that's one of the hard parts of Amulet is you need to kind of understand all the implications. Sometimes consign won't be good enough. Other times they do need to sack the lands to keep bringing them back with Analysts. So the too long didn't read version is a lot of the times, if they're starting off from a low base, consigning can be a really good way to stop it there. But if they have a lot of resources, it probably won't be enough.
Well, we're going to go Sun Zenith here. A card, of course, not recently unbanned, one of the more recent ones that have been unbanned into the format for free. But that's going to pick up a Flare of the Nile, which was MH3 too?
Yep, MH3. Yep, 3? That was the free Flare cycle there.
It's been a while. It's been, in fact, it feels like they've been around for a while. Let's put it that way. And then we're going to get Harbinger.
I love this play here from Dustinberg. Really tight, sort of just like Green Sun Zenith, not a card that you have to answer there, but if you have a Harbinger of the Seas backing it up, this could be really good. No force negation there to protect the Harbinger, so we are going to unlock the mana, but potentially could have been game ending here.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was a top decks Dismember after the Harbinger came down. So sometimes, it pans out. We had a line, we went with it, and they had to have the answer. They've got it. We're still playing the game.
Put the good ones in your deck to draw them. That's my professional advice to you.
I need all the help I can get on that one. And of course, because Harbinger is a creature, we've got, we're used to Blood Moon effects and how that kind of dominated Modern for a little while. There's always been something that sits underlying. We see it a lot in Legacy. But now that they're attached to a creature, we had the Magus. We're like, oh, great. At least I can answer it with my Lightning Bolts. When you go Harbinger, you're like, I can't Lightning Bolt anymore. I can't have this instant removal. Into the Flood Maw, weirdly, would actually be a great answer to get it off the board. Dismember is going to be drawn on the other side. We're going to go fetch this Misty, go find ourselves an island or a forest, maybe even a Surveil.
Yeah, and that you mentioned it there too. Like, that is such a huge strength of this Harbinger card, and why it's like so much more being deckable, I believe. In combination with like the Flare, the Force, and the Subtlety too, all being things that need blue creatures. So you play against a matchup where it doesn't matter. You can always just kind of pitch it to that. But it being harder to answer with the land side turns everything into is like a serious, power points. As it's coming down again, leading up a forest. Don't know if that's just because we need the blue lands to play it, or we
did have the option there at that point to fetch up an island, but if we're going to turn all our future land drops into islands, then it makes sense getting the forest here. Do we have an answer on the other side? Doesn't look like it. I think that's just a bunch of land and another explore, but now we can't cast any of our spells. I'm looking what we've got in the deck.
So this is, I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here. So also the Harbinger of the Seas interaction with the Urza Saga, just to update people really quick, because we haven't had a ton of coverage in ours. It no longer goes away. There's been a rules update. It sort of just stays at its first place or wherever it is. So you can, if you play one and it's on 2, they can just make constructs for the rest of the game. The Titan deck is very good, and it is probably the deck that everyone thinks is the most broken in Modern, and it is incredibly strong. I do think a lot of players have been bringing kind of like, not to be rude, but like C+ cards to fight Titan. Harbinger of the Seas is like, an 8 card. You know what I mean? Like, this is a card that actually stops this deck. Ashiok, a card that actually stops this deck when they get going. Titan can fight through all of them, don't get me wrong. But it is something that's like, I feel like there have been a lot of people who've been trying to play like White Orchid Phantom, and they're like, oh, this should stop Titan. And it's like, no, blowing up one land and giving them a basic is not stopping Titan. This deck is much, much stronger than that.
Well, here
So
comes
both
the
are ritual.
ritual. I'm looking at the deck list. This Titan list is playing 3 dismembers. That is the only way, unless we can fire spout, but we won't have the mana for that. So I think it's just down to the last 2 dismembers because, of course, one's already been fired off.
Yeah, and it looks like another Harbinger of the Seas. We've upgraded our Oracle. That's huge. You mentioned we have these dismembers. We also have Odawara, I think, in the deck. Obviously not a great answer, but end of turn, Odawara you, untap, kill you is a viable-ish line.
Ooh, a Vexing Bauble. Whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana is spent to cast it, counter that spell, pay 1, sacrifice it, draw a card. Nice little saga target there. We're going to stop it straight away. Get in again for 4 points. It's going to drop down to, I think, 12. Yep, there we go. We're updated. And then follow-up is going to be an Oculus. Now, this is really going to start applying the pressure. 6 cards is it that gets delved away. Just can't remember what it is. Yeah, 6 cards. 6 cards get delved away. And then, of course, in each opposing upkeep, we get to look at the top 2. Manifest Dread. I like. Is that Manifest Dreads? They're the ones that get the Ward 2, correct?
No, those are the spies or whatever from MKM. The suspects or whatever. Yeah, Manifest Dread is just the 2/2s from Murder Karlov Manor. Or not Murder, excuse me. That's the other one. The House of Horrors. But
I liked that sealed format.
Yeah, really fun sealed format. Oh, Endurance is one of the cards. We can upgrade that into a 3/4 later. That could be very helpful.
Now you get to draw, and just to draw the card, fist bump. Yep, I can't get through this. You got double way of turning everything into islands. So we are going to see Chai take this down in the modern seat, which means we can flick across to standard again because it looks like the other 2 seats are both 1 apiece. Oh, this looks like they've gone to game 3. Or was that game 1 that we jumped into last time?
That was game 1. Sometimes these games can be very fast. Sometimes they can be very long. Not because players are slow or anything. It's just sometimes you have 30, 40 mana on a turn. And it just takes a bit here. Looks like a couple lands in hand for Kamari along with Profs. It looks like Multiversal Passageway coming down here. Untapped. Nothing to do. Just, pay 2 life. No reason.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
It's the awkward thing about sequencing your shock lands and stuff in modern. Like, I'm not holding up this counter spell. I'm not holding up any
into the what?
Exactly. What are you talking about?
Thunder Magic here from Harrison, by the way. Nice little piece of tech.
I was about to say, what sort of cards break or play better into the mirror? Let's say they're both going to have good cards moving after the sideboard, but what cards are really going to stand out and kind of give them that little bit of extra advantage?
I mean, Abrade is a great way, obviously, to fight over Agatha's Soul Cauldron here. Into the Flood Maw is a great way whenever you invest heavily in something in order to get rid of it momentarily, but not permanently. You see here, Agatha's, even without VVs in the deck, fighting over One Night Stories is actually so huge. One Night Stories is one of the ways that these players can get sort of these huge advantages when it comes to like discarding these dead cards like lands, etc. And also just, when you start top decking, when you're 1-for-1 with each other a lot, that's going to really matter. The sideboard stuff, I mean, there are cards that are good, but there's something that's like, oh no, I have to, this comes down, the game is like over. These decks are very, very strong.
So what you're saying is we should sit back and be in for potentially a long one here, as we're going to see Cauldrons going back and forth, fighting over any key cards that are in there. If anything, does this mean that the Cauldrons are kind of negating each other here? Like, you can't really utilize them to good value?
Yeah, it's kind of like if you ever played Deathrite Shaman Mirrors, whoever goes first kind of loses, right? Because if I target, then you target in response. So what you're going to see is a lot of eating at the end of your opponent's turn, right? That way, if they want to stop it, they have to lower the shields on your turn. And we're probably not going to see these players put the VVs into their graveyards willingly. I know some people even go lower on VVs post board because of this dynamic, right? They don't want to get got. And it can be a little hard to invest into the VVs.
Here comes the fear of missing out. Nice little 2/3 that has the TB effect. Discard a card, draw a card. And then if we ever get to Delirium, we'll talk about that later on. We're going to discard the multiverse. We're going to draw a card. I really need to pick up some of these multiverses. Do you know, they are on them. Every single one I've seen looks great.
Yeah, I like the kind of the entire Spider-Man group joining together to make it happen. The other one's nice too. It's just kind of like I have the spiraling normally art one. Thunder Magic here, though, this is a way to sort of, answer these larger creatures. It's a shock that scales up. You have to commit a lot of mana into it to make it scale up, but that's not the end of the world. As we see Harrison here, discarding Quantum Riddler to that fear of missing out. A big sign in my hand is nice.
I'll say that, yeah, it's an interesting one, especially when we're down to only 3 cards in hand. We're getting towards that mid to late game now where the Riddlers are going to start really, or potentially even turning the corner for either of these two players, being able to restock that hand every turn as 5 mana has been tapped, and we're going to play our own Riddler on the other side. 3 cards in hand, so it will only be 1 card. So, yep, sure, that's fine. I think we found a land off the top, 1 mana open.
Yeah, if you're Kamari in this spot, you have to know your opponent has some form of interaction, right? They're just not discarding this Riddler. They would at least warp it, right? So there's something that Harrison wants to have up in this regard and wanted to get on the board. And yeah, this Abrade is something that makes a ton of sense in that regard.
So this is going to force the fight. So we're going to tap our Cauldrons at the Riddler. In response, I'll use my Cauldron on the Riddler, so I get the +1/+1 counter. So that Riddler would be underneath the Cauldron if it had any sort of crazy effects, but it doesn't. And then end of turn, we're going to bounce back the Riddler to the grip. Nicely done there. Draw for the turn. That's another island. That Riddler's starting to look really good now if we had it still.
Yeah, I think there is a second one in Harrison's hand that maybe, was like the thing that made us feel like we should be discarding this Riddler. But yeah, you see we're warping this one in, getting 2 cards here. Nothing too crazy at the moment. Looks like Fear of Missing Out and Winter Night Stories along with a land.
How if we play the land here and then play the... Oh, in fact, we can play the Missing Out, discard the land, then we draw 2 because we've got 1, so we draw...
Yep.
Yes. Nice. Okay.
So yeah, we're going to discard the story so that we can harmonize with the Riddler.
I like it. I like everything that's happening right now.
Yeah, I wonder how strong Riddler plus Winter Night Stories is without, VV. It seems pretty good to me with profs just in a standard, right? Like, obviously, it's kind of facilitating this very strong engine at the moment. But I wonder, this is one of those things that's like, okay, post BNR, let's say just VV gets got, is this like an engine we can actually keep playing? Because it always seems very good, like you were mentioning earlier.
All right, rules question, because let's be honest, I got to ask the questions. If we played a land there and then we went to draw 3 cards with only 1 in our hand, would the first card we draw be 2? So would we end up drawing 4 then?
We draw 4, yeah.
Ooh, okay. Is there a reason we didn't do that, or is that just?
I think that maybe there were 3 cards in hand, not the full, because we cast the Harmonize from the graveyard, right? And we had 3 cards in hand because of Riddler. So I think they were just flicking the cards very quickly, so we couldn't quite see.
It was from the graveyard. That's why I missed it. I thought, okay,
exactly.
we had 2 in hand, and then we got you. But
that interaction would work. Yes, it works that same way with Faithful Mending and Modern, the Glorious Vengeance deck. You draw 3, discard 2. So, and if you have multiple Riddlers, it scales up by 1 with each Riddler. So very strong card.
If I had a Riddler and a Gristlebrand,
draw 8 cards.
Boom, value.
Yeah, now you're up on each life spent so that your profs then gains you extra when you attack the Grizzlebrand, which is what you needed.
Here comes another Riddler on the other side. Seems like a pretty good card. I want to do a little bit of that action that you were doing. I think.
Did you see an Obliterating Bolt in hand for Kamari? This could be a great way to sort of maybe start stabilizing a bit. You don't want this Fear of Missing Out to grow as multiple combat steps, are going to be in our future.
Well, we've got creature, land, artifact, and instant in the bin, so the Delirium is turned on right now.
Mm-hmm. And we saw this, right? Like in the early games, both players were kind of posturing, trying to stop each other. Kamari went shields down to kind of, it was like, hey, I don't really have enough right now, which was true. There's nothing Kamari could have really represented, but, played the Mako, and that gave Harrison the moment to kind of, go off, quote unquote. And we're seeing Kamari actually answer the slightly smaller Fear of Missing Out, maybe thinking about attacking this turn.
So then we're going to play the Riddler. Draw another card.
And you see Kamari really valuing into the flow there. Will could have fired it off on the Mako with the Fear or something in order to draw 2 extra cards with the Quantum Riddlers, but knows you need to have it for the exact right moment here and can really be a blowout.
And we're going to move it the account. So we got a pair. We got 2 free-powered creatures now on the board. Remember, life totals still are relevant in this matchup. We think that okay, the game's going to be over quite quickly, but if we can just nickel and dime these first few turns and get the life totals low, essentially that's another out for us because we need to pick up the W if you were over on Bolger's side here. That's going to be. Oh, I thought that was going to be a stock up. Then that's not a stock up. That's the
Team Core Scholar.
That's the one, the Scholar.
Yep.
Great card, by the way. I played a little bit of that standard living end deck. And that's a fun deck. That's a fun deck. Not with cauldrons in the format floating around all the time, but that deck's pretty fun. I think that might be what we see if there was potentially any bans in the future of this format that we call standard.
Yeah, that is a deck that I kind of have my eye on of like, what does that one look like, post BNR? The decks that really jump out to me are kind of that one. Honestly, VV, if it's just VV, like, is the Profs package good enough? I actually had someone local to me last year kind of play Profs and Grixis cards. So it was basically, honestly, this deck. Just they didn't have VV at the point of release. And it was pretty good. And it was like, okay, now that we've like worked on this deck, we have Quantum Riddler, right? That one really jumps out to me. And then Mono Red, the Menace, the Boogeyman, just a all-in machine. I'll, of course, play unplayable blue-white control will, because I own those cards. But, what will other people do?
that's half the battle, right? You got to own the card.
Yeah.
Double Scholar is going to come down here, so we're going to draw a bunch of cards, which is why you see all these counters getting added to these creatures here, because every time we discard a card, we get to add a +1 counter to it. Then we're going to turn it sideways. It is a 5/5. This is, again, for a 1-mana threat in these decks, it just goes with the game plan. Like, the game plan is to just draw cards, discard cards, being able to now get a bigger threat. It's going to have the counters in there, so if we do have the Vivi later on, we can start using it that way. So many different synergies, and I think that's why we're seeing this as, I think it's safe to say, the best deck in the format.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say. Yeah.
You think the numbers hold out on that?
61% against the field. From everything that we can tell from Wizards, talking to us about BNRs, that's extreme. Now, that was just one spotlight event. Maybe it's worse against others. Maybe it's better other places. Who knows? So we're going to see these 2 discarded.
We like to call this deck even a deck Will can win with deck. I can win with this deck.
Honestly, that was a huge level up moment for me as we're going to see this Winter Night Stories get flashback of like when a deck was so frustrating and I feel like my opponent's playing like not great and still beating me, that I should play the deck, right? It's like, well, if you're throwing away all this value and I can't come close to beating you, imagine if I didn't throw away all this value, right? And that mono green Devotion and Pioneer was the breaking point for me where I kept trying to beat it and I would just lose these games. I'd be like, you missed 20 mana, and I would just feel like lose my mind. And I was like, what? I'll do it. And then just immediately won a 10K the moment I switched over to the deck and was I should do this more often. Yeah.
Looking at the bottom there over in sealed, looks like Jess was able to take down game number 2. So that's going to level it up down there, going into game 3. Who's going to be able to have the outcome of this? Vivi. Obviously, if it's going to be Bolger, then we're going to be going to game 3 here. If not, if it's going to be Harrison, then it will all come down to that sealed game. 6 rounds of Swiss for you all here today. We're in round number 2, and then we get to that top 8, which will have a draft in it as well. Which I think, are we streaming the draft?
That is a question I was literally DMing to production right now. I know that in the past we talked about trying to make it happen. I'm not sure if we are going to do it today. We will find out and let you know next. My guess is that we will. We are not today. Great. Coverage. That is the key to comedy, is timing there.
Very good timing. Very good timing. Last time I streamed my own draft in a live paper event. I'm never doing it again. Everyone just, because let's be honest, it's not my best format. Everyone's just like, what were you doing? Your picks were so wrong so often. I was like, I'm sorry. I suck. I know, it's fine. But back to this Vivi mirror. Also, do you know it? I imagine you know Vivi as a character from Final Fantasy.
I've learned of Vivi since they become prolific in Magic. Yeah.
What, explain to me.
They're like not like a side character, but they're like a homie, like a little wizard. Speaking of a homie, it looks like Harrison might be doing a good one for the homies here. This looks close to lethal to me, if not actually lethal. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. But we got the answer. That's still lethal, right? It does look like, yeah, it looks like exact lethal for Kamari. Now, Kamari is saying, I see. Both players were saying like that isn't lethal, but there's the cauldron. Our life totals might have been a little off. So congratulations there to Harrison. We saw too, this matchup, there's a lot of play to it. And sometimes the games are just unbelievably crazy. But that game, that was just, is it mid-range against each other? So cool one to see.
I say it gets a bit stick, but like those games where we're not doing the Vivi crazy game plan, like that was actually quite back and forth. We're doing the same thing, but trying to increment those small bits of value where we can was really key. But what is key is going to be game number 3, because we're playing team trios. So we will move across to the sealed players here, where of course it is going to be Spider-Man draft. And if you're not used to the team trios and how this works, you'll see at the bottom of our screen here, we've got a standard deck, we've got a modern deck, and we've got a sealed deck, and I'm playing with my 2 friends. And the name of the game is 2 of the 3 of you need to win your game. It is best out of 3 on both tables, or on all 3 tables. So it does come down to this. And as we're in game 3, is the last match. It is going to see who takes us down and advances their team to a 2-0 record.
Yeah, Jess Williams here on your left. They've been having a great year. I remember first commentating them with the blue-black mid-range deck earlier in the summer, I want to say, and Standard has just been on a tear. They talked about how they were almost going to play a different deck, but decided to play the deck they know, and then I believe played it at the RC to then qualify for the PT, and then had another good RC performance recently. Jake here on your right. They've also been having a lot of good success, especially here on the NRG series this last year. So 2 heaters battling it out in limited right now.
You have to see what they're going for. It looks like we've got a blue-black Orzov's deck going up against. Is it going to be Simic? No, we've got a bit of Sultai. No, we haven't. We got blue. No, green, white. I literally said the only color we don't have. We got red, we got black, we got green, we got white. We don't have any blue. Everything but blue. 4-color soup, so to speak.
Yeah, and you'll see this happen a lot in sealed formats too, right? Sometimes if you have a good enough fixing and you have like a bunch of just, rares and other colors, you'll just play 4 colors. I hope this is good enough. And sometimes it definitely is good enough. We talked about this before. Typically, sealed decks are pretty low synergy and lead to longer, grindier games. This set is designed with 4-player draft instead of 8-player draft in mind. So that is going to change up the dynamics a bit. But
how do you think that, you play the game a lot, you coach the game a lot, and you design a lot of games. You're very involved when it comes to playing design. What are you thinking of this, like the smaller pod format, double card draft? I know this was like a format on Arena a couple of years ago that they were toying with. What do you think of it, and what's the pro of it?
Yeah, I think one of the nice things is you just need less friends to make it work. That's the biggest thing to me, right?
Well, that helps me then.
Yeah, like 3 people to draft instead of 4 is just like, 3 other people instead of 7 other people is a big difference, right? That's one of the nice things. It's just quicker too, right? Like less people, less time. And it's nice when you're into a smaller set to do something like this, because you just, it's hard to make the like robust synergies work, because we have Spider Girl here on your screen. But yeah, there's a lot of advantages, a lot of disadvantages too, right? Like it's give and take in both regards. But I've played a lot of pick 2 draft when it comes to like cubes, and like playing 4-person cube drafts. And it's totally fun, especially when the cube is built in mind for it. And I think the same is going to be said for limited here. And as Wizards does it more and more, they are very good at making limited formats. I bet we're going to see more and more great limited formats. As I believe Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is also one of these sets, along with Avatar. Or at least one of them is. I can't remember which.
See, a lot of people are excited about this Avatar. I've never watched Avatar.
I don't like Avatar, but don't clip that.
Whoa! Don't say it out loud. Jeez, I know it's something to do with a bold kid. I think's got an arrow on his head or something. That's like as much as I know about it. Oh. Yep. We're such boomers. Chat's going to tell us soon.
No, don't we us, Mr. I have a house. Okay. You're a boomer. I'm a millennial. Okay.
Fine.
I hit my prime and COVID happened. All right. We're not the same, buddy.
Whoa.
As we are going to see here.
All right. There's a lot of creatures on the board. It's 14 plays 16 here. I think this is what your ideal board state you want to get to, right? I've got a bunch on the board. I've got a load of mana. I've got a grip for the cards. My opponent is down on every resource compared to me. I just want to try and turn this into a W here. Stop laughing at me, Mason.
Will goes, yeah, when you got a lot more cards than your opponent and you're ahead on everything, it's where you want to be. And that's why we love you here in the booth, Will. It's because you bring that scathing hot takes to the commentary.
Tell me I'm wrong.
No. You're totally right. You've nailed it here. As we are seeing Jake try to figure out how to navigate this spot, as Will has pointed out to you, Jess is ahead on every metric. They are crushing it.
No, I'm just saying maybe I could be in the expert seat once in a while.
No,
okay?
you want to swap here? I'll swap.
my expert opinion here on in this draft is.
Yeah, listen, when the Mickey Mouse Funhouse comes out, we'll tag around. But
I haven't pointed out, because I just looked at another screen where it's slightly clearer, that the Spider-Man card with the Union Jacks on it is on the.
Yeah, that's Spider-Man in the UK. Do you not know about that one?
I'm aware of that card, and
Yeah.
I'm happy. I actually did do a little digging to see where the original are and who made it and if it's for sale, because I'm slightly patriotic. I feel like I would like this card in my collection.
Yeah, it's cool. I know a lot of people got really mad about like this one and India Spider-Man.
Someone got mad on the internet about some. Oh, come on.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's probably someone's favorite character, and if you're doing a set of only Spider-Man, it would be weird if you had all the other ones but not Spider-Man UK. You know what I mean? Like, I know not every Spider suit is in here, but give me a break.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Look through our deck.
What is this card to make us look through a deck? That's a good question. Let me see if I can find it.
It looks like Morpheus, but I don't think Morpheus does this, so I don't think it's actually Morpheus.
Is that the Sun Spider Nimble Webber? Oh,
it is. Nice.
Let's go. So this is during your turn. Sun Spider has flying. When it enters, search your library for an aura and equipment card, reveal it and put it into your hand, and then shuffle. So we've seen these effects quite a lot, but this is just it's strapped to a Spider-Man body 4-drop and dual color.
Yeah. And totally reasonable. Sun Spider's art is pretty cool.
How would you find when you draft them in your sealed decks gaining advantage, right? Because this isn't a powerful format like Modern or even Standard, Legacy, etc., where you've got these powerful cards that work well together or individually. In here, we've really got to ink out that extra value when we can. A generic 2/2 that does nothing isn't going to be great on this. We look for those ETB effects, those things that generate an extra token with it, etc. How do you go about when you build your decks and prioritize other cards over some others? Because I need to learn. I need
yeah. I mean, it depends a lot on like the limited format, right? Like we saw in the last one how there seems to be a modified sub theme to some of these creatures, right? We saw that rare than blue white, and so even just having one or two pretty good, equipments or auras, something like that. There's a lot of like pacifisms in limited, right? So being able to go and grab one of those could be pretty nice. It looks like there's a lot of cards in Jake's graveyard, maybe even milled over it. And I do see an equipment in play here. So even having one or maybe two good cards can be totally reasonable, especially if you're light on playables, right? Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that happens in sealed sometimes is, you're a 3-color deck, you're stretching a little bit. Maybe you got a rare land instead of a rare, threat. And
or ley line.
Yeah, or a ley line. Yeah, I've definitely gone, to an event, open a ley line of the void or two, and been like, okay, well, got it for my modern collection, and I'm going to drop now. It's just like sometimes this happens. As we are going to see some discussion with the team here from Jess before we get the attack in.
That's something we haven't touched on. Obviously, this is a team event. Normally, you play by yourself. You can't have outside interference to help you out. But in team events, it's slightly different, right?
Yeah, totally. In these events, you can talk to your teammates and sort of discuss things. And I think what a lot of, the strong teams do is like, hey, we're all here together, and ask me a question if you really need the help, but I trust you, right? Because you've watched the game the whole way through. For Jess's game, though, Charlie's been done the entire time and has probably been watching and, playing along, etc. So seeing Jess sort of, on their own playing all those turns, kind of checked in with Charlie and was like, hey, I don't think there's anything that gets us here for one, a white, but what do you think? Right. And that's one of the nice things about limited is like, is there a combat trick I'm missing? Oh yeah. Totally forgot about, Mighty Leap or whatever. Great. Good idea. Or if they have it, they have it. This is one of those nice things, especially in limited where, every little decision matters a ton, as pictures of Spider-Man seem to have been picked up.
It's kind of like why Twitch chat's so powerful, right? Because it's many eyes on one thing. If you only got a pair of yourself, or most people have a pair of yourself. If you have your person next to you also helping you as well, that's lots of eyes. They can pick up things that's something that you missed, or think of cards that you're not playing around that you potentially could play around to some benefit moving forward. And that's one. Also, you can give each other little digs here and then. But, oh, I don't believe you played that card. Oh, you played that land first. Yeah, that's how my team plays. We don't really help each other. We just keep giving each other insults all the way through. But it turned out we play a lot better that way.
I recently, one of my friends who used to play, he's been basically, he makes movies. He's been working on his first feature film, and he's the guy that got to like help me get good at Magic, etc. And we played a team event, and I like looked at him around. I'm like, the rules. I trust you, man. I know you haven't played in a while. Don't worry about it. And if you need the help, ask me, right? And the first hand he shows me is just 6 lands. I look him dead in the eyes and I go, I know you're not about to ask me to keep a 6-lander. And he goes, no, I was just wanting to ask how you're doing as he shuffles his deck, as we do see Jess win there, and congratulations to that team as they're now going to move on to 2-0. We are playing 6 rounds today, like we talked about before. So a great start. And Will, you told me this once, 2-0 after round 2 is the best way to start the tournament. And I have to agree. I've done the math.
You've got to have the bye round 1 into your round 2.
Yeah,
that's the best way to start a tournament.
Yeah, that is the
big brain it. But no, it's the key thing you want to do when you start tournament. Because it's only 6 rounds. 33% of it recurring has now happened. We've done that. And then we've just got to get potentially, I guess maybe a 4 wins is kind of the lockish sort of area we're after. I haven't done the math, but it's normally at 4. If you win out the first X rounds and the last 2, you can ID. But then, is that even going to be good in a team event? Like, if you came here to play Magic with your friends, you maybe want to play a couple of those last rounds. As it looks like we've got all our players sat down in the booth, so to speak. Congratulations at start off there on taking it down, winning round number 2. Key start to this weekend. My first question as always is, who did we decide who's going to sit in what seat coming into this weekend?
Well, I love Limited, so it was very easy for me to take the Spider-Man sealed seat.
I was going to be in the standard seat for a very long time, and I'm still in the standard seat, but there was a moment there that I was in the modern seat. But I have a modern expert, Dom Harvey, here with me. And
I see. Now the team name makes so much more sense.
It's
I was going to
Halloween.
ask. Yes, yeah. So we are going as Dom Harvey. Well, Dom, you're an amulet expert over here on the right, but you decided to play the Simic Birthing Ritual deck this weekend. So what made you want to do that instead of the Amulet Tide, as you were paired into it, master play around it as, sort of the Amulet Master?
Yeah, that's me. I'm the Amulet Master. I think Birthing Ritual is I'm playing it because my friend Kamari, he recently qualified for the Pro Tour with it at Houston a couple weeks ago, and we just think the deck is really well positioned right now against. It's good at beating up on a bunch of the combo stuff like Amulet and Goryo's, while also being really good into the grindy matchups, stuff like Blink, like both either Jeskai or Esper. And we just think it's really well positioned and consistent and has a lot of good interaction. So I'm really happy to be playing that. So.
Disproportionately at team events, the modern seat and just any seat is going to be pressured by your friends to bring a good deck. So it is less likely that you'll see one of the decks that we're a little bit more rough into, because your teammate's going to be like, I want an Amulet or a Jeskai Blink player in my middle seat. Why would I want someone on Affinity or Prowess or some random pile from the bottom of MTG Goldfish? So if you can control the meta that you think you're going to be facing, it's a lot better to be on a deck that can beat up on specific decks in a team event.
Sure.
So that's interesting. It's a metagame choice of what you expect. Everyone's going to be bringing the tier decks this weekend. It's almost like that's where you're going to pick. You're a modern expert. You're going to sit there. So with that in mind, how easy was it to pick up this Simic deck? Like, because I'm guessing this isn't your deck of choice. Also, we know you for Titan for years and years and years. Even when you used to live in the UK and battle against me at the local FNMs. But now you've moved across to Canada and you picked up the Simic deck. How are you finding that? Is it easy to play? Is it easy to pick up? Is it surprising you? Is it different lines that you haven't seen? You're like, oh, actually, I didn't realize we can do that. That seems pretty cool.
I'd say it's, at least personally, it's been one of the easier decks to pick up. I've been playing just like a bunch of it online over the past 2 weeks since Houston, when of course it performed amazing and I wanted to be on it for this event. But I think a good amount of, and I have a bunch of experience playing generally fair decks, just mid-range piles, that kind of thing. So I think picking it up wasn't too bad. And if I also played against Amulet 10 Grand 1, so if I just continue to play against the combo decks through the event, then I'll be perfectly happy. I feel good about those matchups. So.
Sweet, take him.
Okay, I have a question for Kamari. Kamari, once again, congratulations on qualifying for the Pro Tour, playing Birthing Ritual. We've asked a lot about it, but I'm going to bring my gripes. Are you ready?
Yeah,
Fibblethip. We have 2 Fibblethip in our deck. Where are our real Magic cards? Why do we have Fibblethip?
I would argue that if you're sitting across from this deck and you just got your 3 spells countered, and then a Birthing Ritual goes off and a Fibblethip comes in and they say draw 2 cards, you would think Fibblethip is very good and kind of busted. I think that what ends up happening is it has upside in the 2-drop slot, 100% if another card was printed with a little bit better upside. I think even if we had 2 extra copies of Coiling Oracle, we would play them over Fibblethip, just because it pitches to more things, and having the upside of ramping is a little bit better than drawing an extra card. Fibble Flip is usually the card that comes out the most, but in the deck, it fills the slot of making sure that your flares are turned on turn 2, and it also helps you grind through your deck a lot faster. Also, it is not to be completely ignored that it reduces Beseiju to 1 mana and Ottawara to 3. It is that is relevant.
I'm just going to say watch for tomorrow. That's your free one for tomorrow's 10K when you play the deck. You know, go pick it up from NRG. And good luck in that event, as we do need to set up for our next round. So thank you all so much for hanging out. It was great to talk to you all, and good luck in the rest of the event. We hope to see you more later.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
As
We cut them off a little early. That wasn't me. Listen, I was dissing Fibblethip, but I'm not dissing that team.
You're the one with the button. Stop throwing everyone under the bus, Mason. That was 100% you. You're like, oh, I'm so done with this. I'm out of here. Jeez.
Let's just say it. And it's not just Fibblethip, that card. He's just so smug. He thinks he can go on all the merch. He thinks he can do what loot was designed to do. I'm a loot man. I'm loot strong. # team loot. You know, I ain't for Fibblethip.
It makes people happy. Just let people be happy, Mason. Okay.
It's all let people like stuff until Universes Beyond comes around for old Will Hall here. I see how it is.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the Universe Beyond thing, but what we are going to do is we're going to wrap up round number 2 here, which means we are 33% done. We've got 4 more rounds, 6 rounds total before we get to that top 8, where we'll be having a draft, and of course the top 8 playing out to crown ourselves a championship team, because then they're going to find themselves straight to the end of the year championships as well, of course, getting themselves some of that sweet monies. But then tomorrow we're coming back again. We've got Sunday, we've got a modern 10K, modern all the way through. There's going to be no standard. There's going to be no sealed. We're going straight to the bane. We're putting that modern into our blood, and I'm looking forward to it. So make sure you hit that follow button on this channel if you haven't. Go follow us on the socials if you haven't done that as well, because the more support you have, if you join the stream, we need to support this company, this brand, all this live, because it's not cheap. We got to put it on. So the more people that see it, the better we can have production-wise, and maybe we can get Mason to smile one more time before we end this segment. So that's the end of round number 2. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to round number 3 here at the NRG series, where we are in Elmshurst and giving you a Team Trios event. 10K on the line, and of course, getting to that end of year leaderboard. My name is Will Hall. That's Mason Clark, and we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to go straight down to our feature match. We are starting, of course, in the modern seat as they are kicking off as well. We've got Goyo's Vengeance up against Is It Prowess. How does this go normally, Mason?
Yeah, this matchup can be really interesting. I mean, the Goyo's Vengeance that can obviously, like, you know, reanimate and attracts, like, gain 7 life. Heaven forbid they ephemerate it, right? Then you have a 7/7 lifelink flying blocker. That's going to be a huge issue. It also has a lot of interactive pieces, but sometimes, you know, the Is It Prowess that can totally work through this, as we saw Surveil into put left the land on top and just flipped it into play here. And it looks like our hand is very reactive here for Alex. Looks like, you know, a couple force negations going on, a stock up. We're just trying to interact 1-to-1 here. And having this triple Swift Spear start. This is, you know, sorry, you know?
I was going to make a Taylor Swift Spear reference. There's nothing relevant.
Yeah. I like her music. But, you know, this is like kind of like where a lot of the fastest draws can come from. And the Goyos that can't answer this, right? You are a Solitude Ephemerate deck. You are able to kind of clean up a bunch of creatures. But when you have fast starts like this, and then on the next turn, you just unload, you know, a bevy of spells, heaven forbid something like a Lava Dart, or, you know, maybe even an Expressive Iteration, if you're able to find a blue land, that can lead to some absolutely devastating stuff here. So we're going to have to see what Alex can do as you are on the back foot. Alex, hiding the graveyard. Keep your secrets over there.
I was going to say, on the flip side, that this deck's also got those powerful draws, right? That Surveil there, either these first two, if that could have put in a Trax or something like that into play, then being able to, you know, get it back out of the board and then ephemerate it to keep it around. Having a 7/7 lifelinker is huge in this type of matchup, not only on defense, but also offense. We're going to do a ending that's going to get rid of one of these Swift Spears as the turn gets passed back across to Kevin.
Yeah, it looks like Kevin picked up a Lava Dart. Also has the land here.
Gonna get in there. Now, is this the point where we start just nickel and diming, or are we going to start going all in like this, by getting the Lava Dart to the face as well? Double Prowess trigger.
Yeah, so we see the double Prowess trigger. I kind of like getting in some of that damage here, especially when the last card in our hand is an Unholy Heat. A little surprised to not see Alex use a Force Negation on that Lava Dart. It represents so much damage, but it looks like we're going to actually force down this bolt here. So still getting our Prowess triggers.
It's 2 now. So we could heat our own creature at this point to get another trigger, but we're going to Lava Dart first, make sure it's really big. That's going to be the 3rd Prowess trigger. So these are now going to be 4 5s on the board. Could make them 5 6s if needs be, which would be lethal if the life total is correct at 10.
Yeah, so this is an interesting moment from Kevin. Do I want to Unholy Heat and, you know, walk into Solitude Ephemerate? If you have that, I'm dead. If you do have a Solitude Ephemerate, at least with Unholy Heat, I can stop the Solitude from coming back. Looks like Kevin is going to pull the trigger here. And this is why I mentioned Force Negation the Lava Dart. It looks like less damage than Lightning Bolt, but it ends up being a similar amount, and multiple Prowess triggers for free can be absolutely devastating. As it looks like Alex does have another Force Negation with a stock up in hand, but you mentioned this Unholy Heat here. You know, a little +2.
No deliriums, it's only going to be 2, but it does the extra trigger that's needed. So it doesn't matter if you counter it, that's fine. These are still going to be 5 6 creatures. You're at 10. This is lethal if you don't have an answer. And I don't think we do. We might be going to a game 2 in figures few.
Yeah, I mean, Alex here gonna look back and maybe regret not force negating that dart there, as that is lethal, even if you force negate the Unholy Heat. So tough one. Let's go check it on standard and see how Mikey Hopkins.
2 guesses of what the both players are playing.
Yeah, Mikey Hopkins, someone who's played a lot of our events, loves playing blue-white control, but taking one for the team here. As you mentioned, Kamari last round sort of said, like, hey, at team events, you're going to be more willing to play the best deck because you don't want to let your friends down, right? Maybe if this was a singles event, you know, Mikey might be playing blue-white control, but he's rocking up with the best deck versus one of the best players in our field today with Will Kruger, Mox champion, multi-Pro Tour competitor, NRG champ of both single events and our end of the year series events. So definitely someone you don't want to be sitting across from. Very good at the standard format as well. Has obviously great at everything, but I would say standard is one of the things where I feel like Will always really shines.
Yeah, whatever he picks up, he really, like, you know, will put his heart and soul into it. We'll learn all the iterations of the deck. He used to stream a little bit as well. I used to enjoy watching his streams. But I think, like, I know him best from being a Hammer Time player back when he was tearing up Modern with that deck.
Yeah, I would say Will does this thing where he finds a deck he really likes, ideally a good deck, but it doesn't even have to be the best deck, right? Just like a very reasonable deck, and then really masters it and learns the ins and the outs, right? So stuff like Hammer, he'll pick up the VV Cauldron, right? Especially if he likes it. But we saw him play like a lot of Dimir mid range in the past, for example, for a while. Even when people thought maybe Dimir was the second or third best deck, because he really liked it and knew the matchups really well and knows that tight play, beats all. As we see a ton of power here from Mikey.
That is a lot of damage coming across. Going to have to force the chump block there. Going to leave the Nathan Sawyer on the board as he's going to untap for the turn. Now, I feel like we're going to need some sort of into the Floodmore effects to at least stem the bleeding here.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots where, into the Floodmaw, very versatile. And, with all these counters being stuff, it turns into like kind of removal. But it does give Mikey more gas. So I'm curious to see what Will can do as a VV does hit the graveyard. If we have an untapped land plus a Cauldron, that's going to give us a ton of mana.
We've got the Cauldron. I don't know. We've got a land, and I don't think it's an untapped land, though. I think it's... Actually, no, maybe. Yeah, maybe it...
That's a tapped one right now.
I can't make out at the back if they've got the God, my brain is going to mush. The one that you can bounce something with, the spell land.
No, I don't think that's it. I think Will is on tap lands. So
well, let's see. Yeah, it's okay. That's not going to be our land for the turn here.
Yeah, and now Mikey is going into things with this huge board state.
It's kind of looking up over there. I see that the modern, they're just drawing their own in hands, and because that is such game one was so quick, I kind of want to jump back across to there just to see if this is going to fly through again. As we're starting off over here on the Espagori side, and that is a
Tameo
coming down. So is this the Cybele plan that they kind of move to now, or is this just I need something early on that can get on the board and potentially start blocking?
Yeah, I mean, Tameo is just such a strong card, right? Like, it's always hard for me to blame someone too much for registering something like this. It's not, I would say, the most common thing in the world. I'm a big fan of the Jace Prodigy build that the Team Cosmos played at the Pro Tour when it comes to having like a pivot threat. But, Tameo is so strong. I'm not going to ever blame someone for that, especially when you have a bunch of Faithful Mendings in your deck. Such an easy card to flip. And it looks like Preordained turn one, not what you want from Kevin. There is this weird song and dance that we haven't talked about yet, Will, since we're kind of covering matches, not looking at sideboards. How much of the unfair game plan did Alex keep in the deck? Is there 4 Gorgors, 4 Atraxas? Are there none, right? Am I playing Esper midrange now? And then on the other side from Kevin, how many surgical Tormund Crypts type effects are you bringing in, right? Yeah, as we see a surgical drawn for turn, there's at least one.
Well, let's look at the sideboard. So we've got we got an Iona shield of Aethios. We've got 2 chants, 3 subtleties, 3 Wrath of the Skies. Like, what potentially you're bringing in here? I'd say the chants and the Wrath. So minimum we're cutting 5 cards. What 5 cards are not good in this deck? We're not main decking any Fort Seizers, which would be the go-to first card to cut. So I don't know. I feel like I need that like kind of get out of jail free button of having a 7/7 lifelinker.
Yeah, but you have to think how much graveyard hate does your opponent have, right?
Yeah.
If they're playing 4 Verticals, well, you might not want to do that. Maybe you want to play 1 or 2 Gorios, right? And then pitch your Atraxas to your Forces, your Solitudes, etc. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that is the song and dance that happens every time against Gorios of, well, what kind of deck are you presenting? As I've played a lot of this deck, and I've, my opponents have brought in a ton of graveyard hate, and I cited like everything out, right? Like I kept in Gorios, Atraxa. Now we do see 1 Gorios in hand here for Alex, and Frog is discarding something main phase. That makes me think we might be seeing this Gorios fired off immediately. If you are Alex, then you have to be thinking something's up. Kevin has had a really slow start, but we're going to pull the trigger and force him to have the surgical.
Check. And does have the surgical. So that means if 2 life is going to get paid, but we get to exile the card and look at the opponent's hand and graveyard, and library to remove all those copies or up to 4 copies. I believe it sometimes I messed that up online a few times and accidentally not clicked one in the bin. But also that Iona looks like it came in and is in the grip.
Yeah, so Alex went for reanimating Atraxa, even though it's quote-unquote worse into surgical since you'll lose more reanimator targets. It's a situation where we were trying to find an untapped land so we actually ephemerate the Atraxa and sort of just, hey, slam the door here on, turn number 3 here. Alex could have played really conservatively here, maybe not expecting the surgical as your Psychic Frog plus Tameo could flip here, and then now you got to flip Tameo. It becomes really hard to pressure. You're taking over the game. So Alex definitely far from out of this, but sort of tried to shove with a lot of chips on his side.
I get it. If you're playing the cards, was there a better time to do it? Maybe as the game plays out, there might have been one, but still in this instant, we still got a Psychic Frog, we still got a Tameo, we're turning them sideways, we're drawing another card, which is going to replace the card that we used on Goyos. So it's not do or undo, but we do find a fetch land, which means we do have Ephemerate up now if needs be.
Yeah, so really valuing protecting Frog and Tameo here by not playing that Surveyor land. Obviously, that's going to make your future turns a little awkward, but makes sense given what's in hand, right? We just can't afford to lose these threats. As here comes Corey Steelcutter. Speaking of losing.
We're going wide.
Yeah. And this is a tough spot to be here as, oh my gosh, the token box for coverage is so funny. Y'all get to see it as up on camera here. We're pulling out these monk tokens, and
that's not the coverage one. That's just Kevin's own personal.
Is that Kevin's own personal?
He travels everywhere around with it. He's kind
of that'd be sick if it was the case. As we're gonna pull out some monks here, and no real spells being played yet. Maybe we have a bauble or something that can trigger. But, on the future turns, even cards like Lava Dart, we're just going to get out of hand so incredibly quickly here. As I love this from Kevin, not wanting to block the Psychic Frog, not worried about that, just going to try and get Alex down. Not going to, worry about, oh, are you going to, draw a card or whatever. I'll fight through it.
If it's Alex in that awkward situation, I want to draw cards with this frog, but I also don't want to be losing loads of life because I'm still now at 12, so it's going to be really awkward. Do I turn this sideways? Do I need to find that card? Do I need to flip the Tameo ASAP now? Which, of course, Tameo, I want to get the advantage. If I'm going to flip it, I might as well attack with it, which means we have no blockers. Definitely need to start finding some sort of solitude. We've got white card plus Ephemerate, so that would be ideal if we could find it.
Also, Gorios, discard the Ionia, Ephemerate it. That way it sticks around. There's solitude, though.
There's the solitude.
That's huge.
But then, even in this situation, it's good, but it's not it's not like a super backbreaking here because of those the two steel cutters that are out there. They're just going to generate more tokens.
So this play, I drew another solitude here for Alex. This play tells me Alex is probably going to crack the clue. Otherwise, you'd probably hold the Tameo back. I mean, you have so many clues, right? And these games don't last that long. And when they do, oh, interesting. Holds up the mana. Maybe drawing the extra solitude changed his mind a little bit. Thought we might have seen a plus there on Tameo.
Yeah, I kind of like weird. Go a card deeper. Potentially gives us another white card, which potentially gives us double solitude into triple solitude with the Ephemerate this turn. But we can start up on the other side. Expressive Iteration. Love to see this card getting played more in the format again. Like this card was so good for so long, died out a little bit because the color combo didn't see as much, but now it's kind of coming back and very good in this deck, being able to give us multiple triggers because it's going to be the first spell for the turn, but we get to pick one in exile, one in our hand, and one in the bottom of our library.
Yeah, great card for just going up on material. We saw it in the past really play like in control decks, but in this deck where you just want to, cast lots of spells and you want to do it quickly. We saw game one, right? Imagine, Alex was at like 2 life. Well, drawing EI off the top is going to be such a good way to find your next burn spell. As it looks like Lava Dart here, and that's going to trigger a bunch of prowess and the Corey Steelcutters. This is a lot of damage, Will.
I'm going to ask you the question of how much damage is this?
Well, currently on the left, there's 6 from the creatures that were in play before, and then an additional 4 from the Corey Steelcutter up tokens. They are on a different prowess number, but basically they're one behind for the rest of the turn is the best way to think about it. So currently we're attacking for lethal because there is that Lava Dart once again in the graveyard.
Oof. So we're going to have to go Solitude, Kitchen Iona, take out the Swiss Spear.
Yeah, and then we're going to see Ephemerate. And
Oh,
here's
the
the
heat.
Yeah, we talked about this last game, how holding it up was so important because it could stop this play. It's potentially doing here. Now, Alex could crack a clue and potentially hit another white card in order to pitch another Solitude. I think we're still dead because of the Lava Dart in the graveyard. Rough place to be.
1, 2, 2. Yep, so the heat's going to be another prowess trigger. So now there's going to be 2 on the bottom 2 and 3 on the top 2.
Yeah, and I think this is lethal, but I think if you Lava Dart, you're going to want to do it now because then you gain extra life. You can also just hold if this is exact lethal.
I must say this is exactsies, I believe. So the top 2 are at 8 So that's the 2 4-powered ones. The bottom 2 are 3 3s, but they're also
6. Yep. So 14.
So you need to hit that extra white card plus Solitude, and then even the lava dart. I think it's too much. So we're going to see the handshake there. We're going to see Kevin take down get that match in modern. But look at the teammates on the other side.
Yeah.
We've got to be able to shape this up. So we're going to move across to standard by looks of production. So we're going to move across to the VV mirror here, where it looks like Mikey was able to take down game number 1. When we were watching that match, they were in a very good position. So no, surprises there. But going up against a player of Will's caliber, he can pull us back and potentially get this to a game 3 for his team. And it's looking in a good place right now.
Yeah, it's a really powerful spot for, kind of both players. Will obviously has the Agathas. We talked about it last round when we've covered VV, how sometimes players go down on the actual VVs proper. So, this could be a spot where the Agathas is good, but not, as game breaking as you might expect game 1. Profs for Mikey, though, gives him a little hope despite being a little behind on board. Board matters a lot in this matchup, but you can always overwhelm your opponent. Looks like Will maybe does have a VV in hand. Couldn't quite make out that card. I don't know if he has a way to get in the graveyard or anything to even do with it if he did.
The one at the back of the grip.
Yeah, I think that's VV. Looks like the little hat sticking out. Yeah, there's
math checks out.
So it looks like
hard cast, sure.
I kind of like this. If it gets killed or anything like that, then you just put it under the cauldron. But also just sort of like, get on board, have this annoying card. And you have the Agathas, Mikey doesn't, right? So
Mikey does have one. Also did have an Essence Scatter in hand and decided not to fire off on the V for the reasons that you said. Obviously, it's great. Okay, you can. I've got a Cauldron. I'll just be able to get that effect on my current board creatures. So Mike's got a little bit of catching up here. Will's definitely, as you like me saying, more resources on the board, more resources in hand, and in a good position. How are we going to navigate this? We're going to start off the turn by playing an island. Do you see Cauldron brought to the front of the grip here? I think we've also got into the Floodmore as well. Maybe that's going to be used. If we can get a Cauldron down, bounce the Vivi back, counter it coming down, and then we've got that weird Cauldron back and forth between both players.
Yeah, it looks like Mikey's developing his own Steam Core Scholar. Notably, Will, is missing land drops over the course of this game. We saw cards like a Null in hand. This is huge with the profs. I mean, obviously, Will has VV, plus, we know that Mikey has a Cauldron in hand. We also saw how he might want to, hold up mana, as we saw from the last match. It's a really weird spot where Mikey just sort of has more power in play now, right? Like, the profs is going to put some amount of counters on something. You put on the Steam Core, you have the biggest creature that's also flying and vigilance. So if Will doesn't do something good, he's going to be in trouble.
What is good? What does that look like over on Will's side? What broken or powerful turn could he perform next turn to kind of push ahead in this matchup?
I mean, just getting more board presence or getting your own profs so that you can fight back on, it's board dominance that matters, right? And VV allows for that via a bunch of mana and playing a bunch of cards. So anything that's going to impact the board in a real way is what we're looking for here. So yeah, losing this Quantum Riddler is, not the end of the world for Mike. He has so many spells in hand and, Will kind of understands that. But he gets a counter here, which can be huge. It's interesting because putting it on VV actually just gets you a mana, but it does put you more all in on VV.
That's what he's going to go with. So the counter is going to go there. So then, Mike is just saying, "Wait, I've got something to do, but we're going to do it in your upkeep." I feel this might be the into the Floodmore.
Yeah, Mikey wanting. Oh, sorry, go.
No, I was going to say in the upkeep. That's what's going to happen. Targeting VV. Do we have a response over on Will Cougar's side?
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder what Mikey's trying to get him to use if he's doing it on upkeep.
Maybe it's just a bit of a stalling tactic.
Like recommit the mana, right?
Yeah. Because Will's low on mana resource right now. So what's he gonna do? You spend his whole turn casting it again. You basically just time walks him for 1 mana, right?
Yeah, I just meant Will was tapped out on your turn. So if you're trying to do something like that.
Oh, okay, maybe, I get you.
Yeah, it made me think maybe Mikey's trying to get Will to use some sort of spell pierce, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's a very interesting spot here. This prof's coming down. I mean, this is what we talked a second ago, right? Get board presence and take over the game. Profs and Agatha's means that, Will is ahead now on most metrics. Doesn't have a flyer that's going to stick around. That Riddler is going to warp away in a second.
So how many cards have we drawn this turn now? We've drawn 1, 2. So two counters will be added. I don't have a great look at the graveyard, so I don't think Delirium's on though, especially with a Cauldron on the board, keeping that it at bay. How does Mikey get back into this then? Like, obviously we've got more land, we've got more cards in hand at this point, but we are kind of limiting on board. We need to start getting some interactive spells to potentially get back into this and kind of level it up and then have it, go into I guess the late game here. What cards is it that we actually need?
I mean, what you just described, right? Like things that interact and get on board. So like when it comes to the Xaxes of that, it's like, Torches, Flood Maws, Quantum Riddlers. You have to imagine Mikey has some of that if Riddler was discarded. And we're seeing Mikey take the trade here on the big Fear of Missing Out and letting Will decide, do you want, me to have this Fear of Missing Out or this Quantum Riddler?
Is that good or bad? Why will Will do that?
Well, Will's in an awkward spot with the Steam Core Scholar can potentially take over this game, right? And so because it's like a flying vigilance creature, it could just hit for a ton. And potentially the Fear of Missing Out could be like a double combat where it hits again for a ton. So I think Will was trying to get something to trade like that, right? Because he was like, well, I might be losing the game, so I'm going to offer you a chance. Yes, this gives you choices, which is always a little rough, but I think I'm just dead in a lot of worlds where you choose not to block anyways. So I'm just not going to worry about, having this blocker. I'm going to try and get this Steam Core or Fear of Missing Out off the table, whichever I think is a bigger threat. And now this Agatha Soul Cauldron comes down under the annul that's in Will's hand. We have the props as well. Obviously, they're, future copies into the Flood Maw. We can turn these into real cards, but.
So we're going to get the Flood Maw out of here, start chipping away at the bin. It's not going to cause Mikey to use his own Soul Cauldron here. Will's going to draw a Riddler for the turn. Still no land, I don't think. What do I know? But we're going to hard cast the Riddler from Warp for the turn. This is a nice target for this Essence Scatter.
Yeah, this is a great Essence Scatter here for Mikey. This will be the kind of the swing that we talked about, like how do you win this game? You dominate the board, etc. Your opponent's spending their turn trying to get Riddler down, and then you just spend 2 mana, answer it. And then we talked about this before. End of turn, Mikey can then use Atlas to grow the fear, and Kruger can't really respond if he's afraid of VV potentially happening. So it's like Mikey doesn't even care. This might be a sign of incredible strength. Could have gone after the Fear Missing Out, grown his fear a little bit, or let Kruger grow his Mako.
Couple cards in hand now. Can't make out what's that one brought to the front. I can't make out.
Annul. Annul's in the hand for Mikey, and Riddler's in the front card in the hand of Kruger.
I think we've also got a Fear of Missing Out here over on Mikey's side as well. I think that's at the back of the grip. But 3 mana is what we're going to use.
Yeah, get a Steam Core Scholar down seems pretty reasonable to me.
How much of a linchpin is this card in this deck? Like, how good is it? It seems really good.
It's quite good. It's definitely a role player, right? Like it, like you said, like it's making the whole house stay together. Like there's other cards you could play, like Tursa, for example, something we saw people play a lot of. But just being a flying vigilance creature actually matters a lot when a lot of your games, as we've seen so far in this feature match area, are just one of big creatures. So flying vigilance is just huge when people are actually playing games of Magic that involve combat. We see Marauding Mako be the play here. A little interested not seeing Mikey just develop a Fear of Missing Out and discard the Mako, but maybe wants to just play for its maximum resources.
Well, we're going to play it now. Then for 2, we're going to play a Riddler. I think we've got 1 card in hand, so we'll be able to draw 2. Remember, Will's tapped out here. Did you just?
I think he's drawing them 1 at a time. Yeah.
One of them was a Multiversus Passage. Didn't get a good look at the other ones, but that's up to 4 counters now that are going to be moved from that profs.
Yeah, and having the Riddler makes a lot of sense as to why you would maybe want to hold the Fear of Missing Out, just actually get on board with the Mako and get your extra card. And now Steam Core Scholar is huge yet again.
Nice 6/6 flying vigilance creature. Going to be good on attack and defense here, especially into Will's board where he's just got that lone 2/2. Riddler's going to go to warp. Will's going to use the cauldron end of turn. And I think, yeah, he's just going to. Oh, he able to hit a creature, so does get a +1/+1 counter for it.
Yeah, it was interesting. Last turn, Will went with the sorcerer or the instant, excuse me. It could just be that more instants hit the graveyard, and so now he doesn't want to fight with Delirium that way. Could also just be he values the +1 counter now and didn't as much last turn.
It's going to be in the tank now. How do we get around this? A lot of resources. You can see a lot of them obviously on both sides, but being able to turn this into a W, this is where the hard part of this matchup comes. Trying to eke out these incremental little tiny bits of value where we can. 5 mana. That spells a hard cast Riddler to me. We're going to get the green light. That's going to resolve. Draw 1 card. Was that Spell Pierce off the top?
I think so. I didn't quite fully make it out. Yeah, that is Spell Pierce.
Which is nice when we've got 1 mana left up. So it's a nice one to draw.
Yeah, I think we have the squeeze 2 on a null and Spell Pierce. So, like, if you try to, get an extra prof or try to play a Fear of Missing Out, that is a card that is an enchantment creature. So,
just never land off the top. But I think we do have a Fear of Missing Out. But as you just said, we've got a note. We've got an answer for that in hand right now.
I imagine what's going through Mikey's mind right now would be like, do I play this Riddler from my hand as like a warp thing and go like land, warp Riddler, try to play Fear or something in that vein, that ordering, right? Draw a bunch of cards. Or do I hard cast this other Riddler, commit my mana pretty heavily to it, and just try to get multiple big flyers on board? And, like if there's into the Flood Maw for my Steam Core Scholar, such as life.
Why are we seeing this on Will's side that he's valuing hard casting it for 5, but over Mike's side he's doing it for 2? And obviously we're going to go back, rewind a little bit. That Fear Missing Out is going to be on the stack. It's not resolved at this point.
Yeah, I think maybe Mikey accidentally didn't tap a red land. Also, could just be Will thinking about it. Like we know Will does have a null.
Mm-hmm.
But I imagine part of it is like just the difference in resources, right? Will needs to get something like the Riddler down. He needs to have a flying creature in order to potentially just block. And also, just uses his mana a little better, right? Like the context of the hand, you can tell a lot by what's going on with their plays into that and also the board state. So now, Fear of Missing Out looks to be 1 card type away, as we have instant.
No, we got creature, enchantment, and those
are all instants. Yeah, so that you're 1 away. Looks like we're going to get a question about what exactly is happening here. I imagine the question has something to do with like does this check upon resolution as well? As you could like maybe when the trigger goes in the stack before it resolves, Agatha's. Something along those lines. Might also just be something a lot more simple than that. That might not be an English copy of Fear. I can't quite see the language, so maybe Will's just double checking. Who knows? But either way, it's a weird spot.
It's always good to check, right? This is why we have judges and officials at these events to make sure, not just to keep everything nice and fair and level across one, but also sometimes a lot of cards get printed in different languages that you don't know. Like, can I just get the text on this? Can I see what this does? Just to make sure that you're fully aware of what it does, because nothing feels worse when you think you know what a card does and then you get blown out by it and it doesn't do what you thought it actually did. Multiverse is going to come down here. That's going to cost us 2 life. Means we've got 5 open, Riddler in hand plus land. Now, do you value hard casting it here, or are we just going to go 2? Looks like we are just going to go 2. But 2 mana, draw 2 means we've got 3 more mana for the turn if needs be. Another multiverse. I think that's just 2 lands off the top.
I think it was 2. We should have drawn. Yeah, we drew 3 there, right? Because of the double. Oh, there's only 1 Riddler. Pardon me. I got lost in the sauce for a second.
But didn't hit what he wanted to. Maybe we'd have been more happy hard casting now.
This goes
2 counters and prof. Sorry.
No, yeah, you're good. I was just gonna say this goes back to that board dominance thing, right? Mikey was maybe hoping to hit something like into the Flood Maw, maybe even like in a braid to get this Agatha's off of the board for Will while the shields are down, but hit double land and now is going to lose some of that board presence that he had. Remember, Mikey also that Will has that VV that he bounced 5 turns ago now. Hasn't hit the graveyard, hasn't hit the battlefield. So Mikey can't go too hard on his own Agathas.
Looks like Smith has leveled it up against Goodman at the bottom in the sealed decks. The Battle of Spider-Man sealed at the bottom, so they're going to be going to a game 3. Still in game 2 here between Will and Mikey. Of course, we know what will happen in the modern match. Is that Paris was able to take it down extremely quickly against Esper Goyos. Round number 3, so still everything on the line for these players. Need to keep winning to get that good finish to find themselves in today's top 8. And we're just going to pass the turn potentially before Will remembers to exile with this Cauldron and put another counter on his own Riddler. Now, talk me through this. This is always, I feel like I'm always in this situation. Will's being able to use the Cauldron, but Mikey's not. Why is Will being able to gain value from it at the end of the turn, but yet Mikey's not being able to gain value from it at the end of the turn? What's the difference here? Why is one able to do it other than the other? When and then again, move back to Will's side, he plays the Viri and plays a Nick Sawyer.
So before Sawyer hit the battlefield, I think Mikey was just forgetting, if we're just being 100. Okay. I think he just missed a couple times. Now that you can commit crimes and get a VV in the graveyard, Mikey has to be a lot more careful with his Cauldron. Those turns where Will was tapping out and had no way to really put a card in yard at instant speed, then it was like just missed value. At this point now, it's a strategic choice, as you just can't afford to, let the opponent get the VV going, at least in Mikey's mind.
Discard a land, draw a land off the fear of missing out. Not what Mikey wants to see. 5. We're going to hard cast this Riddler. It's going to be another card deeper. Another land. Oh, how many? Is that like 4 or 5 lands off the top in a row now?
Yeah, that's a lot of lands in a row. And, we saw Mikey have a huge, couple of spell turns in a row. So, it all evens out with enough time, especially when you draw so many cards. But, yeah, this is the problem sometimes, right? Like if you get a lead and you can't convert it super early, then the board just kind of super stalls. And we're seeing Mikey just pass. Could have potentially grown his Steam Core Scholar and attacked into the big Riddler. But decides against it, decides to go wide.
Why would he not do that? Yeah, I said, why is he choosing to go wide? Is it just because he doesn't want to get blown out by something like a Into the Flood Maw?
I think so. I think he's playing around Into the Flood Maw on a Steam Core Scholar. And he just wants his Riddler to be able to bump heads with the opposing Riddler.
Fear of missing out. Number 2. Discard the Spell Pierce, draw a card. But it's going to draw 2 cards because there's the Riddlers on the board. It's going to be land into Cauldron. Neither of these are great right now.
And Mikey should know at this point that probably doesn't matter at the end of turn, and I can just use Agatha's to eat something like a fear. There's double fears in play. Mikey needs to be preventing Delirium.
What's Will missing at this point? It's almost like he's got the so to speak combo locked up. Got all these key pieces right now. Is it the card draw he's missing?
Well, yeah, so the deck doesn't, when we say combo, right, it's just you put 30 mana of worthless things into play. That's what ends up happening, right? Gone are the days of the Draconaut Engineer where people were making a bunch of dragons and attacking, just not efficient enough. You just put a bunch of stuff. We're just low on resources, right? So it's we've played a lot of cards, we have a lot of power, and now we just need to navigate combat. And this double fear of missing out for players can potentially break that combat wide open. As Mikey does have a sick line here, he can cycle his Marauding Mako to draw a card, but with the Quantum Riddler in play, we'll draw 2 because he has a low hand size. So a little 2-mana draw 2. You love to see it. Oh, excuse me. There are 2 lands in the back of it. I thought you had 1.
Yeah, he's enjoying quite a few of them. Spell Pierce is what he finds off the cycle, though.
Not the world's greatest.
But we've got another Riddler on Warp. That's going to come in. That's going to go another card deeper. Didn't get a look at what that was. I think
it's Profs. If it is Profs, this could be pretty nice. Yeah, you're right.
It's Profs.
Yeah. From here, Mikey can go grow my Steam Core Scholar, attack you for 9, I believe. It's 2 counts, would have been 8.
Gonna put it on the Riddler.
Yeah, I think at this point, so I think I think I figured it out. The reason he's not going to do it is because each time Agatha's could have grown the Riddler to be big enough to survive combat, and Mikey doesn't want to tap out of the Agathas. So now at this point, that's why he's not doing it on his turn. but he needs to start using the Agathas on one of his turns, because even though like you're opening up the chance to maybe get Vivi under there, Will has enough mana. It's fine. Like he is not going to, need 30-ish mana. And if he does, such as life, you just have to like get Delirium offline for Will and grow your board with those extra +1/+1 counters.
How about 31 or 32 as he drew 2 cards and both of them were lands? We're going to start targeting the graveyard. That's going to trigger the duelist in play. So we get to discard a card, draw a card. Go a little bit deeper. Another Cauldron's going to come down now.
Yeah, and you see Will kind of knows like, hey, even though things are kind of here, I know this can get broken down any moment. Willing to risk running into a card like a Null here in order to get that loot off the Duelist of the Mind, get these power, and try and break through, because the small board state here I think is really causing an issue. As it looks like what Mikey is actually doing here is spell piercing in order to tap Will out of mana a little bit, but also maybe help himself get closer to less cards in hand for the Riddler.
Yeah, remember he's got 2 land stuck in that grip. Only able to do 1 turn, of course, so not getting the best value out of this double Riddler play that he has in hand. If he's able to empty his hand, start drawing 3 a turn, potentially that's how we can start pulling away with this. Was that an Into the Floodmaw?
It definitely was a blue card. I think it might have been Floodmaw. Looks like Steam Core Scholar. So that's a draw 2. And that's a way to get those lands out of our hands.
Yeah, this is 2 lands gone. 2 +1/+1 counters go on the Mako. 2, of course, because of Profs will be coming later on. At the minute, that could change momentarily.
Yeah, this is a spot where from Mikey, you should be able to break through this board stall. And these matchups there's so much going on, as you can see, as we're now going to draw 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Due to double Riddler. But yeah, so I was going to say, there's so much going on, as you can see. Even I'm having to process all this.
Yeah,
I think this is why like we've lost the Cauldron, is he's kind of defaulted it to this duty in the back of his mind, and sometimes we need to compartmentalize this kind of stuff here, as it looks like another Profs is coming down, which will empty our hand and let us draw 4 cards.
So we draw another 3, 1, 2, and
looks like we maybe missed some Riddlers. There's actually 3 Riddlers in play, so I'm pretty sure that'd be drawing more.
There it is. And I think we drew all spells as well. 7 cards being drawn for the turn right now. So that process is going to add 7 counters to a creature momentarily once we get to combat. Is this enough to one-shot?
It's got to be close. I mean, we have Delirium, we can definitely one-shot. But it's going to be hard to have Delirium with our low graveyard count and the Agathas. Now, we might see Into the Floodmaw bounce Agathas to enable Delirium. It looks like we don't have anything else that can discard. I was going to say, you only see that. There was a discard. So Into the Floodmaw bounces the big Riddler. There is a Duelist of the Mind blocking in the sky, but this Into the Floodmaw seems to be bouncing it. And it looks... Yeah, it does look like we've won here. I mean, I don't know exactly how much of this power, can attack this turn, but I know there's a Steam Core Scholar that's a 6, and I know there's a Riddler that's a 6. That's 12, and we're at 14. So if we're not having lethal, it has to be dangerously close to lethal.
I think we bounced both blockers with flying. I think we've got enough in the air. And if you look at the bottom of the screen, Goodman was able to take down the sealed. So this will lock up this match for the team. If this is lethal coming across in the air, if Will does not have an answer. Did we work out if we have a Delirium? We've got instant, we've got lands. That's it, right?
I think it's just instants and lands. So what happened there is you saw Will activate Agathas to get a crime committed to loot, I think, looking for a Into the Floodmaw. And now Mikey is trying to see, can I do this lethal and play around Into the Floodmaw, right? Because obviously this is sort of like the only way things go bad is Floodmaw. So would I rather have a Steam Core or a Riddler? And he's decided to Steam Core. And yeah, you see Kruger extend the hand.
Taking it down well, navigated there by Mikey. Sometimes it looks a bit spicy that Will was being able to pull ahead, and especially when he was able to drew like 5 or 6 lands in a row, but was able to pull it back there, showing the real power there of Riddler and how the reason we see it being seen in multiple formats, not just standard. So you can shout out to them. I'm sure we're going to try and get them in the booth momentarily for an interview. A lot of people don't like that mirror. It looks pretty complicated. We were getting to that bit of a sticky point where it was like, okay, what's going to happen? But when Mikey was able to pull away and get those Floodmaws, and we mentioned it before the game, how good Floodmaw is, it really shined there. And that was the reason for it, right?
Yeah, when you're able to kind of close games out, bounce spells are just very efficient. And when you're maybe tight on lands, that can also be the case. We saw, on I think it was like Mikey's turn 6, but one of the first turns we joined, when Kruger was stuck on mana, we used to enter the Flood on a VV at kind of like a weird time where it could be replayed, but it led to Kruger, due to drawing a land, wanting to do other things, and he just couldn't develop it again, couldn't get the mana going, and Mikey just had a lot more mana to use each turn. And so even though he had a turn cycle or two where he drew about 6 or 7 lands in a row, he was kind of allotted that because he had that early lead, he had that time, and eventually got there with his spells and closed the door out on the opponent. So great play there from both players. Really cool to see. And I think, the standard match, maybe not the most fun when you look at like a metagame health, but I do think there's a lot of interesting decisions that get to be made in the actual games themselves, right? And that's always at least, a little icing on the cake, as it were. It's like, okay, there's something nice here, for everyone.
And that's going to reward like a lot of practice, right? Like, you're going to have to put the reps in for that, because you're just going to, because there's so many decisions and micro decisions that all layer up on top of each other. The more reps you get in, the better it's going to be. And there's a really good way to get a lot of reps in when you're at home. And it's, of course, by playing on Magic Online, which coincidentally has been teaming up with the NRG series to bring us an event coming up. The next event, which is happening in a couple of weeks, which is going to be a sealed event. Next week, in fact. I know how dates work. This is it on the screen. Scan that QR code for all the information, but Mason's going to give you a quick refresher on it if you don't want to do that.
Yeah, so you can scan the QR code, sign up, etc. But November 9th, Edge of Eternity sealed, $2,500 prize pool, and an invite to champs with over $30,000 of prizes on the line, along with a Pro Tour invite. A lot of good happening there. This is our first event with Magic Online. We're working with them. This one is limited to the continental United States of, USA and Canada. So if you are in one of those two places, you can play that. But what are you going to do, right? This is sort of where we're at. This is your chance to get into champs, 24 players, over $30,000 in prizes. Super, super cool to be a part of this history. It looks like the round timer is a little late here and there, so we're not going to have an interview with our players. We're going to give them a little bit of time to cool off, use the bathroom, etc. before the next round starts. But before that next round starts, Will, let's show the slide for 2026. We just got everything locked in. Let's break this down. So if you're going to play the NRG series in next year, this is what you have to look forward to. A lot of the information here to parse, Will. This is my first time doing on coverage. Let's see if we can nail it here. So in-person weekend events. We're going to have 4 big events throughout the year. We're going to announce those dates very, very soon. Definitely expect them by our 2025 champs, which is going to be December 13th and the 14th. So make sure to follow along and you don't miss any of the actions who's going to the Pro Tour. Each of those weekends are going to include at least one Team 10K Showdown. That's going to get you an invite to our end of the year Players Champs, which we're still doing here. 24 players, invite only, $35,000 prizes, and a Pro Tour invite. We're also going to have 2 individual trials. They're going to be 2.5Ks. We are still figuring out all the formats for everything. And so we are going to be announcing those formats much closer to the event. We're still going to give you a month or 2 head start, but we're going to try and pick formats that are exciting. We understand there's been a lot of formats maybe kind of, are a little tough. Let's call a spade, right? Spider-Man Limited, no one really knew. We have it today. We're doing what we can, right? We're not going to have those problems in 2026. We're redoing the way we do things. It might be a little more hectic than some of y'all would like to have 2 or 3 months of practice time, but it's going to hopefully lead to more exciting, better events for you. We're really excited for that. Those events we're going to get announced soon. And then when we get closer to those dates, once again, we will announce the formats for those events. The 2.5Ks, we talked to Nora about this. They are 4 events that are going to be exciting for players. So whether that's like Modern's really good right now, we're going to have Modern. Oh, people are loving Pauper, we're going to do Pauper. Pioneer's really big for some reason, we're going to do Pioneer. We're going to figure out what makes the most sense for you, the players, because we're going to invest in the memories and invest in you, trying to make the best weekends for you possible.
Yeah, I feel like it was really nice when Norman was speaking to us about this, and he said the key word to me, which was, it's going to be based on format health. And I was like, that's exactly those 2 words just make everything perfect. I know that going into it, it's not going to be locked in. We're going to have let's do a little bit of Pioneer. Let's go move into Legacy. Let's do a bit of Pauper. Oh, Modern's really good right now. Oh, Standard's really good right now. And we get to pick and choose as we go along. I think that's not going to benefit, say, the players, but also the viewing experience for all you beautiful people watching at home.
Yeah, let's pretend, it's like Nadu Modern, Standard is Pioneer, a VV type situation again. We're going to look at Pioneer. We're going to look at, Pop. We're going to look at these other formats, and we're going to bring you something that is exciting to play for the players and good for you, the viewer at home. So make sure to follow along and we don't miss anything. Now, notice the other half of our screen. We're doing 4 MTGO Showdowns next year. So it's interesting. A lot of players were like, well, if we do good with the first one with limited, maybe we'll do more. And meanwhile, I'm like, I know we're going to do more, and it's official. So we're doing 4 of these events. Those events and the details when it comes to the format, once again, we're going to have more for you very soon, on our website and on our social media. And as once again we get closer to those events, we're going to do the events that make sense for you, the players. These online event showdowns mean the winner will go to our champs just like they will next week in Fred Eternity. And so if you're a player who wants to play in the NRG series events, but maybe you can't afford to travel, or maybe you're just not able to do it because of work, right? You just, hey, often I have to work on Saturdays, but I could play something on Sunday, or vice versa. This is for you. We're trying to get more people involved in competitive Magic because it is so much fun and it's such a great time. So I hope that if this is something that speaks to you and you're a big Magic Online player, you'll consider playing in these events, as they are incredibly high EV. There's obviously going to be lots of prizes like we saw on the Edge of Eternity slide a second ago, but just this $35,000 24-player invite-only event with a PT invite attached to it all, that would be more than enough. And there will obviously be tons of prizes attached on top of that for each of those MTGO Showdown events. Thank you for Daybreak for working with us on that. We'll have more information for that soon. I'm going to talk a little bit about the leaderboard when it comes to this next year, because that's one of the big things, right? And we've got a little bit of time here to kill. On the NRG series, we really like to promote consistent play, right? It's great that there are a lot of events where you can spike and go to the Pro Tour. That is a good thing with the RC. I think getting people in there is great. But sometimes it can really suck, Will, right? Like you just have a bunch of events where you top 16, you don't get that top 8, right? That can really hurt. We think that's sort of, a tragedy. And it's, one of the nice things about having an event series like us is we can make the rules. So all the exact details on the website soon, but basically we're going to have at-large bids, just like we have this last year for our 4 in-person events. We're going to have some at-large bids for our Magic Online events. And then overall, between all of the in-person and online events, players will make our end-of-the-year championship event. So if you're doing the math, if you win any of the Team 10K Showdowns, that's going to be a bunch of the invites. You win the MTGO Showdowns, that's going to be a bunch of the invites. The winner of this year's champ will obviously be invited back. You got to have the defending title. And then there should be, by my count, 7 at-large bids. We'll get all the details for you close to that so you can plan out your trips if you're going to make a run at our Players Champ. But this year's Players Champ is going to be one of the, I think, potentially more interesting and easier ones to qualify for because of the online events. You don't need to travel as much. You can only need to go to those 4 in-person events and then do the online ones. And maybe you just spike the online one and then go and pet your dog and pop off with all coverage for all events, and all those details will be coming more very, very soon. But if you don't want to miss anything, follow us on social media at NRG Series everywhere, or follow us on Twitch or YouTube, depending on where you're watching this VOD moment right now, by doing the little follow button in the corner. Will, that was a lot of information. I'm
gonna clap, man. I feel you need to get a mouthful of water. That was a lot of talking good on there. 2026 is going to be a very exciting year here on Nerd Rage Gaming for the Championship Series, and of course tying in with Daybreak Games and Magic Online. It is going to be something that I'm really looking forward to watching, because I can't take part in it, so I'm going to be definitely watching it and potentially casting in it. Maybe I'll be able to play in it. Maybe I'll move to America just so I can play in these. Who knows? I do need to do that team event with you at some point, and we need to find a third, though. I don't know who that's going to be. Any volunteers, chat?
We'll get Anurag out from the West Coast and pull him in. He's done a lot of NRG coverage in the past. We'll get Anu in. But we're going to take a second, set up for our round 4 feature match. We'll be back very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, as we move into round number 4 here at the NRG series, where we're playing team trios. That means standard, that means sealed, and of course, modern. We've got a lot on the line as we start moving in. We're getting ever closer to that top 8. So let's have a little look at the players to watch and who's doing well. We've been following a few teams throughout the day. Mason, break this down for me.
Williams' team is the only undefeated team left in our players to watch. Kowalski's team heard me talking a little smack when it came to having the round 1 draw. Hasn't lost since then. Van Til, Ellenbogen, and Conan and Hayes all at 2-1, with Knop and Wildgor's team at 1-2. As it looks like these players are shuffling up and going to figure out who's going to go first. But we talked about this earlier. Teams like Andrew Ellenbogen's there, one to keep an eye out for. Started off 0-1, hasn't lost since then. Obviously, a ton of killers on that and many other teams.
Yeah, you can't count them out, especially players at that level. And that's what we mean. Like, turn up to these series, you're always going to start playing against better and better players. These are some Pro Tour vets, seasoned, back in the day GP grinders. So really bringing that A game to the NRG series. As looking now, we are going to have Amulet Titan up against Soul Trader combo. Now, this isn't a deck that you particularly see a lot in modern, so I'm going to ask you, what does it do and how does it win?
Yeah, so you get the card Warren Soul Trader, which is an MH3 rare. It says pay a life, sacrifice another creature, create a treasure token. So when you combine this card with things like Gravecrawler, you can sort of pay a life to replay Gravecrawler over and over. Well, what's that going to get me? Well, if you sacrifice the Gravecrawler to a card like Marionette Apprentice or Carrion Feeder, something in that vein, that does your opponent a point of damage, and then boom, they lose. They lose the game from that point. This deck can theoretically kill as quickly as turn 2. More often does it on 4, but 3 is pretty reasonable as well. And this deck has a little bit of a backup plan with Abhorrent Oculus and Psychic Frog, along with a little bit of removal in order to interact with the opponent along the way.
So both decks are going to be could be super explosive going forward, depending on what their opening hands are going to look like. I believe they're both down to 6 now. On the other tables, we've got Vivi Cauldron versus Mono Red Leyline, and then we've got our Spider-Man sealed decks at the bottom there. Any Eagle Eye fans out there, which I think some people in chat have already pinged, we do have Fire Shoes in the feature match. Everybody's favorite social media, MTG. Do we call him an influencer or just favorite personality?
Yeah, influencer, I think, is a fair moniker.
All right, looking at these opening hands. So we're going down to 5 here on Miguel's side. Amulet Titan, we know is very capable of winning on 5, but what about this Soul Trader combo deck? Looks like David likes it. He's going to keep the 6. So what do we need for this turn 2 win that you're talking about?
You need to have the Citrus Supplier mill and hit the right cards. It's pretty tough, and then you need to have Unearth from there. But really what you're looking for is Warren Soul Trader, Gravecrawler, and Marionette Apprentice. If you get those cards together, that is the 3 you're looking for that are the kill. I got a little tongue-tied there. The Citrus Supplier is a way to kind of see a lot of cards in this deck, and that's sort of its main, role. Imagine it like a card draw spell, right? In this deck, that's sort of what it's doing, and you're winning something like that in the early turns, or just, naturally play a Gravecrawler and get a little bit of damage in and just, on turn 3, have all the pieces.
I'm trying to think the last time I saw a Stitch Supply played in Modern, I think it was the Hodak era.
Yeah, I mean, outside of this deck, it's just been Hogak that has been heavily played. Obviously, you see some fringe decks from time to time. We've seen things like Archon of Cruelty Persist decks sometimes use this card, as it is just a very powerful way to get a lot of cards in your graveyard. But Hogak is where this card, I think, really shined for a lot of players.
How many cards of a certain type do you need before you call it that sort of deck? Why is this not a zombie deck? How many more zombies do I need in this deck before we can start calling this a zombie combo deck?
I mean, you think you could call it a zombie deck. It only has 3 zombies, though.
So what, 4 is the number, 5, number 6?
I would say 4 or 5. I think this is we call it a combo deck because much of the zombies too are combo pieces, right? So it's you want to call it zombie combo?
Zombie. No, I'm trying to think of a way where you merge them together. It doesn't work like that.
Let it go. The British brought us 28 days later. I'm sure you can do something too in this regard.
I haven't seen the new one yet, but that's a whole different kettle of fish. We're going to go surveilling. We're going to look at that top card. Another way of potentially putting one of the Gravecrawlers into our graveyard if needs be.
It does look like David also has an Oculus in hand. Citrus Supplier enables that card really, really well. The Psychic Frog can also discard it, right? And then unearth it to get it into play pretty cheaply. So a little awkward. It's in hand, but it's not the end of the world.
Card, don't like it. So it's another land. That was going to go to the bin. We're going to draw for turn. I think it was another land. Can't make out too many options. Definitely the Oculus you spoke about. I think it's just a bunch of lands and an Oculus, right? We're going to have a little read.
Spymaster's Vault here was played, and now the jig is up that, like, hey, I'm not Goryo's, I'm a different deck. This is basically the only deck that plays this card. Just a way to connive a lot, where X is the number of creatures that died this turn. Very weirdly strong card in this sort of deck.
I've seen it crop up a little bit in some Yawgmoth decks. There's like a combo with it and that, which it's nice seeing a bit more play, because I think this card is actually really powerful, you know, on face value, but just hasn't found that shell. Maybe this is going to be the shell of it moving forward, as we're going to see an Orcish Bowmaster is going to come down before the card is drawn off the Spelunking, so we get 2 damage to the face, and of course add ourselves a 2/2 Orc Mass token. Orc Army token, not a mass, sorry.
You're all good. Yeah, Bowmaster, a card that I think is actually pretty nice against decks like Affinity right now. Really good at kind of picking off all those little bodies and punishing all those draw effects. And here, you know, getting a little bit of value in.
Start chipping away. So it's going to be another 3 points coming across. What else have we got that we can do?
So a thing we haven't talked too much about yet with this deck is that it does play Flare of Malice. That's the black flare from the MH3 cycle. You sack a black creature you control in order to make your opponent sacrifice their greatest mana value among creatures or planeswalkers. So this is a really good way against this deck to, you know, kill a Titan with sort of the trigger on the stack to go search the deck. So we might see David here, you know, even though we're tapped out for the most part, actually have some interaction up.
This is what we're going to play for the turn. That's going to generate a 1/1 Fopter, is it? I think servo count token. But now that's like a little bit of the combo getting added. So every time, you know, an artifact or creature is sacrificed, we do get to drain 1 life, which adds to the clock. We're going to go rumbling on first. Over on Miguel's side, sees 3 lands and amulet.
We did play a land for turn in order to get this green mana with the Vestige, and that's how we paid for the Rumble. So I would imagine we probably need a green land. So I bet the Center Growth Chamber comes to the hand, but obviously sometimes amulet lines are weird. You have like an Echoing Deeps that could just be your Growth Chamber. There's the I see the servo. We're moving past the servo.
Like we said, we're trying. No, we're not looking for a servo token now. We're looking for a Drowsy Spawn token for the Rumble.
We've got to stop. We've got to stop with the tokens. There's just
there's a lot of time being emphasis on these tokens right now, but it's fine. They're going to go through all of them. Nope, that's not it.
That's the 01. It's fine.
But something upside down, lads. We've got this. It's fine. Just anything on the table. The best bit is once we find the token, he's going to put it on the board and sacrifice it straight away.
Great.
To get the mana.
Scapegoat has made its appearance.
All right, there we go.
That's a spawn. Anyone who says different is banned from the Twitch chat.
You are
Mods, get on them.
Today.
Flip your lands in the feature match area. Don't talk about the fact we can't find a token in the Twitch chat. These are my rules.
I know I've had the last couple of shows off, you know, I had some live things, but I've come back. You're aggressive now. So this is a whole new Mason.
2025 has changed me, man. It's been the longest 4 years of my life.
We're good. So well, the amulet's the one's being pulled to one side. Maybe that's what we want to keep. Maybe we've got a green source in hand. It is what we're going to keep. And we're going to play it straight away.
Yep. So we talked about this earlier. Spelunking and Amulet don't compound, but Double Amulet does. Could be Urza's Cave is going to be used to go find a Lotus Field next turn, which would untap twice. So you don't need the green mana if you're going to do that line. That would then give you 6 mana to play a Titan. But David might be able to actually win here with the right Surveil. There is an Unearth in hand.
How many Surveil lands this deck playing? This is playing 2.
I imagine 3.
No, 2, actually. 2
okay. Reasonable.
Especially, as I say, if you could just flip and just win almost on the spot there and then.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the, like, I hope we don't get to that point, because I imagine it's very hard to talk through, but with double Amulet and a Lotus and a Scape Shift, is that like the win, or double Amulet and Scape Shift? Is that the
4 lands, double Amulet, Scape Shift? I do believe. Sometimes, you know, pieces are in the wrong spot, they're in your hand or whatever. that's almost always a win. There is a Flare of Malice drawn for turn here for David. That is huge at stopping some amount of this amulet shenanigans, especially depending on what Miguel plays around.
First, we're going to get 5 points of damage in, though. Drop Miguel down to 10. What? There is another black card in hand. So it's the Unearth, the Flare. I think it's a land and something.
It looks like Fatal Push here. So that's a good way to kill the spawn. Probably not the end of the world.
Yeah, it can't feel great, but, you know, I mean, it hits on the mana a little bit. Well, this as much as you can. Oh, okay, we're doing this before damage, so then we can get an extra +1/+1 counter from the Spy Master's Vault. Okay,
I like this. So you get the little connive action going on. And then there goes the Oculus to the graveyard. Nice.
Oh, please have land on Earth. Please have land on Earth.
Land on Earth would be really sick here. So this is going to end up being 6. So we're going to get that 1 extra across. Pretty huge. And now remember, it looks like shields are down, but we know we have an edict. So if Miguel just goes and doesn't play around Flare, could lose the game. Think you should be able to win through it, though.
How much do you value being able to turn up with a deck that potentially people don't know about? How much does that add to your, the package of playing this deck?
It adds a good amount, right? So the question really always with that kind of stuff is the amount I'm gaining from losing, being like a known refined deck, am I gaining enough to outweigh that? And often the answer is no, but sometimes in spots like this, when your opponent doesn't know your range of capable cards, then this is a spot where it becomes really, really potent. So actually here having, this Arboreal Grazer, it doesn't stop the edict because it says the highest mana value card, but I think this might give us enough leeway. We'll have to see exactly what happens here. As here comes the Titan.
And at what point do we do this? Do we do it once they found the lands and the untap triggers on the stack? Do we do it before? When's the optimal moment to fire this off?
I think from this position, given your opponent has double amulet, you want to let them go for the mirror pool line, right? And then when they try to copy, then you flare. If they were on less resources, you might do it a little sooner. But in general, you kind of want to let them commit their mana to something big, right? Like here, they're getting a mirror pool, flow to colorless, and then now they're going to try and copy the Titan. When they go to copy the Titan, that's when you're going to want to flare. So right now is where David wants to be like, okay, sack something. Looks like we're going to sack the Bowmaster proper.
And he does. So
yeah, and Miguel didn't know. You're welcome for that one, Buddyola. As this card is a beating in spots like this.
Have you got any lore behind this card when it was made in set?
A lot of the flares used to not be able to work with tokens, and there was a little bit where they exiled because there was a little bit of fear of cards like Bloodghast or Colony Garden working with these flares. And so non-tokens stayed around, exile did not. And for this deck, that's huge, as Gravecrawler is a great sack target to these.
Oof. And now we've got the trigger on the stack from the Lotus Field. So we've got 2 lands need to be sacrificed for it.
Yeah, Ryan Bellamy, as you just saw over there, touch. Bellamy's plays a lot of this deck and is very good. Miguel, very strong player as well, I'm sure has played a good amount of it, but Bellamy loves Titan, so I wouldn't be surprised if Miguel's just double checking. And then maybe even there might be a way to win from here. That's what I was saying before of you want to make sure the mana gets committed from the mirror pool sacking to make sure that the maximum number of resources are committed as possible. Because I think with Urza's Cave, you can maybe get there with certain cards in your hand. So
normally when we see people reaching in and talking and stuff like that, it's normally a judge and some sort of interest. This doesn't happen. This is a team trios event. These are their teammates talking to them. This is one of the unique rules in Magic the Gathering when it comes to formats, that you can talk to each other during games, obviously before and after games. If you really like your team or not, it's up to you. But during the game here, that's what they're doing. They're getting a little bit of advice from the friends on what to do in this situation, because of course we just got blown out by someone we didn't play around, and it wasn't on really anyone's radar up to that point.
Yeah, so from here, it looks like we're caving. And I think we have a Teleria West in hand. So if you got Growth Chamber, or if you got Lotus Field, you could Lotus Field for 6. That creates 9 total mana, make 3 blue, 3 green. transmute Summoner's Pact, go grab Titan, get Titan, and then do what we did here with Vesuva as your mirror pool and go infinite. That should be a lethal line. So we're going to grab Lotus Field.
How is this even fair? This deck's so crazy. So
Now you need to sack. Yeah.
Yep.
Just reading Spelunking. And yeah, that Teleria West is in hand. So
oh my goodness.
Should be able to Summoner's Pact here.
So we're sacking the 2. Pact is the transmute cost is double blue 1, which will drop us down to 6, which means we can find the green pact, use the green pact, go find a Titan, got a nice 6 mana left open, and then the fireworks happen. Even for a removal spell we didn't know was there, it was pretty crazy that we're still able to get there.
Yeah, and for Miguel, they're just going to move through the motions for the rest of the game here. So Summoner's Pact hits the yard off the transmute. That's going to grab the Aftermath Analyst. Aftermath Analyst is going to bring back all of these lands. All of these lands will make double mana. You can then mirror pool to, excuse me, you can use the Urza's Cave to kind of go again. So let's see what lands we hit here. Shifting Woodlands is how we're going to get back more of these as time goes on. Now we're going to use that for mana, and all of the lands come back. All of them untap twice.
Trigger.
Yeah, triggers.
So by the time everything's said and done, what will the board state look like at the end of all these everything?
Infinite Titans. So it looks like we're having some lands enter untapped via the Urza's Cave, I think. Excuse me, the Spelunking, like the Urza's Cave, like the Ghost Quarter. One of the weird things about this deck, too, that it gained with Ice Till Explorer is it can Ghost Quarter your opponent out of the game as well. That's a bit of Belcher innovation, too. You can just, Stone Rain them enough so they can't actually play the game.
So all these are going to get untapped twice with a double amulet. All the mana is going to get floating. And all we got to do is demonstrate this loop once, right? Once it's demonstrated once, you see the opponent, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. I will then make infinite X, Y, and Z. And can we attack? We can give them all haste as well, right?
Yeah. We'll have a Hand War Battlements in the deck, which will eventually get down. And so basically what's happening right now is Miguel needs to show that they are, like, how much mana they're making and saying, like, look, this is going to put me up a bunch. And then the Teleria West is a part of this that's going to go and get, I think, part of the missing pieces here.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like I've seen nothing. I feel like we know the conclusion of this game, which is going to take a while to get there. Do you want to jump across to Standard to see how that's getting on?
If Standard is playing, we can. This should be deterministic, barring a misplay.
Looks like we're just starting game number 2 over here in the Standard seats, where we've got Heath versus Kelsey, mono red Leyline versus the Vivi Cauldron deck. Mono red Leyline up a game. Which is this one of the premier decks to bring to basically beat these Vivi decks?
Well, it won the Spotlight event last weekend. I think it gave a lot of people a lot of hope. People were playing mono red before as a way to fight Vivi, and then the Leyline build sort of becoming like the de facto. This deck's all foil, by the way. I gotta imagine Kelsey is a big mono red fan. It looks like lethal damage coming across here.
This looks like so much damage. Double triggers. That's 5, 6, 7, 8. No, yeah, well, just a handshake. Okay, good time to jump in. Let's just flick back to modern for me for 2 seconds, then flick over to the sealed for me. Production, please.
Heath flipping over the top of the deck. What could I have done? Who's to know? Heath and Ryan. Heath fans Ryan Bellamy's, 2 people close to me.
Go to sealed. Go to sealed.
All right.
Anything's better than that.
I lied. It's Spider-Man. Back to modern.
Back to modern. Back to modern.
Back to modern. Back to modern. Back to modern. Oh my God! It's Universes Beyond. Twitch chat's gonna get mad at us.
Okay, right.
All right, we're staying here. I'm God Emperoring it for a second. This should be over now. We should actually be back to, there you go. Y'all can clip that and share it. But this should be over at this point, because you go through and eventually you just keep making Aftermath Analysts, and you keep making Analysts, and because you're making Analysts, it's like infinite. Then you get the Woodlands in play off the Urza's Cave, which becomes that. And then, and I think this was the confusion point, was they weren't understanding how you actually win once you go infinite here, but it's the cave the cave in each iteration gets you a new land, so you go up a material piece, which gets you to the combo here. So sometimes if you haven't seen it in paper before, that can be a little bit confusing.
I always get into play it out because I always feel like I've got an answer for something that they're going to do and try and blow them out, and then I never have it. There's never an opportune moment for it for me to resolve. I don't know, whatever, and then I end up winning. I'm like, oh, man, I wish I was big brain enough to play that deck. That's what I really wish. I wish I wanted to spend enough time to actually learn that deck and all the different resources, but I just ain't got it in me.
I think that you're kind of belly aching. You know what I mean? I think if you just like spent like an hour and just like physically touched the cards and did what you saw in the video, you'd get it. Because like, yeah, you're gonna miss the weird lines, but the easy ones are like, oh, I have double amulet for landscape shift. This is a kill. And it's kind of like flashcards. I like to describe Amulet Titan as a deck that Chat GPT could play. Right? Like it is. Like beyond the fact that there's hidden information, Chat GPT could learn how to amulet combo kill, right? And so it is hard, but it is just like an information check. Then once you learn to play around the other stuff, that's where I think the real
that's the bit. Like I can play that. Okay, looks like Robert lost that one. Good old fire shoe. So it's all going to come down to that modern seat as Ryan's going to lock that one up to O. So Soul Trader Combo got a lot to do. Needs to win 2 on the bounce. Definitely capable. We've got access to their deck list. Let's have a little look in the side. Well, how can we shore this up if we're over on their side? We've got 4 Cassandra Memories, some Dolphin Void Walkers, some Hovering into the Seas, some Surgicals, and some Fort Seizers.
Yeah, so I mean, you just saw Dolphy is sometimes weirdly good against this deck, right? Like the graveyard aspect, you can cover that. I don't actually know how much Abhorrent Oculus type stuff you want. Like that's the big question, right? Because you could make an argument for a lot of these cards. Dolphy is a fringe player. We're obviously on Harbinger of the Seas. That's here for these kinds of decks. That's going to turn things off. But then the question about like Dolphy versus Surgical versus Consign versus Thoughtseizes, the rest of these cards are not A+ all-star Titan cards. You could, in theory, though, bring all 15 of these in if you wanted to, Will, and sort of just be like, well, I'm going to just throw the book at you and turn into, Demir mid-range.
I don't hate it. I honestly don't hate the idea of it. Like what, as you said, the only thing really I see Oculus doing is if I can get that powerful turn to bring it out of my bin to then really apply pressure while having a lot to kind of sometimes, but like the pushes don't do much. We did see the flare does enough, but it didn't that game. But then it was a double amulet game and they tend to go pretty bad. Bowmasters, what does that really do? Pinging your opponent. They're not really drawing that many cards. A couple of little damage here and there is not going to do too much. I like the frogs because they're going to draw us the cards. So I don't hate the idea of all 15. I'm pretty sure there's an argument for it. Are they going to do it or not? Well, it's going to be a team decision now because this is team trios. And now all 3 players on both sides are going to have a little bit of an impact on this match because their matches have finished. It is down to, you don't want too many chefs. That rule does kind of apply. You don't want everyone talking at once because especially you can give information away if you talk too much to your opponent and their team. So you kind of have to trust that that David's going to know the skills to pilot this deck. And just when it gets to those complicated board states, that's when I'm going to start asking my teammates left and right of me for a little bit. What do you think here? What am I playing on? What would you do? How would this go? And reasons for and against. Kind of like what we're going to be doing here in the booth, except for we've got an advantage. We've got the coach. We've got Mason Clark on coverage, giving us his little bit of insight here. Which side would you rather be sitting? Would you rather sit in the Amulet Titan side or the Soul Trader combo in this one?
Amulet Titan. Soul Trader might be good, but Titan's proven to be great. You know what I mean? Like maybe with time I'll regret this statement, but for now I kind of be on the tried and true. One thing to mention too, by the way, team tournaments really help with this deck. Maybe Miguel does know this deck, right? Like it was fairly popular for a couple weeks. I want to say about a year ago. But in a team event, you can look to your friends and be like, I saw these cards. Do you know what's going on? Because Miguel might not know. So, this is also a spot where, like, once again, to go back to my ChatGPT comparison, ChatGPT doesn't know what to do with a kill spell, right? But, like, with Amulet, if you have certain pieces, you can just get there on a win, and sometimes you miss them. So having both Ryan and Heath watching, you might miss that you have A plus B plus C. And yes, your opponent could have interaction, but there are a lot of deterministic lines that you might just actually miss if you're thinking about so much. And so, this is something where having your teammates watching can be super helpful, not only for thinking about what could be in that deck, as they probably, this isn't a super commonly played deck, and playing around something like that, but also being like, oh, don't forget you have this out because this interaction of cards matters.
Every time you talk about ChatGPT, it reminds me of Frank Carlson couple years ago now,
Mhm.
brought a mathematical, like an AI generated deck of, he put all this information in and asked him what is the perfect numbers of
Mhm.
X cards to win in an aggro matchup, and then he actually ended up playing it that event. Didn't go well, but he played it, and I thought it was just, and now I call it a Frank Carson special when I do. But we are off to the races. Thoughtseize turn 1 shows a grip of Double Saga. Is that
Double
Slayer
Saga,
West
Crumbling
again?
Vestige, Telerio West, Summoner's Pact, Green Sun Zenith, and Aftermath Analyst.
God, you're so good at this. I'm here like trying to turn my head sideways, squinting through like the pixels that are on my screen, and you're just like bam, 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 bam on the boot. That's why we pay you the big money. What's the take though?
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting spot. It depends a little bit on what the hand is too, right? For example, if you have Dothy Voidwalker in hand, maybe you're a little bit more interested in taking one of the cards that isn't Aftermath Analyst, because you know that's going to be turned off for the rest of the game, right? Taking Summoner's Pact makes sense. It's just a tutor and finds a Titan. Also going to be multiple other things. Oh, yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Little Citrus Supplier, baby.
Is that an alternate art one, or was that the?
Yeah.
That is an OG art.
No, that's an alternate art, I'm pretty sure. Oh, this was a one lander. Ah, with great power comes great responsibility, like our sealed format.
That's 2. If anyone keeping track, there's 2 Spider-Man puns so far this stream, and we've got a lot more to go. So yeah, maybe we can get a pun counter going on in chat.
Yeah.
Second Saga is going to be played. Of course, Saga, normally you don't want to be playing these turn 1. You want to try and gain value, get your constructs out of it. Not in this deck. This is basically, I will get an amulet in 3 turns if you cannot interact with it. Black doesn't have too many things that it can do. We do have the consigns. That's what half the blue splash is for. Psychic Fog is what we're going to be played. Completely tapped out.
All right, so Harbinger of the Seas is in hand. Reminder, rules update not so long ago now, but the Urza Saga will not get instantly exploded by Harbinger of the Seas. They'll just stick around. So,
what do you think of that?
I think it is the way the game is now played, and I do not worry about whether I think it is silly or not.
That answers my question.
No, I think it makes a bit of sense. I would say like the logical thing in my mind is that the land would stay and would be stuck at whatever counter it is. The fact that it has its abilities is the weird part to me. But like the land's dying before. I always felt like I knew it was right, but I was like, I feel like I'm cheating you. Like I talked to somebody who doesn't know the rule, and it's like, I know this feels like this doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense to me either, but I've been told it enough times by judges.
I'm now picturing in my head you explaining to somebody like, it's not my fault that I blood mooned you and your lands died. That's just the rules. Like you're trying to explain to your opponent how it's not unfair that you're playing blood moon.
Yeah. Well, you know, I do a lot of like, that's the way the cookie crumbles. I know with the great power comes great responsibility line a lot. And it looks like the cards in hand are not terrible, but they're not exactly what you're wanting.
We do have a basic voice that we can play for the turn if needs be. Maybe we were thinking we want to make a construct to have a little bit of a block, but we don't. We're going to go the after. Oh, because we floated the mana. That's where it's come from. So we're going to mill top 3.
Ice Tail Explorer and Lotus Field.
I need to pick up some Ice Tails. I feel like that card's going to see more play than it does now, even though it does see a little bit of play.
It's a banger. It looks like Unearth was the draw for turn.
And do we have? We've got a Heartbringer in hand. We can discard it, right? And then we reanimate it.
Yeah, and you get to attack with the frog first. This is nice. This is a spot too. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
We're asking our opponent. You see them turn like they're kind of half turning this because they're going to start talking. Do they want to block or not? They do want to block.
So this is where it gets weird too, because you might die here just to like the combo. But I think it'd be pretty hard. You need to discard almost your entire hand to make sure you get enough damage across, which then makes it hard to actually combo. But if you Harbinger, due to the new rules, right, the Urza stays around 2 and you make constructs every turn. So we are like in the thick of it still.
And they've got the green mana. So is it even good in this spot?
I mean, I think it's good because you don't die, because you're about to have Green Sun Zenith with double Amulet in play. And like with a bounce land, that's obviously almost always quite good. Oh, there's the Warren Soul Trader hitting the graveyard. this. All right, so we're gonna unearth. Yeah, you see, I think that's
Have a little read that.
asking to read the card. That's goodness. Yeah, like I said earlier, Heath and Bellamy are two people who are somewhat local or more local, depending on the person. So getting to see these guys in the future match area is always a little extra fun for me. As I can imagine Heath being like, "Can I see that?"
So we're going to sacrifice the frog to get a treasure token by paying 1 life.
Yeah. I like it. We'll use this backwards token as a treasure.
Save a bit of time, get it. 2 mana is going to then play the apprentice. So we're just missing a Gravecrawler at this point, right?
Well, yeah, but there are so many cards in the graveyard that look cheap. I just can't tell if any of them are Gravecrawler or not. But the problem is too, you need to have it here, right? So of note too, Marionette Presence triggers off treasures. Artifacts dying. So like that's part of this whole exchange because the apprentice doesn't gain life, right? So you're gonna make a treasure, which costs you a life, and you sack something, right? Then you sack the treasure, that does 1. Sacking the crawler to make the treasure does 1. So you just need to have double your opponent's life total. Yeah, so the Gravecrawler apparently was in the graveyard.
And I think that's interesting. Like, so when normally you do that combo, when we've seen that something like that in the past, it's been with Yawgmoth, and normally it has a life again effect to counteract the life that you're using from Yawgmoth. In that one, there isn't, but there's always the backdoor that as long as you've got double the life total as your opponent, they will lose 2 to your 1, and that is how you potentially win the game. And that's literally as you read up. It means we get to go to game number 3 here between David and Miguel. Everything on the line for these teams. They want to advance themselves to a 4-0 record, giving them the best possible shot to get into today's top 8, and it is going to come down to this last game of Modern Amulet Titan versus Soul Trader combo.
Yep. And we saw that was just like a powerful aspect this deck has. And from the way everyone was reading, I have to imagine, Will, that they maybe thought they were playing against blue-black mid-range, right? Like everyone was like, because they were reading that interaction, which tells me that maybe they didn't understand the artifact part of it, which is totally reasonable. But I think they probably misidentified what they were playing against. They probably thought they were playing against like blue-black mid, right? Like the Psychic Frog deck. It looked like, like maybe a brewy version of that deck. And then you sideboard one way, but in reality, it's, I really need Bajuka Bog in my deck. I really need to be going fast.
Well, here it is on the screen. For many people at home are also not too familiar with it. So this is the 75. We know the Thoughtseizes come in some numbers, and I'm pretty sure we saw the Harbinger. Didn't see any of the signs, the Voidwalker or the Surgicals that game. Doesn't mean they didn't come in, though. Would anything change play draw dependent for you?
I don't think so. I don't think you saw anything either that would be surprising. So unless like maybe there's some way they sideboard, but then you're watching them sideboard like 10 cards in front of you, right? Like right now we can see the players still on our screen and there's a bunch of cards on the table. So I imagine that you probably stick to, kind of whatever you thought was good enough against the Amulet, which if you're playing this deck, you've probably played the Amulet matchup a lot. They probably haven't played against you a lot. So, this is sort of like, okay, I'll stick to what I'm doing. The real question to me is how many of the cards are coming in? Because we saw Harbinger of the Seas, which that was our slam, right? We knew we were going to bring those. And we have at least one Thoughtseize, right? And we mentioned before how I thought maybe Abhorrent Oculus might not make the deck post-board. Okay, well, that's, you can bring 4 of those in, but you bring in even more Thoughtseizes, right? You had the 2 Harbinger, 2 Seas. It seemed like it was pretty good that game. I'm not sure. It's a very, tough spot to be in.
When it comes to sideboarding, are you one of the ones? What's the advantages of just putting all 15 cards in my deck, shuffling, and then taking 15 cards out, opposed to doing I'm going to take 4 cards out, put them on the table, then put 4 cards in?
The advantage, Will, is that your life is only once, and you don't have to sideboard out the other 11 cards in November.
Nobody got time for that. Okay.
And that's on. I mean, you should just do the whole 15. I'll let everyone at home at what I do, which is the secret plan when you're playing the RC or whatever, and your opponent, is seems like someone who's trying to min-max everything. You shove the 15 in. You just shove it in all near the top. So you take the bottom of your deck and put them there, and it's very easy just to have them all in front. And to them it looks like, oh, you shoved in 15 cards in your deck, and they're just all there, and you're like, okay, yeah, these 13 go back in the sideboard. These 2 are staying. These 2 are going. You just don't actually shuffle the whole 15 in. You just put them all into your deck. That's what I do. It saves a lot of time.
But now you've just saved time for more people, which means you save time for the people they play against. You've basically saved the world now.
Yeah, I honestly, it's technically you should. It's not the end of the world. I think you should be focused on like fundamental skills more than that. At the highest level of play, you could maybe get some advantage, but you're not losing sleep over it.
No, all right. We're sort of coming to the end of sideboarding now for these players. Little cut. We're going to look at the opening 7. If you're over on Amulet, what's the most busted 7 you can think of keeping in your opener?
Well, I mean, there's turn 2 kills, right? You got double Amulet, you got Lotus Field, Titan. That's game, right? So I don't know. Those 4 cards seem pretty good to me. 3 others for fun.
All right.
Third Amulet.
Extras in there.
Yeah, why not? But like, you know, that is sort of what this deck is bringing, right? Like you have turn 4, you're pretty great at killing people, and you can do it on 2, and 3 is not out of the realm of possibilities for both decks. You know, that is sort of what David is saying is like, hey, I am playing a strategy that is good enough against this, and there isn't enough hard graveyard hate to really punish me, and my fair game is good enough against the decks where it needs to be.
We don't like that opening hand there from Miguel, but we do over on David's side. So going down to 6 on the play. Remember, this is deck. Do you say particularly would it mulligans quite well?
Yeah, Amulet. I mean, we just talked about like you asked me what the most broken start is, and I listed 4 cards. So to me, that I mean, and this is like a it is a deck that needs critical mass, but you kind of know like, hey, if my hand is like totally dog, it's just like not a playable hand. I can go to 4, right? Like I have these 4 cards that together win the game, which probably means like I'm pretty good on 5. I can go down to 6 very easily. I only need certain pieces. And it's not like you have to mulligan to an actual turn 2 kill. You can be a turn slower than all that, right? And have some interaction or just a reasonable hand and be a fine keep. So one of the big advantages I would say in general is your deck being able to mulligan well. In fact, I kind of have a rule these days that if my deck can't go to 5 and still pretty easily win, it's probably not a good deck because you just can do that with so many decks these days, specifically in the modern format.
Interesting. Right. Well, we're off to the races we kept. We're going to start off with a Urza's Saga. This is what we found for the turn, and we are going to play it straight away. Target you. Show me that grip. All right, Mason, do it one more time. You did it once before. Name those cards.
All right. So there's a Crumbling Vestige, an Urza's Saga, a Dismember, an Amulet Titan, and I believe that's Icetail Explorer underneath everything in the middle there. But that one, I'm to be honest, having a little trouble making out. But I know the other 4 are right.
I'll allow it.
Well, Elvish Reclaimer. I can see the side of it now. Yep, you got me.
Is it? I don't typically see this too much in Titan, do we?
It's coming back a little bit more. It enables combos. It's an early creature that can block and get in the way. It's a totally reasonable card to have in your deck. And this is the other thing about Amulet too is there's the core card you need and everything else you can kind of lean your deck one direction or another, right? Like we didn't see Ghost Quarter for a long time in this deck, but with the addition of Icetail Explorer, which you don't have to have, but you can have, that opens up new lines and different configurations of the deck. We've seen some players like Nathan the Guiltleaf from Magic Online play things like Gaddock Teeg, because that is a very powerful sideboard card that changes the construction of your deck a lot. So lots of different ways to go about stuff.
Okay, they're keeping their hand up nicely here for us all at home as they play a second saga. And now we're going to start off with a supplier, mill our top 3 cards. That is a Void Walker. So Void Walkers do look like they have come in.
I mean, Unearth your Dothi Void Walker here is not the end of the world, especially if you have like another Thoughtseize. Maybe take the Titan. I've definitely beat a lot of Titan players by just turn 2 Dothi, turn 3 Thoughtseize you, my Titan, grab 2 lands just to play my spells.
Does it also turn off the the graveyard line?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no more Aftermath Analyst loops because they all get the void counters on them, and it is milling and going in there. So,
okay, another Thoughtseize here off the swamp reveals a Green Sun Zenith that was found. Of course, they've been sandbagging that green mana, and we know about the amulet that's going to be coming down next turn. So, are we taking the Green Sun Zenith here?
Yeah, so Green Sun Zenith, I'm trying to think about what exactly it turns off. So obviously it could be an expensive Titan. It can be Icetail Explorer. It can be Aftermath Analyst. Makes a lot of sense to me to just take the Green Sun if you're afraid about either of those cards. Yeah, the Titan is 6 mana, which is coming, but is not, super, super close. You also have a Flare in hand.
Yeah, I can see the flare. Float the 1 mana. So 1 colorless in the pool while we go search for an artifact of 1 or 0. Of course, it's going to be the amulet.
And this is, one of the things about Titan. It needs a clock plus disruption all the time. It's hard to fully lock this deck out. So David does need to be working towards the combo. Obviously, we played, our Sigil Supplier. It's only turn 2. But just for those at home, it does not mean this game is like over.
So Rumble is the card being cast. It's going to reveal a Titan, Sun Zenith, Lotus, and a Brazier.
Yeah, Lotus Field, great pickup there. You have that other amulet coming off of the Urza Saga here on a turn.
I love that we've just given up on the Drowsy Spawn token as well. It's like, that's it. This is it.
They're gone.
So we're setting up for a turn. So we could do with another Forties here off the top. Didn't find it. I think it was another land.
Yep. Basic Swamp. It looks. Oh, that might be Spymaster's Vault.
Yeah, I think it might be Spymaster too. We've got the Flare. What's the blue card? Is that a consign?
I think it's a consigned memory, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, if we get to that situation, I'll ask you. I'm not going to get into that. That is a later thing. Going to try and get in there for a point of damage. It's going to happen. We're going to drop down to 19. Only 19 more of those till we win the game.
He's taking a look at the Spymaster. Oh, that's Phyrexian Tower. Okay.
Oh, is it Tower? Oh,
Yeah.
Lovely. Little throwback. Is this Saga original printing?
I believe so. MH3 is how I got into Modern. As here comes Unearth on Dothry Voidwalker, and this is a nice one. Once again, it doesn't win the game, but with the fact that we have the Flare, this is going to help turn off some of the lines, and with the Consign as well. Looks like we are going to tap out of the Consign. A little surprised to see that, to be honest.
Yeah. Like, could we? I suppose we want a creature to be able to sacrifice because we know that there's potentially a Titan coming down. Here comes the Dismember. It's going to get rid of that Dalphy.
Yeah, I imagine you could have done something like sack your Citrus Supplier to the Phyrexian Tower, made double black, hope to mill a Harbinger of the Sea or something like that, and also you could put that in. But then with the double black, you cast Unearth, you cast Gravecrawler, and then you have Consign up.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Actually, in fact, I actually quite like that because you get 3 more looks, right?
Yeah, and obviously there's like Dismember and stuff to worry about. We didn't know it was in the hand, I believe, but I think that would be a pretty reasonable play if you're going to do something like this. Maybe just valuing the Citrus Supplier mill for a later turn with the burst of mana. Now you don't have Consign to counter any of these untapped triggers, which would have been like a pretty powerful thing here. Like if you held up Consign, you just consign the Amulet's untaps. Then when Miguel went to play Lotus Field, it would sack both lands and it would be on nothing versus these Amulets. That would have been, at least really close to getting across the finish line. Looks like we're going to take Vexing Bauble, heads up play, playing around that Flare.
And then we're going to tap this in response. Before the sack, these are going to go to the bin. Plus this, Titan's going to come down. Did we have so 1, 2, 3,
Yep.
4, 5? Yep.
And now this is where things get a little interesting because you only have 1 amulet, so you can still do a lot here. Don't get us wrong, but all right, yeah. There's Hanwar Battlements, and I believe that's a Crumbling Vestige, so that's going to be your red. You're going to attack in with the Titan.
Yep, it's 2 more. So we're going to get 2 more lands. Now we kind of know what cards are playing around. You see that the skill level ramping up a bit. Okay, right, we'll play this, we'll do that. This plays around that line, this plays around that line. I think they played it masterfully. Weirdly, like everything David's done has been correct, right? Like we got the Dalphy out because we knew that the Titan was going to come down. We got set up the Flare line, this, that, and the other. But we've just been able to navigate around that over on Miguel's side, which has been really nice. Obviously, didn't know about the Dismember, which kind of was the straw that broke the camel's back in that one.
Yeah, the only real spot that like things could have gone different was this leaving up a Consign. That is the the one area. Now from here, David could hard cast a Flare. Wouldn't it be awful?
So I'm looking at 2 different things to see if I can actually.
All right, and it looks like we're going to grab a Bounce Land and an Urza's Cave.
Is the Vexing Bauble, is that a triggered ability? Like, if
I need to read the card.
If we fled, could we then have consigned the trigger from Vexing Bauble? is what I'm thinking.
Well, if you had blue, you don't have any blue
Yeah.
mana, but yeah. I think Bobble does counter. So if it does counter and says can't be cast, then that would be something you could consign as well. Yeah. Consign designed to beat Chalice of the Void wording like that. So also why it has replicate, so you can get around it countering the actual.
Well, we get another turn here over on David's side. Can't take any more hits from that Titan, being at 6 life. We're going to start off by getting in there, though. 3 points drop down to 12.
Consign in hand. We didn't Summoner's Pact for this Titan, right? Like we hard cast.
No, it was in hand. Yeah, we straight up hard cast it. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like we did pass, and it looks like the team is pointing out maybe we should use our Urza's Cave right now.
This is so interesting.
You have Scape Shift in hand. Yeah, it looks like Bellamy's thinks that we have a win, or at least a very good play. Maybe it's like go grab Mirror Pool. So you can get more Titans and more haste. No problems.
But then the line I spoke about with the Flare and Consign would blow that out, right?
Yeah, you can also just hardcast the Flare.
Oh yeah, because we can sacrifice creature game to do mana.
Yeah. So we have a couple outs. I guess you could let the trigger go on the stack and consign replicated to get the Bobble and the Titans trigger. There you go. That's something.
I like it.
But that would be kind of hard to time perfectly. Shifting Woodlands, the pickup.
Layers upon layers. Okay, we're untapping. Draw for turn. Gotta smell that something is up here. We're just attacking past the turn, and we haven't got a handshake, so it's something we've got to play around. We know about flares being in the deck. Forest for turn. This is 4 mana. What were they? I didn't see what they were targeting the graveyard, but it's going to be enough for the handshake. David is not going to win this one. It's going to be Miguel's side. Amulet Tycoon taking it down. Ryan and Heath getting the W. They're advancing themselves to a 4-0 record. Not all doom and gloom here, though, for Fire Shoes and his team. Getting to 3-1 still puts them in contention, very much in contention, in fact, to get into today's top 8. Because, of course, we have got 55 teams battling it out to try and get there. But the numbers say, only 8 are going to be able to do it. I've been told we're not even going to have an interview. We're just going to go straight to a little break because I think, I need the bathroom. I don't know about you, Mason, but I'm going to let you close it out on the last words for this round.
We'll see y'all very soon for round number 5.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the NRG series where we're entering round number 5 of Team Trios action. We've got Standard, we've got Modern, and we have got Spider-Man Sealed. But more importantly, we have got that man there, Mr. Mason Clark, in the booth alongside me, Will Hall. Mason, what do you think about all the stuff that we've seen up to this point as we start entering into round number 5?
It's been exciting. We've seen a lot of really great Matter. We've seen a lot of different decks. We got a repeat visitor here in our feature match area, but that's only because they're doing so good. We're going to get some Civic Birthing Ritual action here in just a minute, but it's been a lot of exciting games so far.
It really has. But you know, we've been following a lot of teams up to this point. We need to see who's doing well. There's leaderboard points on the line. Of course, 3 people qualifying for the end of year championship. So let's look at how they've been getting on. Break down for me who do you think standing out on this one?
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Williams' team is undefeated. They're doing great. We're going to be watching them play this round to see if they can draw in / make top 8. This is a 6-round event, so the next round they should be kind of good, but we'll have to see how it goes. The team of Till, Ellenbogen, and Conan, all 3-1. Kowalski 2-1-1. They took an L after we kind of give them the props, not getting any more draws. Hayes' team at 2-2, and then unfortunately for Copa and Walgaria, 1-3. Maybe battling it out for the chance to sneak in on some points. As our players are mulliganing, we'll have to see what they're going to do as we are starting in the Modern seat. It's going to be a pretty exciting one, as you know. Dustin Berg's team here, Dom Harvey impersonators. Kamari qualified for the Pro Tour playing the Simic Ritual deck. They identified this deck as being a good deck to play with the intent of like people are going to be playing the best decks in Modern because it's a team event. Logic makes a lot of sense to me, Will, right? You don't want to let your homies down. Yeah. Also, a lot on the line. You want to really win, so playing a good deck makes a lot of sense. But Jeskai Blink is a deck that I found had to be a very tricky and weird matchup versus Simic Ritual because the Ritual deck is really good at breaking up specific combos, right? And it kind of wins that way. And it can grind, but doesn't grind as well as the Jeskai Blink deck does if the game goes like super long. So it's a weird place to be.
I was going to ask you about the Ritual deck. Is the Ritual deck a good deck for this weekend, or is this a good deck in Modern in general? Because it seems to be like, you know, you see it's got very good matchups against a very specific set of combo decks. If it's met as heavy, this is going to shine. But against if let's say there's more, Flicker, Jeskai Flicker, Blue Black Flicker, Esper Flicker type mid-rangey decks, is this still going to be a viable deck in that format?
Yeah, I think the deck has room. I mean, like I joked about it in the interview, right? And I was saying like play, the Hideaway card instead of, Fibblethip. I think the deck could grow and become a little bit more well-rounded. Right now, I feel like it's super indexed and doing what it does, and it does it very well. And Oculus is a good enough backup plan. Plus, listen, Force Negation, Subtlety, Flare Denial, these are just strong cards you can cast if you're playing a longer game. I think this deck does have room, but I think we're in the early stages of this deck, and I imagine it's going to become a leaner meter fighting machine, and it's probably a card away from something kind of crazy happening with it and turning into like a great deck. But I think it's a very, very good deck to answer your question.
I don't think the Birthing Ritual's really had its time to shine yet. Like obviously it just got so much up end to it. Like it's seen a little bit play here and there. I just don't think it's found the perfect shell for it. Maybe it is this, as we're just getting a couple of lands on both sides, passing the turns back and forth. Pass again over here on Charlie's side. Gonna go fetching. More surveilling, I am sure, is going to be in our future, but it could end up playing a fairly I can never pronounce it. Failure. Thank you. Can never do it. Ooh, there's a mummy in this deck. In this build, a little cheeky Elish Nornheim out.
Yeah, and that's a Mirror Breaker card. That's a card where you're playing a lot of Jeskai Blinks. I would guess, I don't know for sure, that Fred Stryker's team here maybe also expected a lot of the Mirror and Amulet Titan, where this card in the Mirror you turn off a ton of cards, and against Amulet, it's basically a game-winning card. No end of the battlefield effects trigger.
There's a little doggo. Obviously, the real Mirror Breaker is Fable, and that is also in this list as well for free. 2 mana, we're going to play a Riddler. Hopefully this resolves. You might see what we saw in the game earlier on today, where we flash in a Icefang Nicole, and then we are able to use the Flare of Denial. But we're just going to use the Dismember here before the card's being. Oh no, we're going to use it on the failure. Okay, that makes sense. Hope that there isn't some sort of ephemerate or consign. Ooh.
It looks like there is a consign. One thing to know about consign, does also turn off subtlety, like trigger. So that's a weird consign. It's good, right? There's a lot of weird things you can catch with this card. Hey, Fibblethip. I'm just saying, Dustin Berg's team. I know you're watching the feature match. Everyone goes back and watches the feature match. I got a lot of respect for everyone's game. They're doing great. You're telling me Fibblethip's got to be in the deck. You're telling me right now Fibblethip's got to be here. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, homies. I'm not saying, you're wrong. I'm just saying.
I reckon there's a rule. If you're playing it, you have to dress as it. You know what I mean? Like, if committing to it, you got to dress as it.
I will. And then you know what? Dustin Berg's nails do match Fibblethip, so I'll give the buy for now. But I swear, if we don't keep up the Fibblethip theming of something, I am going to sort of, I'm just going to scream about it. Watcher of Tomorrow. It's like Fibblethip, but stronger. As we are going to see Quantum Riddler attack in here for 4.
Still got a play to make, and it is going to be a Flage. Have you seen this card? Are you aware of Flage?
Yeah, it's really good. I don't know what they were thinking.
No, I think it's pretty broken, and they don't know the plays. I don't know what they're doing at all with it. But
does it go back to the deck if it's targeted?
Ooh, good question. Let me have a little look. See,
it might be a missed trigger, but
becomes a target of a spell.
Oh, a spell. Okay, all right, gotcha. I was gonna say it's a weird card. Icewind Coatl here. This is a card near and dear to my heart. Played a lot of this during the 4-color days.
Oh,
and yeah, there's that a third Snowland. That's really strong.
I was about to say, is the last card a Solitude plus white card? It is. Being able to get that off the board, there's no point using a flare on it, but it also means that we don't get to trigger that birthing ritual.
Subtlety there would have been really huge. Now, it's possible we have a subtlety and we're saving it for the Flage in the graveyard, right?
Oh, yeah. I forgot it does that.
Yeah. Really powerful card here. And this is what I like about this birthing ritual deck, right? Like, subtlety is like a hate card for Titan. But it's also just fine against a lot of the mid-rangey stuff, right? It's fine against an aggro deck. You try to all-in me with a slick shot, I buy a little bit of time, right? Like those sort of things are good. Same with Flare, same with Endurance, right? These are all just strong cards. As Prismatic Ending in the Ritual, oh my goodness.
When it rains, it pours here. And of course, we're able to do that thing with the Flages, not the Flages, the Solitudes, ditch in our hand, making it low. We've got this Riddler on the board. It's going to be drawing us 2 in our upkeep every time. We're going to go cascading. Gone are the days where you're going to see Rhinos enter the board, or maybe even a Living End. It's going to draw us another card, though, that we hit the Oracle on that one. Play the land, and then just pass the turn back. But again, get to draw 2 more. This is great if we're even if we're 2 for 1 in ourselves. It's going to be to our advantage here. Ragavan's going to be turned off a little bit here, though. Not great, but it will trade with either of these 2 creatures on the other side of the board, which I think is got to be almost the game plan at this point, right? Like, how do they get back into this? It's going to be with a Ritual. Ritual is able to kind of generate as even more value. If they don't have any creatures when that comes down, that's a good thing.
Yeah, and I think here, looking at the board state, Oculus is the other card I'm really looking out for, and Birthing Ritual is the best way to get Oculus into play.
It's a fairy.
Yeah, that's a card you just have to fight over.
The fairy's going to get countered with the Flare Denial. We're going to sacrifice our Oracle. We're then going to block the Ragavan, so we go to 2. Need to find something. Need to find it now. 1 card left in hand here for Fred.
Yeah, Fred also has Flage in the graveyard. That's presenting lethal. So we need to have that answered and answer this Riddler. One of the best ways to do that might just actually be something like Oculus or cascading a Shardless Agent into an Endurance. So sorry, Shardless Agent hits Birthing Ritual, which becomes Endurance. That hits the graveyard. You chump block, you buy a turn. It seems to be the cleanest way to get there.
Cascade. Find another Oracle, I think.
All right, Oracle can maybe go the distance if you find a Ritual. There's a land.
What are those cards in hand?
I think it's Oculus and Flare of Denials are the cards in hand.
No, it's Double Harbinger.
Oh, is it Double Harbinger? Oh,
yeah.
Double Harbinger. It doesn't
Not
stop.
great.
No, one of those is definitely a Flare. I've got a read on it.
So do you reckon we've got Double Harbinger Flare?
I'm not sure. I think it's double Flare, but it could be Harbinger. All I know is the Flare stops the Flage. That's how the problem down.
How do we stop the Flyer and the Flage?
Or an Oculus, I think, is in hand.
Oh, my word. Okay. So
you jump block. Well,
Yeah,
I guess the Horn Oculus is a 5/5. Excuse me, this is a 4/6.
yeah. So that's your blocker. You then flare the Flage. Okay, we still got a game. Still got a game. Mason.
Yeah.
Even at 1 life, you got to win by an inch or a mile.
And if you can, I was gonna say, if you can find another Oculus 2 and then unmorph it on the following turn, that could be huge. 2 cards here for Fred. It looks like Ephemerate and lands are the goods.
Exile, Flage, exile, these 5. Then we're going to flare, counter it. What was there's 1 card in hand I didn't make out. I think it's land something.
It's Ephemerate, I think, was the card left in Fred's hand we're talking about.
Do you like firing that off here?
Just draw some cards. Can't be that bad.
We're not attacking.
Yeah, I mean, you could find a Solitude that could be pretty big. I think I'm down to just draw a couple cards. I think Dustenberg would flare the Ephemerate just because it represents so many cards.
No survey action. What do we like that card on top? It's a mountain. That's the other card in hand. Having a think. Don't want to make any crazy decisions. Remember, this is a team event. It's not just you. And they do have that loss already. They need to win this match. They have been paired up. Ephemerate is the card that's going to be cast. I'm going to say, sure, you can draw 2. Ragavan. Or was that? Oh, it's Arena.
Okay, so the idea here from Dustenberg basically is I need to save this for things like Flage are going to actually beat me. And even though you might find other stuff, I just kind of know I'm dead there. So, yeah, it's awkward. I hope it kind of works out.
Could end up having a hasty Flage next turn. That there is going to be the Birthing Ritual coming down. That's a good one. That means that we potentially can dig through our deck a little deeper. And we do have 2 main deck copies of Endurance in the deck. Are we able to find them or another way to stop? It's just an Ice Fang. That's going to let us a card deeper. Get shuffled, get put to the bottom. We draw off the Ice Fang. I think that was a green card.
I think so.
Now, we found another Oculus, I think. No, actually, no, I think it was just the Sink Stupor. I got excited.
Well, Sinking to Super is good. That's a way to stop Flage, even in the short term.
Well, no, it got off the.
Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what you're saying.
That obviously, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I thought you meant in the hand was a sink. I misunderstood the stitch.
How can we do this? We do have a Ragavan. That's the Arena of Glory for land for the turn. Can the come and play and tapped because we do have a mountain. Here comes a hasty Flage. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it was 4 or 5, but we can sacrifice it, counter it again. We live another turn. Are we starting to turn the corner now? Over on Charlie's side.
Maybe left some mana up. I mean, you could have hard cast that flare. So Fred has to be thinking there's something going on. As it is just an Ice Fang Coatl.
Draw again. Didn't get a good look at what the card was. Having a little think. I think we've got an Oracle in hand.
All right, Oracle's a redraw. Move you deeper. Endurance is a pretty good card to find. Shardless Agent's not bad.
Oh, double Oculus. Harbinger and the third Oculus.
All right, so we know there's no Oculus underneath, as does Fred. That's pretty huge.
This one's an Oracle. So draw a card, play a land. Or
right.
It's going to go straight into play.
I don't think there's any life gain in this deck, so the fetch land's off for the rest of the game. But, moving through it's good either way.
There is no life gain confirmed, correct? But we still can't. This Riddler's really been a good roadblock at this point.
Yeah, Riddler, very, very strong card. Just the huge body.
Look at the top 7. What do we like? Flibble Fit. Your favorite?
This is what I was told the Fibblethip should be locking in. You've run them out of resources and you draw 2. All right, we move through some cards. This is a race against Flage. Not only is there one in the graveyard, but there's a bunch in the deck.
Is there any other reach in the deck? Oh, noted. There's a main deck Wrath of the Skies in this list. Also a one-off Lightning Bolt.
I was gonna say some of the lists play 1 bolt, so that could be a got him moment. Remember, Subtlety 2 is a hard castable way to answer these Flages in the short term.
Just pass the turn back. Draw. That I believe is the Otawara.
All right, Otawara is a way to bounce the Riddler and get in for a lot of damage on a single turn.
I think we've got Endurance in hand as well, but
okay.
We're seeing so many free drops.
Yeah, well, the deck plays a lot of 3s, but not only Birthing Ritual, right? This is like a weirdish, if you're not used to it, Cascade deck where there are multiple hits on the 2s. And it looks like we're out of 2s.
No way. No, we surely would hit.
Well, because we just saw 3 Oculus, which we know are close to the bottom, right?
Oh, whoa, yeah. But then, yeah.
Because remember, Birthing Ritual moves 7 cards deep, right, every time. And then the Oculus is moving, 2 cards deep. So I would not be surprised if Dustenberg's deck is like sub 20 cards at this point.
Draw. It's going to be another land. Surviving at 1 life.
So currently, if you were to attack with everything and Otawara away the Riddler in the future turns, I think you're just a little shy of lethal. So yeah, attacking here with all these, ground creatures that aren't really doing anything, that makes a lot of sense. And then you just hold back your Flying Iceman Coatls because they're holding back the Riddler, and the Riddlers are 4/6, so it can't eat your Oculus.
Does Solitude and Ephemerate change any of that?
I don't think Solitude does.
Okay.
Because Solitude's going to probably answer the eyeball no matter which way you slice it. Solitude Ephemerate would hit the double Coatl, but
2, 3, 4, 5. This is going to be a Solitude.
I'm curious. So one of those lands is a Misty Rainforest, right, in play for Charlie. So we can't hard cast a Subtlety, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so there's the pitch cast. Consign in hand.
We've got a consign. We can consign that trigger, right?
Yeah, if you do, though, then the Subtlety is there to block for the future turns. But you do answer the Oculus. So, I mean, it's quite appealing. You also get to draw 2 cards off your Riddler because your hand's down to 1 card.
So, yeah, we're going to consign the trigger.
Yeah.
This is then going to target, I guess, the Oculus. But then that's 6 life, which means the 5 extra life. So they're just going to do this to gain 2, go up to 3. That means the Riddler's still going to be lethal if we can get it across the board. We're then going to block.
I think Fred's trying to deck Dustenberg.
Whoa.
Because Solitude going after the Oculus makes, I mean, you just have enough life total, right? That you're not losing too much sleep over it. Unless Dustenberg's afraid of some sort of transform happening on these cards. Post block, I turned into an Oculus.
It was just a Birthing Ritual, so that trade happens. It's going to drop down to 13 after everything's said and done. And the turn Ritual.
Did the Riddler not block?
No.
Bizarre.
I guess in case it was an Ice Fang.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, you're unsure which one's an Ice Fang.
Oculus is now going to be found. So that means we have literally turned through the whole deck now.
Yeah, I mean, look how small that deck is. We just saw Charlie pick it up. That looks to be 15, 16 cards. And Abhorrent Oculus is going to Manifest Dread as a must ability. So we're going to see more of these come.
There's another Oculus. Does that... Hold on, is it... We got lethal?
It's very close to lethal here. Because that's 15 in the air alone, right? Oh, there's a Flage.
I'm about to say a fetch land is turns the flage on here, but a flage off the top will also do it. So we need double flage. We've done everything we can to this point. We've got I think that's a subtlety in hand, maybe.
I think it is. I think we're on double land.
No.
Yeah. Wow.
Brutal. That went down to the line. That was literally the turn. I think we were dead on the backswing on Fred's side if we weren't able to take that down. So really fun game to watch there for both of our players. But we are playing team trios, so we don't have to watch them sideboard and shuffle up. We get to go over to another game. So let's have a look at the old standard and how that's getting on, see what 2 decks are being piloted over there. Looks like we have got, well, let's be honest, if you watched any standard format recently, it will be a Vivi mirror, and we are no exception. What is going on here, Mason?
Oh, Kamari's up a game, but looks to be behind on board pretty heavily here. I mean, Profs and Agatha's in play for Greg, along with Ameko, excuse me. Meanwhile, one less land for Kamari on the left, and Agatha is all we have. It looks like we had a bunch of Into the Flood Maws and Steam Cores, but maybe a mulligan situation here. Maybe also Greg has had just more draw effects.
So maybe can be able to script this one back and take it to a game number 3. You see at the bottom of the screen there how the first games went for both of these 2 teams, 2-1 now, being paired down here the side of Jess, Charlie, and Cameron. Now we're kind of just like going back and forth for all these different options. Like, that's the kind of one of the stalling points of this deck, right? Is kind of understand what do I need to do, how and when am I meant to draw, when am I meant to discard, what am I meant to discard, am I setting up for future turns, am I setting up to try and win in a couple of turns? My opponent's at 7. It looks like I've got quite a big board. I've also got the prof, which means if I can draw a bunch, I can potentially win this turn. What if I got a play around? Okay, there's 1 mana up. It could be an Into the Floodmoor. Loads going on. It seems like it's pretty much done and dusted, but it really isn't when you break down these sort of board states.
Yeah, and as we've seen, we've not watched a lot of Game 1 VBs because we've been sticking to Modern to kind of start off our rounds here. But one of the things you'll notice is there's a lot less VBs post-board, right? Players are playing much more blue-red, looting mid-range against each other. Yeah, and you see Kamari kind of pick it up as it's just kind of insurmountable here. And that's one of the, you don't get got by the opposing Cauldron eating your VB, but it's also a lot harder to come back from being behind.
All right, well, let's go and have a little look at how Limited's going on. Of course, this is Spider-Man sealed for the 3rd spot in the teams. And we haven't done it throughout, but I don't know why we didn't do it. But I've got some Spider-Man jokes for you, Mason. You want to hear a Spider-Man joke?
Yeah, let's see if you can be funny.
Okay. If Wonder Woman and Spider-Man went into business together, what would they call the business? An Amazon Web Service.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here for at least the next round, ladies and gentlemen. So until the end of this one, you've got me.
Amazon Web Service.
If you want another one, let me know. I've got a few. I've got a few lined up because I thought we might need them.
Yeah, all right, Mysterio in play again. We've seen a lot of Mysterio today in our feature match area. And making a lot of 3/3s.
Bomb rares, right?
Yeah,
you're not going to play the bomb rares.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Mysterio is a really hard card to beat under normal situations. It looks like we're getting a little fighting action going on here.
Did you ever see the Spider-Man films? Did you see Spider-Man Homecoming?
Yeah, I watched all the Marvel ones. The Mysterio was like the Far From Home. Did you not watch them?
I did, but do you know who didn't watch them?
Who?
Uncle Ben.
Oh, that's a Spider-Man joke because Uncle Ben's dead. I see.
Oh, he went dark, ladies and gentlemen. He went dark. Yeah, I should bring back. I actually do makes watching. So when I do I normally have facts of the place where we're at, and obviously today's event is taking part in Elmhurst, which is a nice little place just outside Chicago. But the fun fact about it is Elmhurst means a forest of elms. For anybody wanting to, understand the origins of that, you're welcome. That is my fact of the day.
My fact of the day is that we can't get back to a real format quick enough, as we are getting a full tap out here.
What's that one?
What is that one? That's a Spider-Man of some variety. Did you see what I did there?
that's like a 50% shot. Maybe a 60% shot. Yeah, they play Spider-Man. Spider-Man plays Spider-Man. It's going to attack it to Spider-Man.
You know what? First person in Twitch chat to get it right, I'll pin your comment. You let me know. It looks like it's countered, killed. Unfortunate. Go to the bottom of the deck or whatever. Why not?
All right, cool. Let's see how they're getting on the other ones. Production's going to move us back across to. Oh no, they're both sideboarding. Okay, they're still shuffling up. They're taking the time. It's fine. I understand it a lot on the line. Remember, realistically, if one of the teams wins this, that gives them the winning in next round, and the other one, this is pretty much a winning in for the other one. So,
yeah,
it needs to battle out. It needs to take their time. It needs to make sure that sideboard, and of course, you can talk with your teammates left and right of you. We have got modern, standard, and sealed between this team trios. That's the one we had earlier. What was it called?
Spider Slinger.
That's the one. I was just testing you to make sure that you're listening.
Yeah, go get an artifact. Excuse me, get a equipment or an aura added to your hand.
Value.
Yeah, nice. One of the things that's in our graveyard is Symbiote Spider-Man. This ability to, whenever you hit your opponent, you look at the top cards of the deck equal to the damage done, and then add one to hand. But you can also exile itself in the graveyard to give that ability. So Mysterio could turn into a 6/6 Spirit Spider-Man, which would be quite strong. Obviously, Jess here almost dead on board.
I think they're drawing the opening hands over in Modern. They're just finishing some mulligans off, so let's move across as it kicks off. It looks like we're down to 6 over on Fred's side, and I think Chai kept in opening 7. Simic Ritual versus Jeskai Blink. Jeskai Blink pushed up one game, but the whole team seems to be doing well with taking down at least one game in this match at that Vivi Cauldron Mirror. We might jump back in, but hopefully it's finished by the time we get there and we get a lot more Modern action. We do.
Mm-hmm. Could be a Ragavan to start things off here for Fred. An interesting card. It's very powerful, but also, I mean, Charlie's deck plays Coiling Oracle, Icewind Coatl. There's a lot of things that get in the way in the early turn. So especially on the draw, I'm curious to see if Fred kept in these Ragavans, and we did.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like the whole Memnite thing, right? Like, oh, my opponent's playing Memnite or Young Wolf makes my my Ragavan's so much worse. But if you do have some sort of removal, I guess, which I think I can see a Prismatic Ending in hand, you're kind of safe to run this out, because what you're going to do, play your 2-drop, I'll get rid of it, I'll connect. And there's that sort of stigma attached to Ragavan that no one ever wants to get hit by Ragavan. Oh my god, it'll flip. It's the worst thing in the world. It ramps. But it's not that bad when you get hit by Ragavan.
Yeah, that's the problem too, is I think we might use a removal spell on something like a Coiling Oracle and then regret it. It's like Prismatic Ending your Oracle. It's like, here's Birthing Ritual. And you're like, dang it, But Icewind Coatl 2 being a flash creature could end up being pretty relevant. Odawara hitting the graveyard there. Fairly important bounce spell sometimes in these games, replaying your endurances, replaying your subtleties. Yeah, as here's just 2 mana up. You're going to attack right into this Icewind Coatl. One of my favorite plays in the old MH2 Modern. And
no way we're solitude in this. No way are we solitude in this in this latest. Come on.
I think Fred's considering it, and depending on the context of the hand, it could make sense. There is a Quantum Riddler in hand. All right, so we're getting rid of the Felia.
All right.
I thought we were maybe pitching and then planning to play Felia at end of turn, and then playing to riddle. We still got the draw from the Fang Coatl from ETBing. And Shardless Agent was the hit here, which you can actually cast.
Oh, I actually weirdly like that. I don't know why, but I'm like, ooh, free value. But if you hit an ending or something, it's going to feel really bad.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit a dog, it's insane value. I'm trying to think about all the possible hits you can do.
Ragavan, dog, Prismatic Ending, Ephemerate, Consign, Lightning Bolt, maybe, well, I doubt Damascus Spheres have come in. Maybe a Surgical if that's come in. But that's our hits. I guess a Wrath of the Skies as well.
Yeah, a lot of those are not good hits.
Yeah.
So
not a fan. Okay.
I'm not a fan, but yeah, I mean, the way Dustenberg's moved it seems to be going down. And I mean, if we had a failure here, it's going to be backbreaking. All right. Riddler's like 2 mana, but not in this context. There's a Consign.
Value. 3 mana, 3/3. 2/2. 3 mana, 2/2.
2/2, yeah. Get that fire design out of here.
How do we ban mods in the chat? Just wondering, because Doommake's doing that thing again. We've warned him not to do the thing.
We just deduct $6 or $7 from his pay every time. So.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah. A price he'd be willing to pay, I'm sure.
I'm sure he would as well. Of course, going to be one of the commentators later on when me and you step out the booth. Doommaker is going to be jumping in alongside Drake.
Oh, Sink into Stupor on the Shardless Agent. Balance it to my hand.
Is that the best we could have done for the turn?
Well, I gotta say, it doesn't show strength here from old Dustenberg.
Flip the top card. That is a
Missile Dispute.
Thank you. I had to look at the other screen to see. I was like, I think this is a dispute, but I can't quite make it out. It looked a little mousy. Then I'm going to cast a Riddler. 2 cards in hand, so only one's going to be drawn. Then it's going to go Warp. I like to say on an adventure, but it's not an adventure. Completely different mechanic.
Yeah, it's an exile, just castable. You can process it with an Eldrazi processor.
That's old school.
Yeah,
that's old school.
All right, so Harbingers, I was curious if those were going to stay in the deck, as this could be a way to, keep the Jeskai deck off functioning mana. Coiling Oracle, though, was the find.
Looks like Isaac Ward was able to take down the sealed portion of the Spider-Man sealed. So now just needs 1 win over on this team's side. Jeskai Blink or the VV Mirror. Land and pass. So this Ragavan's pretty much stonewalled at this point. Find another one, so we might end up throwing it away to get one of these creatures off the board. Do you have another Riddler if you want to go another card deeper? We do. Only 1 white mana to be noted here. So we're going to ending the Oracle. Then get into the Ragavan, which I imagine is going to trade, and then we can just play the other one from our hand. Boom. Just how we wrote it up. Pass the turn back. Didn't get a good look at what it was, but we're going to go again, cascade a little bit more. There's an endurance, couple of lands, more lands on it. Haha, Fibblefip.
All right, Fibblefip. This is maybe the best moment I've seen so far. Blocks Ragavan. Oh, it only draws 1. It doesn't count. I thought it drew 2.
I thought it drew 2.
Because it has to be put in from deck into play. Cast from exile. Yeah.
It's rich,
but it dies to the ritual, which is a lot of value here.
Is that a Harbinger?
Yeah.
It is a Harbinger.
All right, there's a treasure in play and an island. Excuse me, and a plane. So you can play Prismatic Ending to answer this, but
we've already fired one of those off.
Yeah. We need to have another one.
Well, we do.
Oh, we're going after the birthing ritual, though. Yeah, I think we're just interesting line of play here.
Riddler's going to draw 2.
I think Fred was trying to test the waters on Charlie and see if he had like a flare, so that way the Riddler resolved. Turns out, if Charlie does, didn't value this enough.
Well, the other plus side of this is, right, okay, I'll get all my lands at islands. We've got 2 flares on warp right now.
Yeah, 2 Quantum Riddlers ready to be able to play.
Riddler, so yeah.
Yeah, you're good. No worries. Charlie, though, if you can set up, like hard casting flares with this abhorrent Oculus type stuff in the yard.
Oh no. 1 mana off the treasure token. Can't pay the free.
Why did we hard cast the dispute? Oh, no, we didn't hard cast. Pardon me. Yeah. When we moved the hand over the treasure, I thought we tapped those lands. Sorry, I got a little confused. But yeah, I mean that's huge.
There's a lot of cards in hand. If you've got the land, would you still play it after you got like you're like, I should wait my land drop first?
I'd probably play the land, yeah, just because I have a Quantum Riddler. I want to get those lands out of my hand ASAP.
We're going to play. Oh, we found the basic mountain off the top. That's going to be huge. That's going to find a Flage into another land. Now we've got the 4/5 on the board as well. So that's going to be a good blocker. Stem that bleeding a little bit. And of course, apply a bit more pressure if needs be.
If you're Fred, you have to assume there's no flares in hand at this point. You just played a mountain, kind of showing you're out from under the Blood Moon, right? And so if there was a flare, it would have probably fought over the Riddler because that's kind of like, it's peaked at that point. So now Fred knows that, all things are clear when it comes to flare denial, minus this 1 draw step, of course.
Oh, just go straight to end step. Do we want to get this Harbinger off? Is it even doing anything? Have we got to that point where we're like, the Harbinger, that plan didn't really work out for me?
Yeah, I think it's time to upgrade it. I think if you had a Horde Oculus, you'd be very glad to do this.
Boom.
Yeah, it's just big. You have subtleties in your deck. There's Sink into Stupors. There's a lot of things you can do to make life awkward. And if Fred's plan is, I'm going to hard cast a Riddler, maybe something like subtlety here could be huge. All right.
That was an Oracle that went underneath, I believe.
I believe so as well. Of note, you can flip that, where to lose a power but gain a blue creature to sack to the Flare.
I like it. We've got land, Flage. There's another card. I can't make out what it is. I think it might. Have we got a crazy Spider-Man card or something in this head? It could be, to be fair.
It's Bolt.
Is it
It's
Bolt?
Final Fantasy Bolt, yeah. It's Elegant Parlor, Flage, Lightning Bolt.
Go fetch, go get our planes. Makes sense. We've seen the Harbingers. Want to be able to cast our spells moving forward.
Also happy just to save the life, too, even if that wasn't there. You're kind of low against, an army of 2/2s.
Play our land, Surveil.
Yeah, so it was Parlor and Falls, Flage Bolt. And Flage Bolt, that does kill the Abhorrent Oculus.
Oh, we're going for it. Turn this sideways. 4/6 flying.
I love this. If you block, I might Flage. If you don't block, I take you for 4. Not even have the Flage. Great attack from Fred.
Having that bolt is nice, right? Having a 1-mana answer to a Ice Fang if it was to be flashed in or something along those lines, or even if they did, but they just take the 4. They didn't fall into the trap. 3 mana now. Here comes a Flage. Subtlety is what's going to get cast to deal with it.
Yeah, this is an interesting one where you normally like to Subtlety the escaped Flage, but it looks like Charlie just doesn't have anything else to use the mana on, so you really just want to prioritize actually spending your resources this turn cycle. Sitting there and doing nothing but making a 2/2 is not very appealing.
There's also 10 damage on the board. Like,
yeah.
if for some reason that was a Oculus underneath, this would be lethal.
Very true.
I'm just saying there's no way for us to add any damage when we get to the combat phases there. No, it's just
control
the board and chip away.
Nothing fancy in that regard, but you could attack in here for 10, like you said, get Fred down to 3. There's a Flage on top, so you know that you're at virtual 2.
Could we have played round that a bit better if we held the Surveil land first, played it, and then if we're playing our Subtlety, we put it on top, then we can consign it into our own bin?
Yep, definitely.
Lines after lines. Okay, Lightning Bolt is going to go
interesting.
Well, double Ritual now in play.
Yeah, so the Bolt to me on the Subtlety is really valuing not getting another Oculus into play. Right now, you could sack an Oculus to the Oculus to basically untap it, right? But by losing the Bolt, you now lose the line to get lethal next turn. Because, well, unless you have an untapped land in hand, which we know you don't. Charlie doesn't know that, but like it's a position where it's like, oh, Riddler hits into, Bolt you into Flage you. It's like actually a lethal line.
What's the CMC of when these manifests?
0.
0, okay. But we could pay 2 to flip it into the 2.
The Oracle. Yeah.
I'm guessing we've got to do that before
correct
the results. Okay.
Yeah. This implies to me that Charlie has something like Flare or Sink into Stupor in hand. It would also make sense if you Subtlety the last turn because it was pretty quick there for Charlie. It might have been Charlie once again priced into using the mana. But if you had like a Sink, it makes a lot of sense to like, Subtlety this.
Oh, Ice Fang.
Okay, that's massive.
You will notice that all these basics in play are snow-covered basics. Been a while since we've seen those.
All right, double draw off the Riddler because we only had 1 card in hand. Did not get an untapped land, so we can't threaten Flage again.
Again, I feel like I would have held that. Like, what gets me in this situation?
I think so. It makes a lot of sense to hold it. I think Fred's reasoning is I want to have max information on where I'm targeting with Flage. I think I like holding it actually just so that Charlie doesn't know this is like, not able to not come back. Might get him to do something he doesn't want to do, but maybe that's not what they want them to do. It's a very awkward position.
But then does it do much? I'll say the only thing it does is it will kill one of these creatures, we take out this one. It was the Ice Fang, which is a great hit. I guess also we're playing the Surveil land there. It doesn't threaten that it getting the Flage back out of the graveyard if it was to resolve first time. But do you know what's good? Double Flage.
Double Flage is really good.
This will buff our life total up to 9 if it does resolve.
And that will matter a lot for just not dying. It looks like they're thinking to stupor land on the backside in hand. This is interesting because you can let the Flage resolve, right? Go to 6 and then sink the Quantum Riddler in order to kind of get it off the board and not answer the double. But yeah, looks like we're just going to answer. I think I really like sinking this Riddler because if you sink the Riddler, Fred's not drawing 2 cards and you get in for 5. Fred goes to 4.
But then the Hasty Flage comes out the bin.
Well,
we need an answer.
You have 2 birthing rituals, and I know we had to leave it. If it Fibblethip's in our deck, Endurance is in our deck. So there has to be Endurance somewhere in the deck, and you get 14 looks at it. I mean, I'd be willing to bet, like on that happening.
We could also play a Harbinger. That would stop it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Harbinger would also work. Harbinger also is just a relook at Endurance that isn't your Oculus, so.
There it is. It's going to come down.
Okay, and there's a hard cast. Oh, my.
Okay. Charlie fighting tooth and nail to get this game number 2. Top 7 with Birthing Ritual. We can look at them. We can sack them. Then we can sacrifice a creature in play with CMC. Let's say 2 means we can put a 3 in. There it is on the screen for you all.
Here's Endurance.
Great one to find right now.
I love the sacking of the tapped Oculus too, just kind of making sure. Because now, like, you've got a lot of things turned off, but, now you turn off even more lines. Obviously, you'd lose out on the couple of Manifest Dread.
I don't even know what the out is. I'm trying to look through the deck of, like, we've got double white, so maybe a Wrath of the Skies?
Yeah, Wrath for 3 would be huge. And you have the mana for it. You also have Riddler, so I mean, worst comes to worst, we can either warp it or cast it.
There's a white card, I think.
I think it was 2. This makes me think it is. Yeah, there's Riddler. Oh, it looks like that's actually Sacred Foundry.
Yeah, it's just a Foundry. Play it. 5, hard cast it. We block the. Okay. Solitude check.
Doesn't look to be a Solitude. Doesn't. Oh, but we did find Consign for the warp out trigger. Okay, that's big.
So we can go block. No, we're still lethal. We block the Endurance. We block the Oracle. Then 4 damage comes across.
Yeah.
As long as the life totals are correct.
Yeah, well, but Charlie doesn't know if there's a Solitude or not. So Charlie makes that attack. Charlie dies on the crackback, basically, right? Because you Solitude Oculus, eat. So Charlie does have lethal and might just pull the trigger, but yeah, has to basically be willing to lose the Solitude there, which I think you have to do. I think that game is getting out of your hand. So I like it.
Well, then we're able to level that one up. Let's go over to Standard, where again, if Greg's able to take this down, it does make his team advance to a 4-1 record. They just need 1 W in these last 2 games. Is it going to come in this Standard Vivi Mirror? I see more Riddlers in Battlefield.
Okay. There's a lot of riddling going on. Into the Floodmaw in hand for Greg. Important card.
Does have that blue mana up.
And it looks to me like this game has been kind of really close, and Greg's starting to pressure into this huge Quantum Riddler. Kamari starting off with this Team Core Scholar.
Draw 2, discard 1. I think they find. Did they find double marker there?
Yeah, I think so. There's definitely 2 Makos in hand. I wasn't sure what was drawn and what wasn't, but it looks like they're going away.
Yeah, one of those plus an island's going. Keep another one in hand because it can be a redraw if needs be. It does have cycle attached to it. 3 mana. Go again.
So with this trigger on the stack, you could cycle the Mako to get 2 cards off a Riddler and then resolve your Steam Course trigger. If you draw like an Into the Floodmaw, that's a great way to kind of min-max go crazy. You end up still drawing 3 from Steam Core either way because there's a card. So you can always wait to do this. But, if you had to get lucky, you could kind of go crazy. I don't think I really like that line personally. Another Props. Yeah, multiversal passageway and fear of missing out.
We're just going to fire the fear off here.
Yeah, I like this. You shock and then fire the fear off, so you just draw 2, right? Because you have no cards in hand to discard.
Is I'm about to say, is there a shout there to that's the moment you use the into the Floodmore to only give them 1 draw?
I think, and I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess Kamari has Delirium. So I think Greg's trying to make sure not to lose to like Delirious FOMO, getting all the counters, and then kind of making you block and then dying on the crackback. Because remember, Profs will trigger twice with the fear of missing out.
All the counters are going to move to the
Seems like the Riddler.
7 counters, I believe.
Yeah, that has
12 power.
Yeah, that's 12. That means you have to respond. Obviously, fear of missing out is going to get another combat step. It attacks you here for 4, then it's going to get 7 counters. It could attack you again for 11. You can jump block that one.
Oh, hold on a minute. Whoa. You get, because you get another combat step, you get another 7 counters.
Yeah, because you go back to the beginning of combat, which is where the props.
See that?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Like, this is like, is this shell just good enough? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
fear of missing out profs is pretty strong.
Yeah, that's scary. They've started the modern match, but let's just see how this one pans out a little bit. This is
I think this is the defining turn. All right, Kamari is untapping the fear. That's the best way to play around this into the Flood Maw.
So you take the first 4, you bounce the Floodmore, then you chump the second attack.
That should work. You can also Agatha's to grow here if you want, which I don't think super matters, but maybe it does. I doubt it. All right, so that's in hand. So that's 4.
4 drop to 8.
It should be untapped. I believe we targeted the fear. It's possible we did target the Quantum Riddler, and us here in the booth, we were misunderstanding the nonverbal versus verbal communication, but
no, we're bombers. It definitely was that the fear of missing out.
So you could also, I mean, you probably want to put the profs triggers on the FOMO because then you force lethal, but it's a situation too where you could have put it on Scholar if this was already lethal, right? So
I'm guessing there's no removal spell, otherwise that would have locked up the game. So we are going to see a chump here. But now there's a flying Riddler on the other side that we can't block. Oh, we can block. Sorry, what am I talking about? There's literally 2 flyers on the board.
Yeah, there's 2 flyers. A lot goes on in these standard games.
So that's going to put on Greg. Does Greg have 2 answers? Any torches would do it. Bolts would do it. Braids.
I think Kamari has like an Act of Treason effect in hand or something. Maybe I missaw it.
Cycle. To go 2 cards deep before I draw a step, remember?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of those. It was a torch. Oh, they're gonna torch, spell pierce their own torch, pay the 2 to then go back down to 1 card in hand to draw another 2.
Oh, this is all in the upkeep?
Yeah, this is all upkeep. We haven't drawn for turn yet.
Oh, sure. Yeah, and you have a null and change your last card, so you can't get at that. All right.
Basically, the out is to hit another removal spell, right? Another into Floodmore, another torch, or anything else that would have come in. I like
that. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, you have 2 mana left over too, so you can even go land. Like you could draw land profs to get even more draws.
Torch. No, with it on the stack, pay 1. Spell pierce it, pay the 2. So it resolves.
It'd be really funny if Kamari just spell pierce back.
Okay, stop.
Yeah, just like, I don't know. They can do it again.
Cauldron to put a +1/+1 counter on the one that you're targeting because you didn't sacrifice a permanent. Brutal.
I will allow your Torch the Tower to resolve.
Don't get punished. Did we draw
Steam
anything?
Core Scholar, a null is the hand, which I believe is game.
So then it is all going to come down to modern.
Yeah. Profs is going to be 3 because of the Mako's draws, and then the 1 extra from the Riddler, I believe, does count. It might, although it is a replacement effect, so maybe it's weird. Magic's a weird game sometimes.
Once in a while we get to these board states. So 2 left on there. We know that the hand does nothing, so they just need to go for it, right?
I think so.
But we're in the booth. We can see the hands. We can see what's going on. But I think Modern might have just finished, so it doesn't actually matter. But I didn't see who won Modern. Who won the Modern one?
It might be Fred. We can maybe go over and see the board state. I'm not sure. I'm going to guess that this is happening. Fred won because it's so quick. Maybe it was like a runaway game. We'll get confirmation in a second here.
Fred did win.
Okay,
so that team's going to advance to a 4-1 record, and the other one's going to drop down to a 4-1 record. So both still really in contention, going into that 6th and final round to get themselves into today's top 8. We're going to try and swap over the casters in a minute. So this is going to be the last round that me and Mason are in the booth, and of course, it's been a pleasure as always, Mason. With me and you, we bounce off quite well. How about, do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to do it again tomorrow, bright and early. We'll see you there. And for the non-American viewers, remember, I guess maybe American viewers didn't know, daylight savings is today. So we'll be back at 9 a.m. Central Time, the same time we started today. But for us U.S. people, we're going to roll back an hour. So if you're not in our time zone, no, it's going to be a little hour later for you. But we'll be here with some modern 10K showdown and see who one of our final people joining the NRG champs is going to be.
All right, and then that one, we're going to pass over to the next set of casters. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you shortly. Good night.
All right. We are back here for round number 6, the final round of Swiss for our Team Trios event here in Elmhurst, Illinois. And of course, there'll be a top 8 draft as well. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay before we dive into the top 8 matches as well. Those players do get their draft done with. But we have one more round of Swiss. And as always, we're going to start with some modern in this modern standard sealed action, which of course, my favorite of 3 formats. I am Drake Sasser. I'm here with Devin, and we are going to dive right into the match. So if I'm seeing this right, we're looking at some ramp on the left and ramp on the right, 2 different ways to do it. Doom, talk to me a little bit about the Eldrazi ramp Amulet Titan matchup. Seems like a weird one.
Yeah, for sure. I think we actually, for the people at home, I think we have our names swapped. I don't usually think that Amulet Titan plays Devourer of Destiny, but basically,
weird one.
yeah, what we're looking at here is the classic sort of like combo versus ramp. And this matchup certainly, I would say, heavily favors the Amulet side of things. The Eldrazi ramp deck is a lot about setting up and maybe more slow plotting kind of, here's a Talisman, here's a Utopia Sprawl, maybe play a Myco Spawn, and then get to the late game, stuff like Ugin and Emrakul. And as you can see here, of turn 1 Saga into Amulet, the Amulet deck is not really going to give you that much time.
Yeah, not at all. Explore the follow-up as well. So we're already getting some lands rolling here. I believe Shifting Woodland, the pair in there as well. Crumbling Vestige, that's kind of a 2-mana land the first time you get to use it, which is right now, but nothing to do with the mana. So back over to Daniel we go. With an Eldrazi Temple, kind of has 4 mana right now. Another something like Temple could get us to 6, and that's kind of where the action really starts, I guess. There's like a little bit of stuff going on at 4, and obviously a lot of stuff going on at 7 with the Ugins and what have you. But yeah, here's sowing Myco Spawn. I think that's the moneymaker in the matchup.
Yeah, this has to be Daniel's best play this turn. If there was not a Myco Spawn there, then Daniel was going to untap and fetch up a second Amulet with the Urza Saga. And, you can almost imagine if there's a single bounce land, probably would have been good enough. I see, looking at Daniel's hand, looks like Escape Shift, another Urza Saga. I didn't quite get to see if there was... Okay, there's a Lotus Field, which is sort of like a bounce land in all intents and purposes, doing the combo turn. But yeah, this is, Daniel's just kind of just waiting, buying time. And this is why this matchup is so rough for Eldrazi, is the Eldrazi deck can't really put a clock on you. It's turn 3, Daniel just started with a 3/3, and that is just not going to be enough to be able to close the finish line. Now, one thing I will say, if we do have enough mana, there's a funny line where Daniel can actually Emrakul. They're both Daniel. Stop can actually Emrakul Bakuber, and if an Emrakul happens, what basically Stop can sort of do the Amulet combo for Bakuber, and then essentially just mill him out with his own Aftermath Analyst. So you can do like Aftermath Analyst loops, and then like keep bringing that back and just mill him out, and then pass the turn after milling him out. Which I guess maybe that Stop's game plan.
Well, I've played a little bit of some Mind Slavers versus Scape Shift before. Let me tell you, the card Scape Shift also gives you a nice floor of just sack all your lands, fail to find. All right, your turn now, and we're done with that. So, even with no ability to combo or whatever, if you can't even figure that out, you don't know the lines, you could just cast Scape Shift and just Armageddon, one side that's Armageddon true. And call it a day there. And that's usually got to be good enough. Of course, Amulet can go off of a small base. And you mentioned mana. There's a lot of mana available here for Stop. I mean, if we have anything, like this Kozilek's Command's looking for something to do, but if we find anything, we have mana to really get going.
Yeah, presumably the Kozilek's Command looking for something like an Emrakul. I saw there was a bunch kept on top. There's another Myco Spawn. That's going to go ahead.
Myco Spawn's not bad.
The Saga. Yeah, I was going to say Boseiju is only an opponent controls. Okay, I was going to say you can Boseiju your own stuff, but that is not a legal play because you can't do that. But I mean, Emrakul still, you can find, like you mentioned, there's the Scape Shift. You can sacrifice all lands, fail to find. There's plenty of things you can do once you eventually get to Emrakul. Even something as simple as, Lotus Field, sacrifice the lands, pass the turn or something like that. So, Stop definitely has some plays if he can find an Emrakul. And presumably if multiple cards were kept on top of the K command, that might be a thing that we might be looking towards next turn. Although I think Stop might be empty-handed at this point.
Yeah, I think we're out of gas. All your cards that you have left are under these Ugin Labyrinths. You got a Devourer of Destiny, I believe, a Sire of Seven Deaths under each of those. So you kind of get your choice on those, but both of them are just kind of a big beater. I like going for the interaction first with the Sowing Mycospawns, really getting that going. And then kind of you can reach for these just big beaters to try to close the game. Because like you said, we're still missing a clock. Despite Sowing Mycospawning twice, we now have 6 power and toughness, but that's 3 turns. I mean, you can't really afford to give 3 turns. But if we can dial up a Sire of Seven Deaths next turn, okay, well, that's a 2-turn clock now. Now we actually are doing something meaningful. And after 2 Stone Rains in game 1, I mean, this is really close to as good as I think you can ask for out of the Eldrazi ramp deck.
Yeah, notably, Stop last turn actually went after the Shifting Woodland instead of the Urza Saga, which did represent the second Amulet of Vigor. And that's interesting because I think maybe Stop realizes that he just kind of has to sort of cut Daniel off of access to things like Grazer and maybe Analyst, Explore, things like that, instead of going after the second Amulet, because he figures with the Bounce Land, even if he clears the Saga, a Bounce Land would still get him, I guess it would only be 5. But yeah, we talked about there being no clock, and as you mentioned, here's that Sire of Seven Death just kind of rearing its ugly head. That's gonna hit the battlefield, and this is the turn for Bakubur. Do we have lethal? Now, I did see the Lotus Field in
Lotus Field's huge, right?
With second amulet,
Lotus Field.
So.
Yeah, that's Titan mana. I mean, if we have a Titan, we're there.
Yeah,
and
I think there was a Scape Shift too.
Complicates things too. I think a construct could block potentially too if you needed another turn. But I don't know that we are going to. If we have a Titan, I think we could just do it now.
Yeah, I think I might have seen a Scape Shift in Bakubur's hand too. So,
is that good
amulet,
enough?
So 1 floating with the other 2 mana, that's 3. Lotus Field with 2 amulets is 6. That's 9 mana. You can go Scape Shift, 5 floating. Oh no, I guess the Escape Shift wouldn't matter, right? Because you'd have sack 2 lands anyway, so you can go 5 floating. Yeah, that wouldn't do anything.
Oh yeah, you don't get to do anything at the Lotus Field. You have to use like Crumbling Vestiges or whatever. Right. Okay, so we played Vestige as land 1. That gives us green for Spelunking, but that invalidates our 2 amulets, but does give us another land and another look. So maybe we're looking for a Titan here. I don't have a great look at the hand, but it looks like just a bunch of stinkers. A bunch of just like weirdo lands.
Yeah, I think it's like Grazer, Bounce Land. I think that's a Mirror Pool as well.
I think it's Mirror Pool, yeah.
Like you mentioned, I think there's no payoff, no Titan, no Pact. Or I can't tell. That might be a Titan at the end.
I can't see the last card. Yeah, the rest of them are just lands. I can't really get a good look on that last card, but
green card.
I assume if it was a Titan, we'd be slamming that thing. So instead, we're Mirror Pooling.
Okay. You can Mirror Pool to make a Saga token. It is.
I mean, that might be where we're at. Just give us another draw step. I mean, it's not terrible. Devourer of Destiny, I think, needs to hit stuff that has 1 or more colors.
Correct.
So these constructs are not going to be moved out of the way with that thing.
Yeah, the Saga token actually does buy Daniel 1 turn. You can chump block a Mycospawn and take 10.
Right. Actually, you trade, right? 3 artifacts. Here we go.
Oh, right. The third, the amulet. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Thought it was a chump block too. Yeah.
Yeah, working through it. Here we go.
Got him.
All right. And that gets rid of the Spelunking, which is almost, I wonder if that's just good for Bakubur. Your 2 amulets are back online.
Bakubur can choose with the Spelunking. You can choose to apply the land enter tapped as opposed to not, I believe, if it's going to enter tapped.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
I think it, yeah. But basically,
I didn't know that's how that
see, the game over there, that was just a situation where, Daniel kind of had everything rolled up, had all the amulets and all the mana in the world, but just couldn't find a payoff.
I mean, that comes up with the amulet deck. You talk about how powerful it is, like how resilient it is. It's good against hate. You have to have all these things. Amulet, I mean, I think the most represented deck in this tournament for that reason. But there's a fail rate to the deck. Like there is with any combo deck, there is a fail rate. And that's what it looks like when you hit the fail rate. So you have everything primed up. You have all the mana, and you're just like, please give me a Titan. I set myself up for success. I gave myself multiple relooks with Explore, with Spelunking. Couldn't find the Titan. Frustrating games to play out. But, I mean, not if you're Stop. If you're Stop, you've got to be super excited about how that played out. And now you get to go to the Cyborg Games and hopefully make some adjustments to your deck to dial up a little bit more amulet hate.
Yeah, and I think it's time to go ahead and take a look at standard here. We got
here we go.
as we always do, VV Cauldron mirror match, not surprising here. And this is game number 1. There's a lot of dice on these marauding Makos.
Yeah, these are
Looks
some
like
big Makos.
Casey has a VV underneath a Cauldron. Harrison has no Cauldron or VV. And looks like we're going to see some fireworks here. This deck, I mean, how many days left until November 10th? This deck is not going to be around for too much longer, but the players showcasing today why this deck is very, very clearly the best deck in Standard and has been for quite some time.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess to folks' credit, and I we can belabor how miserable this is and how difficult this is to parse, and I think these are all fair critiques, but the gameplay is really intricate. There's a lot of back and forth. The mirror seems to have a lot of interesting play where it's not just about who can combo the fastest or whatever. There's a lot of, okay, how do we mitigate each other's combo? Now the game's actually just kind of about combat, which is more or less as Garfield intended it, right? You can meme about that all day long, but what we're doing here is making guys bigger and attacking with them, and that's like, I don't know, that's Magic the Gathering in its purest sense. So, there's a lot of critiques. I saw a tweet recently from Andrea Mengucci about how green is unplayable in, every format, and it's just like, what are we doing here? But, at the same time, there is stuff to like, and I don't really fault the VV Cauldron players. Maybe I'm just an is it apologist. I'll take that critique as well. But I don't think, come on, it's not that bad. It's slogging through it for a little bit longer. We're going to make it, team. We're going to make it.
It's no is Phoenix with Faith is looting Drake.
Oh, talk to me. I can only dream of the good old days for so long.
looting got unbanned, Drake. It's time. All right.
It's not time. We're so past that. Did you know Solitude? They printed this card just named Solitude. Have you seen that thing? Have you seen that thing?
I've cast it a couple times too. It's kind of nice.
Have you? Wow. It's a feeling. Riddler got 3 cards coming. And don't 2 cards to the bin. That grows. Oh my god. So
there's
are we lethal here?
I would assume so. There's a prof set memory. There's a VV under a Cauldron. The prof's is going to put 7 counters in a VV. Then Casey's going to have 18 mana in post combat, and we might not even go to post combat. I just kind of have to assume because there's 2, 3 blockers here for Harrison. So if Casey can, I'm assuming we have Delirium, right? Land,
I'm trying to see if we have Delirium. I think that's the thing that matters.
I think there's 3 types.
Oh, there's second Cauldron. I think that's super
there's
lethal.
4 types.
Yeah, that's super lethal. I think we can cut back to Modern. This looks pretty lethal. Harrison tapped out, and I think second Cauldron. That's Delirium. That's 2 combats. That's infinite damage. Well, not infinite, but functionally infinite. And that's 1 dead camper. So we're gonna move on back here and take a look at. Yeah, no kidding. The Stone Brain. Talk to me. Get rid of some cards. Extraction effects.
Yeah, so we mentioned, this matchup is pretty bad for Daniel Stop here on the Eldrazi side. But one of the cards in Stop sideboard that at least gives him a fighting chance. I mean, I say that as he's up a game is the Stone Brain, and if you Stone Brain the Titans, then the Amulet deck has a much harder time winning the game. But we see a Boseiju go ahead and take care of that, so that's going to be not a problem here for Bakuber.
Yeah, that's actually key. I mean, there are 4 of them in Stop's deck. There are 4, in the sideboard. I'm sure if we brought in 1, we brought in all 4. So, we got another shot at this thing. But, like you said, removing all the Primeval Titans used to be actually kind of just cold. It used to just really, that was lights out. Now with the, Scape Shift Analyst stuff going on, you have more game than you would think. Just stripping out, one of the namesake cards in the deck, you still have a combo, you still have stuff you can do, but it does get a little bit harder to just kind of do the fair stuff as Nature's Claim Your Saga is happening next. We got all the tricks from Stop side. I love this.
Yeah, Stop cast a 6 mana Stone Rain last game, and he's like, you know what? I'll do you one better. I'll cast a 1 mana Stone Rain.
Yeah, Stop casting spells is more like it as we explore.
See, the deck is labeled Eldrazi Ramp, but really it's just Bonza.
It's Eldrazi Bonza. Yeah, really. I mean, Micah Spawn, you have Micah Spawn to thank for that. We've been seeing a lot of that stuff going on. They don't let you do it in Legacy anymore. Grab a Wasteland, as it turns out. That one wasn't as fun for people. That's weird.
Yeah, blow up your land, get a Wasteland, just blow up 2 your
land. Is that sweet? Well, how about turn 4 Micah Spawn after Nature's Claiming a land? What a sequence from Stop, right? Turn 2 Stone Brain. Turn 3, Stone Rain you with Nature's Claim. Turn 4, Acid Moss you. This is just modern day Ponzi. You're right. We've done it.
Look, we said this matchup for Eldrazi Ramp was really bad, and Stop just said, hold my beer. He's I'm going to prove you wrong.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, this is wild. And you mentioned the 4 copies of Stone Ring coming in from Stop sideboard. That was a card that Bakkeber had to answer, but maybe had to take a turn off and couldn't develop any further. But yeah, from here, Stop is going to be looking for stuff like Devour of Destiny would be a pretty good play to clear the Spelunking.
Yeah,
that would cut Bakkeber's ability to get the 6 mana next turn for a Titan. Even something like a Sire of 7 Deaths could maybe speed the clock up a little bit, but Stop, it has done a very good job up until this point with the double Stone Rains, but similar to last game, you gotta find that clock at some point.
Right. I mean, last game we talk about it as like, up a game, like Stops, everything's just coming up his way. But like literally, if Bakkeber drew a Titan at any time, he's just lethal right there. And so, you are rightfully mentioning over and over again, this matchup's really hard, and it is. And so far, Stops, gotten lucky and has obviously played very well. And here is the Devour of Destiny on time and on schedule. See you later. Everything's still, coming up Stop, but Amulet, I mean, it's powerful for a reason. And we see the Titans already in hand, but now we have the opposite problem. No Amulet effects to be seen. And as we've seen as well, the Saga's a little bit of a liability with 3 Nature's Claims out of Stop sideboard still floating around. Down 1, 2 left potentially to draw 2. But can't really rely on your Sagas to grab your Amulets as consistently as you could in game 1.
Yeah, it looks like Bakkeber is working with an Odawara, a Saga, a Bounce Land, and 2 Titans, I think, is what we're looking at. So has access to 4 mana this turn. I mean, can just, play land this turn, play land next turn, slam a Titan, but doesn't really have an Amulet or anything to, be able to get the Titan to play a turn earlier. That Devour is huge. Devour killing Spelunking was massive because otherwise that, Daniel Bakkeber would have had the ability to
Titan this turn.
Bounce and untap Titan this turn. So, here, Bakkeber at 21, that 4 life for the Nature Claim actually coming up pretty relevant here because without it, it would be a 2-turn clock, but now actually a 3-turn clock unless Stop can put another permanent onto the battlefield here.
Yeah, I just need to find any ham sandwich, and we got, looks like some deli meat to work with. Let's see.
Looks like I'm counting 11 towards an Emrakul. You have 3 types engrave and then 3 or 8 mana in play with the 2 temples.
Yeah, the inconspicuous dice, on your on your graveyard. I love it. Sending a loud and clear signal to what we got going on the other side of the table. You are on a clock, Mr. Bakkeber.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, clever.
Actually, Urza's Cave for the Bajuka Bog. And that's gonna make it so that Stop is much. And Bakkeber knows, right? Bakkeber knows that Emrakul is a card that he has to worry about. So getting that Bajuka Bog, not something you would normally want to do against the ramp deck, but very, very important at making sure that Stop can't get to Emrakul.
Utopia Sprawl, will help climb back up, but yeah, huge play there. Grabbing the Urza's Cave could be huge here. I mean, I really can't stress that enough. That's a big one to have. As we drew a second Spelunking. I think we stopped sitting pretty with a Kozilek's command, just waiting.
Okay, so 3 mana. We put the bounce line into play. We can, if Bakkeber does, I was going to say pick up the other bounce land, and then that's 4 mana plus the other bounce land is 6. So that does get Bakkeber to Titan.
Okay, we have Titan now. All right, yeah, let's float a green. We're going to pick up this 4. Well, maybe not. We're thinking about it.
Yeah,
I
it does have
see a
6 mana.
Kozilek's command. So that could. Do we have Kozilek's command for 6 here? No, we're 1 short.
5, 6.
Right.
No, he is. Yeah, no, Stop.
Oh, we do it. We have it for exactly 6. Okay, yeah. So that actually will disrupt any kind of hasty shenanigans.
Yeah, and Bakkeber probably knows this too.
Right.
But Bakkeber also can't really go for an analyst line because of the Kozilek's command. So the command sort of stops the analyst line and it stops the hasty Titan line. And so you kind of have everything covered with the command. So and you would imagine Bakkeber is probably thinking about that. So, if you're in Bakkeber's spot and you assume that Stop has the command, what are we getting here with it? What are we getting here with Titan? That's a tougher question to answer. I mean, you can get
double Lotus Field second Titan. Is that where we're at?
If he has a second Titan in hand, that might not be a terrible line.
I'm just trying to think of what does anything. Is that too aggressive? I mean, then you have to sack like 4 lands or whatever. I guess you could just sack the Lotus Fields themselves. Like, it's not pretty, but
yeah,
not an F.
You can go T West Growth Chamber, but then he does have a second Titan in hand, so double field could be an option here.
Yeah, double Lotus Field casts the second Titan. It's unclear to me if that's where things are at. but I mean that does something. Can we like hold up Mirror Pool as like a trick if we go for the Kozilek's command, try to get in like a holding pattern?
Mirror
How
Pool
hard is
is 5 to activate, right? Yeah, 5 to make a copy. I don't think he can get to 5 mana, because if he gets Lotus Field Mirror Pool, then he's still 2 mana
Yeah,
short.
we're
to be able to
still
activate it.
short. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And we've used all our land plays for turn. It looks like we're looking at just an auto-aware battlements, and maybe it's just like fine because we're not dead on board, even if we get Kozilek commanded, and then we're dialed up for a Hasty Titan next turn. I don't know.
This is tough. Yeah, I mean,
This is
you know,
tough.
honestly, even if Daniel assumed that, well, I mean, I guess if Bakabur assumed the K command wasn't there, then maybe the line's a little bit easier. Just get the haste. You could even just go second Titan into haste. But yeah, he's going to be a little conservative here and go for T West. So T West for maybe, I don't know if he needs Pact because he already has the other Titan in hand. He's going for
Well,
Pact.
Pat could grab Analyst, and maybe we're dialed up for an Analyst line next turn. Like we have a blocker now that it lives or it doesn't, but hopefully we don't die this turn. And then next turn we could have Analyst lined up.
I wonder if Daniel is going to go Exile Graveyard, Exile Titan, or if he's going to go Exile Titan, Scry. I think. Ooh, are we going Spawns and Scry? We said, you know what? Titan Graveyard? I don't care about
What
that.
Titan? I don't care.
I respect it.
I love it.
It kind of makes sense because this is the only way he can cast Emrakul next turn. Because if he goes,
Sure, yeah, this cast Emrakul.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he can go Spawns, Exile Titan. Then he only gets one draw towards the Emrakul, as opposed to scrying 6 plus the K command draw plus the draw for turns. This gives him 8 looks at the Emrakul, and there are 3 copies. Yeah, 3 copies of Emrakul in the deck. So
yeah. I mean, yeah, this is the play you make if you don't have Emrakul, I think, right? Because if you just have the Emrakul, it's fine. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter that much because you could just run the Titan into your Emrakul and then, exile the lands or whatever, like fail to find the lands, and you're like, okay with that. But I mean, you do want to get a swing in this turn, so I think you would still hedge towards exiling Titan plus make the spawns untap and then slam your Emrakul. If you don't have the Emrakul, then you need the spawns to cast it, and then also you need to go find the Emrakul, and then you don't care as much about the Titan. But if we brick, which given how long we've been thinking about this, I have to assume we did, then maybe nothing matters. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we're just deciding how many things to keep.
I think it looks like 3 on top. So
that's a lot. That's a lot of things.
Yeah, if you're Bakabur, you don't like to see that because you're imagining one of those is probably an Emrakul.
Well, I'm intrigued about the third card. It's like how many more turns do you think we're playing?
Maybe, yeah. What if the first?
You think that third card's coming up?
You know?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, second Emrakul. If first Emrakul's good, what about Emrakul 2?
Because I don't know if there's a card that Stop would want to keep here that's not an Emrakul. Maybe if he saw something like, I guess maybe if you saw something like a Devourer of Destiny, or maybe even a Stonebrain, you would just keep that and just not bottom it to try.
What if you bricked and just found a second Kozilek's command? Does that motivate you any direction?
The second K command gives you a lot of flexibility because you can exile the Titan, you can blow up the graveyard if Bakabur goes for an Analyst line. I think there might be 2 copies of Unholy Heat in Stop's hand.
Ooh, here we go. That's why we're making this attack.
Getting in there, then we can double heat the Titan because he only has 2 types right now after that bog.
Oh, that can't be. I mean, I guess it's fine.
You're putting Bakabur in a weird spot though, because Bakabur kind of wants to. This is 9 damage, and Bakabur's at 12, and maybe Bakabur also can maybe assume that he doesn't have lethal next turn. Yeah, he's going to block the 3/3, which is going to work out pretty well for Stop because now it takes 6, Bakabur falls to 6, and then you can just double heat the Titan.
Yeah, that's like the floor, right? Assuming we are looking at the hand correctly, double heat Titan. But I see some colorless lands being tapped, so we have something Eldrazi related. This looks like 6.
Mycospawn? Is it double Mycospawn, double heat? I think it is.
Okay, well then we're shuffling away some of the cards we scried with the first Kozilek's command, but
because he kept 3 red, so he's shuffling away one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of them is going away.
Ooh. I think he's going to get a Ghost Quarter here too. So then the Ghost Quarter is going to blow up the other bounce land, and then the second Mega Spawn's going to kill the third bounce land. And then I think,
you could go for the Saga too if you're feeling that direction. I don't know that it matters if there's non-amulet things that are relevant in this matchup. I doubt it.
I don't think so. The only other target I believe is Bobble, right?
Yeah, it's usually Vexing Bobble. There's like a Soul Guide Lantern on the sideboard, but I think we're kind of past the point of that being a thing that matters.
No.
Okay. So we're on the Ponza plan. We have a bunch of more mana to work with the spawns. Gonna reach for those last, obviously.
So, there's not a land in the grave. Okay, I was gonna say because now we can't double heat, but this is fine because you can use the Ghost Quarter to put the 4th type in the grave, and then the other heat will be turned on. So you don't even need the double heat the Titan. And that
matters a lot because you can hold up second heat, right? Yeah, and then that matters for Titan on the following turn. So awesome sequencing here from Stop. This is a clever way to sequence some cards that were looking rough after the bog.
Are we not gonna Ghost Quarter?
Maybe there's no rush.
It is a Ghost Quarter, right? Am I? Okay, yeah. I think we're doing it in Draw Step, maybe. Makes sense.
Yeah, this looks like Draw Step, which makes sense. This was like an old trick, right? Where it's like you Path or Ghost Quarter or whatever on Draw Step. That way, maybe if you only have one basic and you can get a Strip Mine for your trouble or whatever.
Remember like really, really old Modern? I say really old. I mean like, 2015, 2016. That's...
Yeah, I remember the ancient times. I do.
Like Mono White, Leonin Arbiter, Ghost Quarter, Aven Mind Sensor. Remember those decks?
I think, and I still to this day believe this, I think the Leonin Arbiter hype was only because the card was unnavigatable on MTGO. You were just 100% to throw your cards in the graveyard. There's nothing you can do about it. Moto will not let you interact with this card.
Yeah, no priority window. You crack your fetch, it's over.
Done. Nice. This is so miserable. Like those decks never perform, but then they would just win stuff on MTGO when people forgot that you have to click on the Leonin Arbiter first. But yeah, I remember those days. Miserable stuff. This is kind of reminiscent for sure. Down to 2 lands is our Amulet Titan deck on our right side of the screen.
It's actually wild how Stop has just, we said this was a bad matchup for Stop going in, and I still think it probably is. And if you ask Stop, he probably would not want to play against Amulet if given the chance. But he's shown a very, very, he knows what the matchup is about. He knows that he has to blow up lands early and often as much as humanly possible, and he has done a very, very good job of doing that.
So trigger on the stack. We're going to make some moves. Oh, yeah, here we go. The Phantom Out. The Phantom Out is, I love it. Just 2. Here you go. Check out this split card. It's called Unholy Heat, Unholy Heat. And so we're doing this with the mill trigger on the stack with Aftermath Analyst. And that is actually pretty key because there's no way to get the 4 mana to get this thing cracked. So I don't know that would be possible anyway, but it certainly is really hard to do at instant speed.
Yeah, there's a colorless floating. I mean, theoretically, if there was no heat, Bakabur could have a Lotus Field in hand that would get him the +3. But yeah, if you just heat now, then you avoid that situation from happening. So this makes sense.
Yeah, this is like your last possible time to do it and not like be opening yourself up to weird stuff happening. So awesome timing on this as well. Clearly a lot of expertise in this matchup from Daniel Stop, which makes a lot of sense. Amulet Titan's been around. We were just talking about 2015 Modern. Amulet was a deck then too.
Yeah.
And the handshake. Daniel Stop and his Eldrazi ramp deck going to crush the first matchup in what was I don't know, like you said, a pretty bad matchup normally, but a lot of expertise, a lot of really, really good strategic navigation of the matchup. And, also just drawing your Myco Spawns on turn 4 really helps this matchup, I'm sure, quite a bit.
Yeah, not an Eldrazi ramp deck. We're going to call that next time we have Stop on camera. If we do, we're going to call it Eldrazi Ponza. So
yeah, he's just Ponza. He's the Ponza deck for sure.
I
think that means we got to find another matchup. Yeah, here we go. Standard time.
Where are we going? So Casey did win that game 1. That was the game that we went away. Casey had the VV under the Cauldron, resolved a bunch of spells. So that sort of makes a lot of sense. And now this is something, a lot of people talk about the Cauldron Mirror and how busted this deck is. And yes, that is true. The post-board games get kind of weird where a lot of players, it's a very common sentiment among players that they want to board out, copies of VV, sometimes copies of Cauldron. And the post-board games are much less about the combo and more about just playing to the battlefield. And I think when you're doing that, if you're leaning less on the combo, from my experience, the most important card in the post-board games is probably Profs, which you see Harrison has and Casey doesn't.
Sure. I mean, yeah, that's already going to be out of the box, like a big advantage. I think, to your credit, I think the cards that you want to highlight as cards that are most important in the post-board matchups, the cards that kind of do both. You know, if you can do the card stuff and also be playing to the board, you know, I think this is kind of the 1-2 punch that you're looking for. You're looking for Riddlers, you're looking for Profs, you're looking for cards that move things along in that direction. And that's a lot of the motivation to talk about things like Vivi is like, hey, maybe we don't want as many of these. Is they don't really do both. They don't get you your cards flowing. They don't replace themselves. They really just do one or the other. And the cards that do both are the stuff that looks the best. And Camphor has that in spades right now.
Yeah, what's really funny to me is I remember a couple of weeks ago, there was an MTGO challenge that was won. It might have been a month ago. There was an MTGO challenge that was won by a deck that was blue-red, had no VVs and Cauldrons, but it had 4 Profs, 4 Riddler, 4 FOMO, all the blue-red draw discard stuff, but no VVs, no Cauldrons. And it almost feels to me that a deck like that is sort of just pre-boarded for the mirror. If you don't want the combo anyways, then why even put it in your deck to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this happen before in extremely lopsided formats like this, where there's just such a clear best deck. You can start to abandon all other matchups and just be like, I don't know, what if I just played the best possible deck for the mirror every single round, if that's what it's going to look like? And yeah, I mean, it seems wise to me. I don't think, no hate to that.
Yeah, you're pre-boarded with your main deck and L's and all this kind of stuff. And
yeah. Sure, why not? Here's Steam Core Scholar, the follow-up after a fear of missing out.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Harrison, ahead on board with the Profs, but didn't have a creature to put the counters on. Had a huge turn where I think he drew 6 or 7 extra cards, but just didn't have a body to find a thing to put the counters on. So, maybe Casey can sort of set up something here if he can find his own Profs, especially with the FOMO. Resolving a Scholar here, draw a discard, maybe find a Profs, get a ton of counters in the fear of missing out, things like that.
And I think a lot of what you want to speak to too is just some Magic fundamentals of just using your mana every turn. I mean, all these cards in these decks are pretty cheap for the most part, with the exception of Riddler, right? The 5 mana card, but you still play it for 2 mana. So like, what are we talking about? Like, you're still using all of your mana every turn. You're moving cards around. You're sequencing your different draw spells. All this stuff kind of comes up, and you see so many cards that, yeah, here we go again. We just spent 8 mana this turn with your Izzet deck, with the curve stops at like 3. And I think that puts a lot of pressure on sequencing and being mana efficient when you're talking about the mirror and talking about trying to get ahead on board. And right now, Casey putting up good defense as far as being able to try to flip the script on this game thus far. But I mean, here's Camphor with a lot of mana to spend.
Yeah, and Casey is tapped out, so anything that Harrison will do, Casey cannot respond to. I'm going to look at Harrison's deck list real quick and see if there are any copies of Wild Ride, because that is something we sometimes see in these deck lists. And looking at Harrison's deck, I see no copies of Wild Ride. So presumably, if the VVs came out of that, if we can't deal any sort of direct damage there, Harrison doesn't have a way to actually win the game this turn. No hasters, there's no Turses or anything like that. Most of these deck lists have gone away from Tursa in favor of Steam Core. So, with that, wants to maybe set up a giant battlefield here, but likely, almost certainly cannot actually physically win the game this turn. And with Casey already having a fear of missing out, Cauldron, and maybe Casey kept in some VVs, that's got to at least, Harrison's got to keep that in the back of his mind.
I mean, there is some asymmetry here, right? Camphor is on the full 4 Steam Core Scholar, and Ryback here on 1 Steam Core Scholar. Of course, we drew it. And 3 of the Storm Chaser talents. No Storm Chaser talents in Camphor's deck at all. So a little bit of the numbers being played with. But certainly in this matchup, it feels like the Scholar paired with Profs is big game, right? Being able to play on attack and defense, just that vigilance coming up matters a ton. I mean, obviously, it's another cantripping creature, so like it's still just going to play your game plan well. But as far as just playing to the board and certainly leveraging some of your better cards in the matchup, like Profs, and just getting large and being able to play attack and defense matters a lot. And I think we're going to see that on both sides. And obviously, Camphor prioritizing that as well, as we're going to Agatha's the Steam Core Scholar going to respond. Get that out of here. Not a chance. Some thunder magic.
You mentioned, Casey's list, only one copy of Steam Core Scholar. A couple of other differences, too. There's one Duels of the Mind, only 3 Agatha Soul Cauldron, and then in the sideboard, I saw this lovely Spider-Man card, Hydro Man.
Yeah, I was looking at that thing, too.
I don't know if that one came in, but I hope it did.
I don't know what that's for if it's not here. Like, what are we doing with this thing?
Your guess is
Floodmaw.
mine.
Floodmaw, your Riddler. Okay. Well, that gets that out of the way. Now what?
Looks like the talent. I think there's a VV. Is that a VV? I'm pretty sure that's a VV in Casey's hand.
I don't know. I can't get a great look. I'm going to warp a Riddler, though. I can tell you that much. Tapped Canal right on time.
Yeah, it looks like it's VV and talent left over here for Casey.
Okay. A lot of stuff to do. Don't really know the full texture of the graveyard. We've seen a few Winter Night stories get harmonized that I don't think we necessarily knew were there.
Yeah. Yeah, you would maybe imagine if Casey had a Winter Night, maybe would go for it this turn with the Riddler.
Right.
So I would guess there's probably no.
We're out of those.
Yeah, none of that in the graveyard.
So with one player having a Cauldron, but less stuff on the board to just do some basic attacking and blocking, looks like we're gonna. I was about to go on this whole thing about favor, what's going on with that, and then it just gets abraded. So never mind, it's gone.
Yeah, Harrison definitely in the driver's seat this game. Has the advantage on board, has the 4/4 flyer, has the profs, and can maybe go ahead and pop off this turn. There's a Cauldron. Now, again, graveyards aren't fanned out, so I don't know if there's any VVs. We can assume there's not, because if there was,
assume not. Yeah, that seems
Casey
wise.
probably would have maybe went for that at some point. So, but there is a Riddler being cast here, and Harrison's only on 1 card, so
that means 2 more coming. This Riddler card, I think it might have some potential. I think this card's really strong.
It's okay,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. 4/6, it's huge. Never getting through that. 2 more mana to spend.
Ooh, discard my last card, draw 2. Ooh.
Oh, man, what a sequence. And this profs is now just up to infinite. Oh, boy.
Yeah, and now Harrison can just make an 8/8 flyer with Casey at 16, so that is a 2-turn clock. And Casey's leftovers are VV, talent, and land. Now, Casey does have a pile of mana to work with, so can maybe go something like talent, level. I'm going to assume there's probably a Floodmaw, although that doesn't work because Harrison has the
we got an
Cauldron,
Agatha's. So, yeah, I think Agatha's is the door on everything with the talent. So we need a draw step that has text here. Didn't get a good look.
Yeah, I couldn't tell either.
No, it's graveyard
hand
time.
Hand right now is not doing it here for Casey.
Yeah, I mean, we still have this FOMO. Head and hands is usually not a good sign. Was Thunder Magic the draw step? Can't really get a good look.
I don't think Casey has Thunder Magic.
Oh, he doesn't even have it in his
Harris
deck.
does.
What is this thing? Yeah.
What
is this red card?
I think it's a FOMO.
Okay. Second FOMO, I don't think does anything.
So you can go VV into talent, get a trigger, and then FOMO discard the land. I mean, you have to probably find something like a Floodmaw just to be able to answer the lethal flyer. In case he can't really even try to set up a combo because Harrison has the Cauldron in play. So
right.
Not a lot of options here for Casey.
So we are going to level up the talent, but that targets.
Right, that does target.
Might be our only out, though, because, we got to target the Floodmaw, because that gets rid of the flyer. We don't have a Floodmaw otherwise, and I guess, we're just going to pack it in there. It was do it that way, or try to just blind draw another Floodmaw, and I don't think either of those lines are really that good. So, a game 3, we get in our standard, and that means, while they're shuffling up, let's take a look.
Game 3s.
Yeah, game 3 of our sealed deck. Give me Magic decks of Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah. So we got Cameron versus Jake. This is game number 3. Remember, if Cameron wins this, that will be the entire match. But yeah, we have some Spider-Man stuff going on here. So as far as what is currently on the battlefield, what are we looking at here? Looking at life totals. I mean, Jake is pretty low here. Battlefield's kind of even, though.
A little bit of double blocking going on. I think that's Spider, well, of course they're all Spiders, man. It's just tough to talk about these cards a little bit, but the blue-white robot Spider. 1 second, let me get the text of this thing pulled up.
SPDR.
Yeah, I don't know how to say this thing, so apologies.
4/4 vigilance. When it enters, put a counter on a creature. Whenever a modified creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card.
Yeah, that's like the big money here. And obviously we have a modified creature to work with. So we kind of got to stay on defense here as we're going to do some additional conniving. Oh, here we go. We got it all pulled up. Got to be a tough one to search. Shout out to the coverage team. Spider, but we're using slashes piloted by Penny, of course. And so we get to put counters on stuff.
There's some mob lookouts in play. That card, I know that card. That's the 2-mana 0/3, enters the battlefield, target creature connives.
Yeah, nice one.
That one's pretty good. Nice little curve.
Very good with the
very good
Spider
with SPDR.
Yeah. There we go. Mob lookout. Take a look at this thing. Here we go. 0/3, human rogue villain. Enters target creature you control connive. So that gives us some modified things. But we did just discard a land there. So we might be very flooded here for Jake. Let's see. Cameron trying to line up an attack. But it's so dangerous to attack because, A, these things are all huge. They all have just massive butts. They're 0/3s. One's a 1/4. Then we have a 4/4. So double blocks look pretty good with all this toughness to work with. And then, of course, if you overextend, then we get to start getting the drawing card stuff going.
Let me see. Oh, that's the aura that makes 1/1 flyers, I believe. What's the name of that card? Let me find it.
Just as good as mine.
It is. Don't tell me. It's 5 mana. Where is it? Robotics Mastery. I believe that's what it is. Yeah, see, there's the flyers. I know some of the cards.
Yeah, you got more game than me. I admit it. The extent I've played any, it's online, and I'm realizing now all the names are different. So I don't even know the names.
That is very, very true.
Yeah, that's tough.
So there's a couple mob lookouts here, and the SP
Robotics Mastery. So we get +2/+2 also. This thing has flash as well.
+2/+2, and then make 2 1/1 flyers. That one's pretty good, especially in a sealed environment.
Oh yeah, flyers, talk to me. Now we get to start laying some beat downs.
Yeah, flyers getting in there. Looks like one of them's gonna bite the dust. Tap in 6 mana for. What are we looking at here? This little.
Oh, that's the T-Rex Spider-Man. It's huge.
Daring
Dino. Yeah.
Trample. There we go.
It's our resident Colossal Dreadmaw, but it has a word too.
Man, they don't make them like they used to.
No kidding. Reach trample. How about that?
Where does Spider Rex sit on the Colossal Dreadmaw scale?
High for sure. Obviously less than Primeval Titan, but look, beggars can't be choosers in the sealed environment.
I would say probably a 6 or a 7.
So we are, I guess, beholding the Sinister 6 right now. That seems like a card that is lethal. I don't know a lot about the sealed format. It seems really hard to beat. 6 things.
Returns
up to 6 things.
It is
we got 5 things.
Up to.
All
you don't
right.
even need 6 targets.
Yeah. What do you want?
I think there's an Arachne in there. I know. I'm pretty sure that's Arachne. That's the 3/3 that you look at their hand and choose a card type. I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
Yeah.
Some
I
other
see a
stuff
Spider-Man
here.
Glad I could help. Arachne, there we go. Get that pulled up. 3/3 web slinging white. To look at opponent's hand. Yoink a thing. Choose a card. Spells. Cost 1 more to cast of that type.
Getting some counters
choose
on
creature,
stuff. Yeah, can't choose creature.
I don't know what we're getting counters from. I can't really get a good look at the artifact.
Trying to figure that out.
Daily Bugle Reporters is the card there at the front. So when this thing enters, put a counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So that's what we're doing right now.
There we go.
All right. And that gives us 2 more modified things for our Spider piloted by Penny.
Yeah, it seems like Jake has a lot of stuff to modify for this gold SPDR, the 4/4.
And there we go. We got Spider Bot.
Oh yeah.
We can search for a basic land, which I believe we did a library count to see if that was something we even wanted to do. as we also are milling 2 cards. We look at the opponent's hand with Arachne. It's a land, so we chose a type other than creature.
Name land.
Sorcery. Sorcery is picked.
Name land.
Land would be, it's a viable land, a viable card type. Not a lot of lands you can cast.
All right, so
Right.
Sinister 6, huge battlefield here for Jake. Although Jake's only at 3 life, there's that 1 flyer. I don't know if Jake has any reach or flying of their own.
Well, yeah, we
Oh, the
got the
spider bot's
spider
got the
bot.
reach. All right,
There is a
all right.
depressingly low amount of reach, given that all the set is spiders. Like, they should all have reach. It should just be reach out of the box. but here we
Every
go.
single creature that's a spider.
Yeah.
Reach.
Look, are we committed
By
to spiders
definition.
having reach or not?
Yeah,
All right,
I
all
mean,
right, whatever.
That's fair.
Spiderbot has reached. Now we're doing an attack calculation so that we don't die in the background. The problem is this like Spider Rex is a 6/6 trample, so you have to be able to cover that on the back crack, like as far as having 6 toughness available, even around like something like a removal spell, no matter what. So, and then you have to find an attack that actually gets through for any amount of damage to start to move the needle that direction. So it looks to me like we're in for a little bit of a board stall, despite Behold the Sinister 6 really pulling Jake back into the game. We're under a lot of pressure with these flyers, these little flying robots, and really on like a 1 or 2 turn clock. Now we have to try to figure out, what does a viable attack even look like? And also, are we going to deck ourselves?
That's the more important question. I do also think that the standard game is getting ready, or maybe in the thick of things. So this game looks like it's going to take a little bit longer in terms of the battlefield presence. So maybe if we want to go back over to standard just for a little bit, because it looks like they're just starting. So we can take a look and see what's going on here. We got, looks like a 4/4 Scholar. There's a profs for Harrison. And then we got a FOMO talent, and both players having profs here. So in terms of the advantage bar, I guess it would be quite even in that regard. But Casey has a Cauldron, and it gets into these weird spots sometimes where if one player has a Cauldron, it's kind of like you don't really want to discard the VV. Yeah, you really can't, especially in this point. So if Harrison kept them in, those was going to stay in the hand at some point.
I said that's probably a good argument to not have that many of them in your deck.
Right,
If
yeah.
they're a liability to put in play and to have in hand, it's like, why is this thing in our deck? Like we should probably just not have that and just stick to the other stuff. As we're shipping back, we got 2 massive Scholars, which get to attack and block. We mentioned a little bit of that in the game number 2 about how important, really, the kind of just breaking the board state open with some attacking and blocking, and just size matters so much. Scholar, good one to carry a bunch of profs counters, and I think that's something that Camper's done a lot right here in these sideboard games, is assembling that specific mixture with all of his cantrips. But here we go. We got BB, we got Cauldron.
Ooh.
What can you do from here? Right back.
Only 2 cards in hand. I don't know if Casey has a ton of action left over. At least got 1 spell. Looks like a Flood Maw. Yeah.
Flood Maw. That triggers VV, and we're going to Flood Maw back. All right. Let's do it all over again. Stuff in people's hands. Here we go.
Yeah, and I mean, you're sort of answering the Steam Core Scholar temporarily, but I mean, Harrison's just going to play it next turn, and then can also just make another 4/4. Casey looks like does not have Delirium. Looks like Enchantment Land. Oh, it is. Yeah, Enchantment Creature Instant Land. So it does have Delirium, actually.
Wow. So get a big attack here. I mean, 2 attacks for 4. That's a ton.
Unfortunately for Casey, couldn't draw a card this turn to be able to, get double profs triggers in the FOMO. That would have been a huge swing in terms of the race. Like you can imagine, even if it was just a FOMO for 1 more card, that would have been +3 power. FOMO would be, 3 more counters. It'd be a 7 power. Harrison would be at 8. So,
well, imagine instead of VV you had Steam Core Scholar, right? Like then what? Then what does the game look like? And like I said, that's really the card that I think has been kind of defining the texture of these post-board games. Is that's what's being bounced to that, and we're literally the exchange we just saw, right? We got to see Flood Maw bouncing a VV for Casey and a Steam Core Scholar for Harrison. Well, one of these cards doesn't need to be when it comes back in. And that's the Steam Core Scholar. Here's a Winter Night Stories follow-up. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, FOMO into Stories.
And then damage.
Could even potentially maybe go discard something, play an island, use the island, tap the Scholar, flash back the Stories, and then just put 7 counters on a FOMO.
Is that lethal? Or are we sure?
The FOMO was just played, I believe.
Oh, right. So yeah, we're just beating down with the Scholar right now then.
Yeah.
So we're not going to want to probably extend like that quite yet, but obviously we're set up to be very lethal next turn. And from what I remember of Casey's hand, not a lot of action to work with. So if we can find a way to clear the Scholar, we're actually cooking. But we need to have an impactful draw step here.
Remember, Casey has a VV in hand, and there's a Cauldron in play, and there's only a single red mana for Harrison. So if Casey can find a draw discard, something like a Scholar, you can go Scholar, discard VV, but it looks like that is not the case.
Yeah, so we just have the pick up the Flood Maw, play Flood Maw, and now we have to chump with FOMO. Oh, well, maybe. Looks like we
at
might
least
be
attack for
combat.
Yeah. So this is not a lethal attack because Harrison's at 11. Yeah. Oh no, it is because of the Cauldron. So this is 6, putting Harrison down to 5, and then on the second attack you have to chump block. Yep.
Right. So now we did set up that, and now that does clear Harrison's board. So went from lethal. I mean, this is the big swings. This just swings back and forth, back and forth. I love that. Just flips the Verge from the top right into play. No, not even move it to the hand. No shenanigans. Here we go. It's game time. We got spells in hand. We're going to cast them. I see a Vivi. Starting with Scholar.
Okay.
Right.
But yeah, now
Nothing
Harrison's in actually a pretty rough spot here, because if
2 Vivis, okay.
Oh, never mind. I didn't see the Cauldron. Okay, never mind. I lied. Harrison's not in a bad spot. So we're doing some combo stuff.
Now we have a billion mana, but nothing has haste. So all we can really do is move cards around for the most part, right? So here comes more cards.
Yeah, so the first Scholar has already been used for mana. The Profs is on 4, so we can, at the bare minimum, move the Profs counters over to the Scholar. We could even, if Harrison wants to, you could tap the other 2 mana and the Scholar, flash back the stories, then put 7 on the other Scholar and have 9 mana post-combat.
I think we might have Thunder Magic in hand, and that lets you clear the FOMO because we can get it to the 8 damage mode, right? We have 7 toughness.
That card deals 8 damage?
It sure does.
Look at it.
It sure does.
8 damage to target creature. There you go.
Yeah, how about that?
There you go.
Give it the Urza's Rage treatment.
Cool.
We have a second Cauldron. Oh, we're cutting back to Sealed. The race to the finish line between Game 3 of Sealed and Game 3 of Standard is on. Both just massive board slogs. Tell you what, this is peak Magic the Gathering. A lot of people, they have a lot of complaints, but this is this is as pure as it gets. Removal spells, a little bit of counters moving around, some attacks and blocks, some damage.
Is it peak Magic because they both have visit lands?
I see. I'm not going to take this criticism from you. This is unfair.
That wasn't criticism.
I think time in the round is also in a competitor in our little marble race we have here between Standard and Sealed.
Oh, I see. There's a green. See the green die at the very, very top. I wonder if that's in.
Oh, yeah. We might be doing some playing to stay alive. I didn't think about that aspect. There may not be any more playing to win for some of these players. It might just be playing to live.
Well, if it is turn 3, I think Harrison flashed a second Cauldron there for a second. But if he had second Cauldron, I think he wants to go to combat first. Yeah,
I think so too.
And then you can make 6 mana with the Scholar, then play the other Cauldron, exile the VV, and then you would have 6 mana plus 2, 4. You would have 16 mana, I think.
That's a lot.
You make 6. Well, I guess you make 6. You use 2. Yeah, I think it's 16.
You get. We're tapping to Winter Night stories. Okay.
Yep. After this is post combat because he already put the counters on with Profs, and I think he wanted to do this because he wanted to make the mana off the second Scholar before deploying the second Cauldron. Because once you put the VV under the second Cauldron, then it sort of resets all the mana abilities.
Yeah.
You can do that.
And we can get another creature in play too and spread it out that way. So we're doing that now with our Mako.
And as you mentioned, funny enough, that Thunder Magic is going to kill that FOMO. Because
Yeah, I mean that's
mana.
going to make it basically impossible for Ryback to assemble a lethal turn, and then it's just a question of can Ryback stay alive to get the draw, and then you need to hope that your sealed can get a win. And yeah, I mean this is a mess. We're at full mess territory, but I would expect nothing left from our last round of Swiss here before our top cut. So, all right, so it's second Cauldron time. And this is the risk, right? We did set it up to where Camphor had to kind of sacrifice his entire board, and we got to do that, but it required tapping Cauldron. And now with Cauldron, no Cauldron fights to happen. We're just in free reign to make some, exile some Vivies, get some counters moving. And I mean, we've seen all this before. If you've played Standard or seen Standard at all, the same story. We're going to reset the Vivi stuff.
Plus 9 mana, which is at the bare minimum. Oh, yeah.
Boom. Oh,
Fire
yeah.
off. Woo.
Just blast that. See you later. 8 damage.
mana.
Last card in hand's FOMO, right?
It's a pretty good last card.
That's not a weak last card. Yeah, I guess I'll cast this. Yeah, you sure will.
Yeah, and I wonder if like what Casey can even, like you mentioned at this point, if it is turn 3 of extra turns, then Casey's plan at this point is probably just try to survive and get the draw. Not sure for certain if that's what that green die is indicating, because it didn't tick up when the turn passed back to Casey, but you know, we'll see if we can maybe get a better idea of exactly where the player's at in terms of post time, because I mean, Harrison, you know, Casey has
the hand rubbing. I love it. Vivi to the bend with the FOMO and get it exiled. Here we go.
Anything you can do, I can maybe do better.
I can try to do. Yeah, here we go. All right, so we got a Vivi of our own, and Stories is the last card. It's a good last one to have.
Yeah, Stories with the
All
props.
right. Here we go.
Now, both of these players, I believe neither of them have the Wild Ride. Because I'm trying to think of, I'm looking through the sideboard, looking through the main deck. I don't know if Casey necessarily has a way to win the game this turn without the Haster. No Tursa, no Wild Ride. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Unless somehow you can cast 20 spells with Vivi, which I guess is technically possible.
It's tough. It is tough.
Oh, wait, no. Harrison's only at 3. Never mind. Yeah, no, this is... Yeah, I didn't realize Harrison...
Yeah, we need 5 spells, which is
right,
easier.
Yeah.
Winter Night Stories is 1 and
20.
2, so down to 3.
Yeah. It's a good point.
Okay. Now what? I mean, yeah, I guess it's funny. I was talking about needing to get like some attacks through, but I guess if you just have 2 Vivies, I mean, we can just do it the Vivi way.
Only needs 3 spells.
Yeah, 3 more. We've already done 2.
Yeah.
And looks like a lot of lands and garbage. So back to Camphor. We're shaking hands. I think this is just very lethal. So I think Camphor's going to win this one, which does put us to the sealed to determine it. But it looks like they're
I think.
done.
We'll get confirmation as far as to what happened, but it looked like
yeah, tough.
Pretty
a photo
sure
finish.
maybe it's possible the sealed deck finished and then the VV mirrors, because the sealed deck finished, they just said that. But once we get confirmation from production, we'll let you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real way to know until they let us know. But I mean, some mentioning back and forth. Unfortunate, I guess, that it kind of came to time like that. I think there was a lot of like fun, interesting decisions being made. A lot of like, here we go. Casey's team won in limited, so the sealed deck did emerge victorious, which is interesting. After we saw the Behold Sinister 6, I thought that was going to be pretty hard to overcome. We were able to get it done, and so Casey Ryback's team is going to advance and presumably, I think, make it into the top cut here. But that was our last round of Swiss, so we are going to come back for an interview here in just a moment. We're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back for the interview, and then we'll give you an update to how we're going to handle the draft situation shortly, I believe, at that time as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. As I mentioned, we're just going to take a brief break, and players are sitting down to do some top 8 drafting right now. You're going to get to see the top 8 bracket here in just a little bit. But we have the entire top 8 draft kind of going on right now. We're not going to cut to coverage of that because, well, it's just a lot to set up on the fly. So we're not going to do all that, but we are going to talk a little bit about some of our players that are on the NRG series. And, of course, one in particular that had quite a bit of success on the regional championship side of things, and now is finding success as he's found himself in our top 8 here this weekend. So without further ado, while we are waiting for the top 8 of our 10K Team Showdown in Elmhurst to begin, we're going to hear from Vinny Fino here in just a minute. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. How's it going? Doing very good, very good. So, yeah, like I said, we have some time to fail. Congratulations on your performance here today. And we'll get to that maybe a little bit at the end. But before we do that, as your teammates are drafting and you're hanging out with us, I wanted to spend some time and highlight your very recent success by, of course, talking about Houston. So, if you don't mind, taking back to the very beginning and talk to me about the preparation for Houston and how you landed on the Just Got Blink deck that you ultimately, of course, were victorious.
Yeah, so we saw that Matthew Costa played it and ended up having a pretty solid constructed record at the BT. We thought the deck looked freaking nuts, dude. We were just like, this deck looks like the most fun to play. The matchup spread looks good enough. Me, Joseph Puglisi, Slacks, also known as Jesse Hampton, and a few other members worked on the list initially. I was really busy with work, so like I can't thank them enough for like mainly doing all of the testing. I was like, hey, like, how does this matchup look? And they're like, it's fine. And I'm like, okay, what about this one? And they're like, oh no, it's really good. So like all of the testing was done by them, like thankfully enough. And I was like, hey, like, give me just like a quick rundown. And Joseph was like, okay, like, here are my thoughts. Here's this, here's that. I'm like, all right. Sounds good enough.
That's busted. I mean, when you can get your team that like are people you can trust and they're willing to deliver this information to you, because like you said, you're a busy man, and you got all this stuff going on. I mean, there's no better setup in the Magic world than having a team that you can trust to deliver information like that. That's awesome. And so, yeah, so you mentioned the matchup spread looking good and all that stuff, and obviously that looked a lot of fun. Was there any other, at any point, competition? Like, was there anything else? What would you have, like, was there any other deck that you would have played instead, or was this just like, yeah, this is the team deck, this is what we're doing?
I was initially locked on Goryo's. I was going to play Johnny Gutman's list. I was not going to play the Preordain and play Spell Pierce. Sorry. And, yeah, I was initially on that, but testing was... Dude, that's the worst vibes deck I've ever played, brother. I'll tell you that right now. It's like so many games where it's just like, okay, I have a frog, nothing I really want to discard, like, and then they ending, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm not gonna discard these okay cards in my hand, and it's like, okay, well, hopefully I draw another threat. Never drew another threat.
Awesome.
It's like, okay, I'll play Riddler, and like if I draw an ephemerate, oh, no ephemerate, all right, go. You know, like, oh, I have 3 Goryos in hands. All right. It's like the worst vibes like possible. So many games I had like, you know, like I have like 3 Fateful Mendings in hand. I'm like, okay, Fateful Mending, like never able to 3 Fateful Mendings in hand, like never able to like draw 2 lands. All right, discard 2 lands. All right, go. Yeah. Like untap, draw. All right, do it. 2 land. All right, go. You know, like never. Just the worst vibes possible. I just could not enjoy the deck. Like I was just miserable playing it. But that was my contender.
Well, you heard it here first. The vibes is how we rate decks here. I mean, I love it. I love it. Everything about your testing process rules so hard right now. You got your team doing all the work. You're testing stuff. Like, this deck's garbage. Can you guys give me anything else? The vibes are so bad.
Yeah, vibes is what matters, man. I just don't even. If you're not having fun playing, like, why are you playing? Like, that's like my biggest
Excellent.
Like.
It's all about vibes.
Yeah, like when I eventually like turned the corner to like enjoy Magic again, I was like, if I'm playing this game, I'm gonna play decks that I enjoy. Like, that's it. And if I don't enjoy the deck and I don't enjoy playing, I just won't go. I won't play. Like, you got to make sure you enjoy the game, or you're just, you know, you're gonna like fall out of love with it, and that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, no, I can speak for myself. I've been there, you know, being in spots where I feel like I had to play for some reason or another, and it's just, it is the worst feeling on the planet when you just feel yourself falling out of love. Terrible.
The 2 Underworld Breach RCs, I just didn't go.
Wow.
I was like,
Kyoto didn't go.
Yeah, I was
Mad
like, yeah, I'm not
respect.
going.
Mad respect.
Yeah,
I mean, I think you had fun. Yeah.
And going to your point, I think a lot of it is, once you find a deck that you enjoy playing, you see like because you're enjoying it more, then you play better, right? Because if you're not having fun and you're sort of like, just kind of going with the motions, then you're going to miss a lot of things too.
Yeah. Like you don't enjoy your testing on Moto, so you end up like eventually just playing less. Like if you enjoy playing, like you're just gonna end up playing more just because you like playing, and then you're gonna get to learn, maybe it's bad to say this, like the autopilot lines, which like you should never really go on autopilot, but it is what it is.
No, excellent. I mean, excellent advice. To your credit, like you talked about your testing process, and actually, I think we can point to testing less actually can be productive sometimes. You build bad habits sometimes just playing over and over again.
Absolutely. Sorry.
No, you're totally fine. And so I really think a lot of percent. I mean, we've turned this from an interview to a little bit of a preaching session, a big free coaching lesson from the RC champion himself. But I think this is a lot of really good advice. There's a lot of really good stuff going on. I think there's a lot of insight as to what does testing for an event that you ultimately end up winning actually look like? From an anecdotal standpoint, it's a lot of this stuff. It's not the people that are playing until their eyes bleed. That doesn't make you. Doesn't set you up for success. There's a lot to pull from already from that perspective. But I think. Let's take it to the tournament. Talk to me about the day of. Anything of note? Any the travel to the day of to day. Talk to me about the event. How did it go?
Dude, it was the best I've ever slept at any event. Like actually ever. Like no jokes. Like I think I was in bed maybe 10 hours before the event. I slept a solid 8-9 hours. Like I can't even begin to explain how important that is. Like Javier Dominguez talked about it, and I'm just like, that's my goat. That's my goat. I'll take a page from that book,
Correct.
But,
Javier Dominguez he's a guy that's got some championship experiences to draw from as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
He knows.
Yeah. What did you do? So awesome sleep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that more than anything else. Like if you're in a clear mind space and you're clear-headed, like I'd also say after every round, I was 0-0. Doesn't matter. I'm 11-1. I'm 0-0. Take it game by game. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you definitely when you're playing those really long tournaments, you got to do it like that for sure. As far as the deck list is concerned, one thing that I wonder if a lot of our watchers at home are interested in terms of the regional championship. So for the people who don't know, it's open deck list, and most tournaments are closed deck list. Was there any sort of considerations, sort of last minute, where it's like, okay, if they see card X, Y, or Z on my deck list, you're sort of like playing mind games with them? Was there any of that in the deck, like the deck building process?
Yeah, we initially had Wrath of the Skies and Supreme Verdict, and I was like, I don't know, man. I think me and Ivan Espinosa went to the side, and we just changed the deck quite a bit. We cut the spell snares, which I don't like spell snare. Number one spell snare hater, right here. Hate that card. Just dude, it's bad in every matchup. It's supposed to be good. Just Rots in your hand, doesn't let you draw cards with it. I can go on. I'm sorry, I can go on. But yeah, so me and him moved away, and we're like, all right, well, instead of playing one ending, we're gonna play more. And it's okay, well, how many more? It's all right, make the 2 spell snare, 2 prismatic ending. And he was like, yeah, I hate spell snare. I'm like, yeah, me too, brother. Let's do it. So really, it was the Wrath of the Skies was our big okay, maybe they're gonna play around it the entire game, but honestly, they didn't.
It didn't come out much beyond that. Yeah.
It pitched the Solitude,
It pitches to Solitude. Here we go. That's the modern moniker. There's always the pitching to Force and Legacy. We got pitches to Solitude modern. Awesome, we've done it. Play whatever you want. If it's white, you get to pitch it. Nothing matters.
You can play whatever.
Or to March the other one they like. You got that thing going on too. So you got
it pitches to 2 things. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're cooking. Yeah. So you played a mirror in top 8. Jesse Hampton, some of the obviously everybody's eyes wide open. Talk to me about that matchup.
Yeah, that guy's so much better than me. I got so lucky. I was so ready to go home. I was so ready.
You capped yourself out, huh?
Well, yeah. Who wouldn't?
It's a 50-50 matchup. Come on.
It's a mirror at the end of the day.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just played a Ragavan on 1. I kept the 1-lander. Played Ragavan. It lived. I drew a land return. I'm like, all right, we're chilling, baby.
Okay, that's what it
Always
takes to win a
had it.
tournament.
It connected, it hit an ephemerate off top of his deck. And I was like, all right, I guess I'll win this one. And maybe I'll lose 2 and 3. So I warped a Riddler, ephemerated it. He's like, yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah, he just missed a few land drops. He like warped a Riddler, missed a land drop, warped a Riddler, missed a land drop, and then I was able to just kill him.
Absurd. We went from great advice to keep one landers, and you're just gonna basically win the game on turn 2.
You do what you gotta do, man.
I respect the rage from our champion here.
Look. Do as I say, not as I do. You know what I'm saying?
Follow the guide. Don't walk the place.
Yeah.
Always better lucky than good, but it takes both to win a tournament.
That's
here,
right.
folks.
You gotta be good enough to know you're getting lucky.
Right, exactly.
As far as the matchups are concerned, is there anything like going into the tournament where you're like, I don't want to play against this deck, or I want to play against this deck?
I did not want to play against Goryo's, even though that deck sucks. It's just like a fucking. Oh, excuse me, sorry. It's just like a freaking maybe like 30-70 matchup in their favor. It's just like so. It's just so bad.
What makes it so bad?
Dude, Frog is busted.
You're sending bad vibes.
Yeah, the vibes are horrendous. That doesn't mean it's bad. You know what I'm saying?
Is Frog good vibes?
Frog is great vibes. If there was a deck that played Frog that didn't suck, it'd probably be pretty good. Dude, it's just like I played maybe 20 games against Ivan while testing, and like he's like, all right, like turn 2 Goryos. I'm like, yeah. Do it, all right.
Of course.
I'm like, all right, I'll consign the trigger. He's like, okay, ephemerate. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. Like, what am I supposed to do here, man? But it was like 17 games of that, and then I won 3.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
3 whole games.
Yeah, it was late. He was tired.
Well, 15%, huh?
He was
like that?
He was like, I should bowl. He's like, whatever.
Just no thought to whether we're getting quality testing here at this point, huh?
Just starts keeping bad hands to like see if it, is there any chance?
How good is this matchup?
we were like, what are we eating tomorrow? Wasn't even talking. It's like mindless game. I'm like, dude, I'm done, dude.
Yeah, what are we even talking about
Dude,
anymore? This is incredible stuff. So I guess you managed to dodge the Gorios matchup, and obviously you didn't play it in the top 8.
Yeah, I played against Noe in the Swiss, but he kept some sus hands. Let's just say.
Lucky. Ended up getting the 30%. Huh?
Were they as sus as turn 1 Ragavan or 1-man Ragavan?
It was more sus than that. I'll tell you that, brother.
Ooh, okay.
If you just have like a good hand in game 1 and game 3, I lose. Like this mole, your deck's busted. You have Quantum Riddler. Have you read that card, man?
Your deck is busted. Bad vibes, but busted.
Yes.
All right. We'll get somebody on making some stickers to the
dude,
deck.
if you're lucky, Goryo is the best deck in the universe, man.
All right, so you win the event, and obviously, that did what it did. You get to hoist the trophy.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
The fallout of that, you're qualified for everything for like the rest of the year. And yeah, and so take me to kind of the aftermath of that tournament and all the celebration into preparing to the extent you prepared at all for this weekend here in NRG.
It just didn't feel real, man. I don't even know what else to say. Like, it just didn't feel like I felt like I was gonna wake up,
Wow.
I felt like I was just gonna wake up and I was gonna be told like, hey, get up, we gotta go and submit our deck list or go work on our deck list at the RC or whatever. I just didn't. I still can't believe it, honestly. Like it's crazy. Like I can't even. Yeah, I don't even have words. I'm sorry.
That's awesome. No, I mean I think that speaks a lot to the experience. It's like there's this idea, I think, for a lot of Magic players that once you win a big event or you get a big spotlight like this, it's gonna feel like, yes, wow, like I deserve this, I worked hard for this, all this stuff. But a lot of the reality of hoisting a trophy is like, whoa, is it over? Do I win now? What is this?
Yeah.
I didn't even do anything.
Somebody pinch me.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, it's crazy. I woke up went to bed, woke up the next morning, and I was like, all right, let's see if it was a dream. I checked Twitter. And I was like, wow, yeah, okay.
It's not a
cool.
dream.
That's cool. I won.
That's so sick. That's awesome. So what led you to playing standard this weekend instead of running it back? What are we doing?
I played in the Spotlight Series last weekend in Baltimore. I think VV's fun. I know people are like, "Oh, it's the bad guy," but like, it's good vibes, man.
It's good vibes.
It's good vibes,
Good
man.
grief.
I don't even know what else to say, dude. VV's cool, Profs is cool. I hope when they do bans, they leave Profs alone so I can play Blue Red Profs. That'll be cool.
I think our resident Doom here, maybe one of the first people that was all in on profs, a certified profs lover. I think.
I can't even tell you how long I've been playing profs.
Dude.
Oh, I remember. You were playing it when nobody else was. I mean, to the extent, I'm not a hipster guy, but you were all over profs, and so I think you're in good company as far as profs loving here in the booth.
Yeah.
As far as the deck list, did you just run back the same 75 from Baltimore? Did you change anything?
I changed. I thought so. In the red matchup, you play Unable to Scream, so like turn off like Screaming Nemesis or like the Dragon, and it just like I have like 2 in my hand. And like, okay, I'll Warp a Dragon. I'm like, yeah, all right. Okay, I take 4. So, and then they're like, all right, draw like, oh, Hasten Nemesis for Xaxes. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
So I cut the Unable to Screams and I'm playing 4 Fresh Start. That's the only change I made. It is what it is. I don't know.
I like it.
I drew it once.
Came up?
It didn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, boom.
Would have won anyways.
Yeah, I was going to win anyways. It didn't matter. Like, I was like, all right, well.
The best kind of change. Inconclusive. Could go on either way. Doesn't matter.
I got another one for you. So for when it comes to the mirror match, right? I know a lot of people have been talking about the mirror match and like, do you cut the combo or all that stuff? Maybe I'm not trying to give out the secrets, before top 8, but are you like kind of in that same camp where you're like, just get the combo out of here? Or?
No, the combo's busted, bro.
It's the name of the deck.
You combo with Vivi, bro?
I mean, I'm just saying. Look, I'm not saying I would do it. I'm not saying I would do it, but that's what some other people are saying. So.
Brother, I think it's crazy style to cut it. That's all I'll say.
All right.
Like, how do you Oh, I have 5 mana. Oh, 20 mana. Sorry. How are you cutting it, bro? I don't get it.
You don't feel it's a liability at all in the sideboard games? A little bit
it's a little poopy, but it is what it is. You just have to keep it. Like, what? I'm gonna bring in my Obliterating Bolts and the Fresh Starts and what am I doing?
Yeah.
Either they kill the creatures or they're 15/15s.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know that we've ever gotten the chance to have a conversation before, but in an era of overwhelming people just pointing to data and graphs and stuff as like conclusive evidence, talking to you about Magic is so refreshing. Everything is just such a hand wave. It's bad vibes, good vibes, busted, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Such a whatever. I love it. I love how I'm not gonna say fast and loose because certainly you're very successful, but you're a lot of fun to talk to. It's a refreshing perspective.
It is.
Some people have the chart of like the win rate chart, and his is just like the vibes chart.
It's just like check marks and X marks.
Oh yeah. Is this deck fun? Check.
Yeah. Am I having a good time? I don't know.
Is it
I'm not
bad?
gonna play this
Check. Dude, I was gonna play that Living End deck today. The Living End standard deck, but
yeah.
House was
is that good vibes?
Yeah, oh my god, yeah. Dude, that deck is so sweet, dude. Have you ever cast Superior Spider-Man, bro?
I've cast it.
That guy,
well, maybe not Superior Spider-Man. I've cast the other version.
Carivore.
The other, here we go. Here we go.
Devin's like, I have no idea what card you're talking about.
We got it on screen right now. Yeah, look at that thing. Right there. Superior Spider-Man.
Can we pull up the arena version?
Come on, don't do this to people. We're off the rails. We're off the rails.
Oh my goodness.
Dude,
I'm dying right now.
Yeah, you're killing me, man.
Oh god.
Well, I have good news. Good news is we get to watch more of Eddie here in top 8. But
can we get him mic'd up for his top 8?
No, mic'd up. Oh man, you're cooking. NRG mic'd up would go hard.
Oh yeah.
Dude, like GP Reduke, dude.
Yeah, kind of like GP Reduke. Yeah. We could get a little range. You see the clips of the NFL? Okay, again, we're off the rails. But you see the clips of the NFL players that are all like mic'd up mid-match.
Dude, those are always
some
so
banter
good,
between
dude.
energy folks. They are exactly. It plays so well. You expect it to just be like grunts and stuff, but no, there's like good banter that happens, and I think we can get some of that content. I don't know. Be on the lookout, chat. Be on the lookout for that. It's coming.
NRG hard
Don't give them false hope.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, Vinny, we're not gonna take up too much of your time yapping. Although, like I said, I think we can sit here and yap all day long. But you got a team to get back to. You got a top 8 to prepare for, and I won't keep it too much longer. Any final questions, problems, concerns, shout outs, anything, any vibes you want to speak to?
Yeah, y'all should just make sure you like playing the game when you play it. Pick a deck you enjoy and just play it. And if it's bad, it's bad. If it's good, it's good. It is what it is, Eventually, you'll get there.
Eventually, you'll get there. Extremely wise words, actually. Extremely wise words. Benny, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Good luck. Oh, man.
What a lovely young gentleman.
A champion of the RC and a champion of the people. I think that someone, like I said, we are almost certainly going to be able to watch his team kind of first in the top 8 bracket, which of course, like I said, is coming. We have a bunch of slides that we're gonna talk through as far as our top 8. We're gonna go through our pricing and such as well before we do dive into that. But we do have a little bit more time to work with as players are drafting, and we wanted to leave time to talk with the old man NRG himself a little bit about the 2026 structure. So there's a lot to kind of unpack with that, as it is a pretty big switch to what we're doing now, and what's going to look like next year. And actually, even in between now and then, we're kind of starting to soft roll out some of the MTGO spin-ups with an event next weekend that we'll get a chance to talk about as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the NRG department, and this is kind of the perfect time, now that we're doing the last event of the season, to talk a little bit about that. And there's nobody, really better to talk to about that than the old, like I said, old man NRG, Norman Cohen. So not going to celebrate his magic accomplishments today, but we're going to cut down to him to celebrate his organizational accomplishments. Hey, Norm, how's it going?
You're not going to get Vinny's laugh out of me. That's for sure. Holy cow,
infectious.
That's insane.
It really is.
That is insane. How do you not just run up and give that guy a hug? Wow.
I was crying the whole time during the interview. So
you were?
Oh,
you were? Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, I was too. I was laughing a lot.
All right.
Oh, so Norm, what's going on, man? Tell me about. I hear there's big switches happening from what we're doing now to 2026. You got a little bit of a deal with MTGO. You're changing how the events are actually going to be run when they're run in person. There's a lot going on. I'm overwhelmed because I'm old and don't process information well. So I need you to walk me through it.
It's funny that you're saying you're old, but yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, so we're creating a new company, I guess technically, NRG Events, which the series will be housed within. NRG Events will be offering more gaming opportunities, so it won't be just Magic, but the NRG series itself will obviously just be just Magic.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're doing is we're going to 4 weekends throughout the course of the year, so 2 each half of the year.
Okay.
And obviously something that's been in the works for over a year now, talking with Daybreak and MTGO. We'll have 4 MTGO events that will all be Showdown, so the winners of those will all qualify for champs. So we're really excited about the possibility of that expanding our reach and just people potentially we're working on possibly even all around the world knowing, what the NRG series is and represent a variety of different places at champs by just, spiking that event and punching your ticket.
I mean, awesome stuff. I heard endless feedback in the various circuits I played my time from non-Americans about how, okay, it must be nice living in America, blah, blah, blah. Like, you get to play all these events. Oh, look at me. I live in the States. And you can just drive to events all weekend. I get like one a year. And you hear this from folks, like I said, in Europe and really Asia, all over the country, all over the various countries all over the world. Being able to provide some of that experience through MTGO, I think, is a really unique offering, something that is, I think, underutilized across the board. So something I'm excited, I've been messaging my own group chats about these events and talking about, really the opportunity here. It's like, even if you can't make it to champs or whatever, this is still worth playing. Just it's a good value event. Like, you would play this if it was just an event offered by just MTGO. The extra NRG wrappings is also, that's a really awesome offering as well. And then now, of course, pivoting the in-person weekends to all being team events, something I'm very excited about as well, because I love team events. So,
yeah,
great stuff there.
They've definitely, throughout the course of the year, been the top performers as far as attendance and things like that. The other big thing that WotC's been kind enough to allow us to do is to hold off on announcing formats, which I think is a big thing. This year, obviously, there's been some pain points with format fatigue and some formats that maybe haven't been as healthy as we'd like them to be. But when you're announcing these events months and months and months in advance, there's not a lot of opportunity to pivot. So we are going to be announcing formats 4 to 6 weeks prior to the dates, which will hopefully lead to larger attendance, healthier formats, better play experience.
I mean, I think that's really good for y'all at NRG. And I think 4 to 6 weeks is still enough for most folks that we're going to be able to drive or fly or whatever are going to be able to do anyway. I'd be willing to hear some critiques otherwise, but I think for the most part, 4 to 6 weeks is... I mean, come on, you're Magic players. We're all done this before. Nobody plans that far in advance. And if you do, you're lying.
Right.
Nobody plans that far in advance.
Well, let me clarify. I mean, the dates and the locations are going to be out long in advance.
Sure.
It's
just the format.
Which format it's actually going to be, and ideally we're picking, from the healthiest formats that are available at the time. So.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think depending on how the events line up too, with set releases, there could even be like a little bit of, okay, well, if we're deciding, 4 to 6 weeks out and the set comes out 4 to 6 weeks out, then we can kind of, maybe there's like a fresh format kind of thing and where people are interested. And I think it gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of, what you can actually do if we run into another VV or Corey Stokecutter situation.
Is that a card?
they're both cards. Weird.
Wow.
You wouldn't believe it. They're putting all kinds of stuff now.
All right.
Well,
all right.
So with these MTGO offerings, those are starting as early. Oh, bringing up Vivi is crazy. That is crazy work. Coverage, we're out of control. So we have an MTGO offering starting as soon as next weekend. Like folks that are involved in this that would be able to maybe be interested in playing some higher stakes Magic Online events that are part of the circuit. They're a big fan of the circuit. They can start doing that, as early as next weekend, right?
Yeah, actually, a very unique situation happened. It was going to just be an MTGO event that was going to offer points. But one of the players that had qualified for champs has bowed out. So we are utilizing their invite to make this a Showdown event. So it will be... not unfortunately, but because it's the first time that we've done it, it's the first time that Daybreak and MTGO has ever ventured into this realm. It is region locked to the U.S. and Canada.
Okay.
But outside of that, we're excited. You register for the event. We'll send you an email with a unique code. You'll put that code into your MTGO account. You'll immediately get a free, new player upgrade kit. You'll get a draft token, and then you'll get a token that will allow you into the NRG series event. So
awesome!
It's
a little extra bang for your buck too. Yeah.
I mean, for $25, it's a lot going on. Plus a $2,500 prize pool. Plus the auto queue to to champs, which is it's however you slice it. It's $35,000. 24 players, and it's a PTQ. So,
what more do you want from your events? Do you even like competitive Magic? Come on.
I'm not exactly sure how you get much more EV than that.
I'll tell you what, Norm. I will definitely be playing in that. So.
I love it. I'd love to scratch you off the champs commentator board to watch
on the players. Here we go.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So, this partnership seems like it's going to be successful, and it's going to be a big part of the 2026 structure. Real quick, before we kind of let you go, talk to me a little bit about the 2026 champs. So, under this new structure, you mentioned there was team showdowns every weekend.
Yes.
So, that's 3 players for every in-person weekend qualifying right there.
Correct.
And then there's 4 MTGO events. Those are single player, right? Hard to have team events on Moto. That'd be weird. And so that's going to be 4 more. So that gets us to 16. We have a returning champion to 17. The last 7, those are going to be at-large bids from the leaderboards?
Leaderboards, that is correct. So we're going to have, and we have not figured out exactly how many from each leaderboard will qualify. We're not quite there yet, but we do know there will be 3 distinct leaderboards, 1 just for paper players, 1 for just digital players, and 1 combined leaderboard. So you'll have 3 different ways to grind.
Awesome. That's really cool, having the opportunity to play against, like, if you can only make the MTGO events, that's it's too far, whatever the problem is. You can actually compete for a champ slot as an at-large bid by just playing all the MTGO events. That would be a very unique opportunity as well, to be able to just do the MTGO grind for like an in-person circuit. That's, outside of like some rare instances with the Pro Tour stuff back in the day, we haven't seen a lot of that. And I think that's a really unique offering. I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, we've been working hard with Daybreak, like I said, for over a year on this, between they're legal and WotC's legal, and make your head spin.
Making sure we can actually do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, it's amazing.
But we're excited. So
we are too. So you got anything else you can tell us about the 2026? Any kind of early dates? Any kind of early places? Anything? Any spoilers? This is a 100% show for you. I don't have anything I'm thinking of personally. I'm just trying to see if you'll leak more information live on the show.
We should have dates and locations within the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're just locking that in now. Just signing our contracts, figuring out exactly what makes the most sense. So you'll have 2 events released, and then I'm guessing the first part of the year we'll start, locking in the second half and call it an afternoon.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it, Norman.
Well, thank you, guys.
Anything else in the chat? You don't normally get a chance to talk up in the chat. Anything else?
It's very strange being on this side of the. No. How are you guys doing? How's the Magic today?
Us? Oh goodness.
I'm asking us.
Yeah,
I'm having a good time.
I'm having a good time too.
Yeah,
Magic's fun. A lot of people seem to just not like Magic, and they crawl in and complain about this, that, and another. When's the ban list? I don't know.
I will say I'd be having a much better time if we could get Vinny mic'd up.
Holy
stop rocking this.
You know what? We're just gonna. I think I'm gonna record his laugh, and that's just gonna be my new ringtone.
There you go. It's contagious. It really is contagious.
Just get the whole room cackling. Oh, I feel like that would be disturbing if somebody's just getting spam calls on repeat, just like Vinny, just dying laughing nonstop. Oh, poor guy. Yeah, he's a ton of fun. Maybe we'll get to hear from him again.
I heard he did pretty well at some like local event last week or something like that, didn't he?
He did okay.
Yeah, he did all right. He did okay.
Mediocre. Yeah. I think it helped pay for his plane ticket out here. If I read.
Yeah, I bet it did. Well, he doesn't stop the winning, and we're going to see if he can keep that up here in just a moment. But that's Norman Cohen, everybody.
I think the draft is done, so I think they're just building, and we're going to get back to playing some Magic here real soon.
Awesome. Well, perfect stuff. We got some slides to talk about too. We got some prizing for this event. We talked a lot about next year. We got to talk about this event and some other stuff before we get started. So we'll let you go. Let you get back to work. Thanks for sitting and talking with us, and thanks for breaking that down for me.
You got it. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, as the man, the myth, the legend, Norman Cohen said himself, the players are done drafting, which means they're in the build stage, which means we're very close to getting started with our top 8. So I think that might be time now to talk about our top 8 here a little bit. If we have the bracket we can bring up, we can talk about the brackets, and we can talk about what all 24 of these players are playing for, as it is a top 8. But of course, it's a team event. There's 24 players in this top 8, and that of course means that there are 3 players that are going to qualify for the NRG champs at the end of this showdown. So yeah, okay, we'll start rolling through it here first. We're going to talk about who's already qualified. Let's get to that slide. Here we go. Bam! We get Theo Jung, Jake Conan, someone we've seen already today. Frenchin Yang, Grayson Nemitz, Cliff Boy RD, Matt Johnson, Andrew Ellenbogen, Greg Michael. They qualified as are part of a previous team showdown. So you see them kind of there all locked up together and locking up their invites together. And of course, Harrison Camper, Roddy Bedell, and Jacob Cup qualified players as well. And then underneath the remaining question marks, you can see how they're going to qualify. You got the November Showdown winners. That's who we're going to crown here tonight. Then, of course, there is the Modern Showdown tomorrow. That MTGO Showdown we just talked about at the end. And then at the bottom there, you see all of the leaderboard invites. So we got a lot of invites left for being at the end of the year. And that's part of the exciting thing about the NRG series is right towards the end of the championship. You're still looking at really only half the players being locked in. There's still a lot that can change. And this event is a big part of that.
Yeah, I mean, we got a month and a half before champs, and we still have, we only have 3, 6, 7, 8, 11 people qualified. So, a month and a half where we get to determine these last players. It's a lot of fun.
It sure is. And like I said, a lot of high stakes Magic all the way through the season. That's exactly what you kind of want to see for these players. And then I think we can take a look at how those leaderboards are doing as well. And of course, some of the interesting things, of course, with the leaderboards is having players already qualified. So that complicates the mix as well a lot. As you can see, Grayson Nemitz there leading the pack by a ton, going for the player of the year race. Yeah, look at that. Like 30 points is crazy. It's hard. Will, our buddy here, Will or Jake, I think Jake, Canfer, Will, all of them kind of in the running if they do like back-to-back wins or something insane. But outside of that, Grayson, a very comfortable lead for player of the year race. But again, already qualified. So Will Kowalczyk looking like he's going to lock up an invite through the overall leaderboard. But the rest of the mix is actually a really tight race. If you look at Alden at 101, Garrick Alford at 98, Wesley Hickman at 97, Roger Suleiman 95. This is a tight band to work with here for all these players. And that can create a little bit of stress as these points matter a ton for all of these players on the left side of your screen. The ones on the right have a little bit more winning to do, but aren't even out of striking range, all the way down to 13th at 90 points. I mean, you're not that far from number 6 at 98. So that's a lot at stake there. And of course, 3 more of the players on the right side are already qualified as well. So you don't even have that many players to beat. So overall leaderboard, a lot at stake there. And Will Kowalczyk leading the pack there as far as unqualified players looking for their invites. Let's take a look at the season 2 leaderboard, as that is a little bit of a different picture. Garrick Alford went from number 6 here to number 2 on this board, but Ryan Hayes leads the pack for season 2 with 68 points. And then, of course, you see that tight band there with Grayson Nemitz, Jacob Cup, Harrison Camper, right there in the 50 range. This is a very different picture. Ryan Hayes leading the pack at 68, really outpacing everybody. And the rest of the folks a little bit within the 50 range, but a lot of work to do if you're going to want to qualify through the season 2 leaderboard. So tight race there. And again, 2 different ways to qualify. That's what the most exciting thing about the NRG series. You don't have, it's not just one way to qualify. There's multiple ways. So you can kind of pick your path and try to determine how you're going to get your invite that direction. One of the options for that, of course, we talked about it before. It's the MTGO event. Here we go. You said you're playing in this one, huh? Little Edge of Eternity Sealed.
I mean, look, I got to maybe brush up on my Edge of Eternity Sealed a little bit, but I mean, just giving, I can't thank Norm and the people at NRG enough for giving the people an opportunity to qualify through Magic Online and just the online platform. It's amazing. And I mean, the prize pool as well, $2,500 event, and giving people the opportunity to qualify through an online platform. So amazing.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, and also, I really want to highlight, too, just putting more into competitive limited. That's something that I've gained a massive appreciation for, as it kind of was absent from competitive Magic for a long time in the, early COVID era. And now is really seeing a major comeback. There was a big limited championship announcement. There's this event. There's so many more ways now that are being spun up to play limited at a high level. And I think that really is a return to form for what the origins of competitive Magic were all about. You know, it was a big part of the Pro Tour, still even is today, and really getting more eyes on Limited has been something a lot of the pros have been calling for, and I think is a wide appeal to a lot of players that do just play Magic in an online platform only. They're a lot more attached to the limited format. So really excited about this. Again, $2,500 prize pool, and of course, an invite to this year's championship. So, you know, if you've played no events and you're not even close, you can sign up for this, and you know, you can just get that one shot, especially if you're good at Edge of Eternities, a set that's been around for a little while. So you've had time to prepare, but if you haven't prepared, well, here's a little bit. Here's your notice. You're on notice. You got a week. Figure it out. Figure the format out. November 9th. Mark that on your calendars. You can even register now with that QR code. Yeah, and like Norman said, you can get a little bit extra sugar for your $25. You really can't beat the rate on this. So awesome stuff there. That's another way to qualify. And 3 players are going to qualify here tonight. And I'm sorry if you're watching at home, that can't be you. But they qualify through our, of course, 10K team showdown. This is the trial breakdown for money. But of course, this being a showdown event means that the 3 players that win the event, right to NRG Champs, do not pass go, do collect your invites to the $35,000 event at the end of the year. But additionally, the first and second place teams will also receive RC invites for their trouble. So really big RC queue going on here. We're going to queue 6 players for the RC, and we're going to queue 3 players for champs. In addition to that, you see the points breakdown. You just walked through the leaderboards and how tight those are for both the overall and that kind of second slot of the season 2. These points can make or break the difference for any of these players. So a lot at stake for that. And of course, $3,000 goes to the first place team, $1,500 to second, $1,100 to third and fourth. And then all teams here in our top 8 have locked up $570 and 15 points per player. So already a lot of points to work with quite a bit more. Have the chance to double your points if you manage to win all the events. A lot at stake, a lot for their money as the NRG series continues to provide. But come on, it doesn't stop there. You get even more for winning this event. That's right. You get tokens. I mean, come on. I love the tokens. Come on. Who doesn't love their face on a token? You get to represent your favorite token. Or if you're Dominic Harvey and you just like Mana, you can represent Mana. You see him in the middle of the screen. All Showdown runners will receive a token. And of course, we've seen what some of those team tokens look like, where you get to kind of make a collaborative team token, which I think adds a little bit of extra, like an extra special enshrining of the moment. Of course, Inkling Customs does that. She does awesome work. Has been around for a long time. I've personally commissioned work from her, and I've also personally earned tokens from her. She's just awesome to work with, and she produces incredible work. You can find her at inklingcustoms.com. But we appreciate her and her working with the NRG series to provide a little bit extra of the bang for the buck for the people that win our showdowns. So a lot of stuff going on here, even this year at the NRG series. A lot of exciting stuff next year. I mean, it's an exciting time to be involved in competitive Magic. It's of course, almost champs season. You know, we've been a part of those for many years at this point. A proud legacy, a proud tradition with the NRG series, and it just keeps getting better and better. And these tokens, of course, a continuing part of that expanded growth. So, with that mouthful out of the way, I think we've covered kind of what's going on now. We've covered what's going on later. And I think we have everything covered. I don't think we have seen the top 8 bracket yet, though. I don't know if coverage can get that pulled up for us. I would like to see that before we move on. Bam, top 8 playoffs. We're going to talk about that really quick as these players do get set up. I think they are finishing up their building here very shortly. We'll get an update on the timeline on that. But your top 8, aka top 8 teams, top 24 players. Here's a look at the bracket. Here's the players that made it. And of course, we did talk to Vinny Fino there. You see him on the little green bracket with his team of Potter and Solomon versus Gonzalez, Wolfies, and Smith. We're probably going to be watching them if I had to gamble on it. But the rest of the teams here, we got Vance, Chavez, Bellamy, Steichen, Vogeli, and Plested. Taking my best apologies if I messed up. All right, thanks. I appreciate it. And on the left side here, we got Ryback, Stop, Lamont, some folks that we got to watch earlier in the Eldrazi Ponza in the hands of Stop versus the ever classic Jabor, Slater, and Slawinski. And then we got Myers, Stryker, Ward. That sounds like a law firm. And Bolger, Dusterberg, Williams. I love this. This is awesome stuff. Top 24 right here. Notably, I think Garrick Alford, one of the players most notably missing here, someone that was on the hunt for one of the at-large leaderboard invites. You know, that's a big deal here. And a lot of these players about to earn 30 points for winning. You can earn 25 for second. And of course, three of these players here are going to be qualified for the showdown at the end. So as soon as we have them lined up and ready to play, we're going to be watching Fino back at work with his laugh. Probably not mic'd up, if I had to guess.
Come on.
Watch
we can do it. You know we can do it.
Watch him and his vibes beat down strategy here very shortly. But here is our top 8 teams. And we'll be getting the rest, our quarterfinals started very shortly.
And you mentioned, going back to the leaderboard, we got Charlie Dusterberg, Jess Williams, and Kyle Gonzalez, people who are in contention on, those leaderboards, whether it be the, end of season or end of year rather, or season 2. So, even more to play for with, on top of all of the invites and all that stuff.
Right. And I mean, that's the beauty of these circuit style events where, each event kind of adds context to future events. I think that this time becomes very stressful for some of those players, but it's also, it's one of the most exciting times. Every single event having high stakes, having something to play for, even if the formats aren't your favorite. We have some potential things you could point to about some of the formats that we're playing today that I think if some players could make swaps, they probably would. Especially the state of standard people have talked about, the weirdness that comes with the Spider-Man Limited. You could talk about that as well. But overall, it seems that the players are having fun. And I think the externalities of the event do a lot to prop that forward.
Absolutely.
Well, with that, I will get a quick update here in just a moment about how long we have to work with. Okay. So we're going to take a quick break. It sounds like they are cleaning up to get the matches started now. So we're going to take a quick break so that Devin and I can get a quick swig of water before we dive into the quarterfinals of the top 8 here. But we are very close to done. We appreciate you sticking with us. And, of course, our chats with Norman and Fino, and, of course, talking about this year, next year, and all the wonderful things happening at NRG. We're going to be right back. When we return, it'll be the quarterfinals time here in Elmhurst. Don't go anywhere. right. Water acquired. I am Drake Sasser. This is Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We're here with your quarterfinals of the 10K Team Showdown in Elmhurst, Illinois. Last big event of the year for champs, but of course, excluding the MTGO event we talked about in the intermission. But players have drafted decks. They have decks registered, and our feature match is already seated and ready to go. So we're going to dive right into the match, not waste any time getting down to that. You can see your team on the left. Kyle Gonzalez, Andrew Blythe, and Chris Smith versus, of course, Vinny Fino, who we just spoke to as well, Jack Potter, and Benji Solomon. As always, we're going to start on the Modern match. That's a little bit of a classic, a little bit of one for the ages, huh? Amulet Titan versus Affinity, a matchup that has existed in Modern for almost a decade at this point, maybe more. Definitely with some different cards these days to work with than they have in the past. And Affinity really was lost to the ages until unbanning of Mox Opal, which has made some big waves in Modern over the last few months. And I mean, definitely changed the way this matchup plays out. So talk to me a little bit about the new era of Amulet versus Affinity. How's this matchup playing out these days?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Amulet and Affinity, decks that have been around in Modern's history since basically the beginning of time, right? Since Affinity literally was in the first Modern Pro Tour top 8. Took a little while for people to realize Amulet being a deck. But I mean, as far as the matchup is concerned, this is ostensibly an aggro versus combo matchup where it's, Andrew is trying to kill Jack as quickly as possible before he can, set up any big Titans. But there is a little bit of interaction in terms of what I want to highlight, specifically Tormod's Crypt, where sometimes the Amulet deck will need to go towards or want to go towards some sort of Aftermath Analyst loop with Shifting Woodland, and because Andrew has 3 main deck copies of Tormod's Crypt, that can actually help stymie that a little bit. And also some new printings here. You see weapons manufacturing on the board. A little awkward here for Andrew because he actually had to deploy all of his 0-mana artifacts before playing the weapons. But in any case, that card allows you to put some extra permanents in the battlefield and kind of combo with explosives to kind of just really, really pop off.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible pickup from the Edge of Eternity set. And I mean, we talked about the old Affinity starts and Mox Opal and all the things that enables. And we got that out the gate. Both players, of course, land on Urza Saga. Is that land good or what? And then, but of course, on the right, we got Mox Opal, we got Tormod's Crypt, we got Memnite, and then we saw weapons manufacturing on turn 1. Like I said, that new pickup, non-token artifact you control enters. You get to create a colorless artifact token named Munitions that when it leaves the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any targets. Like you said, we can get that sacrificed and or bounced. I mean, really anything happens. It just leaves the battlefield, gets to do 2 damage to anything, gets to blow up as the flavor is. And I mean, a huge pickup. We got 3 copies, so they do stack pretty nicely well together. As here comes another artifact in the form of Shadow Spear. A lot of the Urza Saga targets being found. Another munitions added to the mix. Midnight beatdowns. A lot of permanents, as Affinity's known for. On turn 2, hand is dumped. And back to Potter, who just has Saga plus the Amulet played on turn 1. That represents a lot of mana next turn, but not this turn. So like you said, a lot of pressure to get the game over with. And we'll see what Jack's turn 2 looks like. But as soon as double Amulet comes off with the Saga, things start to get heated up very quickly, even if you start from a pretty low base.
Yeah, and I wonder if we can get a confirmation from our spotter as to what that Pithing Needle is naming. There's a couple of options here. If for Andrew, you can go for something like Beseju if you want to protect some of your other pieces. That would, because there are so many copies of Beseju in Jack's deck list, I'm going to take a look at there are 3. That might be the primary name, but you could also name something like Teleria West. You could even name Aftermath Analyst. So a couple of options here for Andrew in terms of what you want to name with Needle to potentially stop the combo. And that Tormod's Crypt kind of just hanging out there too. That can also potentially stop Shifting or the Aftermath Analyst. So maybe you want to go towards naming something like Beseju or Teleria West instead. And we see a construct being made here, and Andrew going to fetch Saga here. Now, you mentioned Affinity kind of awkward sometimes, where you have to play all these 1-ups for your Urza Saga, but sometimes you just draw them, and you don't always want to draw them. But here, going to be able to fetch up the Lava Spur Boots and get a huge attack in here.
Yeah, I think we get to get the huge attack in with the contract we just made, thanks to Lava Spur boots, and with these munitions representing a bunch of extra artifacts as well. I mean, I haven't done the math, but I imagine this is easily a two-turn clock. Let's see what we got. No way it's lethal now, but it's got to be kind of close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I get +1, 10, +1 is 11. So yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, basically just half your life total gone right away. Bonk. And
I think there may have been a mistrigger there from the munitions, because the Lava Spur boots entering the battlefield would still trigger the munitions, and we had two last turn from the Shadow Spear and the Needle, so I think that may have been a mistrigger there from Andrew. Not sure it's actually going to matter. It's not like, if Jack was at 1 life, that would be pretty brutal, because Jack's likely going to pop off here. You see, mention, I don't need to shuffle, I'm going to go back in.
Yeah, we're going back in. The Yu-Gi-Oh thing. I'm going back in.
Yeah, couldn't quite finish the job here for Andrew. If there were maybe more mana available, could potentially get something like Claws of Gix off of the Saga, which would pair nicely with the munitions, but didn't really have the requisite mana to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? There's no Arcbound Ravagers in this variant of Affinity, kind of what used to be the face of the Affinity deck, now lost to time, but actually pairs really nicely with weapons manufacturing if you're over in the market to put it back in your deck. But instead, we're reaching for cheaper options, things like Claws of Gix, and is that it? Do we have another thing? I thought there was one more. I guess you can engineer explosives to blow them all up. Just put that on 0 and blow up everything, just as like a big fireball at the end. It's nice to do it. We got 4 of those.
Yeah, 4 copies of explosives. That is, especially given the fact that Andrew is playing 3 weapons. I know that some people playing Affinity are they're a little bit lower on it. Some are playing 1, some are playing 2. But Andrew, believes in the weapons enough to play the full 3 as well as the 4 explosives to be able to really pop up here. Looks like Needle is on Boseiju. So as far as Jack's ability to combo off here, Needle on Boseiju likely not going to matter. Now, there is some sort of like Jack has to at least consider the fact that there's that Tormod's Crypt, so can't go for like a super like a line that is necessarily, he can't really go through the Aftermath Analyst until maybe there's a world where he can like, okay, I'm going to Analyst, I'm going to bait out the Crypt, and then go from there with like Shifting Woodland or something. But as far as he does have to at least consider that Tormod's Crypt as an option that can potentially break up some of the loops here.
Yeah, the Aftermath Analyst stuff going to be kind of tough. I think you can work around it some of the time, but I don't know that we have enough prerequisites already dialed up with like being on so low resources. This is turn 3. It's just like, we got to get stuff moving because we are super dead on board. And like you said, actually, like it does kind of matter. You can't just grab Bounce Land Boseiju and be like, okay, maybe I can get a turn that way. No, can't. Okay,
so like Bounce Land Mirror Pool. So we can float 3, untap again, 5, sack the Mirror Pool, make a second Titan. So it looks like, has enough mana, float 3, untap both, float 2 more, sack the Mirror Pool, copy Titan.
Right.
2 Titans. And Jack can haste both of them because the 2 amulets would untap the haste land twice.
That's 12. That's not lethal yet. So what does it do?
I think it gets him. Man, that Tormod's Crypt may actually. I mean, I'm not like I will say this, Trake. I'm not necessarily an amulet expert, so I don't know. I'm sure there's like a spreadsheet in terms of like there's there. I'm sure there's a line that plays through a single Tormod's Crypt. It's like you go to the amulet spreadsheet, you Control F1 Tormod's Crypt, and there's a 15 million step combo in terms of how to play through one crypt. But we'll see if Jack can go ahead and do that. I guess you can also bounce land Odawara. And then Odawara the Crypt before filling up the graveyard, and then go from there. I don't know if he has enough mana to do all that, though.
I mean, 2 Titans is a lot of mana. You do see him pull the Odawara forward, so Jack's thinking something along that lines. And I think it's really suspicious. Like, if we didn't have the Shadow Spear already in play as a thing like that is concerning regarding like being able to pass the turn, I think you could maybe think about that. But with that just representing so much damage, as well as the second Saga being able to make a hasty construct, I guess it's a lot to try to survive. I would like to try to do the Odawara and then just combo off now if possible, but it is going to get tricky. We do see the Lotus Field grabbed. That makes 6.
I think what Jack is trying to set up here is get to a spot where he can Otawara like basically have enough mana, cast Aftermath Analyst in play, and then well, no, I guess you'd still want to be able to, well, I guess you can even go, put the Analyst into play, then Otawara the Crypt, and if Andrew responds, then you could sack the Analyst to get all the lands back or something like that. I think that's maybe what we're going for. Not sure.
Yeah, I think, like you said, you might be able to just bounce the Crypt or whatever anyway. Like, there's so much mana. We just found a third Titans. Like, if we could attack all these Titans and, like, okay, we're good. Maybe you could do, like, a softer, like, attempt with the Analyst. But I think ultimately, like you said, like, with the Otawara already in hand, I really like just going that path where it's like, okay, let's bounce this Crypt. Now everything's unlocked, but we have the Analyst to go in response. But I don't know. With the Otawara already face up, is there going to be any material to work with the mirror pool already in the yard? Like, if you just put the Analyst on the stack, like, okay, respond Crypt. You don't have
the mirror pool is gone.
Right. So that gets weird now.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the deck list, I mean, you can haste both of these. I'm trying to think.
Can we replay it as land for turn? Have we done I think we have played a land for turn.
Yeah, I think you played a bounce land for turn to start the turn. So I'm pretty sure.
I don't think we can get Titan 3 in haste mode yet. Maybe not, because here goes Otawara that
I think
he channeled.
Yeah, I think he's channeling the Otawara.
And paying ward? Oh, geez.
Yeah, honestly, this is the other option where you just answer the threats and say, okay, I'm going to play this sort of, quote unquote fair game where I'm going to, deal with the stuff in the battlefield, attack you at some 6/6s and not actually combo. Which
we're
I
doing
guess
a little bit of mathematics here on the mana. It's a little mana math. But yeah, this is interesting. Like, we're splitting the difference, right? We're bouncing the token, paying the ward, and attacking with, I think, 2 of the Titans. Maybe one hangs on defense. Maybe only one of the Titans. One of the Titans.
Ooh, okay.
All right. So that splits the difference a little bit. We might be in the territory where, like, most of the roads lead to Rome. Don't get yourself blown out. But it is interesting. This wasn't the first kind of path that came to my mind, but I mean, it might just end up working. You have a lot of defense here with the Grazer and the two Titans. You actually have a lot of toughness to work with, so the Shadow Spear might be mitigated somewhat. And you certainly don't need 3 Titans to win or whatever. Like, you have 1 billion Titans already.
Yeah, I think maybe he's thinking about just setting up some sort of double block, depending on. So the construct right now is be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then the construct would be the 9th artifact, so it'd be a 9/9. Boots would make it a 10/9. So still not quite enough to take care of both Titans.
We got the munitions too, right? Like, that's part of the equation
right now.
Well, you get a 3rd when you make the construct. Well, our saga's on 6.
Yeah, weapons manufacturing only non-token, so you wouldn't get one off.
Oh, right. You're right. Non-token. Good call.
I saw an explosives. Oh, okay, so hold on. Jack's at 8, 2 munitions in play. Explosives and any other 0 mana artifact is lethal. Because that would be 4 munitions. You pop the explosives, deal 8 to Jack.
Okay.
And I think I saw Andrew draw the explosives, but I think that I couldn't find the other 0 mana artifact. I think it might have been a Pinnacle Emissary, so just didn't have quite enough mana.
Brutal. And remember that munitions we missed, right? On the artifact that entered off the saga? If we drew explosives, then that right there is 8.
Oh, Drake, don't say it.
Oof. Woof. Hey, you know what? There's a lot going on. And the Affinity deck through the ages has been quoted as one of the most difficult next to all the moving micro pieces. So unless we miss something, which is very possible, there was maybe an opportunity for Andrew to steal that one. But either way, it looks like Jack's going to be up a game in the quarterfinals here. And we're going to take a look at one of our other matches potentially. I think Standard is literally getting started right now. Yeah, so we're going to take a look at the start of this game. Normally we cut over to this Vivi matchup.
What?
Yeah, and it's a Vivi mess. There's just Vivi stuff everywhere. But here it's not Vivi, and we get to catch the start of it. So here we go. A little Dimir control strategy from Kyle Gonzalez. So how's this play? I mean, normally you see only Vivi. So how's the Vivi Dimir control? I mean, if you're playing something else other than Vivi, you got to feel good about your Vivi matchup.
You would imagine so. So Kyle, sort of in the traditional control sense, just a lot of counter spells, a lot of kill spells, a lot of draw spells, Caustic Exhale. as far as the removal is concerned. Exhale, long goodbye, deadly cover up for sweepers, things like that. And then the draw spells, consult the star chart, stock up, counter spells, dispelling exhale 3 steps ahead. And then the win conditions here, 4 copies of Meringue River Region to pair with those Caustic Exhales. And then, honestly, a couple of Elegy Acolytes, too, here for Kyle, which, as far as an individually powerful threat, kind of makes a lot of sense. So, from Kyle's perspective, really just kind of answering stuff in the battlefield and making sure that Vinny does not go too crazy. But in the post-board games, I would imagine the texture of the matchup changes a lot, where Vinny has a lot of Torch the Towers and Abrades in game 1, and then in the post-board games gets to swap those out for stuff like Spell Pierce, Negate, Disdainful Stroke, and then more threats in the form of Quantum Bread there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely makes a lot of sense. A little Dispelling Exhale coming down here. Counter-target spell is control base 2. If a dragon was beheld, you make it pay 4 instead. They got Spell Pierced on the back, so the Spell Pierce is already looking good in the matchup. We got Vivi, we got Profs. This is 2 pieces of the puzzle here.
Oh yeah,
for Vinny, the vibe player himself. I do like how Kyle has kind of denoted these multiversal passages, having the little chopped up basics over there. I really appreciate that for clarity.
I've seen some people do it differently. I think it was Harrison, who was on camera earlier, had checklist cards, and not checklist cards, but the the ones where you can, it's like double face where you can write on them. And I think Harrison had those, and he had one that was sharpied out all in blue, and then one that was sharpied out all in red. And every time he would play the passage, he would just put that. So some different ways to do it for sure.
Brutal stuff. I mean, obviously, cards designed for arena play.
Exactly. It's not like the online client where it just it changes the color of the card digitally itself. It's like you can't do that.
All right, so we got a little Agatha's actions. Down goes the Vivi. So back to Vinny we go. Agatha's dialed up. The Vivi in the graveyard. Prof's already dialed up, and here's a FOMO. And that's going to discard a Into the Flood Maw card coming. That means a counter is coming from Profs. Reaching for Vivi right away with Kyle tapped out. That means it is Vivi Cauldron time. Do we have any leftovers? Let's see what we got.
Is that a good leftover?
That was a pretty good leftover. That's pretty good leftover.
I guess the one saving grace for Kyle here is that Vinny did have to use the FOMO mana. So, okay, never mind. Now we can just go to combat, that.
Yeah, 4 counters.
Phase, make 5 more.
This deck, man.
Something.
Oh, tap it too. Why not? Doesn't even have to tap for mana. So yeah, we get to tap and get the Winter Night Stories redialed up. And then, of course, you have piles of mana to work with. Little blue die, little red die, little this, little that. And this is the problem, right? It's even if Kyle gets another turn, which I think he will, what is your path? What do you do to get out from under all of this advantage?
Well, I mean, Kyle is playing with how many copies? Let me go back to the deck list. 3 copies of Deadly Cover Up. So that is the plan, right? It's even if Vinny really pops off here, maybe Vinny doesn't find a copy of Spell Pierce, because I believe he's already played a land for turn. So if Kyle can go land 5 Deadly Cover Up, maybe clean up the battlefield. But yeah, I mean, at that point, it's Vinny just has so many cards in hand, and it's you're, even if you can clear the battlefield, that you have to be able to beat the whatever leftovers that he has after this turn of drawing 7 or 8 cards.
Yeah, 6, 7 cards exactly. It's it's so. I mean, it's so demoralizing. I think this is where a lot of the hate for the deck comes from. Is what are you even supposed to do? If you're not doing this thing, and they get to even do the thing a little bit, what is your path forward that isn't just dying to all of this? Much less the power toughness that's on the field right now. As we do go back to Kyle's turn, there's land 5, stock up. Okay, I mean,
that one ain't gonna do it.
It is a powerful magic card. 2 copies in his deck. What are we looking for?
I'm not sure if Vinny has Delirium. I think there's land, creature, instant, because we had the Spell Pierce. I don't know what it. There's 2 cards above the Mako. I know one of them's a Pierce. I don't know what the other one is.
I can't really get a good look either. I'd be surprised if I found out if it was Delirium. Down goes the Mako. So we did find an answer to that from the stock up. So we're just going back with the FOMO. But I mean, FOMO, Vivi, Cauldron, Profs. I mean, I'm not optimistic. Is what I'll say.
And this is kind of the biggest issue with playing Dimir compared to something like Jeskai Control or Four Color or what have you, is Dimir does not have a way to remove Cauldron from the battlefield effectively. There's no braid, there's no, the seam rip or anything like that. There's none of that. It's just once it's on the battlefield, it's on the battlefield. There's a couple of Tishana's Tidebinders which can help, stop that, but it is very, very difficult to be able to remove that card from Kyle's side.
Well, so here we go. You have a Disruptive Storm Brood in your sideboard, and you could use your multiversal passage
to make green.
And cast the front half. All right, look, it's not good, but it is something you could do theoretically if you were in the spot for it. But yeah, like you said, I think the plan mostly for that is Tishana's Tidebinder, but we're all wrapped up there in game number 1. So let's go ahead, I guess, and cut over to your
Limited
favorite,
time.
my favorite, everyone's favorite, Limited.
All right.
So
So
blue, black,
like
white, green.
we got Mob Lookout there on the left hand side. That's the 2-mana 3/2. That's the Spectacular,
Superior
right?
Spider-Man.
Spectacular, right? The 2-mana 3/2. Yeah, Spectacular. Okay.
Yeah,
I know
it
that
is
one.
Spectacular.
I know that one. So Mob Lookout looks like, yeah. See, there we go. Well, that's actually the wrong version. That's the one from. But yeah, it is the correct card. I'll give you that. It is the correct.
It is, yeah. Whatever. It's close enough. So there you go. You get the text of that guy. 1 and a white, 3/2 flash. He got some activated abilities. Can jump him. He jumps. And then, of course, you can sack him. He does the Selfless Spirit thing. Creature control, gain hexproof and indestructible to a turn. Flavorful card. Jumps. Does the Selfless Spirit thing. Very superhero evocative. And 2-mana 3/2. It's priced to move. But what else is priced to move other than some blue-black beatdowns?
Yeah, the Prowler at the bottom there, the 3-mana 2/3 Menace. Okay, the game's over. But yeah, 3-mana 2/3 Menace. Villain enters, Prowler connives. That card's pretty sweet. And I believe that was the entire match, if I recall.
Yeah, because Benji up a game already.
Yep.
So we could cut back to Modern. And the players are mulliganing, I think.
I saw a sideboard face up on the Modern side. I don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah, there's some kind of something going on because they've been in the lab for a little bit. Well, it looks like a game ended while we were watching some Standard stuff going on. So I think there might be a judge call going on there. So we'll just go back to Standard. We're having so much fun with Standard and the Tidebinders, and of course all the Vivi stuff. And Vinny, we know Vinny's having a great time. He doesn't play unless he's having a great time. So
vibes.
All about vibes. All about vibes. And Vivi, good vibes, he says. Well, let's see.
Vinny is good vibes.
Is Mako good vibes? Here's the Mako.
I mean, I just kind of assume that every card in the deck is good vibes.
Oh, okay. It's not like a card by card thing. It's like an aggregate.
It's like the whole thing.
Gotcha. Well, Profs is going to get Dispelling Exhaled, so we'll see that thing later.
Yeah, that's huge for Kyle here because that is a way for Vinny to kind of pace his threats versus the sweepers in the sense of he can commit one threat at a time and make that threat a lot more threatening, where without the props, Vinny kind of has to like put more stuff onto the battlefield to be able to put enough stuff. We see intimidation tactics here. Gonna go ahead and take that Cauldron.
Ooh, that's one way to answer the Cauldron. How about that? Creature or artifact. We got targets for both. We can take a Mako, we can take a Cauldron.
Yeah, just in case there is a VV up the top. But Vinny gets to play the Winter Day next turn, discard a couple of cards. Kyle, I wonder if Kyle's thinking about taking that Mako. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think thinking about this, if you're Vinny, you'd have to know that he can't be heavy on removal spells if he's worried about this Mako.
Yeah, that signifies to me that Kyle might not have a removal spell because this is kind of risky if Vinny just draws Vivi, right? Because now you can go Internet Stories, draw, discard Vivi, have the Cauldron in play, and that ends up being really scary there for Kyle. So, that might signify. It certainly signifies to me if you're Vinny that there's no sweeper over there, because if there was a sweeper, you just take the Cauldron, let Vinny play out the second Mako, and then just kind of clean everything up. But I'm guessing that there's a good chance that Kyle does not have one of those.
Yeah, a lot of cards in hand. I wonder what maybe or it could just scream that he has like multiple Tidebinders or whatever. Like he already has the Agathas sewn up and just wants to line the answer up there and just like I don't know, relieve some pressure on his removal spells, which he might be a little bit lighter on, especially with the Mako already in play, about to get a little bit bigger, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's a lot of things to think through there, but it is a very notable decision. Like, Agatha is, like we talked about already, being very difficult for the Black Control deck to answer what's in play, letting Vinny have that over just like a creature, which for the most part seemed close to trivial to answer. That's what you're good at. It's an interesting decision. FOMO hits the bed. Beatdowns for 2. Divination Tactics numero dos. Okay. That one has to hit the Agathas. All that's left is Winter Night Stories, Floodmaw, and Negate.
Yeah, and this makes sense too, because it looks like what Kyle was setting up is, so if Kyle had the second tactics in hand, and he knew that no matter what Vinny was going to play the stories next turn, that he can take, maybe the one that he cares about Vinny casting next turn just in case, and then take the other one next turn with the other tactics. So, for example, if Vinny draws a copy of Fear of Missing Out, maybe he's more likely to go make
double
spell, Fear of Missing Out, and now that's why you want to prevent that from happening. So that does make a lot of sense.
Ooh, an exile number 2 for the harmonized Winter Night Stories. That does a lot to shut down the card flow here for Vinny. And now, we got to stock up so we can actually do our own card draw. And we know that Vinny's leftovers isn't that good. And being able to slip your stock up underneath the negate matters a lot here.
Yeah, negate, Floodmaw, and
X.
Forgot about the last card. We know about it, I think. I
think it was just another Winter Night Stories from hand, not the harmonized one. But they were the same mana there if you were willing to tap your thing and not attack this turn. Yeah, here's the Winter Night Stories. That was the other one we knew about.
Yep. Vinny, even if he draws a creature, does have the option to discard 2 cards because, stories, you can discard 2 if you want to maybe make them go. Yeah, see, he's actually going to do that. Could discard 1. But actually wants to go ahead and discard 2 to be able to get in a little bit more damage here. I kind of like that. Just keep up the pressure.
Yeah, you got it in play and get the beatdowns going. And now it can slip underneath some of the, we talked about the Disruptive Stormbrew. That thing cares about power 3 or less, and you're above that now. So that 4 power matters. No.
It looks like Kyle went for... Yeah, nice flurry of spells. Kyle went for Betrayal, Strategic Betrayal. Vinny cast the negate that was face up, and then Kyle responded with a counter spell of his own, another Exhale.
Ooh. Big cover up here, hitting a single Vivi, but we're going to go ahead and do the collecting evidence and extract those out of the deck.
My goodness.
Here we go. Destroy creatures.
Was there a second one in his hand? I think there might have been.
I think so, because I think now it's just Bloodmoth, the leftovers. So yeah, there's one more out of the deck, and then one more exiled. And, whoa, 2 more exiled. Sorry, get all of them. Well, that's a big play here, and now Devious Cover Up certainly earning its weight there. As we're going to do a little shuffle and cut, and into the Floodmaw, the only piece of leftovers against a Dimir control deck. Not really what you want to see. This is a card that is supposed to really only be present when you have a flood of cards. Not necessarily your last leftover when you need to get something started against the Dimir control deck.
And honestly, now with the Vivi's gone, if Vinny just draws a Cauldron, those Cauldrons are going to be so much worse. He still has a couple of those left in the deck, presumably. So those are basically going to be essentially dead draws at this point. And yeah, Kyle just kind of in the driver's seat. No threats here from Vinny. Is able to just deploy the card draw spell with the Meringue River
Coil
Regent.
And catch.
Coil and catch.
From the Meringue River Regent. Yeah, there you go. That's the Omen side of Meringue River Regent. Going to get that started. Draw 3, discard a card. Winter Night Stories at home, if you will.
Yeah. Instant speed Winter Night Stories.
Yeah, instant speed. Always discards 1, but it is 4. Yeah.
There's the win condition. Oh yeah, it's fish time.
It's fish time. Finding Nemo. We found him. There he is. There's Nemo.
I can appreciate Kyle making a fish there. I feel like a lot of people would just start making treasures, but Kyle's like, you know what? I respect.
Gotta get it started somewhere. Come on. It's gotta get started somewhere. Here comes another fish.
Is it correct? Is it correct to make treasures? Probably, but Kyle's like, you know what? Let's just get this game over with. I like it.
Yeah, come on. You're dead. I don't want to give you a chance. There's 2 Floodmaws. Now there's the classic, how long is Vinny willing to take damage from fish as he stares at Floodmaws? That just doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
This game close to sewn up, and it looks like Modern is about to get started again. So we might be able to cut back to that game number 3, although this game might actually finish before they do. So let's keep an eye on this one, I guess, for now.
Yeah, they're still shuffling up, so we can at least stay with this for a little bit longer. Oh wait, no, Kyle, he's sacking the fish. No, make more fish. You're not supposed to sack the win conditions, Kyle.
Don't you know? Well, here's the profs. I mean, that's a fine start to what has been just a complete roadblock for Vinny thus far, as FOMO joining the mix.
I think I saw a Tidebinder in Kyle's hand as well.
That's a nice one against profs with a big trigger as well. Oh, we're just going to kill the creature, though. Get that out of here.
Yeah, Caustic Exhale.
Caustic Exhale going to take care of that. -3, -3. And the fish are back to work, clocked in. That's going to name black with the multiversal passage. 2 more points of beatdowns. I think the life total is maybe not necessarily reflective here. But basically all spells in Kyle's hand. I mean, it kind of feels like his game to lose, to be honest with you.
I mean, Vinny drew a pretty good one. And we'll have to see if Kyle's a counterspell. But Vinny picking up 5 mana here. You know what that means, Drake. There is
it's time for the Riddling. Yeah, here it comes.
I got to imagine there's... I don't think I see a counterspell. It looks like there is... Yeah, it looks like the end and
the end.
Tidebinder.
The end actually a 1 of in the sideboard.
There's a... Oh, okay. Disdainful Stroke.
Oh, but we're going to Tidebinder. We're going to let that get stroked, and then we're going to Tidebinder the Riddler, which, I mean, that's one way to do it.
Yeah,
I think it strips off the flying, too, so, like, that's kind of nice.
Right, and, well, here's the other funny thing about this is now Vinny just has, Vinny can block, right? Oh, is that another Riddler? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
Well, we thought this game was over.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Vivi deck is it has good cards in it.
That is true. It does have good cards.
Okay.
And they're not only named Vivi. Some of them are named Quantum Riddler.
Some of them, indeed. Let's get a look and see.
That might have been a Stories, too.
I'm trying to see what it is.
I think it's a Stories. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Sequence of draws.
Start,
so now Vinny gets to draw 4. Draw 4, discard 1. And you thought Meringue was good.
Yeah, check it out. We've upgraded.
Yeah.
No Vivies to draw 2. And I think discarding Cauldron kind of emblematic of what's going on with that. And then we can, of course, harmonize it. If we want to do that now.
Isn't that crazy how Vinny basically had nothing in hand and now the Profs is already at 6? It's like...
Yeah, going to 9. So,
my goodness. This deck, man. This deck is something.
No 6-7, but 6 to 9 is, you know.
Yeah. All right.
Bunch of counters. Here they come. Boop. Beatdowns.
Get in there. I mean, Vinny's at 13. He can afford to take a hit. There's only 5 damage coming through. Oh, there's the Reef too. So I guess there would be what? Tidebinder, 2 fish, and the Reef. That would be 9.
Yeah, there's like there's real text to the combat right now.
Is that another cover?
I think it's cover up number 2, and if we can get the Riddlers out of here as well, we actually start to look for what good cards are left in Vinny's deck.
Right, how many threats?
Yeah, what are we doing here? What do we have that can kill people?
No VVs, no Riddlers. I mean, he does still have Profs. So
sure, so that makes any of the other bozos playable.
Yeah. FOMO, Scholar, that kind of stuff would be still good with the Profs, but yeah, if these Riddlers are gone, it's gonna be a little tougher here for Vinny. Yeah.
Yeah, there go all the Riddlers. Yeah, we collected evidence on our second deadly cover-up. Now it is up to Vinny to find something to kill Kyle with.
I mean, his hand is Fear of Missing Out, Scholar, and Prof, so he does have some more stuff left over, you know?
Sure, yeah, he's got the Yahtzee, but it's just like, I mean, there's so many removal spells in Kyle's deck. Like, all the things that really interact in a favorable way against some of the, like, cheap removal spells that Kyle presents are now just out of the deck. Like, a lot of your jukes, a lot of your jives either don't work or are removed. So, like, your ETBs on your Scholar and your FOMOs is way worse than your Riddlers, and, of course, way worse than the ceiling on something like Vivi. So now it's just like, I mean, it's a scrappy battle, which, I mean, is so crazy to see. Like, you can speak to the power of the Vivi deck where there so much has gone right for Kyle this game, and still it just feels like, okay, well, is Kyle okay? Is he going to be able to find a way out of this? Well, we're not sure, but it felt like he was a lock to win it a second ago. The fish couldn't get the game over with quick enough, and now, you know, Vinny's just been drawing his way out of it, and Scholar on the way, FOMO already down, like, so much to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, I wonder if it gets to a point where, Kyle still has a couple of removal spells left over. And honestly, looking at Vinny's deck, it doesn't seem like he has that many cards left. And I wonder if maybe, I wonder if Kyle's plan is just kill all your stuff and run you out of threats and just deck you out. Like that realistically.
Doesn't the Landfish do some decking too? Get some mill for 3 in the attack? All right, okay.
Like, imagine here if Kyle has the third sweeper. Okay, well, or just kill all your stuff. That's
how about just murder all your things? Long goodbyes, all the a lot of goodbyes.
The Reef does mill 4, so I wonder if Vinny's drawn a lot of cards this game, and when I saw Kyle picking up the deck after the second sweeper, it did not look like there was a lot of cards left here from Vinny. You see, that's the exile pile. Vinny's.
I mean, I'll take a little mill action. Yeah. Oh, that'd be sweet. Doing some quick look here.
I don't know what those are. Okay.
No plays from Kyle. Pass back. FOMO in play. Delirium certainly going to be present. And here's another stories. 3 more cards coming. No breaks on this train, says Vinny.
Yeah, gotta be a kill spell in here.
Oh, now we care. Now we're counting the deck, and that looked like low double digits is what that looked like to me.
If even, honestly. Gotta be close to single digits at this point.
Yeah, looks like he was about to harmonize the. Yeah, we're gonna do that now. He was thinking about it there for a second. Chose to harmonize 1, 2, 3. All right. Are we gonna try to just get it done right now? I mean, this is a big gamble, right? Like you're saying either I can't beat a removal spell or I can beat a removal spell, and I have the answer already in hand or something, right? Like.
Well, yeah, because there's also the shark too, right?
Right. Yeah, there's a shark to block. So you need this to just work in multiple attacks, which this is.
Well, I'm not even thinking a shark to block. I'm thinking a shark for Kyle to attack with Vinny drawing this many cards.
I don't think we can survive that. I was thinking if we could get this FOMO to lethal with the Delirium. I don't know that we can actually survive a reef attacking, much less, if there's 2 reefs, God forbid, whatever. Oh, it's reef time.
Oh, it's reef time. Cards in library. Can we get a count?
We talked about Nemo. Here's his friend Bruce. The shark dialed up.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's Vinny with 1 garden deck?
I think so.
I think it might be 1 garden deck.
It's either like 1 or 2, right? It's like, what do we, And now, like everything coming up big with the the deadly cover-ups, right? Like exiling cards from the library mattering. Like that's so crazy. Because here's a stock up spell pierce. In response, paid the 2, 1 mana left over, found 2 cards for Kyle. Kind of just here's second reef.
Cycle Mako.
And there's the handshake. Kyle wins this one. That brings us to modern. The milk plan works out for Kyle.
Yeah, when I wasn't 100% sure, but after the second cover up resolved and I saw Kyle shuffling, I was like, there doesn't seem to be a lot of cards left in that deck.
Oh,
and he already had the reef to play at that point. So
we got crossed arms here from the affinity player. We have
Amulet doing amulet things.
Cards flying everywhere. I think we are in, given the sorting of the board, I think we're in very dead territory.
Yeah, this is explain the loop to me. Tell me how I'm dead.
It is a long process. You have to make infinite titans or whatever with the mirror pool, and then eventually give them all haste, and then eventually you win. But to do that, you have to do 500 other things. But no mana to work with, and all tapped out. This looks like Andrew watching his demise in front of his eyes.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like lethal to me. I can't, I'm going to assume that there is, Woodland likely to get Analyst. Maybe an Analyst in the Grave. Looks like.
Yeah, Analyst in the Grave. Yeah, here we go. We've seen the Magic player's signature move my arm back and forth to indicate this is a loop. So I think, it's fist bump time. And despite Kyle's noble efforts, they were betrayed by their teammates, Andrew and Chris. And that is going to do it. Vinny bailed out by Benji and Jack, being able to win in sealed and in modern. And that wraps up our quarterfinals there. An exciting flurry. I mean, if you have to watch Vivi, I think exciting games like that's certainly the way to go. And Obviously game 3 there did not go in favor of the Affinity player. A little bit of a flipped script. We talked a little bit about how that matchup existed through the ages, and I think previously Affinity was very favored historically. There would be some hate in the sideboard that of course mattered for Amulet, but just being able to beat down faster comes up. But the Amulet decks these days are so fast that Affinity kind of feels like it's a little bit of the underdog now these days, and I think based on that last matchup, you could make a case for it.
Yeah, and I think the Amulet decks these days, not even just as far as speed is concerned, but also consistency, right? With the amount of Teleria Wets and Urza Sagas and Summoners packs, they just have so many different pieces of each individual combo that it's so easy for them to set it up, turn 3, basically almost every single game, it feels like.
Yeah, and like I said, it felt like that was the pivotal turn. Every single one, because, they're both Urza Saga decks. It felt like it came down to turn 3 every single game. And, they were the last match done despite that, right? This just shows how much is going on and how much goes into every single turn, especially with just how Magic cards are made these days. I'm old, but, turn 3s used to be a little simpler. These not so much in Modern, and certainly
casting Lily out of the veil, right?
Yeah, come on, Edict you or whatever. No, they're doing 100 things. They're making Infinite Titans on turn 3. So Modern a little bit different than it was then, and certainly reflective, I think, in that matchup. And so that'll do it. And of course, a semifinals appearance now for Amulet, our most represented deck in Modern. And I'm sure Vinny excited. We're excited to see more of him. He's certainly not mic'd up, but someone that I would love to speak to again. That'll do it for our quarterfinals. We'll be back with our semifinals here in a very short period of time. I think, of course, we're waiting for a few of the other matches to wrap up. We'll bring back as soon as we can with the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. We're crowning some champions tonight. And just like that, we are back here in Elmhurst, Illinois with our 10K team showdown. It's about to be semifinals time, but before we dive into that, we're going to talk a little bit about our leaderboards one more time, just to kind of give a little bit of the picture for what's at stake. Because again, this is the last weekend where you can accumulate points for the leaderboard to qualify for champs. So even though there's one more event that will qualify, the other MTGO, this is the last weekend to get points, and we've seen some folks on the leaderboard here today doing well. Casey Ryback, one I want to call out. We got Jess Williams, we got Charlie Dusterberg. These are all people that have been making deep runs through this tournament, and folks that are not already qualified. So, obviously getting second, that 25 points worth a lot to these people and can disrupt a lot of what's going on. But of course, winning it all matters as much, if not more, as Grayson Nemitz already qualified on the year to date. Will Kowalczyk has a heavy lead, but again, points to be won this weekend. Real quickly, we'll check out the season 2 leaderboard as well. Again, like I said, these players playing for quite a bit, and Ryback shows up here as well. The Grayson Nimitz showing up there, and of course Ryan Hayes, Garrick Alford, Will Kowalczyk leading the pack here. And of course, some of these players kind of show up in both, and they may earn their invite on one and free up a spot on another. Stop, somebody who's doing a lot of winning here this weekend with his take of Eldrazi Ramp. They're at 16th. A lot of work to do if he wants to qualify this weekend. So, players in this top 8 here definitely on the hunt for their invites, and for some of these folks, it's now or never time because the points are probably not going to be good enough for them. But if for anybody that is not on the leaderboards, the points do not matter. Of course, we have the final event of the season that we don't want to talk about that is giving out an invite November 9th. That's next weekend. Edge of Eternity Sealed. Devin's talked earlier at length about how he's going to be playing in the event. $2,500 prize pool. Oh, yeah. I got a few friends playing too that have never played a single NRG event. So this is an exciting angle to add. And of course, first place queues for NRG champs. You can register now with that QR code. You get to play at home in your underwear, everyone's favorite place to play Magic on Magic Online. So sign up for that. This is going to be really the actual last opportunity to get a qualification. Normally it's the final showdown of the year. We got a little unique situation, this MTGO thing. So all the folks that miss, you best believe they're going to be playing this as well. So you have some stiff competition as we do dive right in here. You can see, so this is the other side of the bracket here. So Vinny's team, of course, did win. And they're playing against Vance Schwabez and Blamey on the other side. But here we have George Jabor, Devin Slater, and Martin Swinsky, I believe Flex Slot Prime, versus Dom Harvey.
Harvey et al.
Oh, what a name. No Dom Harvey featured here. We got Kamari Bulger, Charlie Dusterberg, who we just talked about, and Jess Williams. So team on our right here, players we saw showing up in the leaderboards. Really need to get some winning done now. Semifinals appearance is good. Is it good enough for all of them? Less sure. I think winning it all and locking their invites is certainly going to be their preference if you ask each of them individually. But for the time being, we got a sweet matchup going on here. We got Bad Vibes, Espergorios, according to the great Vinny Fino. Devin Slater on your left playing Espergorios with the Busted Psychic Frog. On the right, a deck I have not seen a lot of. I have heard word Kamari qualified for the Pro Tour with this deck, but this is Simic Ritual in the hands of Charlie Dusterberg. We've seen it a little bit today, a deck built around Birthing Ritual, something I haven't seen a lot of. So do you have any context to this matchup, how it would play out? Any thoughts on this deck and this the context of what we're going to see here?
I have played a little bit with this Simic Ritual deck, and I got to say, if you're looking at it on paper, it doesn't look like the most explosive or exciting deck. There's a lot of Coiling Oracles and Ice Fang Codals and a couple of Fibblethrips, who I guess is the mascot of the deck, and a lot of these cards that are just, creatures that essentially replace themselves. And the reason that you're playing so many of these is because they work so well with Birthing Ritual, where Ritual is a very powerful card that allows you to, similar to Birthing Pod, for those of you who remember that card, allows you to sacrifice creatures and not necessarily search the library. In this case, you get to look at the top 7, and then in your end step and sacrifice a creature, or find a creature with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrifice creature. So you're kind of utilizing these 2-drops to be able to gain some incremental advantage and then sacrifice them, which you're not down a card because you got a card off the creature entering the battlefield. They also pair very nicely with stuff like Flare of Denial, where you play your 2-drop, you get a card out of it, you sack it to Flare, you're not down a card in the exchange. Now, as far as this matchup is concerned, I think a lot of it will sort of revolve around a couple of cards. From Charlie's side, I think maybe the most important card is probably Endurance, where you're trying to, as much as possible, stop Devin from being able to set up the sort of fast Goryo's turns, and you can also kind of do that with Flare. And then from Devin's side, Psychic Frog, where if you look at the Simic deck, there's not a lot of removal spells in the Simic deck.
Nope.
There's no, there's no fatal pushes or anything like that. There's a couple of dismembers, but that card can't always kill a Psychic Frog.
Yeah, Dismember, that gets complicated. Is Harbinger going to be revealed off the Oracle to hand? It goes and back over to Slater. So good call up there. Like you said, not very explosive. A pretty slow turn one, just a hedge maze. With the turn to Oracle, I mean, way slower than some of the stuff we've seen from the Amulet decks and such. Otherwise, in this modern top 8, but like you said, a lot of staying power in the Birthing Ritual, letting you kind of cheat an eyeball in and getting free value along the way. Pretty nice. And of course, Psychic Frog is the boogeyman that we spoke about at length. Card that's already been banned in some number of formats, and maybe eventually going to get banned in Modern as well. But for the time being, safe here is here's Shardless Agent into Icefang Quaddle, reminiscent of the old Legacy play pattern. Shardless Agent into Baleful Strix. So another card coming. A lot of little bodies on the ground, and now actually we got a reasonable blocking force if we can get the Death Touch online for that thing. For this frog,
maybe not exactly the card that Charlie wanted to hit there. Definitely wanted to hit a ritual, given that had the Icefang or the Oracle already in play. Got a little Thoughtseize bug there. Devin took the Shardless Agent with the Thoughtseize, and then obviously of course,
yeah,
Charlie
they always have it. It's always on top.
It's the IRL always happens. But yeah, see, Psychic Frog, you mentioned not quite enough snow permanence in play for the Icefang to be able to trade for that. And, at some point, down the road, maybe Charlie, if, does have more basics in play, then Devin actually has to respect those Icefangs and can't necessarily attack into them. I see a Gristlebrand in Devin's hand. I wonder if there is a Goryo's as well, because you can, just discard the Gristlebrand.
Yeah, we can do that right now. Yeah.
Yep.
So assuming we can't reanimate this Grizzlebrand, because I feel like that's got to be where we're landing. How worried are we about Harbinger of the Seas from Charlie Dustin? We know about, right, from the Oracle. That's in hand now and revealed there for Devin. Is that something that is a problem for the 3-color Esper deck, or is it not really a big issue?
Well, I think it can be, where in certain situations, depending on like how many black cards you're trying to cast, like if you're trying to go Thoughtseize into Goryo's, or you're trying to go Goryo's into Frog or Thoughtseize Frog, there is only one of each basic, right? So there's one Plains, one Swamp, one Island. But getting a glimpse of Devin's hand, I believe there was a copy of Prismatic Ending. So I think he would be kind of okay with Charlie, slamming that Harbinger into play, because he can just, has one of each basic and does have the ending already rolled up. And, given the fact that there's basics in play, does Charlie even want to go for the Harbinger? I would imagine.
Sure, yeah, we should fetch another basic. I think that's the respect. That's the kind of nod that I was kind of wondering about. Is like, if we just fetch a couple basics, is it just covered? Or is there any like real like lockout kind of potential even around basics? And it seems like the basics are enough to mitigate. So now with Slater dialed up with mana, and like you said, has a Grizzlebrand, and maybe we don't have Goryo, maybe we have Goryo's, maybe we don't. But either way, it doesn't look like Joe's got a lot going on right now.
Oh, we're actually going for Prismatic Ending on Icefang, which is very interesting, because the Icefang didn't have Death Touch yet.
Yeah, we're 2 snow lands away, so maybe this is very indicative of wanting to play a long game. Like I'm settling in for the long haul, and eventually that's going to have Death Touch, and eventually I'm going to want to answer that, so I'm just going to be mad efficient to do it now, because I'm going to want to do it later.
Yeah. And I guess maybe assumes that Charlie, if given the opportunity, would consider chump blocking with the Icefang anyways to prevent the extra card from Devin. So it's almost sort of like he's cycling the Prismatic Ending in a way where he's getting rid of the threat and being able to answer it. But, without the ending, this does... Okay,
oh my gosh, another Shardless Agent. That's a pretty good one. And there's the Birthing Ritual. Yeah, it's done.
I was going to say, is this going to hit a 2-mana 1/1 draw card, or is this going to hit the best card in the deck? And it did hit the Ritual, so we'll have to see exactly what is hit off of here. Presumably, wants to hit something like an Oculus, although, yeah, I guess Oculus is certainly the best hit here, being able to sacrifice a 2. Other than that, maybe looking towards stuff like Endurance, although Graveyard's not super flushed at this point. Ooh, okay. A little Fibblethip action.
Yeah, all right. So
draw 2, by the way. Draw 2.
Yeah, so mana value X or less. Okay, so yeah, we can just kind of cycle our twos a little bit too. It doesn't actually like birthing pod where you have to grab one more. We actually get X or less, so we can cycle our little ones and twos. I was about to ask, is there ever a world where we're like cycling shardless agents into subtleties?
No.
Does that ever come up? Just to upgrade the blocker? Like how are we doing this?
If given the opportunity, maybe you would consider it, but yeah, I think he'd prefer just going ahead and cycling the Fibblethip here to try and find more gas. Well,
the Fibblethip gets 2 cards, right? Because you're casting it from the library?
Right, yeah.
So cute.
So speaking of gas, we're discarding Gristlebrand, and if you're
Oh,
in Charlie's
it's time.
seat, can't that probably not a great sign.
Well, yeah, if we found an endurance, we have the cards to pitch, and here's Goryo, so the quick endurance check is a pass. So here we go. Gristlebrand time.
All right, so now I don't actually. I was gonna say I don't know if Devin can win the game this turn, but he actually might be able to, because you can draw 7 and then discard a
them?
pile of cards to Frog. So you draw 7 to 9. You discard. So that would be 7, 8, 9, 9 plus. Yeah, no, 17. I guess it wouldn't quite be enough. Oh no, it would be, right? Because you have 9 cards in hand, right? Discard 9 to the Frog. That's 11. 11 plus 7 is 18.
Oh, well, that'd be pretty funny. Just look at the hand. All right, all these go to the garbage can. Here's beatdowns.
I'm pretty sure Devin had 2 cards left over before the Gristlebrand. So assuming that was correct, then this is a lethal attack because there's no flying blockers here for Charlie.
Oh no,
we're letting him jump.
Maybe, I mean, he drew 7 cards. Come on. What are we doing? I'm not sure if there's a blowout, but if there is, like, come on, 9 cards gotta win it,
Yeah, looking at Charlie's deck list, I don't think there's anything he could have. Because we're past the point where endurance matters. You're discarding cards, so they're not
doesn't work, right?
Right, yeah.
Flare, we're past the point where Flare works. And I mean, that's part of the brutal part for Charlie is like, I mean, he has so many spells that just work and found none of them. Like we have flares, we have the pitch cards, all of these things have their own contexts, and it's just nothing.
Yeah.
All right.
It's possible that I didn't, maybe there wasn't 2 cards in Devin's hand before he drew off of the Gristlebrand, so maybe
sure.
I just got the numbers wrong, but
I mean, there's a pile of cards now, I can tell you that. And it looks like a Force of Negation among the mix. So we got a little protection on the back crack. Although not from Birthing Ritual. Birthing Ritual just gets you right into play.
Yeah, I think maybe Devin found something like a Prismatic Ending. So fetch and untap White Source, Prismatic Ending, the Birthing Ritual. That is a Hallowed Fountain.
Looks like a planet to me.
Hallowed Planet.
It's a whole planet, huh? Okay.
Planet of Fountains.
That's a lot of fountains. Oh, a lot of cards left. What's the follow-up? So we did this big turn. Gristlebrand's going to go away. Well, maybe not.
Is that an Ephemerate?
Yeah, that was an ephemerate. We got 4 of those.
Tap, so okay. I'm assuming
we ephemerated. And it's on top of the deck now, so we're rebounding that thing.
Maybe check and tell me, what is that ephemerate from? I've never seen that.
I've never seen that art either. It looks like a secret lair type thing. I don't know.
Could be.
1 card to discard. Back over to Charlie we go.
Oh,
and
no.
Now there's a permanent Gristlebrand.
Did we discard the hand size instead of the Frog? The free counter.
Yeah, I think we did.
The free
we
counter.
sure did. Yeah. Look, Devin's just stunning. We're just styling on him. This is how, it might be bad vibes, Esper, but this is how you get the good vibes. You just let them know. Let them know what's up.
I think,
you know what? I want to keep playing.
Honestly, I think he'll manage up 7 cards. I think he'll figure it out.
I think he'll figure it out as well. I have faith.
Chat's saying Spider-Man Secret Lair. Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
I believe it.
That'll get you. Spider-Man Secret Lair. Subtlety to hand. A little late to the party, bucko. All right.
Yeah, I mean, so we talked about the Simic deck not really being equipped to answer creatures in the battlefield, as even Psychic Frog. How the heck does the Simic deck beat a Gristlebrand, you might ask? The answer is Sink into Stupor.
Sink into Stupor. Yeah, we have 4 of those, right? Come on.
But,
Dismember plays, kind of?
Define.
It's not good. But it's better than just dying, I guess.
That's true.
All right, well, here's 7 cards for Charlie of sorts.
God, these Simic Ritual decks gotta just play good old Mana War or something. There's probably like an upgraded version of Mana War, but
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's
stack a
some,
2-drop, bounce the
busted
Crystal
Mana War out
Brand.
there. Was it
Aether
Hostage
Channeler,
Taker? That's a
maybe?
busted Mana War. You get to cast the thing.
Ooh.
Yeah. Gets artifacts too, so it gets the cauldrons or whatever. Come on.
Oh yeah.
I keep trying to think of playable artifacts. I got to cauldron before amulets. That's where my head's at. All
There's an
right, eyeball
Oculus.
time.
But notably, Oculus 5/5, Gristlebrand 7/7.
Not if you dismember. Not if you dismember. Oh, we're sinking.
There's a sink.
I don't think that's going to resolve. It's not going to resolve.
Chance. Okay.
All right, Charlie doesn't want to play anymore. Very fair. Very fair. And that is going to be Devin up a game there, right? I see a tick in the favor of Charlie, but
we'll get that. We'll get that fixed.
Yeah, because we didn't have 12 there, right? Yeah, come on.
No.
There we go. We got it fixed. All right. Yeah,
going?
that's Devin Slater up a game. Looks like Standard is next on the agenda. Oh, here we go. This is what I like to see.
See, here's the thing, Drake. We had one round where we didn't have a VV Cauldron mirror, and people started getting mad at us. All the chat was like, "I need to see the VV Cauldron mirror." So now we are back. Here is what you've always wanted.
They pried the Days Undoings out of George Jabor's hands. No Narsets, no Days Undoings. You're going to Vivi, people.
I've also seen some people in chat say George had 0 reps on Vivi before the event, and
that rules.
There you go.
That rules so hard.
You love.
Why would I test?
Just play the good cards.
I'm just gonna play the cards I know I'm supposed to play, and they'll go where they go. Yeah. Whatever's gonna happen's gonna happen, but I'm not gonna try to figure it out ahead of time. I love it. George, a player I could watch play Magic all day long. I absolutely love the way he carries himself, the decks he plays, the way he plays. He and I have never had the opportunity to chat, but I hear he's good people too.
Oh yeah, he's great. I will say, when you see somebody like George Jabor playing VV Cauldron, you know something's wrong, because it's really hard to get that man to put down his Teferis and counter spells.
I mean, yeah, like not even that bad. Like, there's like a Jeskai Blink deck. You can play some Teferis, you can play some counterspell stuff. Like, you might not be able to Days Undoing people or whatever. Like, you got some stuff going on. Here we are. All right. Speaking of here we are, it looks like Kamari has got all the things, and George has very few of the things.
Kamari has a lot of things.
I'm trying to figure out what these tokens are. Looks like fish. Maybe from
Into the
fish.
I don't know what the other. What's that 4 on? I don't know what that 4 is.
Not sure either. That's an otter token from the just off screen there. We got a little bit of a little talent action. So
yep.
Okay. We're back. So we got an otter, and that thing is large. We got a FOMO, got a Mako, got a fish.
Well,
we got versus.
Yeah, looks so they're 4/4 flyer on George's side with the profs in play. I was gonna say maybe George has a chance to just kill Kamari in one shot, but now that we're tapping the Scholar, that is no longer the case.
I think George's hand's got to be pretty stinky, but thankfully, Winter Night Story is pretty good at fixing that problem.
He's got a lot of cards. Got to be something in there. Okay,
these bad ones sometimes. So there's a tapped Cauldron, which means that if we have a Cauldron, then it might be Cauldron time. Vivi Cauldron. Vivi Cauldron.
He did discard a Vivi. Any Cauldrons?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just a shake of the hand there from Kamari. Says, all right, fine with that. Don't care. Well, I don't care about that.
So 2 mana, maybe a Riddler, potentially a FOMO.
Land first. Riddler time.
Riddler.
Only one card now, very far from 2 cards.
Going to be 1 extra card from the profs, and then with the Cauldron activation, putting a counter on the Riddler, that would be at a bare minimum post-combat, George would have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13 mana, and that's minimum.
It's a pretty good number.
Could be a lot more if there's Makos and other draw discard involved. So, but given, I'm going to look at deck lists here. I always do the check to see if there's the wild ride. So for George, no wild ride. And then for Kamari, if I can,
wild ride neither. Wild ride.
Any wild rides? Nope, no wild rides. No wild rides, no Terses. So
got a Spider-Man code though. We got a spider sense. Spider senses are tingling. Okay.
Yeah, I know that there was a period of time where the blue-red players were playing some number of haste enablers to be in spots like this where it's you can make a boatload of mana, but you want to be able to just have even if it's just one card in your entire deck list, just being able to have the opportunity to have that haster to be able to kill them in one shot is important in a lot of situations, especially in the mirror too, where George is going to do a bunch of stuff this turn, but Kamari can just do the same stuff next turn. And potentially what George can do this turn, maybe Kamari just has a better turn next turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that I had the same thought where it's like it seems like a low cost to put like a haste enabler in your deck with a really high upside. But I think Vivi already kind of covers that angle for you. Like if you're doing like the times the haste enabler's got to be good is when you're just casting a bunch of spells and say, okay, I have a huge thing now with profs or whatever. I'm going to kill you anyway. Great. With Vivi, you could just be like, all right, I'm just going to put a Vivi in play, and then the triggers from that are probably going to be enough to get you dead with the amount of actions it would take for the haste enabler to be good. There's some stuff around the seams that make that not true, like with profs and all this other kind of stuff, or like specifically FOMO, where if you can get that thing hasted up, like that changes the context of, okay, that's better sometimes than Vivi on its own would be. But I have to imagine that the amount of games that have been played with this deck at this point, it just has been a truism that it hasn't come up enough versus like you just win those games anyway.
Right.
That's worth doing. Looks like our modern players are back underway. So I think we're going to pivot over to that. I'm not clear that was going to end anytime soon. And they're in game 1 and these people are in game 2. So I think we're going to be able to see a little bit more of the very exciting Vivi Mirror, which I know Chad is thrilled about later on. But let's get started here on some more Espergorios versus some Simic Ritual. We got Surveillance for both players. Hedge Maze time for Charlie.
As far as the sideboards are concerned, I'll just go ahead and shout out. So Charlie is looking at 1 Collector Roof, 3 Consign, a Creep Incursion, a Dismember, 2 Force of Vigor, a Harbinger, 3 Dispute, and 3 Stern Scoldings. For this matchup, Det probably wants to go towards Disputes because those are pretty good against the Riddlers and the Psychic Frogs. Other than that, there's no additional endurances. Maybe could go towards something like Consign, where you can consign the Solitude triggers and maybe the Atraxa triggers. And then for Devin's side of things, got Ashiok, Consign, Dispute, Subtlety, Surgical, Teferi, and Wrath of the Skies. Maybe a little bit less from Devin's side, potentially the Dispute and...
Well, speaking of Dispute, there's a Dispute from Dusterberg to clean up, dust up, if you will, that Psychic Frog.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, thanks. I made it myself.
He's doing it.
Yeah, dusted up indeed. And I mean, and you called out Frog, really one of the big ones. And I mean, frankly, Charlie could board in up to 6 1-mana counterspells for Frog if you wanted to. Just to be like, hey, the problem with the Stern Scoldings is they disrupt your Cascade. So I think you can only really want those when your Birthing Ritual stuff, plan A, is like not that good. And so I think you're much quicker to reach for the Disputes than you are anything Stern Scolding related.
Yeah, and I think it's a good thing you brought that up, because if you do want to board in the consigns for stuff like Solitude and Atraxa triggers, you probably have to cut the Shardless agents. And it's not clear that Charlie necessarily wants to do that, because the agents give him more reliable access to stuff like Birthing Ritual, and that seems like a very important card in this matchup. So you kind of have to weigh that a little bit. It's like, are the consigns good enough that I want to be cutting the Shardlesses? And, well, it looks like he's answered that question for us.
Yeah, I think the answer is definitely no. Shardless Agent was a big player in game number 1 for keeping him in the game, and the Birthing Ritual, part of that, of course, as well. Really wants to turn this into a grindy matchup, and the card disadvantage that you get, or that you spend making endurance happen as your kind of check for the unfair stuff that the Esper Warriors deck is doing, you want to be able to recover that. Shardless Agent is a big piece of that puzzle to really generating that card advantage. Well, we found a land. There we go.
See, Gorio's...
Land 3 mana. It's Teferi, which is going to get flared right away. Wasting no time on that one is Charlie, which makes a lot of sense. It's got a lot of counterspells in this deck.
Yeah, the Simic Ritual deck plays a lot at instant speed. Flare of Denial, Subtlety, Mystical Dispute, even stuff like Dismember and things of that nature. You really do not want Teferi on the battlefield.
Yeah, so much of your deck gets powered down when your instant speed stuff no longer works.
Going for some basics here. I wonder if we get a nice cheeky little Harbinger. I mean, might just want to fetch basics anyways for the Ice Fangs, but
yeah, you want to get your Ice Fangs to death touch, I think, is actually a big part of it. That came up game number 1, right? We're just getting your Ice Fangs death touching to make the frogs mitigated came up. Is this birthing ritual? Okay.
yeah.
Force have it out of hand. Here it is.
Force check, and Devin did not pass the force check, so maybe a solitude check? No, we're letting it resolve.
We're letting it resolve. And we did find our 3rd snow basic. Get a look at birthing ritual. It's a weird one. To call out birthing pod, it does not feel very birthing potty because you get to look beforehand, and then you get to get the thing, which we just found a coiling oracle, which is going to bring another card with it. So we're actually downgrading here. And it's eyeball to hand. Not necessarily, I think, the way that we wanted to draw that up, but we did find an eyeball, and the graveyard's thick.
Yeah, if only that eyeball was down just one card above, you know.
Right. Why can't birthing ritual look at 8?
Oh, what could have been?
Correct quickly. 3 mana up for Charlie. I'm sure that doesn't represent any tricks.
Nothing at all. Definitely not endurance or flare of denial or anything.
Sink into stupor, Ice Fang. Yeah, just 100 things. And that's got to be what part of the equation is with this deck as well. You talk about, Brewer's Advantage. You talk about maybe a deck that hasn't existed a lot. People don't have the reps against it. But also, you just don't really know what to expect. When you have a deck that you've never played against before holding up mana like this, it's like, okay, well, they have something. But what is in range for what they're going to have? With open deck lists, you have a better idea. But even still, you don't have a complete idea because you don't know what the sideboarding in and out has actually happened. You don't really know what the configuration is for the matchup.
Man, I got to say, this game looks a lot different when a Psychic Frog does not resolve.
That's weird, isn't it? That's really strange. All right, Ice Fang here in response.
Trying to find Flare, maybe. So actually, he didn't have the Flare. I thought maybe we thought he had a counterspell, but no counterspell there for Charlie. So I'm just going to go.
Riddle gets the draw.
And we know about, I think I saw an endurance picked up there for Charlie. That's a good one.
Yeah, that'll be some good covers. Here's some mediocre beats, some 1/1s coming across into the red zone. Is it eyeball time? Yes, it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. That gets the game over with very quickly, as we've learned.
Especially if you can find a second eyeball here.
Oh, yeah, they weren't manifesting left and right. Nope, just another Oracle. Okay.
Cycle Oracle for Oracle.
We've done it.
Infinite, going off.
I mean, but that's nice, though. That really does highlight kind of what the floor looks like. It's another dispute picked up. Okay, we're getting quite a bit of defenses dialed up.
Yeah, and I mean, now Charlie just has kind of this wall where he has a very, very fast clock. This is a 2-turn clock, and at the bare minimum that we know of, he has Endurance and Mystical Dispute, and it's going to be pretty hard for Devin to fight through both of those.
I want to call out a game we actually saw from Charlie Dustenberg early in the Swiss, where he was at the spot where he was at 1 and basically had to counter a Flage every turn for the rest of the game. And it's like, when you're watching a game like that, you're like, oh, he's just dead. Like, you can't counter everything. But what impressed me about this deck is that actually you kind of can. Anything that matters, you can just kind of get in a spot where you have so much card advantage and selection and what have you that you can kind of just have some mediocre stuff going on and just counter the best play every turn for 4 turns straight, and then suddenly you're winning because that's how that goes.
Yeah, it's like I said, when you look at this deck list, it doesn't really look like a lot is going on, but the 2-mana 1/1s, they kind of provide just enough pressure. They synergize well with Ritual and Flare, and it buys you enough time to kind of tag team the Oculuses with all of your free counter magic, and all of that stuff just pairs so nicely with each other. These creatures being able to sacrifice to Ritual and Flare just makes this deck really just churn very, very consistently.
Yeah, and just more of this stuff. Here comes Fimblethip. It's like, okay, we're just cycling the thing into another thing, and this one gets 2 cards. And guess what? We found Ice Fang. And, everything just kind of chains into everything else. And it's just, I don't know, kind of reminds me of the old Teamer Energy decks, where you just everything had ETB. It was really the start of the kind of fire design. Everything has an ETB. Yep. And it felt, this is what it felt like playing against this deck. It's like, it doesn't matter how much of the stuff you can answer in slots. It just more comes and it brings more value with it. And then, then they just can answer your best things. And then you've lost. And it's got to be a really frustrating experience here for Slater when you don't have Psychic Frog to kind of just overpower all of that to just try to slog through all the rest of the deck.
We need to ask Charlie why he's not playing Rogue Refiner. It's a Simic card. I'm just saying.
Ooh, it is a Simic card. It's a 3 too. We can actually upgrade.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if there's like, I don't know if the development is done on this deck, but I wonder if there's like a singleton or maybe a 2 of like 4 mana card that's just like busted that you could play. I don't know.
Just like some 4-drop.
Something to get your like where you can have this busted draw of like Shardless into Ritual, hit it, and then like you're doing something insane.
I did see a couple of lists floating around on MTGO that had Sower of Temptation.
Oh,
that's
okay. I mean, that's a nice 4. That one speaks to some days long gone. I love me a Sower of Temptation. Frog on the stack. Half the mana cost of Sower of Temptation. As is Warping Riddler.
More than twice as good.
Yeah, quite literally.
Yeah, very
heads up. Dismember in response. I like this.
Yeah, absolutely. With 2 cards in hand. This is nice too because you can dismember before the Riddler resolves. And if Devin wants to fight over this, then the dispute is face up. It was revealed to the Oracle, and you assume that dispute's going to hit the Riddler. Yeah, which it is.
Right.
But just give Devin the least amount of information about the plays that you're going to make, and just beautiful sequencing there from Charlie.
Good call out. I like that a lot as well. Here is just a passing of the turn. And this is the frustrating experience we were talking about, right? It's like those are 2 really good cards, and now they're both gone. And there's just more garbage in play for Dusterberg. And I'll tell you what, if I've learned anything about this Birthing Ritual card, more garbage is on the way, and you're going to die to it. It's just all 1/1s. It's just garbage.
It's just recycling garbage over and over again.
Yeah.
This deck
if
should just
only
be
recycling was so efficient in real life, huh?
Yeah. This deck should just be called the Town Dump.
I don't think they'd appreciate it.
In a good way. Okay, all right.
Sure. I'm with you. No. Birthing Ritual also notably not legendary. So if we do hit a second one, we are cooking with gas. We can do it twice.
Draw a card. End step, second creature. Guess what we're gonna do? Draw a card.
Yeah. Guess what's gonna happen next turn? Are you having fun, Slater?
Just maybe Charlie would consider putting a 5/5 into play, but no. Did he just miss? I think he missed.
Missing in the 25 creature deck is impressive. 7's a lot. A lot of cards to look for 1 and find nothing. But I guess we did some sideboarding. Come on. I did not get a look at that. But that was a weird card that was just drawn. What is this thing?
Devin's got a lot of alt arts.
Oh,
it is
Faithful Mending. Okay.
Man. So if Charlie has nothing in his 7-card hand.
Okay. Not a great premise to start with, but I'm here. There's an Atraxa. We got something to try. Here you go. The Faithless Looting remake, but you gain life this time.
I think Devin's hand may be double Gorios.
Oh, okay. No. I love the optimism. Just putting it right in play.
It is. Yeah, second Gorios. You got another answer? And we do.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
To game 3 we go. Oh, I just love Devin just putting it right in play. Like, this is gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Such optimism. Not a chance. Yeah, once that deck gets going, it just stops everything you do. Yeah. And so, as promised, now that we are getting a game 3 out of our modern, we're gonna go back and take a look at our Bivy mirror. Beautiful. George Jabor won game number 1. We are in game number 2. Kamari in a similar state. Do love the signed Agate Soul Cauldrons. Love that signature. And also, it's a nice card to get a signature on. Versus Mako plus Props, a combination that has proven to get people dead very quickly across its lifetime in Standard.
Yeah, both players have a Riddler in Exile. I would guess George's board, I think I'd rather be on George's side of things with the Props and the Mako in play. Although, we have talked about over the day where a lot of people, at least the general consensus was that you at least shave on some of the combo in the mirror match. You don't keep it all in. And then we had that chat with lovely Vinny, and Vinny was like, yeah, just keep it all in, make him have it. And there certainly is some of that where it's like, if you understand the power ceiling of that combo, there is some awkwardness where if you're in a situation where you don't want to discard any of your other cards early, and the only card you want to discard is VV, then you're opening up to some potential problems of your opponent just slamming a cauldron and ending the game. But as long as you can stomach those, then the ceiling of the combo is still so extremely high.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's kind of where things are landing. Like I said, I don't know how valuable the iteration is from here. I think everybody's pretty well aware that this thing is gotta go, frankly. Standard is in a tough spot on the aggregate. I think we talked to Norm a little bit, if he could do it all over again, I'm not sure Standard would be featured here because of exactly this. But the players, like I said, to their credit, seem to be enjoying this quite a bit. As here's Riddler plus Scholar.
Yeah, as broken as this deck is, and no question about it, it is completely broken. The mirror matches can get pretty interesting and intricate, especially in the post-board games where there's a little bit more interaction, and you end up in these spots where you're fighting over cards and sequences that you wouldn't normally fight over. In terms of there's just a lot of weird ways these games can play out, and it can be interesting at times for sure.
I think you could point to, while these players are just going back and forth, you can point to discussions about format health, and a lot of times people point to deck diversity as a primary metric. And certainly, I remember a 2016 Modern was a big thing with that one, where there were so many different decks you could play, but as a result, your sideboards were so stressed, you couldn't actually cover a good portion of things, so you just lost the stuff you didn't have answers to all the time. Really frustrating experience for a competitive player playing in the events. And so, despite the fact it was a very beloved Modern, it was an F&M format people loved, and it sold a bunch of cards, it was considered a very successful format. It got to the point where playing it for high stakes was actually pretty miserable. And on the flip side, a previous format that kind of had the opposite thing going on was the Felidar Sovereign Saheeli Rai versus, I think it was Black-Red at the time, Black-Red Vehicles. That was a big, format where it's, okay, this is a 2-deck format. Who wants that in their standard? But actually, all the players that played it was actually the 2 decks are there's reasons to play both, and there's sometimes where you actually are getting an edge on the other by making choices. And the gameplay is awesome, and the players that were playing it competitively were yeah, this is a ton of fun, even if you're watching the same matchups over and over and over again. So I think it comes down to the mix. I think obviously with most things in life, it's just moderation on both knobs. But this format seems to be, despite being quite literally a 1-deck format, to have some of the the gameplay is actually kind of fun stuff going on, which does speak to the, I guess the card designs themselves, even if the PowerPoints distributed across the spectrum aren't really well managed.
Yeah, and I think there's also a ton of edge to be gained, not only with how you sequence your threats insofar as, do I want to run out a cauldron early? Do I want to slow roll it to make them think I don't have it? And then also in sideboarding, where there's this big disparity on, some people board up the combo, some people don't. Some people are more interested in having more threats post board and shaving on the combo. Do I keep in cauldrons? There's a lot of different decisions. At the end of the day, obviously, yes, the deck is extremely broken, and as you mentioned, it is kind of a 1-deck format, but the gameplay is not too bad.
Yeah. In the case of Kyle, Kyle did get a win over Vinny. It was played against Vivi in a high stakes format. A good player managed to get the win. Unfortunately, their team didn't actually necessarily hold up their end of the bargain. But you can make an argument that it's not necessarily specifically a 1-deck format, but I think you would have trouble getting that one over the line as Mako added to the mix. Our Modern players are back, so despite the fact we got to watch an exciting 4-turn sequence with Riddlers of our Vivi Cauldron mirror, we're going to cut back to Modern so we don't miss the end of this stuff.
Yeah, more 2-mana.
No frog on 2? What's going on?
Devin doesn't believe in the good vibes.
Yeah, the good vibes card. Well, he had it on turn 2 the other 2 games, so maybe
that's
you
true.
Just gotta take one off. You gotta relax a little bit. Hedge Maze on the way for Dusterberg. Taking a look. Kind of gives Rhino vibes. Not just because of Charlotte's Agent, just because the turn 3 is really where you start to do something that kind of really matters.
Yeah. No, I could see that. Wait, so you're saying casting a Coiling Oracle on turn 2 doesn't matter, or a Fibblethip?
Doesn't inspire me. I'll say that.
How dare you talk ill of Fibblethip like that? As we see, Charlie
Fibblethip's in the graveyard, so I don't know that clearly Dustenberg agrees with me. That's all I hear.
Look, if you're gonna put Fibblethip in the graveyard, why put it in the deck? That's what I'm saying.
That is actually a good question. We'll take that one to the interview room. I tell you what. If you're just going to put it in the graveyard anyway, what do we do?
All right, mending here for Devin. Context. Pretty sure I saw an Atraxa. And
at least one Atraxa. Might be multiple to get rid of.
But, Charlie does have a lot of ways to fight over this post board with, I guess actually, now that I mention it, if this mending resolves, Charlie only really has the 2 endurances because there's not 2 mana up, so you can't go Ice Fang into Flare, and you can't Mystical Dispute the Gorios. So there really isn't a ton that Charlie could have outside of those 2 endurances, unless unless the consigns came in for this game and the shardlesses came out, and then you can consign the Atraxa trigger.
I would hate. I don't know. I feel like if we had a dispute, it's pretty. I do see a dispute. We chose not to fire it off. It seems tempting to fire it off. This is like one of the blue cards in the mixture. And like, I think if you're Devin, you can't really afford to wait till you have a Thoughtseize. But if you do have one, it's this turn where it's going to come down. Like where you can go Thoughtseize Goryeous to try to clear the way. But I mean, there's just so much interaction that Dusterberg has. I think when you're presented an opportunity like this, like
I think you got to go
resolved. Like, yeah, I feel like you have to go for it. But Devin does not agree.
Patience.
Maybe that's my problem. I'm an impatient man.
Well, it's also, a situation where we have the deck lists. Like we can look at Charlie's deck list. We know there's only 2 endurances. There's no other counter spells. There's no other creatures he could play at that point. But Devin doesn't have that information. So maybe he assumes that Charlie has more endurances than he otherwise does. And if there's 4 in the deck, maybe he doesn't want to just, go into, play. If there is 4, he doesn't want to go for the Goryeous that turn.
Well, kind of related, I guess, to what we were talking about earlier with Thimblethip. But if you're not going to go for it now, what are we?
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. No, chat brings out a good point. It is open deck lists. So yeah, no, there is. It is. So
yeah, that's even weirder. Well, we're going for it now with the Oracle in the stack. It's the same situation as before. So I mean, again, this is weird, but I guess it is better because you're on Charlie's turn. But like, it's the same amount of stuff, right? Like it's 1 land tapped, 1 land untapped, no blue creatures in play. The same stuff that would have beat you doing it on your turn beats you now, but you don't get to attack. But you also don't have to move to discards. Okay. I mean, still a good spot. Devin selecting cards. Looks like we got a few options.
And I believe this was done in response to the Oracle, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah. This is Oracle on the stack.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't want to let that into play because that would turn on Flare.
Yeah.
So it looks like Ephemerate, Thoughtseize, Solitude.
Ephemerate.
Just 3? Oh, there's a land too, so we get 4.
Yeah. Ephemerate is going to be a big problem.
Yeah, like you mentioned, going back to the turn 2, I'm very surprised that Charlie did not dispute that Faithful Mending. I kind of imagined that if he didn't dispute the mending, maybe there was a copy of Endurance in hand, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah, clearly that's not the case. Exactly, right? Like if you're going to do that, like you would want to have some other cover for just getting Goryeos'd. And with you not having that, it feels like, I don't know. There was no frog on 2, so like you're not gonna get blown out that way. Like you have time to mitigate that. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. I'd be interested to hear the rationale if we get to that point at any point in time to not disputing like what we were holding it up for. Maybe it gets better as the game goes on. It's just none of these things are clear to me, but I'm sure there's rationale. I don't think decisions were made at random here. It's just tough from our side, like you said, where we have kind of perfect information on both hands and all this kind of stuff to sniff it all out.
I think maybe the only thing he was thinking about is potentially saving Dispute for Teferi, but yeah.
Teferi is a big problem. And yeah, Charlie doesn't even want to play anymore. We're done. I don't play him in one bit. He saw the Ephemerate. We don't have cover for that. Let's move along with things. And that means,
yeah. So game 2, this is the same game.
Hey, Vivi Culture time.
George is up a game, and George is looking pretty good here.
We are putting the Final Fantasy characters into the big pot.
I was going to say George is looking good, and then I looked at the cauldron with the Vivi under it, so maybe actually George is not looking. Yeah, never mind. Kamari had 3 lands. Well, there you go.
3 lands? That's got to be so frustrating with 2 Riddlers in play. Oh, I mean, again, we talk about fail rates with the Amulet deck, and that is a fail rate there. So, I mean, that's going to do it. George Japor's team right there. Going to win the semifinals. And, sometimes Vivi fails on the fail rate. And you know what? To George's credit, if this really is his first tournament playing Vivi, he's done a lot of winning. And here in high-stakes situations against good players, continues to assert his dominance and has punched his ticket to the finals. And tough for Charlie Dusterberg and his team because, I mean, I think multiple of them were in the hunt for points this weekend. Not clear where it's going to land and how everything's going to shake. And I think they might still have some hope if the right people do winning between today and tomorrow. And, of course, they have an opportunity tomorrow. But, I mean, a good performance today, I think there's going to be more work to do for their team tomorrow in order to really punch their tickets through the leaderboard at the at-large bids to the NRG champs. But for one team, George Jabor's team potentially, they can still punch their ticket in the finals today, but they have punched their tickets to the RC. They won an RCQ. Congratulations to their team. Now with the RC invites, of course, there's going to be one more team, Vinny's team in the mix. Not clear who won. We'll get an update with that before we do turn it over. But, one more team going to punch their tickets to the RC, and then we will crown some champions. Before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. Thank you all for sticking with us. Make sure to hit that like, follow button. Of course, subscribe if you want to remove those ads. But we will be right back with your finals here shortly. Don't go anywhere. All right, a quick turnaround, and we're back. It's finals time here at the 2025 Team Showdown here in Elmhurst, Illinois. We got Vinny's team and of course George Jabor's team. Two players that we're excited to see. We're excited to see a lot more of, and I think players at home excited to root for. So an exciting finals lined up. But before we dive right into that, we're going to take a little look at what these teams are playing for one more time before we see who is actually going to go home with the spoils. So for these two teams on the line here, we have $3,000 to first, along with 30 NRG points per player. And then on second place, we have $1,500, half the amount, and 25 points to each player. Additionally, each of these teams have already qualified for the regional championship as a part of this. First and second, all 6 of those players are now qualified. And the winner of this, of course, as a showdown, will be qualified for the NRG champs and get a specially made token by Inkling Customs. All showdown winners, of course, receive a custom token by Inkling Customs. You can check out our work at inklingcustoms.com. We've seen a lot of those on camera thus far throughout the day. And here's some examples of some past winners and their immortalized victory on these tokens. It's a really special thing offered, and it's an awesome collaboration. One of the, I think, most charming and most exciting things about the NRG series, and of course, winning. And then, of course, there's a trophy too, which we always put on the table for our finals match. So a lot on the line for these players. Last possible event for the for your team to qualify. Of course, we do have that MTGO event for one outlying invite, but for you and your team, it's now or never. And George Jabor, Vinny Fino, going to be facing down each other one more time here in the finals. Get a look at the trophy. Look at that. Showdown winner trophy. It is nice. Everybody knows what's on the line. Everything's on the table, literally and metaphorically. You see George Jabor versus Vinny Fino, Vivi Cauldron mirror. But we're, of course, going to watch Devin Slater. This time is Esper Gorio's deck going to take on Jack Potter, his take on Amulet Titan. Unsurprisingly, the two Celestia drafters facing off in the finals as well. Of course, for what little I do know of the Spider-Man Limited format, I do know that the white-green is the colors you want to be. Unsurprising to see a little mirror match there as well. So we got 2 mirror matches, and then we got the modern matchup of Esper Gorio's Amulet Titan. Devin, we talked a little bit about this. Is Vexing Bobble the start of the 1-mana artifact for Jack Potter? We talked a little bit about this. Seems like it'd be a fast one, although starting on Vexing Bobble, maybe not as much.
Yeah, if you want to, so before we talk about the decks, it's actually kind of, so there's a Celestia mirror match at the very bottom. I'm gonna go a little deep here. So Jack is playing with Elish Norn and green cards, and Devin is playing with white cards and Atraxa. So 2 Celestia mirrors. Anyway. That's probably a little too much. Yeah, Vexing Bauble is a card that is pretty powerful in this matchup, where Vexing Bauble, a card, whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter it. And one of Devin's best answers to a Primeval Titan is Solitude. And Solitude gets caught up by that Vexing Bauble. So the fact that Jack has that in play, it's going to really sort of stymie Devin's abilities to answer the Primeval Titans and break up the combo. Yeah, you mentioned as far as the matchup is concerned, very, very fast. These players are just kind of really just trying to do their thing. Psychic Frog, discard Atraxa, reanimate it, do kind of stuff like that. And then Jack is just trying to set up for a fast Amulet kill. And, with that Vexing Bauble in play, it's going to be very difficult for Devin to be able to break up the Titan combos, because really the only answer would be Solitude at that point, and also can't cast something like Force of Negation pitched to be able to counter a Summoner's Pact as well.
Yeah, and I think we see a prioritization of that with the Prismatic Ending to get this Vexing Bubble off the table, because it is such an important piece. And unfortunately fortunately or unfortunately for Jack, it's going to no longer have access to that. It does get a card for his trouble, though. Going to go ahead and get to cash that out. But it does speak to potentially the presence of Solitude. So something to kind of be on the radar for Jack is, that kind of prioritization for the Vexing Bubble, I think, matters a lot. As here is the frog. Oh, surveilling Atraxa into the bin.
Is that a free Entomb? That's not free because it costs you a tap land. So it's almost like you played an untapped land and then
yeah, it's like an Entomb. Exactly. You cast Entomb, but it's in one card, so that's busted.
Yeah.
Oh, we drew another Atraxa. Well, so 2 Atraxes. Goryo's unclear if that's present, but don't have the mana for it now. And here comes Amulet number 1. I see Escape Shift among the mix, but Jack playing pretty close to the chest.
And honestly, going back to that last turn, Prismatic Ending, it's tough because, potentially could be able to kill something like an Amulet, but because it's a sorcery, you don't have the ability to kill the Amulet this turn, and that's kind of this is the turn where Jack is going to do stuff. And even if Devin didn't have a copy of Solitude, 1, potentially could draw 1 off of the Psychic Frog, and 2, just making Jack think about the presence of Solitude. Like, he knows that there's 4 in the deck list, so even if Devin didn't have one in hand, just sort of making Jack think about that and making him, like, potentially take a different line to play around Solitude is something that, is worth considering as well.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And that does make me kind of question the sequencing a little bit between casting. I think we cast Ending before attacking with Frog. That's interesting to me. Clearly, maybe concerned about some free stuff needing to become a player in combat as Amulet is found. Picking up force. I
think the reason he did Ending first is that if Jack made a token, he was going to go discard, exile 3, jump it, so Jack couldn't jump block.
Sure, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. As here comes Scape Shift for 2 lands. Is this just 2 Lotus Fields? That's like the only thing that does anything, right?
Yeah, so 2 Lotus Fields gets him to 6. He does have a Titan in hand.
Okay, so all right. Well, that Titan's right now. But we have to sacrifice our haste land.
Yeah, so the haste land gone. Lotus Field get Titan. Jack does have a copy of Echoing Deeps. So the Echoing Deeps can copy the battlements in the graveyard. So you can go get double Lotus Field, make 6 mana, sack the fields, play Titan, get Red Source, Echoing Deeps, copy the battlements, haste the Titan.
Okay.
But, again, going back to that last turn with the Prismatic Ending on the Vexing Bauble, Jack has to at least, think about the presence of something like a Solitude. And, that could be a very, very back-breaking play if there is a Solitude.
Is there a path that we have with the Titan mana to get an Analyst and get that started? Let's see. So if we have to grab the 2 Lotus Field, so we're doing that. Yeah, we got to make 6. So we're going to do that, and then those get blown up.
I mean, I guess if Jack just has a Pact or an Analyst in hand, then maybe we could go towards that, which I think there might be a Pact in hand. So maybe you could even consider going Titan, get Lotus Field, bounce land. No, because that's only 5. If you get Lotus Field,
can we Echoing Deep a Lotus Field? Does that work?
It does. Is there 2 Echoing Deeps?
No, just 1. So we can only get 1, and then we're short.
Yeah, you can get Echoing Deeps, bounce land, but that's only 5.
And we don't have the Woodland yet to start doing the full combo, but I mean, we can make a bunch of mana. So yeah, if we lead on Analyst and we do the Analyst thing, we can actually make enough mana to where we're not just putting a Naked Titan in play. We're actually having some extra mana left over.
Yeah, so now you go 6 mana, 2 for Analyst, 4 to activate it, and then this would give you 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana. And
we have the mana floating now. So the mill 3, if there's a Solitude in hand, I see for Devin Slater. If he goes for the Solitude now, it doesn't do anything. We can still sack it in response. And actually, the question is, like, do you want to try to, like, what are the 3 mills? Like, what could those be such that we get punished for not trying to Solitude now? Not sure.
I think at this point, Devin has to just save the Solitude for the Titan, but I'm not even sure that that's enough at this point, especially with the
I agree.
Milled too.
Well, that's all comes back at the same time, so it's not going to have anything to copyright. It should be a thing.
You would think that it works like that, but no. Echoing Deep.
It doesn't work like that.
Yes, you can choose a land that's in the graveyard as it's entering because it says as it enters as a copy, so it checks the graveyard before everything enters.
We're entering like KCI loops level of nonsense at this point.
At least
that's what are we doing?
That's how it works. That's how it works on Arena. I don't have experience with it in paper. I'm assuming Arena's correct, but
a bold assumption. All right, so we get to copy any of the things, which I imagine like Bounce Land or Lotus Field make the most sense because it just gives you actual infinity mana. I guess there's a question about like another haste land. We might be getting judge confirmation on exactly how this works, which I would not blame at all, but I think we might be talking through the mana a little bit too.
I don't know that a second haste land. Well, actually, it might accomplish something where you can go get a second haste land, float a bunch of mana, sack 4 lands, keep the haste land. basically keep both haste lands untapped. And then you have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You'd have 11.
Yeah, I'm trying to find 2 Titans because one's getting solitude. We know that.
Right.
I don't know that he knows that, but I mean, you have to
Does
suspect
Jack-
it with the ball.
Does Jack have 2 Titans in hand? I know I saw one.
No. There's
I don't know
one
if
in the
there's a
bin that got milled.
Yeah.
And I definitely saw one. I mean, I didn't really get this. I know there's a force in hand from the bounce, but the other cards are kind of a mystery to me still.
Yeah. I'm almost positive there is 1 Titan in hand. I just don't know if there's a second one. But
So
I guess
if we Titan grab Shifting Woodland, do we get to just beat Solitude that direction?
Titan for Woodland.
Because you sack Saga, that definitely gives you Delirium. I think you might have it anyway, but
Yeah, because actually Echoing Deeps can copy a 3rd Lotus Field, so you could even sack 6 lands.
right.
Yeah, that might. Yeah, looks like that's what Jack is doing.
Sick. The classic no lands, only amulet status. I love when it gets like this. It's just like, yeah, I don't have anything, but you're dead.
Yeah,
You're
because
so dead, you don't even know
now,
how dead you are.
now he can just go get Mirror Pool Woodland. Yeah, I think Mirror Pool Woodland should be good enough because then the Woodland can copy the Analyst. You sack the Analyst, get back to Lotus Field, sack the Mirror Pool, and then you're infinite from there.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what we're reaching for. Yeah, there is Shifting Woodland. There is Mirror Pool. All right. We have untaps. They have untapped. Now, we got the sleeves rolled up. Here we go. Here we go. Team D's looking very good to pick up D's wins.
D's game 1.
D's game 1s. And Flex Slot Prime looking to be down pretty quickly, although Standard looks like it might be wrapped up as well. Yeah, okay, yeah. Vinny won game number 1 for Team D. So Flex Slot Prime a little bit on the back foot here to start things out.
Yeah, Team D's. It looks like Standard is drawing their opening hands. This game, for all intents and purposes, is over. So if we can go ahead and maybe switch over to Standard because it looks like they're just starting game number 2. Let's go. Yeah, there we go. So
yeah, let's get a look at this. I think we're very dead over there.
I guess I came in I got bad timing. George is on a mulligan at 5. I thought he kept to 6, but.
Oh, yeah, it did look like he was going to keep. He did not. To 5 he goes, and I mean, on the play, not even going to get the advantage from that.
The caster
stuff. That's okay. Like I said, I think there wasn't much left to be done except waving your hands around and moving cards between zones. So
yeah,
I think that.
Yeah, I think Jack was at the point where he's just explaining the loop. Like, this is, I'm going to make infinite mana. I'm going to make infinite Titans. I'm going to give all the haste.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if something like 2 Solitudes could have played, but I think I only saw 1. So where are we even at with that? All right, George, give me a good 5, please. The Vivi Mirror. I assume pretty play draw dependent. Talk to me about how play draw dependent.
It's tough. I mean, when you have a deck that is so explosive in terms of, especially when it comes to Prof's Eidetic Memory, where if you're the person on the play with 1-drop Profs into Steam Core Scholar, like that is a huge advantage. But if you're in a situation where neither player has Profs and there isn't as much, there's not as much material being put onto the battlefield, then it really comes down to stuff like the card advantage, like Riddler and Winter Night Stories and things like that. Which,
that could be whatever. Yeah, play draw dependent. Then you can just come up whenever. There's the Profs getting countered. A null. Yeah. See you later.
God, that is a blowout. Yeah, a null's sort of like very similar to Spell Snare, where basically every card in the deck that you want to null is 2 mana, Profs, FOMO, and Cauldron. So it's sort of this situation where, like, I mean, you've played Modern when Spell Snare was good. That when that card is good, it's really good.
It's funny to get that call out, given that Vinny, a self-described number 1 Spell Snare hater, and here he is, right? Spell snaring away in Standard, but with a null. Yeah, I love me a Spell Snare, and it was exactly a great way to get up on mana and definitely hit something that is high value. And it looks like a null doing the same thing as FOMO versus FOMO, but guess what? Vinny has Profs.
Yeah, and you sort of you sort of mentioned, like, you asked about how play draw matters in this matchup. Well, a null is a way to break that symmetry where,
Right.
if both players have the same sort of draw, you cast your 2-mana enchantment first into their 1 mana, they counter it, they untap, play their 2-mana enchantment, they're extremely far ahead.
And a brutal spot to be for Team Flexlot Prime as a clean sweep of game number 1s for Team Ds. And so can't lose another game for the rest of the finals for the entire team is where Flexlot Prime is at right now, as George Jabor trying to battle through a Mold of 5 and on the play battling against the null, which, like you said, is a great way to break serve a little bit.
Okay,
Yeah,
now I'm curious.
Gonna be hard.
Vinny, I think, should be at 16 because I do count Delirium in George's graveyard. Sorcery, land, instant enchantment. So I don't know if there was a trigger that got missed or if we just didn't update life totals. Not entirely sure about that.
You're not sure. What if the trigger getting missed would be huge. I mean, those 2 points of damage. We've seen less come up. We've seen less come up for sure. Okay, 3 mana. Is it Stories time? No, Scholar time. All right.
I'm trying to think. Did George miss a land drop this game? Because George was. Yeah, I don't know. I
think this is Vinny's turn 4, right? A null, FOMO.
Because he went nothing on 1. He went Profs on 2, got countered, Stories on 3, and then FOMO land on 4. No? Chad's saying he missed a land drop. I don't. Okay. I mean, apparently he may have played 2 lands last turn. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe we can get a judge down there to double check that. Because I didn't.
Well, he was in the play, right? So he should have 4 lands in play.
Right, but apparently he missed a land
Vinny's
drop.
Oh.
But then did Vinny also miss a land drop? Because Vinny would have been
playing. Well, Vinny just now missed a land drop. Okay. So possible.
Yeah, but if we can get a judge down there to double check, and I'm not. We've got a little bit far past it, but we can maybe have them come down.
I don't know that we don't have anything definitive one way or the other there.
Right. Because I didn't remember George missing a land drop. Maybe that's just because I got confused because Vinny also now missed a land drop this turn. But
yeah. As here is a Warped Riddler going to harmonize a Winter Night Stories. Right. Well, a lot of material we're looking at now, but George is at 3 life. So that's like primary problem number 1. All right. Well, George looks like he's gonna discard a FOMO. If we find into the Floodmaw, are we even safe? No, because any card with profs just makes the Scholar lethal, and you can't cover both. But you have a chump block, but we have Delirium. This looks lethal to me. Oh, check it out. We got Vivi Cauldron, too. Why not? Sure.
No.
Yeah, all right. Floodmaw your blocker, kill you. All right, that's game.
Yeah, good enough.
That's game on standard. And now, like I said, now we're in the spot where the rest of the team can't lose a game. Here we go. I guess we'll start with Modern, shall we? Or is it Seal Time? Oh, it's Seal Time! I see a City Pigeon. I know that one. All right.
City Pigeon. There's an Aunt May up top. That one is the Gruul card's a Mana Dork. I know that.
All right.
We got some. What's this green card? I'm gonna look at the green cards.
All right, I'll go for the second white card. We got Wild Pack Squad is the other next to the City Pigeon. At the beginning of combat, up to 1 target creature gains first strike and vigilance. Nice 2/3, actually. That's pretty powerful for a 2/3.
Green card, by the way, Craven's Cats, 2 mana, 2/2, 3 mana. Creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate once each turn.
And we just had Flash Thompson, Spider Fan, joining. Here we go.
What was the 2/2? The green 2/2 for 2 from Innistrad, original Innistrad block. 2/2 for 2, pay 3 to pump it +2/+2. You know what I'm talking about?
I know there's Overwhelm Tracker, but that was a 1/1. Or not Overwhelm Tracker. It was like a werewolf.
Something
Wolf-Bitten Captive, maybe? There's like a 1/1 that you can pay 1 and a green, pump it +2/+2, do it once.
We'll get We'll get Shan on it. Maybe we can have production pull it up if they know what card I'm talking about. But in any case,
You feeling inspired?
yeah. No, I mean that's it's a throw. I mean, there's a lot of those cards in various limited formats, like the classic 2-mana 2/2 pump 1 turn. But
all right, so Flash Thompson's going to do some tapping. Also gets to do some untapping. So we got to do a little tap and untap action there with our Flash Thompson Spider fan. Aunt May. What are we doing with this thing? Another creature enters, you gain a life. If it's a spider, you get a counter. All right, that's why all these things have counters. That's pretty strong for a 1-drop. Holy cow.
that card does seem pretty good.
For a 1? What are we talking about?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So looks like we're laying some beat downs. All right.
I think that one attacking right now is the Daily Bugle Reporters.
All right, I'll tell you what. We can stop guessing and we can cut over to modern. Is what we can
Go back
do.
to modern.
Like.
All right,
I think it's time. Release us from our spider prisons and our webs, if you will. And it looks like we're consigning an amulet on turn 1. Woo! All right,
it's pretty good.
All
I mean,
right. That's quite strong. Yeah,
got to make sure that thing doesn't resolve. Consign does have a lot of utility in this matchup where you can counter the amulet. Sometimes you can counter Primeval Titan enter the battlefield triggers. A couple of things you can do with that. But yeah, very, very important, especially, here to, because Jack was threatening the double amulet on turn 3. So good to be able to stop that. And then following it up with the Thoughtseize, not bad as well.
Wow. Yeah. Great start. I mean, really kind of the way you want to draw it up is this 1-man interaction. Oh my God. Another amulet and Titan and Bog. What a hand.
Hoo. So if you take the amulet, then Jack still has access to amulet with the Urza Saga. If you take the Primeval Titan, well, doesn't necessarily have another threat yet, so that might make the most sense here from Devin.
Yeah, I think it's between Titan and Amulet. Like there's an argument for Amulet that you've already answered once. Like you're already down the I'm trying to kind of gate you on the Amulet path, and you don't really have the mana to make Titan right now, right? You have a Bog plus this other colorless land. Like you can't even cast your green spells. So like you might be in a spot where, yeah, okay, like I'm just gonna say I think I can kill you before you can cast this Titan and go that direction, or you can be like, please don't draw a Titan for the rest of the game path, which is just like taking the Titan, which feels a little aggressive. That feels like a Hail Mary to me, where you don't really need to make one yet. Like if you have any kind of Gorgeous things going on, you're kind of in the clear right now, and the Bog's coming down at sorcery speed, which has its own appeal, and now you don't have to worry about it as much.
Yeah, the Natty Bog is so funny, where it's you can even pick that up too. But there's also a situation where Jack may not even necessarily want to draw the Natty Bog because there is a copy of Urza's Cave in his deck. And with the Bog still in deck, you can actually at instant speed sack the Cave to get the Bog. But now that play is not available to him. So if that was something he was considering of like instant speed, sack Cave, get Bog, now that line is no longer available to Jack.
It's such a brutal one to have seen with Thoughtseize, right? Because if like Devin does it over 2 turns with like Faithful Mending or whatever, you maybe can get an opportunity where you could play Sorcery Speed Bog and just get the whatever the payoff is that way. But as soon as you know about it, that's just never going to come up, so you might as well play it. So a brutal one to have spotted with the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, it looks like a Riddler here for Devin. I think he picked up a copy of Force Negation, which not really great here because Jack can just get the amulet off of the Saga. But maybe if there's a green source found, then potentially could, force a Rumble or something, maybe even force a Spelunking, if that's what Jack decides to go for.
What are we consigning the Saga?
I mean, that would kind of be nice, because that would prevent him from getting the amulet.
Yeah, I guess that is a triggered ability, right? So yeah, you can just consign that thing, and then there's no amulet. You've answered it that direction. You've consign Thoughtseize. That's 3 mana spells. That's 3 amulets you don't have to deal with, and now you've gotten all the amulets. And they still need a green source in Jack's camp to make anything happen at all.
Right. Well, kind of. He can Echoing Deeps the Saga and then get an amulet in 2 turns.
Oh,
it
sure.
Looks like
I mean, then we're talking about 4 or 5. We're talking about
a couple turns.
We're talking about Colossal Dreadmaw speeds of like getting Titan going, like actually just playing 6 mana for this thing instead of bounce land. Okay,
There's 3 things that are three things that are certain in life: death, taxes, and Amulet Titan players always having Amulet, because they'll find a way. They will find a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I mean, there's so much time. The Glorious. I mean, Devin has bought so much time. So if he has anything like a Faithful Mending, any kind of a good card at all in any direction, then we can close this game out. But it does not look like we have much of the leftovers. We have 2 cards left, and they don't look good.
Yeah, one of them is Force and Negation, which not very good here. I think the other one is Solitude, which better, but
powerful cards.
But have land fiber white card yet.
So we're in a spot now where I think Devin kind of looking for a land in order to get the Riddler going. Would love actually the Rumble to be castable, so you could just tag it with Negation and get it out of your hand.
I'm actually very surprised that Jack decided to pick up the Deeps there instead of the Bajuka Bog. Instead of prioritizing to get getting the Amulet next turn. Very surprising. I wonder why he did that. I guess he could just replay the Deeps this turn and copy the Saga, but then you're another 2 turns away from getting the Amulet in play.
Maybe there's higher upside with the Rumble bidding a bunch of lands and stuff. Like maybe you could get a bounce land and then you're kind of cooking with Titan way faster.
Yeah, potentially.
Spelunking. Gonna hit, yeah, no hesitation there. Get that out of here.
Well, yeah, especially because Jack picked up the Saga, right? If Jack had left the Saga in play and fetched the Amulet, you probably would be less incentivized to counter the Spelunking because there's the Amulet's already there. But now that Jack has sort of put himself another 2 turns behind on the Amulet, finding the Amulet, then countering the Spelunking makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, Faithful Mending the pickup. I mean, with 4 mana, I mean, there's potential to just find Goryo's plus payoff, and then we're there right now. So this has the potential to be a super powered Faithful Mending, but otherwise could just fix what's going on in the hand for Devin. Full art cards, don't know what they are, but I do know they're not Atraxa or Grizzlebrand. Is that a breeding pool, maybe? Breeding pool and
Devin's got too many alt arts. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like some team input here. The team aspect coming up a little bit. We love the team tournament. Wrath of the Skies. That does tag that land, but not.
Yeah, I was going to say if there's a white source, but it's a breeding pool. That does not make white mana.
Well, no, I mean, the land 5's nice, though. We have Riddler mana now, and you get another turn, like you said, thanks to picking up the Saga before we have to do that, and maybe there's a Spelunking happening right now, and that makes it even more juicy, the Wrath of the Skies, because you get to get that and the Saga.
It's due for 3, yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah, we're cooking. We're doing okay. Now, we're going to get to play a lot of extra lands here, as here comes an untapped Cruel Turf, but we also have Explore in hand as well, so we can kind of just start free cycling some stuff.
Yeah, so he'll get a land drop off of the Spelunking, and then a land for turn, and then the Explore as well. So this will make 2 mana, pick up Turf, play land for turn, that's 4 mana, 5 with the Bog, and then Explore, I guess, is break even. It's 2 to make 2.
Yeah, Explore's break
even. So you're
even.
still only at 5 mana, so still not quite enough to Titan this turn unless there's a Grazer or a Lotus Field, I believe.
Yeah, Grazer and Lotus Field are the moneymakers right now. And we can find those off of Explore, but Rumble costing a mana, I think, is problematic. So I think if you're going to go the Rumble path, you want to cast it faster.
Never mind. No, because the Rumble is break even, or the Rumble is minus 1 mana, right?
Right, it's -1, but the spawn. Analyst.
Okay, so you make a spawn. That's 2. You take Analyst, land for turn is 4. Explorer is still break even, so it's still short.
Yeah, you're still in the kind of the same spot. Okay, so do we want to bounce land instead? Do we want the haste land? Is the haste land being in the graveyard awkward? Probably not.
I mean, I feel like with the Spelunking in play, the Analyst has got to be a 10. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Even if he can't do it this turn, he can.
Yeah, well, he's also got these lands already kind of dialed up, right? We've already have like lands. We already have a bounce land. We already have some other utility. Like, I don't know that we're that in the market for the Otawara for any particular purpose.
But as you mentioned, this Wrath next turn is going to be pretty brutal. Like,
well, yeah, Jack doesn't know about that. Yeah.
Jack doesn't know how close the Saga, the Spelunking, and the token can still play a land this turn. So Turf, pick up Bog, maybe.
A little unsure. Okay.
I wonder. Well, okay, so if he's thinking about Wrath of the Skies, maybe picking up the Saga this turn makes a lot of sense. Because now you pick up the Saga, you have 5 mana. Even if you get Wrath, you just go land Titan.
Yeah, you're still there. You're still at least got land Titan. You get to start doing the Titan thing. Right. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's pretty dubious to do unless you're pretty confident there's a Wrath of the Skies. I don't think Devin's given him any reason to believe that there's a Wrath of the Skies floating around.
So it looks like what he's going to do instead is pick up Bog and then explore into the Bog, which also makes a lot of sense because there's that mending in the graveyard that now he can snipe.
Okay, yeah, and that's on the table. That makes a lot of sense. Also, I think a cave. Yeah, Urza's Cave. Okay.
Cave instead. Interesting.
I don't know why we prioritize that over the Bog.
Maybe he wants to save the Bog. It's possible he wants to save the Bog until there is a large creature in the graveyard. But by the time there's a creature in the graveyard, Devin's probably not going to put that card into the graveyard until he can reanimate it that turn. And you can only Bog at sorcery speed, so...
Yeah, so getting the mending to try to is like fixing Devin's hand does make some sense. But I mean, like I said, the cave. Maybe you're just trying to set up cave analyst stuff ahead of schedule because next turn, cave no matter what happens, maybe you get to untap, you get to cave, maybe you get Lotus Field, and you have analysts already dialed up. Maybe you don't even need to do anything Titan related. You're kind of in that camp again.
Yeah, and Devin's kind of in this weird spot where he probably is forced to Wrath of the Skies this turn, but I don't think it's going to be good enough because Jack still has 5 mana in play.
Right. No untap effect seems nice. I don't think you're just dead. Wrath of the Skies seems like it's
you're not
really
just
good.
dead. You'll get a turn probably, but...
And is there any chance that we're doing, something else with this Force of Negation, maybe playing Riddler? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can play Riddler, but Riddler's not doing a lot here, Yeah,
well, Wrath for 1 isn't that appealing. Mending from the grave.
I think he's just
Wrath for 0 still works. Yeah,
I think he's just trying to hit Yahtzee here and trying to hit Goryo's plus big creature. If he realizes that's his only way out, then it does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, at the point which you're kind of in the camp that the Wrath isn't good enough. I mean, heads up. I think he's right. From the booth, I think the Wrath is maybe buys you a turn, but there's still a Titan in play, and so the Faithful Mending makes a lot of sense. And now, I mean, to be honest, feels like Jack got a little punished not using the Bog. Now I don't see the Goryo stuff in hand. I think it's Frog, something else.
I think it's Wrath, Frog, Force, and a Riddler.
Yeah.
Or that's Thoughtseize?
Thoughtseize, okay.
Thoughtseize sees... Oh, well, there's a Titan and a Zenith. And an Elishnorn. Oh, okay. Hello there.
Titan, Zenith, Elishnorn, Analyst.
Good hand.
What do you take here? Yeah, it's just all problems all the way down.
I don't think it matters because Jack has the spawn. So even if you take the Titan, Jack still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. So you just go get Amulet. You honestly, with the Spelunking in play, you could even just get Vexing Popple. Not that it matters because Devin only has 1 card in hand, can't Solitude, but
sure, right. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that Devin even gets another turn here.
Yeah, I think he might just be able to Analyst Loop now.
I think so
he
too.
Even has the cave. He even has the cave to go get the field.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, with the speed with which Jack's moving against Vexing Popple, I think Jack knows he has the check mark here. And what a brutal sequence. I mean, it feels like there was some spots where Devin could get a little lucky, but his management of the Amulet of Vigors throughout this game, I think, was really heads up. I think he did a good job kind of keeping that in check. But it seems like the Esper Goryo's deck just kind of puttered out. And, I hate to call back to Vinny Fino and his kind of assessment of the Esper Goryo's deck, calling it bad vibes, where sometimes you just kind of putter out and die. But that feels like what happened in this game. You did some powerful stuff. You took care of some amulets. You felt like you were in a good spot. And then you just kind of puttered out instead of assembling your Goryo's thing. You just didn't. And
the vibes weren't there.
Yeah, the vibes were absences. Here comes the Lotus Field. And yeah, I think that is with that and the Echoing Deeps already present.
Yeah,
I think that's just it.
I was going to say he effectively already has 2 Lotus Fields, but he could even get a third one with the Echoing Deeps anyways. So yeah,
and that's the handshake, and that's the team handshake. Not a single game win for George Jabor's team here in the finals. A brutal showing for Team Flex Slot, but an impressive performance nonetheless. A bunch of points coming for them. RC invites, but to the victors go the spoils, and the wins just cannot stop for Vinny Fino and Team D's. We're going to hear from them in just a moment, but what a run he's having. I mean, obviously the rest of his team did a great job as well, but I mean, we talked to him earlier and, you know, look at him now. He's just here showing up, playing Magic. He enjoys it. He just doesn't stop winning.
Yeah, I mean, who can stop him at this point? You know, he's won the RC, won the NRG. He's probably going to win champs at this point. And I mean, you know, maybe we should do a champs tier list and see, you know, who would be the favorite for champs? Because, you know, Vinny's got to be pretty high up on that list.
Yeah, Vinny Fino, probably Andrew Elbow. I don't know. He wins all the time too. I don't know, but you know, just doesn't stop winning. He's going to win worlds. Vinny Fino, calling that now. You're looking at your new world champion, but for now, the team showdown champion with his take on Vivi Colgin. It's such an impressive run. I mean, obviously, choosing to play decks that I think were generically good. I mean, look at the finals lineup, right? You're playing the best 2-color combo in the Spider-Man set. You're playing, you know, Amulet Titan, the most popular deck in Modern at this event, and maybe one of the best decks, if not the best deck in Modern in general. And then, you know, in Standard Seat, you're playing the obvious choice for Vivi Colgin. So as much as you're kind of pointing to, this is a team that clearly is playing Magic they enjoy, they're also just kind of doing the default. We're playing the best decks. You know, there's no jukes. We're not, you know what, you're not seeing anything you haven't seen before. And it just gets the job done. I mean, you put good decks in good players' hands over and over again. We've seen this in Magic's history. People call it a game of variance, but when you put the good decks in good players' hands, good things happen.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about the Modern side, we'll talk about with Jack as well. But you know, Amulet Titan was the most played deck in Houston, and it's been on the upswing over the past couple of weeks. So makes sense for that deck to win as well.
I agree. Well, it looks like they're getting seated. We'll hear from them in just a moment. Our victors, they're getting all of the spoils. They're getting their trophies handed out to them, I believe, right now. They're getting headsets on, and they're getting ready to tell us about how great they are. Not that we need convincing, but they're going to tell us how awesome they are here in just a second. And like I said, what a run for Vinny. What a run for his team. I mean, really, congratulations to all three of you. Oh wow, what a run! All right, you know, Team D's. We talked at length while you were drafting a clearly busted Celestia deck with Betty, and just happy as a clam. Look at you guys. Tell me a little bit about your preparation for this event, and specifically, of course, we wanted to talk a little bit about the Modern seat, and you know, of course, the big swap right from the Jeskai Blink. Vinny just did all this winning. Now we're on Amulet Titan. Just talk to me about how you guys determined your seats and how you determined what this event was going to look like.
So the second that Vinny won the RC, I got a message on Discord saying, "House, you can have the Modern seat." Yeah.
Okay.
So we knew he was playing limited. That was locked in.
Yeah. I was pretty locked on limited, and then these guys are both cracked at all formats, so it's just like doesn't matter what they play; they're just gonna win. So
no kidding. Cool. Devin and I were talking a bunch right before we cut to you guys, and I mean, what a run! We talked, of course, about Vinny, but from all of you as well in the showdown. I mean, now you've punched your tickets to champs. You got your trophies. You got RC invites. I mean, not that Vinny already needed. He's already qualified because, like you said, cracked. But I mean, just we're able to get the job done. Just playing. I mean, Vinny talked to us a lot about playing Magic you enjoy. Do all three of you? I mean, was this your strategy? Just show up, play Magic you enjoy? You were talking about being locked in on limited. You excited about Spider-Man? Just team vibes?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think Spider-Man isn't like the best limited format of all time, but limited is limited, and I just have a ton of fun playing limited. And so I found a bunch of things I liked about the format, and I just tried to focus on that. And yeah, I opened the good cards today in my seal pool, and then in my draft, it went really weird, but I just built a green-white deck, put some pump spells in my deck, and a couple removal spells.
It's so funny. The
got it
seal
done.
pool was like looking not nice, and then the last pack, it's like back to back was like Spider-Man India, Spider-Girl, into the
into silk,
Yeah,
into
it's
into
like-
friendly neighborhood.
Dude,
which
like, oh my god, dude, saved their
There's the
pool.
rest of your deck. You found it.
Yeah,
Literally,
pretty
like,
much.
saved the pool on the spot.
Yeah, 2 of the most high win percentage rares in the set, just in the last pack, really sealed the deal for my sealed deck. So
I had absolutely no idea what was going on the entire time. Like opening his I remember like getting out of the airport and like we were like talking about this format. I was like, yeah, I kind of just want to be in green white, and then he opened green white. I was like, okay, cool. I mean, that seems pretty good.
yeah. Also, shout out to Brian Hans Vevale. I did a coaching session with him before the tournament, and we built like 12 sealed pools together, just kind of talked through everything, and that really helped my preparation a lot, just to get that sense from someone who's a real expert in limited. So yeah, that was
awesome.
That was nice.
Paid big dividends here. I mean, obviously, like, you knew what you wanted going in, and I certainly empathize with the teammates that were just like, all right, look, just don't ask me anything. Just don't look at me. I don't know. What do you want me to do with this? Just please cast your Spider-Man. I need to focus on my lines. And yeah, that's awesome. Paid big dividends for you. So, okay, we'll cut over to Vinny for a second. Your standard preparation. So you immediately hand off the modern seat, and you're like, all right, I'm ready to play some standard.
Yeah.
Vivi Cauldron, obviously, there's no question. Did you test it all, or was this team as well?
This one I did. Yeah, I played with like the like the 4 Duels to the Mind, no Mako list. Not it.
Not it. Not the vibes.
Not it, dude. Mako's so good.
The shark is broken. It's so good.
Yeah, dude. Real big fish.
Okay.
That thing gets big real fast.
I was consistently impressed with the backup plan of the Makos being actually incredible. I mean, really, when the Vivi stuff doesn't go, just the beatdowns of the Makos makes a lot of sense. So definitely, I see how you got to not it.
Jack, did you know that Amulet has remained tier 0 through metas with Hogan?
Oh no, here we go.
Are we doing that again? I think we're doing that again.
Yeah,
and we're back to that.
I mean, they're gonna keep letting me do it. I mean, like, thanks, Watsy.
It is what it is, man.
Like, in all seriousness, like the deck is like right now is insanely good. It's like no like surprise that it's been doing very well last couple of RCs. I myself, I'm gonna try and execute with it into Vegas and hopefully get into that. But like, this deck is so obscenely broken. This is like probably the second most broken build of Amulet I've ever played. The first one being the same build but with One Rings like a year ago. So like, I mean, I wasn't playing during Bloom, but I did play during Once Upon a Time, and I played during Field of the Dead. This deck is really broken.
Wow. That's high praise. I also played during Once Upon a Time Field of the Dead, and that's where a lot of my experience kind of is founded in. And I thought that deck was really broken, so that's a high praise to say it's more broken now. But, I mean, the Scape Shift adaptation of, you know, kind of this era does look really busted. Lotus Field, of course, consistently just seems like it kills out of nowhere. And, I mean, I think that's added a lot of power to the deck. And obviously, you know, it seems to just kind of get more and more stock as time goes on. I wanted to highlight really quickly about your list. Now, I don't keep up with the Amulet Bible, anything Dom Harvey puts out, whatever, anything going on with that. Talk to me about this sideboard, because the one stock up immediately leaps out to me, but we got some weirdos in here. Talk to me about what we're doing with this calculations.
So essentially, whenever I'm building my deck, I talk to Dom, and then when we're talking about things, I do the exact opposite. But like, no, like in all seriousness,
that's nice. That's nice.
In all seriousness, though, I've kind of been like going back and forth on like a lot of things. Like obviously, like there's been like the like Explore Rumble, like two like sides of the coin, like doing like that kind of thing, or like if you're Dom playing a bunch of Green Suns and doing that. I just wanted to do both, and then like the sideboard, like coming to this tournament was explicitly based on vibes. I remember I like booked like my plane ticket the second that Vinny won the RC, purely because I just wanted to hang out with the boys. And so when my deck, well, I'm here for vibes. I might as well just like do everything entirely on vibes. And I knew, I want 3 Dismember because that card's broken. Because it kills Philia and that card's annoying. Force Trigger is really good because, well, Amulet's really good. And
true, very true.
And for the rest of them, I mean, like the one of stock up, that card's been pretty nice. Just like in the games that go along, I want more card selection. The real heaters in the sideboard, the Thief of Existence and the Null
I was
Elemental
saying Thief of
Blast.
Existence is what I'm going to ask you about. If
So-
you don't bring it up, what
okay.
is this thing about?
So here's the thing. The number one problem for Amulet, like in the last 5-6 years, has been Ashiok Dreamrender. That card is really obnoxious, and I'm pretty sure it was printed to spite explicitly me. Even though it was printed before I started playing Amulet. Aside, however, all the options that Amulet has to killing Ashiok are bad, like really bad.
Beast Within usually.
Yeah, Beast Within's usually the one, but you have to naturally draw, and then that's where Socket kind of comes in. But even then, it's with Thief of Existence, it's at least a card that. So I mean, Zenith, you can't Zenith for it, obviously, because it's devoid and it's a cast trigger.
Right.
But you can hit it off Rumble, which is nice. And even worst case scenario, it's hitting some other things. It's not terrible. It gets Affinity. I learned recently that it doesn't target Urza Saga, which makes it a lot worse. But
love to learn that in the moment. That's nice time for it.
I learned it today during round 2 when I tried hitting my opponent's Urza Saga. Realized I couldn't do that, and I was I'm committed. My one legal target is a Tormod script, and I have no cards in my graveyard. Target that one.
Awesome.
But yeah, and then the Null Elemental Blast was the exact same sort of thing. I wanted to kind of diversify that, my answers against Ashiok. And worst case scenario, against Goryo's, it hits Frog, Atraxa, Teferi, if that's still in post board. It does hit a lot of things in the format. Whether or not it's enough things in the format is to be determined. But bottom line is, I hit Ashiok and all the answers suck. So I'll just try anything, I guess.
I love it. I mean, I've been on both sides, the being Ashioked and the Ashioker, and I can speak to the detriment. I can speak to how brutal it really is, and these are some clever ways to get around it. And I don't know. I feel like the as far as the vibe sideboard goes, there's a lot of sound strategic decisions being made
There's
here.
so many
It's really charming.
We even have an Elishnorn in there. It's great.
Yeah,
you can tell there's definitely vibes in this sideboard. I was actually going to ask you, the team name, right? D's. I was going to ask you what the whole genesis of that, but now I think I understand. It's D's vibes. That's what it is.
Yeah, for sure.
No, absolutely. When you said Team D's at the beginning, I was I honestly forgot that we named ourselves. Honestly, I was setting up the Spice Rack thing, putting everybody's name in and whatever, and I had to put a team name in, and I was trying a couple things, and I'm all of this sounds dumb. I'm just gonna put Team D.
Which of course doesn't sound dumb. To be clear,
also dumb, but
I want to point out that neither Vinny and I were consulted on the team name.
Yeah.
However, it's perfect.
Incredible.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Perfect. Well, it is perfect. It is perfect enough to win the event. So congratulations to all of you. I'll leave the floor to you guys. Any final shout outs, you can go down the line if you want, however you want to handle it. Congratulations on your victory. And we're very much looking forward to seeing you all again at Champs. You've been a pleasure to watch all weekend long thus far. And, obviously we hope to see you tomorrow, but certainly at Champs as well. So the floor is yours.
I'd like to say thank you to Mansion of Mana. Being the GOAT, and Benji for bringing down the average BMI of our team.
Oh my god!
Oh gosh. I would also like to shout out Vinny Fino and Apartment of Mana. These guys are just so freaking good at Magic. It's insane. I also want to shout out my fiance Emma for putting up with the Magic I play, just to practice and whatever, and all the time I take to focus on the game. So and to be with the homies. So yeah, thanks to her for supporting me, and yeah, thanks to you guys.
Yeah, of course I gotta shout out these two awesome guys. I was not gonna come down here until they messaged me and was like how could I not team with two of the funniest guys in Chicago, dude? Well, Vinny's from Chicago, but, Vinny is basically from Chicago. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
yeah, and also thanks to our little side server that we have, the Amulet Joyers TM. Of myself, Canister, Strasser, and just like a bunch of other like really intelligent Amit players. We've been working together for the last like year or so, and it's been like we've done a lot of work. I mean, like that's where the analyst like build was like finalized, was in like a Discord call at like 3 a.m. at the end of Nadu Summer. So it's come a long way, and of course, shout out to everyone back home in Ontario as well. And of course, guys, how can you forget to shout out the NRG series for hosting this amazing tournament?
True.
What would we do?
True.
without the NRG?
Well, that's usually our job. We shout that out because they support, they prop us up too. So we got you covered. Awesome.
Well.
Yeah, we love the NRG events. I'm glad that you guys are having a good experience.
Shout out Norm. Shout out Norm.
Shout out Norm.
Norm?
Shout out Norm for sure.
Also shout out Happy
Norm.
Play.
Shout out Happy
Shout out
Play.
Sam.
We got shout out everybody. All right, y'all. I'll let you guys enjoy your spoils. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us.
Shout out Max Don for starting the NRG series.
Oh,
there you go.
The GOAT.
The OG.
Everybody. Thank you all so much. Congratulations. It's infectious.
Guys.
I told you, you can sit there and talk to them all day, but unfortunately, some of us have to move on, go to bed, or wake up early in the morning for more Magic tomorrow. Like all of us. So, of course, well, this is the end of our Team 10K Showdown. We do have one more Showdown tomorrow. We got 2 more slots to fill with Showdown winners before the at-large bids will go live. So this is the final chance for points tomorrow. A lot on the line for the NRG series mainstays with the last Showdown, last opportunity for points tomorrow. So you're not going to want to miss that action tomorrow morning. And I believe with the time shift, we brought that up before, daylight savings time comes up for the folks in the States. So I believe it is 9 a.m. Central with the time change. So do make sure you keep that in mind as you're watching tomorrow. But that'll do it. Congratulations to Vinny and his hot streak with his team and his vibes. And
You can't lose.
Really, like I said, you can't lose when you got all the vibes and the infectious laugh. You can't lose. And it's been a pleasure seeing him. Can't wait to see him. I am Drake Sasser. Devin, it's been a pleasure being in the booth with you here tonight. Like I said, we got one more Showdown tomorrow to cap off the season, and then we get to start on the 2026 season featuring a bunch of MTGO events that, of course, Norman covered for us earlier today. So thank you all for joining us, and that will cover it for the broadcast tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.